Welcome to the world of island survival, where rules and constraints do not exist, and you are free to unleash your true nature. The sole objective is to survive. A gentle reminder. The first 3 days serve as a novice protection period, during which dangers are scarce, unless fortune conspires against you. Here, injuries and death, our tangible life, is but a singular gift. Each individual is granted a small island measuring 4 square meters, which forms the foundation of your survival and the inception of your grand ambitions. Strive to construct and expand your territory, for otherwise, you shall find yourself merely swimming in the ocean. Once the novice protection period concludes, the waves will erode 1 square meter of your island's area each day. Only through the continual upgrading and expansion of your island can you avoid the company of sharks lurking in the waters. After 7 days, guests will arrive. Be prepared to welcome them, lest you be left to entertain them alone. This concludes the hints. The remainder must be discovered through exploration. Now, open your novice gift pack and embark on your adventure. Lua stared blankly at the ocean before him, the voice of the prompt echoing in his mind. His expression one of bewilderment. Have I truly crossed over? Is this popular phenomenon happening to me? Yet, I do not wish to traverse dimensions. I have toiled for a decade, just recently receiving a promotion, and I have yet to savor the joys brought by my advancement and increased salary, and now it is all for naught. With a face full of despair, Lu Wei gazed at the endless sea before him. Having crossed the threshold of 30, he had only just ascended to the position of department head and his company to foster camaraderie with colleagues. He had organized a team-building trip into the mountains. Unexpectedly, the bus had careened down a slope, transforming the team-building exercise into a disastrous demise. Upon awakening, he found himself here, surrounded by an infinite expanse of ocean, the deep azure waters stretching into the unknown. He stood upon a mere 12-meter patch of sand, barely accommodating him. At the center of the sandy expanse stood a statue, roughly the height of a calf. Lua bent down to examine it closely, increasingly convinced that it bore a striking resemblance to himself, although its purpose eluded him. Aside from that, the 4 square meters of ground was composed of barren yellow sand, the sun beating down mercilessly, rendering it scorching. Lua shifted his rear, nearly scorched from the heat, and rose to his feet. In the past, he had often indulged in web novels and occasionally played games for relaxation. Thus, concepts of ocean survival and dimensional travel were not entirely foreign to him. Pondering the system's previous prompt, he sought any useful information. What about the standard equipment for a traveler? System. With that utterance, a sleek, technology-infused, light blue interface materialized before him. Wow, there truly is a system? Haha, I always felt different from others since childhood. I must be the chosen one. Haha. Lua beamed with joy, exhilarated by the notion that, with a system, he was destined for protagonist-like treatment. Soon, he would be free to indulge and inevitably find himself surrounded by beautiful companions. After reveling in laughter for a while, he moistened his parched lips and quickly regained his composure. For now, indulging must wait. The pressing matter is to find something to drink that on such a sweltering day, adrift at sea without sustenance, one could endure only so long devoid of water. One would inevitably become desiccated like a salted fish within 3 days. Gazing at the system before me, I observed a total of 6 options: data, crafting, trading, friends, messages, and inventory. As I scrutinized these selections, a frown creased my brow. Something felt amiss. With a sense of curiosity, I first tapped on the data option. In an instant, the interface transformed. Name: Lu Wei. Race: Human Blue Star. Level 1. Strength 5. Constitution 5. Agility 5. Spirit 8. Above attributes reflect the average of 5 points for a normal individual. Talent: unique. Lucky critical hit level 1 3 times daily except for items acquired through trade. One may receive a critical hit. Click to expand. Skills: none. Free attributes: 0. Pets: none. Territory: initial state 4 square meters. Experience points: 0-10. Blue Star? It appears I have indeed traversed realms, and it seems I have landed within this peculiar game. Post-transition, what a stroke of misfortune. However, wallowing in self-pity serves no purpose. I must strive to survive. At least my attributes are commendable thanks to my regular exercise. I barely meet the standards of a typical person. My spirit is significantly higher than the norm, further affirming my role as the protagonist in this tale. After reviewing my attributes, I proceeded to explore the description following my talent. I then comprehended the meaning of lucky critical hit. It signifies that when acquiring items, a random multiplier of rewards may occur. Currently, at level 1, the multiplier ranges from 1 to 10 times. There are two potential outcomes for critical hits. One is a quantity critical hit, which increases the number of items to 110. The other is a quality critical hit, enhancing the quality effect of items by 110 times. This effect, I must say, is astonishingly formidable. For instance, should I acquire a bottle of water, a quantity critical hit would yield 10 bottles. As for a quality critical hit, the outcome remains uncertain. It could even transform into the legendary essence of spring water. However, such extraordinary effects come with limitations. Firstly, both outcomes are randomly generated, leaving no room for personal choice. Secondly, only 3 opportunities are afforded each day, and these cannot be selected if today's opportunities are unused. They will refresh tomorrow and cannot be accumulated. Moreover, items obtained through trade are exempt from critical hits otherwise. One could exploit the system in later stages. Of course, it seems that talents can be upgraded, and as they advance, these constraints may gradually diminish. However, the means to upgrade my talent remains a mystery. Nevertheless, despite these challenges, I find myself quite content. The remaining details are self-evident. My experience points likely correlate with defeating monsters to level up. Yet in this unfamiliar environment, I am uncertain where to engage in combat, so I must set that aside for the moment. Closing the data interface, I open the next crafting option. This interface was even more streamlined, featuring merely a blueprint, an option to add materials, a decomposition function, and a collection option. It is quite evident that one can craft items by adding materials as per the blueprints and subsequently claim the finished products. Deconstruction involves a more meticulous breakdown of materials. For instance, timber could be disassembled into planks. Continuing to explore the next trading option, the interface remains remarkably straightforward, featuring an auction, an item inventory, a trading section, and a search function. LUA clicked on the auction and was astonished to find a plethora of items listed. A coat, starting bid, 500 milliliters of drinking water. 10 pounds of sand, starting bid, 200 milliliters of drinking water. A pair of socks, starting bid, 200 milliliters of drinking water or 200 grams of food. Oreo biscuits, 500 g, starting bid, 100 milliliters of drinking water. Seawater. LUA was left utterly perplexed. What on earth were these items? Aside from the coat, there was hardly anything of genuine value. He could comprehend the sand, but what on earth was an Oreo? Only a fool would consider purchasing that. Nevertheless, this is not surprising in the initial stages. Everyone possesses scant resources and is desperately in need of food and water. Thus, many individuals approach the auction with a gamble in mind, hoping that some unsuspecting soul might fall for it. For those with peculiar interests, such offerings may not be entirely dismissible. For instance, to all the viewers before the screen. Chapter 2. The trigger of critical hits. Suddenly, Lu Wei realized that if others could list items for sale in this auction house, it implied that everyone possessed a system as well. This revelation shattered his earlier belief that he was the chosen one. It was merely an illusion. He was just an ordinary member of the vast multitude, no different from his previous life. Although a tinge of disappointment lingered in his heart, Lu Wei swiftly adjusted his mindset. In his past life, he had also faced a challenging beginning yet managed to achieve career advancement and a better income through diligent effort. While he did not aspire to great wealth, he had lived comfortably, with enough to sustain himself. In this life, he sought little more than to live peacefully until his last breath. After perusing the transaction interface and finding nothing of interest to buy or sell, Lu Wei closed it. Opening the friends list revealed an empty screen, offering no distractions. He casually dismissed it and accessed the information interface, which presented a wider array of options: announcements, world chat, regional chat, team messages, friend messages, and mail. Upon opening the first announcement, he found the very message that the system had just alerted him to. Lu Wei reread it twice, allowing some thoughts to crystallize in his mind. However, he did not rush into action. Instead, he continued to familiarize himself with the system. Only by thoroughly understanding these fundamental features could he avoid panic when the time arose for their utilization. Caution prevents significant errors. and missing crucial information could prove fatal during critical moments. After closing the system announcements, Lu Wei ventured into the World Channel. The upper right corner displayed a staggering number: 18, 754, 286, 511, over 18 billion people. Was there truly such a vast population in this world? As he observed the rapid-fire messages flickering across the screen, he paused intermittently, noting that they were largely devoid of substance. Some individuals were venting their anger, others were celebrating, while a few sought their loved ones. Despite each person being granted only one message per day, the sheer volume made it impossible to discern anything of value. Lu Wei swiftly shut the window and opened the regional chat. The identifier read, Human Region Number 01438, with a population of 100,000. Upon seeing this number, Lu Wei couldn't help but grimace. In the regional channel, every participant had 3 opportunities to speak daily, excluding the use of items. Even so, for 100,000 people, that amounted to 300,000 messages. Of course, not everyone would contribute. Oh, I want to go home. What kind of place is this? A survival game? Haha. It seems that heaven has noticed my struggles and has granted me a chance for redemption. To all, I am the vice president of Taisu Group. Does anyone know how to return? I'll offer 1 million. Is this some kind of joke? I'm serious. Please send me back. Does anyone have water? Could you spare me some? I'm so thirsty. I've already listed items in the auction house. Everyone, please support me. Thank you. Is there a kind soul who could give me a bottle of water? Does anyone know how to expand this island? Could someone with knowledge please enlighten me? Upon opening the backpack, a novice gift package was discovered. Once unwrapped, it revealed a fishing rod. Using this rod, one could retrieve floating supply crates from the sea, which contained various resources. This was as far as assistance could be rendered, and with mutual blessings exchanged, the scene was set. Upon reading this message, Lu Wei clicked on the sender's ID, only to find that the specific details were concealed, leaving him with mere identification. Turning his gaze towards the surface of the water, he indeed noticed crates adrift. In haste, Lu Wei opened his backpack, which contained only 3 slots. With a complaint about the system's stinginess, he retrieved the supply crate from the novice gift package. The crate, a modest wooden box roughly a foot in length, appeared rather unremarkable. Could such a small box possibly contain a fishing rod? Was it perhaps a telescopic pole? Curiosity piqued, he opened the box, and in an instant, it vanished, revealing the fishing rod before his eyes. However, upon seeing the rod, Lu Wei nearly uttered an expletive. Is this truly a fishing rod? With a background in fishing, Lu Wei was no stranger to the equipment. Yet, the rod from this novice package was simply outrageous. It was a 2-meter-long, thumb-sized wooden stick, tied to a rope of over 2 meters, the other end affixed with an anchor hook. That was it, rather than a fishing rod. It could more aptly be described as a hook. Before Lu Wei could voice his grievances, a notification chimed in his ear. Ding! Congratulations. You have acquired a rudimentary fishing rod. This is your sole tool for retrieving supplies. Ding! Lucky critical hit triggered, item quality increased tenfold, transforming into a high-grade C fishing rod gift box, common intermediate. At the sound of this notification, Lu Wei instantly swallowed his previous thoughts of complaint. His previously sullen expression transformed into a radiant smile, and inwardly, he felt a surge of relief. Thankfully, it was a tenfold quality boost. Had it been a quantity boost yielding 10 of these inferior rods, it would have been utterly useless. Before him, the shabby fishing rod shimmered with light, instantly transforming into a robust sea fishing rod designed for large catches, accompanied by a substantial reel. The original rope morphed into a 30-pound PE line, fully coiled on the reel, spanning at least several hundred meters. This fishing line, lighter yet extraordinarily durable, could easily tow a car. The anchor hook was replaced with a palm-sized lure plate, adorned with 3 large treble hooks, accompanied by a spare artificial bait. Truly thoughtful provisions. As a former fishing enthusiast, Lu Wei beamed at this formidable set of equipment. With this gear, reeling in a fish weighing 100 or more pounds would be a trivial task. As for retrieving supply crates, that would be even less of a challenge. The previous shabby equipment could barely reach a few meters. Any further would necessitate entering the water. With the depths of the sea unknown, Lu Wei was reluctant to venture below the surface. Now equipped with this formidable arsenal, casting out several dozen meters would be effortless. Had the space allowed, casting over 100 meters would pose no difficulty at all. Lu Wei picked up the fishing rod, weighing it in his hands. It felt somewhat heavy. This heavy-duty fishing rod, primarily composed of fiberglass rather than carbon fiber, despite its considerable weight, offered remarkable durability. In foreign lands, such rods are even employed to catch bluefin tuna weighing several hundred pounds. In his previous life, Lu Wei possessed a similar set of gear, specifically designed for deep-sea boat fishing. Thus, he felt quite adept in its use. After examining the equipment, Lu Wei hastily began preparing to gather supplies. In this sweltering heat, he needed to procure some water promptly, or he would soon face dehydration. Raising the fishing rod, he aimed at a floating supply box several dozen meters away. And with a gentle flick, the iron plate, equipped with 3 hooks, soared through the air. With a resounding splash, the iron plate hit the water, landing a few meters behind the supply box. Lu Wei quickly reeled in the line as the fishing line and bait were drawn back. The hook successfully snagged onto the box. Observing this, Lu Wei's countenance brightened, and he began to slowly pull it back. In no time, a small box, approximately a foot square, was tugged to the shore. Lu Wei bent down to retrieve the box, noting its surprisingly lightweight. However, supply boxes of this nature are specialized spatial gear. Do not be fooled by the modest size of this box, for it can accommodate several hundred pounds of rice with ease. The recent beginner's package was contained within such a box. It appeared small yet could hold a 2-meter-long fishing rod. Regrettably, these boxes cannot be utilized indefinitely. After retrieving items, they vanish. Even without extracting their contents, one cannot store anything within them. Lu Wei eagerly opened the box. Chapter 3. The Celestial Dragon Fish Evolves. The instant the box was opened, a notification chime echoed in Lu Wei's mind. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired a 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water. Ding. Lucky trigger. Quantity critical hit. Item count 10. Congratulations. You have obtained 10 bottles of mineral water. Goodness. Another 10-fold critical hit. It seems fortune favors me today. Of course, it could also be attributed to my novice status. Following the typical gaming pattern, initial victories are often granted to entice players, drawing them in and ultimately leaving them empty-handed through various schemes. Nevertheless, with these 10 bottles of water, I can ration them and survive for 5 or 6 days without issue. Thirsty beyond measure, Lu Wei quickly opened a bottle and took a deep swig, exhaling in relief. Ah, having water is truly essential. Wiping his mouth, he tightened the cap and reopened the information interface for a glance. Currently, the majority of players are primarily seeking water, with food requests being scarce. In such sweltering heat, hunger can be tolerated, but thirst is truly unbearable. In this environment, water is undoubtedly the most vital resource for survival. After scanning the available trading supplies and finding nothing of interest, Lu Wei closed the interface and resumed his search for more boxes. The boxes in the sea were few, most drifting slowly in the distance. Using a 2-meter wooden pole, it would take an ordinary person around 2 hours to retrieve just one box. However, Lu Wei was different. With a powerful throw, his fishing rod could reach several dozen meters. A wider catch radius naturally led to greater rewards. Although there was a box nearby, Lu Wei chose not to rush, but instead aimed for a more distant one. Those boxes could drift away at any moment, and failing to retrieve them would mean losing valuable resources. The box before him could wait. It would eventually be his. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he took another sip of water. In such high temperatures, dehydration could lead to heat exhaustion. Taking a steady breath, Lu Wei aimed for a box 50 meters away and cast his line. However, due to the distance, his throw was slightly off, clearly missing the box. Reluctantly, he began to reel in the iron plate lure for a second attempt. Yet, just as he had reeled it halfway in, he felt a sudden tug on the fishing rod, as if something had snagged on the line. The instinct of a seasoned angler kicked in, prompting him to jerk the rod upward. In an instant, the rod dipped with a resounding thunk. Following that, the reel began to spin rapidly, the fishing line zipping out several dozen meters in an instant. What a surprise! I've hooked a fish. Lu Wei felt a surge of excitement. He hadn't expected to catch anything. Upon reflection, it made sense. The lure was designed to mimic small fish swimming to entice larger catches. It was likely that the big fish had spotted the lure while he was reeling it in and seized the opportunity. Feeling the pull on his hands, Lu Wei experienced a mix of anxiety and exhilaration. This fish was undoubtedly substantial, weighing at least several dozen pounds. The force felt akin to a tug of war. As the fishing line extended halfway out, in order to prevent the reel from being completely emptied, Lu Wei tightened the drag, akin to applying brakes on the fishing reel. The tighter it was locked, the more effort the fish would exert. Fortunately, the rod and line were capable of handling a catch weighing hundreds of pounds, alleviating any fears of them snapping. Lu Wei firmly embedded his feet into the sand, leaning back to stabilize his legs. Adopting a solid stance as he commenced the battle of strength with the mighty fish. In this confined space of 2 meters by 2 meters, a momentary lapse could lead to being pulled into the water, so he preferred to risk losing the fish rather than conceding an inch. Once the drag was secured, the fish's speed did indeed diminish somewhat, though it occasionally surged forward, taking a length of line with it. Meanwhile, Lu Wei felt his own strength depleting rapidly. When fishing for such a large creature, the typical approach involves tugging back and forth to exhaust its energy before reeling it in. However, Lu Wei found himself with no room to maneuver, forced to engage in a sheer test of strength. Consequently, his stamina waned quickly, especially under the sweltering heat, and soon beads of sweat fell like rain. Yet, Lu Wei remained undeterred. As long as he could bring this magnificent fish to shore, the energy expended would be replenished. This catch would ensure he wouldn't have to worry about food for the next few days. Moreover, while he was consuming energy at a rapid pace, the fish was equally fatigued. As time passed, half an hour slipped by unnoticed. Lu Wei's arms began to tremble uncontrollably, gritting his teeth as he painstakingly reeled in the line. After this prolonged struggle, he felt on the verge of collapse. Thankfully, the formidable fish had also exhausted itself, allowing him to pull it back with relative ease. Were it not for the occasional flick of its tail, it could easily be mistaken for a lifeless creature. Once the fish was dragged ashore, Lu Wei finally beheld its true form. It was a pure white sea fish, devoid of any blemish save for its pale pink eyes. Its silvery scales shimmered dazzlingly under the sunlight. The elongated body boasted sleek lines, while its long tail fin resembled a fairy-esque gown, flowing gracefully. The pale pink eyes were enchanting and seemed imbued with wisdom. What a stunning fish, Lu Wei marveled inwardly. He had encountered numerous ornamental fish before, but in comparison, even those valued at millions appeared as mere jesters. Particularly striking were its eyes, which seemed to glimmer with an inner light. Momentarily lost in thought, Lu Wei shook his head to dispel the odd notions swirling in his mind. Casting aside these peculiar thoughts, he crouched down and effortlessly dragged the fish onto the shore. Regardless of its beauty, it was ultimately a meal, and even if circumstances allowed, he lacked the means to care for it. This fish, over a meter in length and weighing no less than 70 to 80 pounds, would not only sustain him, but could also be exchanged for valuable resources, hastening his escape from this cramped 4-square-meter confinement. Just as the fish reached solid ground, the system notification chimed in, marking the moment. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring a celestial dragon silverfish, renowned for its exquisite taste. Ding! A stroke of luck has triggered a critical hit, enhancing the quality of the celestial dragon silverfish tenfold, thus transforming it into a celestial dragon mermaid. Evolution possible. As Lu Wei stared in astonishment, the fish before him shimmered with a flash of white light, undergoing a profound transformation. Hiss. Once he comprehended the metamorphosis, his eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. Chapter 4. The foolish fish shall buy a lass. A mermaid. Lu Wei gaped in astonishment. Before him, the fish's once silver scales had vanished, replaced by a human form. She possessed flowing white hair, ethereal and graceful, with exquisitely beautiful features. Her brows were like willow leaves, her nose akin to fine jade, and her lips resembled delicate cherry blossoms, flawless as if meticulously sculpted by the hand of a deity. Her pale pink eyes, innocent yet alluring, radiated a refreshing purity. Below, a slender neck and skin as white as jade enhanced her beauty. However, despite the perfection of her upper body, one could not help but sigh at her lower half. From the waist down, it transformed into a long, elegant fish tail. Though undeniably beautiful, it lacked any practicality. Lu Wei gazed at her with regret, recalling a riddle. Once, a fisherman caught a mermaid and joyfully brought her home. Yet 2 days later, he released her. Why? A. The fisherman had a kind heart. C. Fishing was prohibited locally. D. The mermaid was ugly. At that moment, Lu Wei looked at the mermaid, his expression a blend of conflict. Should he let her go? After all the effort spent in catching her, it felt unsatisfactory to release her. Yet, keeping her was futile, as a civilized being. How could he possibly consume her? As Lu Wei pondered how to handle this conundrum, the mermaid suddenly flipped and splashed back into the sea. Instinctively, he reached out to grasp her, but then hesitated and withdrew his hand. Never mind, if she wishes to flee, so be it. She could hardly be kept here in this domain where one could easily tumble into the water while asleep. There was simply no space to care for her. And since she was not a source of sustenance, it appeared that releasing her was the only option. Resolved not to dwell on it further, he mused that fortune was a gift, while loss was merely fate. It was a pity, however, to forfeit a stroke of luck. Having exhausted his 3 chances for the day, any subsequent treasure would be limited to what he could find. Just as Lu Wei prepared to resume fishing for treasure, the water erupted with a splash, and a figure emerged, startling him. Upon closer inspection, it was the very mermaid, gazing at him with her clear, innocent eyes. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The mermaid slightly parted her lips, calling out to Lu Wei, seemingly eager to convey something. Unfortunately, Lu Wei comprehended none of her words. Surprised to see her return, he questioned, "Why haven't you left? Aren't you going home?" Realizing the absurdity of his inquiry, he remembered that this mermaid was born from a stroke of luck. She had no home. Perhaps she was the only mermaid in this vast ocean. Nevertheless, if she wished to stay, Lu Wei would welcome her presence. In such a monotonous and desolate environment, the struggle for survival was often compounded by solitude, which was the most challenging adversary. Having companionship, even if it was in the form of a fish, would make the journey far more bearable. The mermaid chirped twice before raising her delicate, snow-white arm and tossing an object onto the shore. Lu Wei looked down in astonishment to find it was a fish, weighing at least 4 to 5 pounds. It flopped a couple of times in the sand before becoming still. The wound on its head indicated that it was likely dead. Lu Wei gazed in wonder at this scene. Did you catch this? He had not expected this seemingly fragile little mermaid to be capable of catching a fish. After all, capturing a swimming fish in the sea is no trivial task. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The mermaid blinked her large eyes and called out to Lu Wei a few times, seemingly encouraging him to eat. Lu Wei indeed felt an appetite, but without fire, a pot, or even a knife, it would be unthinkable to eat it raw. Of course, if he were starving, it might come to that. But he wasn't at that point yet. Lu Wei decided to gather more boxes to see if he could uncover something useful. With a smile, he patted the mermaid on the head and said, "Let's wait a bit before eating. I'll go fish for some boxes first." As he mentioned fishing for boxes, it suddenly dawned on him, why bother fishing at all? With the mermaid around, he could simply ask her to swim over and bring the boxes back. With this thought, Lu Wei looked at the mermaid with a grin. "Little fish, do you see that box over there? Could you help me bring it back?" he asked, pointing to a box floating in the distance, filled with anticipation. The mermaid glanced at him, blinking her eyes, her clear gaze filled with confusion. Lu Wei pointed again at the distant box. "That one? Could you fetch it?" The mermaid continued to gaze at him, her expression radiating innocent bewilderment. After several attempts, Lu Wei realized that the mermaid simply did not comprehend his request. He sighed, acknowledging that this was indeed a rather dim-witted fish, and it seemed he could not rely on her intelligence. Well, he thought, you can play while I get to work. He had already wasted enough time with this fish. Lu Wei picked up his fishing rod once more and cast it towards the distant box. To his amusement, the silly mermaid swam after the bait he had thrown. Ignoring her antics, he carefully reeled in the line. This time, his aim was precise, and he successfully hooked the box. The foolish mermaid, upon seeing Lu Wei pulling the box back, seemed to finally grasp what was happening. She extended her hand and began to push the box toward him. Seeing this, Lu Wei felt a wave of relief wash over him. Perhaps this fish was not as hopeless as he initially thought. With the mermaid's assistance, the box soon returned to the shore. Lu Wei brought it ashore and encouraged the mermaid with a pat on the head. "Well done. Now go fetch that other box over there." The mermaid continued to blink at him, her expression still devoid of any sign of understanding. Noticing her innocent gaze, Lu Wei realized she still did not comprehend. Sighing in exasperation, he decided to check what was inside the box. Upon opening it, he found nothing but a chaotic mess of straw. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a bundle of hay, which can be utilized to craft ropes or kindle a fire. Further applications await your exploration. Can it be fashioned into rope? That is indeed quite useful. Lu Wei set the hay aside, pressing it down with sand to prevent it from drifting into the sea. Turning around, he noticed the mermaid gazing at him with a look of curiosity. With a smile, Lu Wei said, "Let me bestow a name upon you. Given your clumsiness and your incessant chirping, henceforth you shall be called Xiaobai." Observing her still in a daze, Lu Wei paid it no mind and resumed his fishing for treasure chests. Across the expanse of the sea, only 7 chests were visible, 2 of which he had already caught, leaving 5 remaining. Lu Wei cast his line towards the distant chests, but unfortunately, his aim was slightly off. Just as he prepared to reel it back in, Xiaobai suddenly grasped the hook, swimming beside the chest and snagging the hook onto it. Witnessing her antics, Lu Wei was left speechless. This silly fish, could she not simply push the chest back instead of needing me to hook it? Chapter 5. venturing into the world. Who doesn't have a few alt accounts? Ah, let it go. Why bother with a mere fish? I shall train it slowly in due time. It has indeed been of some assistance. After all, it has certainly expedited my fishing efforts. Moreover, it provides entertainment while catching fish, which is quite delightful. Before long, the chest was reeled in. Upon opening it, I discovered a supply of timber. Timber serves myriad purposes. It can be used for kindling a fire, constructing a dwelling, or crafting various tools. After securing the wood, Lu Wei resumed his quest for more chests, only pausing when he had retrieved all the visible ones. He counted a total of 7. Besides the initial mineral water, hay, and timber, he found a loaf of bread, a piece of iron, a starter plot of land, and an apple. A starter plot of land allows for the expansion of the island by an additional square meter. As for the timber, it can be transformed into planks or sticks. The iron can similarly be refined into nails and wire or used to create various items. Both materials have extensive applications. Checking the system, Lu Wei noted the time. It was already 2 in the afternoon, the peak of the day as heat. The sun blazed overhead, causing dizziness. Enduring such relentless exposure was unsustainable. Hence, Lu Wei resolved to construct a wooden shelter, which would provide shade from the sun and protection against the evening chill. Living in a coastal city, Lu Wei was acutely aware of the significant temperature fluctuations between day and night. While the daytime may feel sweltering, the night could bring a bone-chilling cold, especially with the sea breeze cutting through. Thus, a simple refuge was essential. However, the materials at hand were insufficient for constructing a shelter. He would need to find a means to trade for more. Glancing at the remaining 9 bottles of mineral water, he realized these were in high demand. Moreover, with Xiaobai assisting in fishing, he thought, Xiaobai, go catch a few more fish. With wide, bewildered eyes, Xiaobai stared at Lu Wei, seemingly confused. Never mind, you can go play, Lu Wei sighed, waving his hand dismissively. He then opened the trading interface. The auction house displayed few worthwhile items, although there was a starter plot available, albeit with a starting bid of 2 bottles of drinking water. Given the current scarcity of water, only a fool would make such a trade. Lu Wei promptly closed the auction house and opened the regional chat interface. However, the number of participants in the upper right corner caught his attention. Originally, the 01438 area had a population of 100,000. Now, merely a few hours later, it had dwindled to 99,987. It was noteworthy that this was still within the novice protection period, where danger was minimal with caution. Yet, the fact that 13 individuals had already perished illustrated the game as harshness. Meanwhile, messages continued to scroll rapidly across the chat screen, with a multitude of peculiar characters emerging as the crowd grew. Zhang Yu, where are you, my dear grandson? I am Yi from Douyin. Is there any kind gentleman who could spare me some water? I am so thirsty. I promise to thank you properly after I get out. Perhaps even treat you to a meal. Wow, Yi, I wonder what treasures you all have unearthed from the boxes? I merely retrieved a piece of iron. Is there anyone with excess water to trade with me? At this moment, it seems no one possesses any surplus, so let go of such futile hopes. I am parched. The sight of the sea water makes me yearn for a sip. If you wish to hasten your demise, by all means, indulge yourself. This hook is far too short. After such a long duration, I have only managed to snag 2 boxes, one containing hay and the other wood, both utterly useless. I am offering the blueprint for a machete, exclusively in exchange for water. All other inquiries shall be disregarded. Is there anyone in need of a lighter? I require water. Lu Wei observed for a considerable time, noting that nearly everyone was pleading for water. It is hardly surprising. Given the current temperature in the maritime setting, the human body loses moisture at an alarming rate. Consequently, the demand for water is significantly heightened compared to usual. Even he, after just consuming a bottle, now felt a twinge of thirst. After a while, Lu Wei clicked on the profile of the individual possessing the machete blueprint, and the ID struck a chord of familiarity. Upon reflection, he realized this was the very person who initially guided everyone on how to use the hook to retrieve supplies. I have water. How much do you wish to trade for the machete blueprint? Lu Wei sent a message. In no time, a response arrived, 1,000 milliliters of drinking water. Lu Wei frowned upon reading the message. While the price was not exorbitant for a machete blueprint, in light of the current scarcity of drinking water, it was still rather steep. Overall, the asking price seemed fair. However, fair or not, negotiation was imperative. Who do you think has 2 bottles of drinking water at present? No one can afford such a price. Lu Wei felt almost certain that no one possessed 2 bottles, even if someone had fortuitously acquired 2. They would likely hoard them for survival rather than trade them away. Yet, my asking price is not exorbitant. The other party seemed slightly exasperated. You are correct. Your price is quite fair, and it is evident that you possess a kind heart. Furthermore, I recall you being the one who initially advised us to use the hook for gathering supplies. It is thanks to your guidance that I managed to retrieve bottled water. So I must extend my gratitude. As a seasoned negotiator accustomed to haggling with clients, Lu Wei was adept at the art of bargaining. Building rapport was an essential element. No need for thanks. I merely offered a suggestion, nothing more. By the way, my name is Lu Zhahai. You may call me Dahai. And how should I address you? Hello, Dahai. You may refer to me as Ruo Ruo. Upon hearing this name, combined with her tone and demeanor reminiscent of a novice, Lu Wei was almost certain that the other party was indeed a girl. Hello, Ruo Ruo. It is a pleasure to meet you. Shall we add each other as friends? In the future, we may have the opportunity to exchange supplies. Sure, at this point. The process of establishing a closer relationship is essentially complete, and we can now commence with the formalities. Well, now that we are friends, I must ask. Are you completely out of water? No, I managed to salvage 3 boxes, a loaf of bread, a piece of stone, and a blueprint for a machete. There was a hint of disappointment in Ruo Ruo's tone. However, Lu Wei couldn't help but squint his eyes. This girl truly had remarkable luck, managing to retrieve 3 boxes and a blueprint with that flimsy hook. He had salvaged 7 boxes and had yet to catch a glimpse of a single blueprint. Here, I have a bottle of water. I will give you half of it to tide you over. The sun is quite fierce during the day, causing a significant loss of moisture, but by night, the thirst will not be as intense. As Lu Wei spoke, he promptly traded half a bottle of water without even mentioning the machete blueprint. Chapter 6. Zhang Ruoruo gazed in bewilderment at the half bottle of water sent to her by the newly acquainted Lu Zhahai. She could hardly fathom that, under such arduous circumstances, he would so readily part with his precious drinking water, his only half bottle, no less. It was particularly striking to her that he had not even seen her face. Although many people were often kind to her, she understood that their goodwill was usually rooted in her beauty or her status as a celebrity. It had been a long time since anyone had shown her such unprovoked kindness, and in that fleeting moment, she felt a small surge of emotion. Simultaneously, she concluded that this individual, Lu Zhahai, must be an honest, kind-hearted, and handsome young man. Striving to suppress her impulse to click confirm transaction, Zhang Ruo pressed her parched lips together and replied, No, I cannot accept your water without offering something in return. Let me exchange my blueprints with you. Lu Wei, upon receiving her message, smiled faintly and thought to himself, Got it. No, your blueprints are far too valuable. If everyone had water, it would be easy to exchange for 2 bottles. Trading you one is simply unfair. Zhang Ruoruo sighed. Don't even mention 2 bottles. I couldn't even manage to trade for half a bottle. Just accept it, or I would feel too embarrassed to take your water. Although she was acutely aware that they were engaged in a life-and-death survival game where water was exceedingly precious, her upbringing and values made it difficult for her to shift her mindset so abruptly. Accepting such a valuable gift without cause weighed heavily on her conscience. In response, Lu Wei could only think, this child is so naive. Of course, this was expected in the early stages of an apocalypse. No one would immediately turn into a savage beast. It was a gradual transformation influenced by time and environment. He estimated that in another 10 days to half a month, he would not dare to act so benevolently. Seeing her reluctance, Lu Wei could only say, somewhat reluctantly, All right then, I urgently need it. So I will take your blueprints for now. However, I owe you a bottle and a half of water. I promise to return it once I acquire more. All right. Zhang Ruoruo agreed eagerly, her delicate oval face lighting up with a joyful smile. It was not merely the acquisition of half a bottle of water that pleased her, but also the fact that she had made a friend in this solitary and perilous environment, someone with whom she could mutually support. This feeling brought her a sense of security and significantly alleviated her inner turmoil. I'll get back to my tasks now. Farewell, Ruoruo, we shall converse again when time permits. Okay, farewell, Dazai. As their conversation concluded, Lu Wei glanced at the 8.5 bottles of water beside him and the blueprints in his hand, shaking his head with a smile. Ah, this naive girl. I almost feel guilty for deceiving her. He casually placed the blueprints in the manufacturing interface, where a prompt immediately appeared. Machete, crafting requirements, 1 iron block, 1 wooden stick, time, 10 seconds. Lu Wei observed that he possessed both materials and decided to first place the wood into the manufacturing interface for decomposition, yielding 10 wooden sticks. After placing the wooden stick and iron block into the crafting interface, the creation commenced. In a mere 10 seconds, a machete was completed. Machete, common, low grade, devoid of special attributes. Upon reading this description, Lu Wei pondered quietly. It appeared that equipment was indeed categorized by levels. The fishing rod set was classified as common, intermediate grade, while this machete fell under the common, low grade. Logically, the fishing rod set would undoubtedly surpass the machete in both quality and crafting difficulty. Upon clicking to claim, the machete materialized in his inventory. The moment Lu Wei withdrew it, he felt a substantial weight in his hand. This was a hefty machete, with a blade approximately 30 centimeters long and a handle around 15 centimeters. The blade was wide at the front and tapered towards the back, with a thickness nearing 1 centimeter, exuding a robust presence and a sense of power when held. After swinging it a couple of times, Lu Wei realized that this blade could serve not only as a knife, but also as an effective hand axe. Having crafted the machete, Lu Wei resumed his discreet presence in the chat group, exchanging mineral water for useful resources. What? You want a bottle of water for a portion of wood? Are you dreaming? How about 100 milliliters instead? If not, I shall find someone else. Stone? No more than 100 milliliters. Iron block? 150 milliliters, and do not complain. After all, my supply of water is limited. Everyone should benefit equally. You must allow others to quench their thirst, right? Otherwise, it would be troublesome to suffer from heat stroke in such sweltering weather. These low-grade materials did not warrant Lu Wei's meticulous bargaining or strategizing. He opted for a straightforward approach, offering a flat rate, take it or leave it. After all, such low-grade materials were commonly possessed by nearly everyone. If he refused to trade, others would certainly be willing. The only resource that held slightly higher value was land, as it could increase the island's area. After 3 days, the island would diminish by 1 square meter daily. Once it vanished, one would be left to await demise. Thus, land was indeed a life-saving commodity. However, that concern lay 3 days ahead, for now. The immediate threat was the danger of dehydration. Lu Wei exchanged 2 bottles of mineral water and 1 pound of fish meat for 4 plots of land. Coupled with the original 5 square meters, his island expanded into a 3 by 3 meters square, significantly enhancing safety. The crucial aspect was that with an increased land area, he could construct a small wooden cabin. Initially, with only 4 square meters, he could merely erect a shelter. This time, Lu Wei planned to build a cabin approximately 1 meter wide and 2 meters long, allowing him, with his height of 180 centimeters, to lie down comfortably within. Generally, constructing buildings requires blueprints. However, this game boasts high freedom, permitting players to build using their materials. Thus, Lu Wei confidently produced 5 units of wood, which he decomposed into wooden planks and sticks. Each unit of wood could yield 5 planks or 10 sticks. With 1 unit of wood and an additional 5 acquired through a bottle of mineral water, 6 units should suffice for a small cabin. He then took an iron block, breaking it down into 50 iron nails. Aside from iron and wood, Lu Wei also exchanged for 1 unit of stone and 1 lighter. After a series of transactions, he retained just over 3 bottles of water, sufficient for 2 days. With a stroke of fortunate luck, within 2 days, one could procure water to quench one's thirst. Having gathered all the necessary materials, the crafting commenced. Lacking a hammer, a remaining iron block was utilized to drive in the nails, fortuitously heavy enough to suffice the task. An hour later, Lu Wei gazed at the structure before him, a wooden house that diverged significantly from his initial vision, lost in contemplation. He had envisioned a dwelling measuring 2 meters in length, 1 meter in width, and 1.5 meters in height. However, unforeseen circumstances arose during construction. The wood proved insufficient, and such a large edifice would occupy excessive space. After erecting the wooden house, the island's usable area became severely limited, posing the risk of accidental immersion in the surrounding waters. Thus, he decided to lower the height of the structure, reducing it from 1.5 meters to a mere 1 meter. This modification allowed him to sit atop it while fishing or gathering resources, effectively serving multiple purposes as a table as well. Yet, upon completion, an unsettling familiarity lingered in his mind regarding the appearance of this creation. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have autonomously crafted a coffin, and the blueprint has been generated. What the hell? This is not a coffin. Are you blind? This is a uniquely designed wooden house. Lu Wei nearly exploded with indignation upon hearing the system's assessment. Chapter 7. No, don't bite, what a useless creature you are, foolish fish. You can't catch fish nor retrieve boxes. What good are you to me? Lu Wei shot a discontented glance at the mermaid, Xiaobai. Perhaps sensing the disapproval in his tone, Xiaobai immediately adopted a pitiful expression. Her exquisitely beautiful face, adorned with a look of innocence, could soften even the hardest of hearts. Even Lu Wei, the hardened realist, felt a twinge of compassion. "All right, go play by yourself. I shall commence fishing now," he declared. Though the surface of the sea was devoid of boxes, his fishing gear was capable of more than mere retrieval. It could also catch fish. While the group might endure the first day without food, by tomorrow, those who failed to procure sustenance would truly understand the pangs of hunger. At that point, food would become a desperate necessity for all. If he were to catch a hefty fish weighing dozens of pounds, it could surely be exchanged for considerable supplies. With the bait cast into the water, Lu Wei began to release the line, unwinding over 100 meters before halting. This indicated a depth exceeding 100 meters. Such profound waters, devoid of any waves, was clearly unusual. Perhaps it was due to the beginner's protection period. Once this period elapsed, the natural environment would likely revert to its typical state, bringing with it waves, sea breezes, and possibly torrential rain. Therefore, it was imperative to capitalize on these 3 days of protection to develop swiftly. Let us not forget, after 7 days, guests would arrive on the island. Although the nature of these guests remained a mystery, the announcement hinted that they might not come with good intentions. By that time, one must possess the ability to safeguard oneself. Lu Wei had no desire to become someone else's meal, whether due to bad luck or a scarcity of fish in the vicinity. Lu Wei had spent over an hour fishing, and as twilight approached, he had yet to catch a single fish. After a long day of toil, having consumed only a single piece of bread, his stomach was already growling in protest. Realizing time was slipping away, Lu Wei decided to address his dinner. Fortunately, he had half a fish remaining, which he intended to prepare that evening. He retrieved a lighter obtained in exchange for 100 milliliters of water and sparked a flame. Next, using a machete, he fashioned a wooden stick into a skewer and threaded the fish onto it to roast. Under normal circumstances, Lu Wei might have sampled the delicacy of sashimi. However, in these desolate wilds, the risk of foodborne illness was a significant concern. Thus, even if it entailed some inconvenience and a waste of wood, he resolved to eat it cooked. Before long, the fish sizzled and crackled, its oils dripping onto the flames, sending up wisps of fragrant smoke, the unique aroma of protein being cooked wafting through the air. Chirp, chirp, chirp. At that moment, Xiaobai, who had been observing, suddenly called out. Lu Wei turned to see her fixated on the roasted fish in his hand, her gaze akin to that of a ravenous wolf, as if she yearned to leap ashore and devour it whole. "What are you staring at? This is my dinner. There is none for you." Chirp, chirp, chirp. Xiaobai, flustered, swam back and forth restlessly, splashing water in her wake. The frigid sea water cascaded over Lu Wei, who was apprehensive that this foolish fish might extinguish the fire. All right, be patient for a moment. Once the fish is cooked, I shall share a piece with you." Perhaps sensing the reassurance within Lu Wei's words, the little mermaid settled down, resting her upper body on the shore. Her eyes fixated on Lu Wei as he grilled the fish. Behind her, her silvery tail gently swayed in the water, the setting sun casting a breathtaking backdrop that was utterly enchanting. As the sun completely vanished beyond the horizon, Lu Wei's fish was finally ready, weighing approximately 5 pounds. After removing a pound for a different dish, the remainder was laid before him. He took a bite, nodding slightly, rather unpalatable. How could it be anything but? Aside from a sprinkle of seawater serving as a substitute for salt, it bore no other flavor. Fortunately, the texture of the fish was acceptable, making it not entirely difficult to swallow. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little mermaid bounced anxiously beside him. "All right, enough bouncing. Here you go," Lu Wei said, tearing off a piece of fish and offering it to her. Upon seeing the morsel, the mermaid opened her mouth wide and seized it in one swift motion. "Whoa. Don't bite down. Let go." How could she relinquish the precious morsel that had finally reached her lips? Seeing this, Lu Wei hastily grasped her jaw, preventing her from biting down, and managed to retract his hand. He glanced at the clear tooth marks on his hand, nearly drawing blood. In a fit of irritation, he contemplated giving the silly fish a harsh reprimand, but upon witnessing her oblivious yet earnest gaze, he couldn't bring himself to do it. "This time I shall spare you. Should there be a next time, I shall pluck your scales." Unaware of the peculiar thoughts of the human before her, the little mermaid devoured the piece of fish, bones and all, with fervor. She then lifted her head, continuing to chirp at Lu Wei. "You little glutton. Let me finish my meal first," Lu Wei remarked, placing another piece of fish into his mouth and deliberately chewing in front of her. This drove the little beauty into a frenzy. Her chirping grew incessant, and her tail splashed vigorously against the surface of the water, soaked by the cold seawater. Lu Wei quickly halted. Stop, stop. Here you go. Raising such a little glutton, all you know is to eat. What use are you? Though he voiced his complaints, Lu Wei still offered her a generous chunk of fish. The little mermaid, seeing the offering, attempted to take a bite, only to be gently pushed aside by Lu Wei's hand pressing against her forehead. Frustrated at the delay, she was about to create a ruckus when Lu Wei pulled her hand over and placed the fish in her grasp. Still want to bite my hand? Eat it yourself. Let us see if you dare bite your own hand. The little mermaid, unable to comprehend Lu Wei's words, simply bowed her head and devoured the fish. Observing her, Lu Wei hastened his own consumption, knowing that if he didn't hurry, this little glutton would soon demand more. Indeed, within a minute, the little mermaid finished her fish. However, Lu Wei had anticipated this and decisively stowed the remaining fish in his backpack, planning to enjoy it later once she had departed. Otherwise, with such a voracious appetite, this little mermaid would surely devour the entire fish. Chirp, chirp, chirp. After finishing the fish, the mermaid continued to call out to Lu Wei, clearly still unsatisfied. Lu Wei shrugged, saying, "There is none left. It's all been eaten. If you wish to eat, perhaps you should catch your own fish." The mermaid tilted her head, surveying her surroundings, and upon finding no fish left, she performed a graceful somersault and vanished beneath the water's surface. Chapter 8. Cemented heart. As the little mermaid vanished beneath the water's surface, Lu Wei chuckled softly. "Foolish fish, with your intellect, you think you can eat? If you don't starve to death, that would be a testament to my benevolence." With that, he retrieved a piece of fish and leisurely began to savor it. He casually opened the chat interface to observe what others were up to. His gaze instinctively fell upon the number of participants, 99, 982, down by 5. Each digit represented a living soul. Even for someone as hardened as Lu Wei, witnessing the loss of 18 lives in a single day stirred an uneasy sensation within him. Alas, everyone has their fate. He could do nothing but tend to his own affairs. Once upon a time, Lu Wei was a passionate youth, brimming with kindness. However, after years of navigating the harsh realities of life, his heart had become encased in cement. He had deliberately severed ties with the useless emotion of sympathy. Countless experiences and lessons had taught him that misplaced compassion and being a do-gooder could lead to one's own suffering. Regardless of one's intentions, one must first attain strength to have any hope of achieving their goals. To help others, one must possess the capability to do so. To be with a loved one must meet certain conditions. Otherwise, no matter how genuine one's feelings or deep one's affections, they would be rendered futile, for in this world, while sincerity is rare, it is also the least valuable. Yet, as Lu Wei journeyed forth, gradually gaining strength, he glanced back at his past aspirations and discovered that what once ignited his fervor had now become utterly insipid. Perhaps this is the lament of adulthood. The dreams once fervently desired, upon gaining the means to attain them, reveal themselves to be of no interest whatsoever. Shaking himself from his reverie, Lu Wei redirected his attention to the chat interface. Perhaps due to the encroaching night, more individuals were engaging in conversation. A broken box floated just a few meters away. His hook was tantalizingly close to reaching it. If only he could dive in and retrieve it. But alas, he could not swim, and the thought of sharks terrified him. Offering for sale, just 50 milliliters of water or 50 grams of food. If you save just a mouthful, you can enjoy the scenery. 500 g of bread for 500 milliliters of water. Family, it's EE here. Which kind-hearted brother can spare a little water for me? I'm parched. Has anyone else felt the temperature drop? I did. Just dampened my clothes and now I'm feeling chilly. I'm so hungry. Does anyone have food to spare? Please. Damn. You're worse than the girl above. At least she relies on her skills to survive, and you're just hoping for a handout. Brothers and sisters, I'm GG Cohen. I plan to establish a mutual aid association where we can share resources, so those without food or water can survive. As children of the 9 provinces, we must unite in times of crisis to endure together. Interested parties can contact me to join. Wow, it's Kuan Kuan. Kuan Kuan, I love you. This Kuan Kuan may well be a celebrity. Upon his appearance, Lu Wei observed numerous individuals expressing their eagerness to join his mutual aid society. However, Lu Wei was not particularly well-versed in the celebrities of this world. The name merely reminded him of a beloved idol from his original realm. It was evident that this individual possessed some intellect, skillfully leveraging his celebrity status to amass influence. Yet, such matters were of no concern to him, as he had no intention of participating. Just as Lu Wei was about to peruse the auction house for any intriguing items, a sudden splash announced Xiaobai's emergence from the water. Subsequently, a sizable fish was flung at Lu Wei's feet with a resounding thud. The creature then pointed towards the fire, vociferously chirping at Lu Wei. Taken aback by the scene, Lu Wei quickly regained his composure and chuckled in mock exasperation. "You silly fish. So you don't act foolishly when food is involved, huh?" It was obvious that this little creature had not yet satisfied her hunger and was imploring Lu Wei to roast another fish for her. The mermaid flapped her fins in distress, splashing the water. Observing this, Lu Wei promptly surrendered. He had no desire to dampen his clothes on a chilly evening. All right. I shall roast it for you. You truly are a demanding one. Were it not for the assistance you might offer, I would have roasted you instead." Chirp, chirp, chirp. "Oh, you can comprehend that? Chirp, chirp, chirp. Fine, you remain that silly fish." As Lu Wei engaged in a playful banter with the little mermaid, he began to clean the fish she had caught. This fish was significantly larger than the last, weighing at least 10 kilograms, making the preparation somewhat cumbersome. The disassembly feature, could it be employed for this fish as well? Lu Wei promptly accessed the disassembly interface and added the fish in question. To his delight, it could indeed be disassembled. Item, sea fish. Weight, 5, 4 kilograms. Usable fish meat, 4, 5 kilograms. Fertilizer from bones, innards, and scales, 0, 9 kilograms. How convenient. Lu Wei immediately chose to disassemble the fish, yielding 18 pieces of meat, each weighing half a kilogram. As for the fertilizer, he buried it in the sandy soil. A long-term investment to gradually enhance the land's quality. An instance of resourcefulness, indeed. He skewered the fish meat one by one and placed them beside the fire to roast slowly. Before long, the delightful sizzle of oil began to fill the air. The little mermaid, too, found a rare moment of tranquility, her gaze fixated on the roasting fish. "Xiaobai, you see, although you caught the fish, I handled and cooked it, thus I am entitled to half. I shall concede a little, out of the 18 pieces. You can have 4, and the remainder shall be mine." The mermaid seemed oblivious to Lu Wei's words, her eyes unwaveringly locked onto the fish. "If you remain silent, I shall take that as your consent." Lu Wei thought to himself, feeling quite pleased. With these fish, he would surely be able to exchange them for a substantial amount of resources. Moreover, the fact that the fish was cooked added to its marketability. Thanks to the system's meticulous processing, the fish was uniformly prepared, and in less than 20 minutes, all the pieces were perfectly roasted. Lu Wei first offered a piece of fish to Xiaobai, then directly stowed the remaining portion into his backpack. Although the backpack possesses only 3 compartments, items of the same type can be stacked, allowing for a maximum of 99 to be stored. After receiving the fish, Xiaobai, undeterred by the heat, took a hearty bite, devouring nearly half in one go, and quickly finished the entire piece within a few more bites. Having consumed one piece, it was evident that Xiaobai was still hungry, as she chirped incessantly at Lu Wei. Despite her inability to count, she could certainly compare the abundance of fish to the single piece she had received. It was abundantly clear that Lu Wei had hoarded her share. "Oh dear. You are a young girl. You shouldn't indulge so much at this late hour. Do you wish to become a bloated fish? Just have one piece and save the rest for breakfast tomorrow." Chapter 9. Letting go of personal qualities. Embracing a life of indulgence, how could the little mermaid comprehend the concept of weight loss? With her hunger unfulfilled, she certainly would not relent, splashing about in the water with unrestrained fervor. "All right, enough of the antics. Here is one more piece for you. But this is the last. Once it's gone, it's truly gone." The little mermaid paid no heed to his words. The act of feasting was paramount in her heart. In no time, she had devoured yet another morsel of fish, eagerly demanding more from Lu Wei. Lu Wei found himself at a loss. This little tyrant would not settle until she received her due. Reluctantly, he granted her another piece. Thus, she continued to consume 5 pieces in succession, causing Lu Wei to worry that she might overindulge. He resolutely declared that no more would be given. Upon realizing that her requests were in vain and having nearly satisfied her appetite, the little mermaid finally quieted down, obediently resting by the shore, gazing at the flickering flames of the fire. Seeing her settled, Lu Wei chose to ignore her further, opening the trading interface to exchange the remaining roasted fish for something of utility. At present, his most pressing need was to expand the island's territory. In a couple of days, the novice protection period would conclude, and the challenges posed by changing weather conditions would likely arise. Such a vast ocean. devoid of winds or waves, seemed decidedly unnatural. A smaller island would be vulnerable to being submerged by a single wave. Moreover, the relentless tides consumed a square meter of land daily, instilling a sense of urgency in everyone to augment the island's size. In the short term, land parcels would undoubtedly become coveted commodities. Even in later stages, they might evolve into a form of hard currency, as long as human societal relations persisted. The foundation of trade through currency would endure. However, as food and water gradually became more accessible, their value would inevitably diminish. In contrast, land parcels would retain their worth. As long as the rule of daily consumption of 1 square meter remained, land would not depreciate significantly. Though timber, stone, and iron had their own value, they would never hold the same resilience as land. Consequently, Lu Wei's primary objective was to acquire land parcels. Following that, he sought various blueprints, and subsequently, iron and timber. Food and water were not his most pressing concerns at the moment, as he had sufficient supplies, especially with the Little Mermaid serving as an invaluable source of labor, alleviating any worries regarding sustenance. Thus, Lu Wei decided to auction 3 pieces of fish, each weighing half a pound, stipulating that he would only accept land or blueprints in return. Shortly, a flurry of private messages inundated him. "Please, give me a piece of meat. I am so hungry. Have pity on me." How absurd. You think to exchange half a pound of fish for a land parcel? Greed should perish. We are all compatriots. We ought to assist one another. Share your fish to help us through this crisis, and in due time, we shall repay you. Give me a piece of fish, or my entire family will perish. Lu Wei perused the messages, promptly deleting and blocking those that were futile. He set aside the ones that held some potential, choosing to wait and see if anyone would offer a higher price. Meanwhile, the chat channel erupted with excitement over Lu Wei's fish. It was not as though no one had managed to procure food. Those fortunate enough had even come across delectable items such as ham sausages and luncheon meat. However, those who managed to acquire food remain a mere minority, while the majority continue to suffer from hunger. When Lu Wei listed 3 portions of cooked fish, it inevitably sparked a lively discussion among the masses. Hurry and take a look. Someone has put 3 pieces of grilled fish up for trade in the marketplace. Many had already seen it, but the identity of this benefactor remained a mystery. Oh, great one. Have mercy on me. Do you happen to need a devoted follower? I am quite skilled in that regard. The notion that fish could be traded for land was utterly ludicrous. It felt akin to taking advantage of others' misfortune. Such individuals should not be engaged in trade. Missing a meal or 2 won't lead to death, but losing land could very well jeopardize one's life. I managed to gather 2 plots of land this afternoon. I initially intended to exchange one for some meat, but considering your words, perhaps I shall wait a bit longer. Indeed, unscrupulous merchants are the most detestable. How can something so vital as food be sold at such exorbitant prices? Who can afford it? It's one thing to watch others starve without lending a helping hand, but to seize the opportunity to inflate prices is simply inexcusable. In response to such sentiments, Lu Wei merely chuckled. Are you attempting to morally bind me? That is quite amusing. As long as I possess no morality, you cannot impose such constraints upon me. For Lu Wei, his guiding principle was clear: relinquish personal integrity and revel in a life devoid of conscience. Rather than suffer himself, he preferred to impose difficulties on others. Although such rhetoric might mislead a few, the majority remained astute. This was a matter of survival. Could one truly expect others to assist unconditionally? Surely, that would require a degree of irrationality. Aside from the legendary sages of yore, it is unlikely anyone could selflessly give everything in such dire circumstances. Lu Wei admired those individuals, yet he recognized that he was not one of them. His sole ambition was to survive, ideally with a touch of flair. He would not refuse to help others within his means, provided it did not compromise his own interests. At that moment, Lu Wei noticed a private message from his only friend, the Na'vi, girl Ruo Ruo. The Hai, don't pay heed to their words. They are merely envious of your resources and wish to coerce you into surrendering your belongings. Do not fall for their tricks, simply ignore them. Lu Wei was taken aback that she had taken the time to send him a message of comfort. It was quite simple to deduce that he was the one selling the fish, given that their IDs were the same. Rest assured, I haven't taken it to heart. By the way, have you eaten yet? If not, I have some fish. I can spare you a piece. No need. I've already eaten. Remember, I found some bread this morning. I didn't forget, which is why I dared to ask. Had you not eaten, I wouldn't have inquired. Haha. Look at my memory. How is everything developing on your end? As Lu Wei engaged in light banter with Ruo Ruo, he perused the newly added private messages. eager to see if anyone was willing to pay a premium for his fish. After sifting through dozens of messages, he discovered that most offers were for a single plot of land, with hardly any bids for two, let alone any for blueprints. This afternoon, I managed to salvage several boxes, one of which contained 2 plots of land, allowing me to expand my island. There is also a house blueprint. I am currently saving materials. By the way, I have 2 bottles of water. If you find yourself without any to drink, I can spare you some. Upon reading the message, Lu Wei was momentarily stunned. Could this foolish girl truly be so fortunate? Is her innate talent merely luck? By the way, what is your talent? Lu Wei inquired with curiosity. Talent? What talent? The talent within the system, of course. What talent? Where can I find it? Upon reading this, Lu Wei's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, a spark of realization struck her. Could it be that her system is different from others? Chapter 10. My system is different. He had always believed that his talent was somewhat extraordinary, assuming that everyone possessed some form of talent, albeit of a different nature. However, it has become clear to him that not everyone is endowed with such gifts. To validate his hypothesis, Lu Wei requested Ruoruo to send him a screenshot of her system interface. Without hesitation, Zhang Ruoruo complied and sent him the image. Upon examining it, Lu Wei was taken aback. He discerned a substantial disparity between their system interfaces. The most significant difference lay in the fact that he had a data interface, whereas Ruoruo's did not include such an option at all. He had initially thought that his talent merely set him apart from others. Now he realized that he possessed an entire data interface. How about it? Are our interfaces the same? Ruoruo inquired. Lu Wei quickly responded, Of course. They are the same. How could they possibly differ? The talent I mentioned refers to what you excel at. Zhang Ruoruo did not question Lu Wei's words. Instead, she pondered seriously and asked, Does being good-looking count? Lu Wei replied, I see your talent now. What is it? Thick-skinned. I speak the truth. I am naturally beautiful. As stunning as a movie star. Ruoruo decided to give Lu Wei a heads-up, anticipating the day he would recognize her true appearance. However, unbeknownst to her, Lu Wei was not from this world and did not know her at all. All right, as long as you're happy, I want to keep you. I have business to attend to. Someone is offering good items for my fish. Okay, go ahead and earn more, so you can help me out later. You truly have a thick skin. In a unique environment, the dynamics of human interaction often shift according to the circumstances. In a world rife with peril, the subconscious desire to band together for warmth emerges within everyone. After all, humans are social creatures. This instinct is inscribed in our very genes and cannot be altered by mere will. Thus, in such an environment, emotional connections between individuals accelerate, facilitating the formation of friendships. Zhang Ruo felt that Lu Wei was a kind and reliable person, while Lu Wei regarded Zhang Ruo as a Navi girl. Their mutual wariness was minimal, allowing them to easily become friends. Lu Wei was not lying. Indeed, someone had presented him with an item that piqued his interest. Boss, I have a blueprint for a bow and arrow, but 1 piece of fish alone won't suffice. If you're interested, let us discuss. Lu Wei furrowed his brow, contemplating the message he received. If this individual were not foolish, acquiring the blueprint would likely not be straightforward, unless he was as innocent and slightly silly as Ruoruo. However, given the caution reflected in the message, that possibility seemed slim. He genuinely desired the bow and arrow blueprint. As long as the asking price was not exorbitant, he was willing to part with some food. After all, with Xiao Bai, the expert fisherman, there was no harm in seizing the opportunity. However, Lu Wei did not hastily respond to the other party's message. Instead, he perused his private messages once more. One must not appear overly eager in such matters, as it would complicate the negotiation of prices. While reviewing the messages, Lu Wei stumbled upon an intriguing observation. Those few individuals who had been cursing him publicly had, in fact, sent him messages. The implications were clear. They sought to obtain fish and meat from him for free or at a significantly reduced cost. Lu Wei, having no patience for such individuals, promptly deleted and blocked them. Once he had dealt with his private messages, he finally replied to the other party. I apologize for the delay in response. I've been inundated with messages and only just saw yours. I am quite interested in your blueprints. How much are you looking to sell them for? The reply came swiftly. Boss, could you please add me as a friend first? Upon reading this message, Lu Wei allowed a knowing smile to grace his lips as he responded. Of course, it would be my pleasure. Even if this collaboration does not come to fruition, there will always be future opportunities. His words conveyed a nonchalance regarding the outcome of this transaction. coupled with the earlier remark about the abundance of private messages, subtly hinting that many were eager to purchase fish and meat. After they became friends, the other party quickly sent another message. "Boss, you might have forgotten, but I wanted to buy water from you this morning, yet I was unable to." Lu Wei, upon hearing this, scrutinized the other party's ID, finding it entirely unfamiliar. However, with the multitude of people present at noon, he could hardly recall them all. Lu Wei replied with a chuckle, "Haha, if you had presented your bow and arrow blueprints earlier, I would have sold you the water right away. Alas, I was hoping to procure some water and food this evening. After a day of effort, I managed to find 3 boxes, yet not a single edible item among them." Lu Wei understood that the other party was aware of the bow and arrow's significance, hence their reluctance to part with it. The reason they sought him out now was undoubtedly due to their desperate thirst, compelling them to consider selling the blueprints. After all, the discomfort of hunger could be tolerated, but the agony of thirst was truly unbearable, especially after enduring the scorching heat of the day, which hastened the evaporation of bodily fluids. "Understood. Then tell me how you wish to negotiate," Lu Wei prompted. This time, the other party took a considerable amount of time to respond, likely contemplating an appropriate price. "Boss, you know the value of the bow and arrow. In 7 days, invaders will arrive on the island. Having a bow and arrow will significantly enhance our safety. If it weren't for dire circumstances, I would truly prefer not to part with it." Lu Wei smiled at these words. "You make a valid point. In fact, I would advise against selling that bow and arrow. As long as you can gather enough materials to construct it, it will surely prove invaluable." While his statement appeared to be considerate of the other party's situation, it was laced with subtle traps. Firstly, Lu Wei positioned himself on the other party's side, expressing concern for their predicament. Then, he indirectly reminded them that simply possessing the blueprints was futile without the necessary materials to construct the bow and arrow. After all, materials are not easily collected. Can you gather them all? Ultimately, he highlighted the limited utility of the bow and arrow at sea. After all, one cannot realistically use it to catch fish. As for matters concerning 7 days hence, let us first survive the present week before contemplating the future. The other party is well aware of this truth. The uncertainty of enduring the immediate moment leaves little room for thoughts of what lies beyond. Clearly lacking the patience of Lu Wei for frivolous banter, the individual directly stated, "My friend, I will not ask for much. Simply provide me with 5 pounds of meat and 5 bottles of water, and the blueprint for the bow and arrow shall be yours." Upon hearing this proposition, Lu Wei furrowed his brow, contemplating the exorbitance of the demand. Such a price could sufficiently allow him to expand the island's area by an additional 20 square meters. To his surprise, this seemingly simpleton was, in fact, quite shrewd. "My dear brother, do you truly believe anyone could afford such a price?" Chapter 11. Acquiring experience points and critical hits. This is a matter of practicality. Irrespective of whether the price is exorbitant, these resources are undoubtedly beyond anyone's financial reach. The individual remained silent for a moment, clearly realizing that his asking price was unattainable for others, at least not today. Perhaps in a few days, someone might be able to afford such a cost, yet he did not have the luxury of time to wait. Prolonged delay could very well lead to succumbing to dehydration. "I trust that you can afford it. After all, you have exchanged a considerable amount of water and food for goods. Surely, you must retain some for yourself?" This was the very reason he approached Lu Wei. "Thank you for holding me in such regard, but I regret to inform you that I cannot meet that price. Even if I were able, it is excessively high. With so many resources at your disposal, it would be more prudent to trade for land, thereby expanding the island's area to confront the impending crisis in 3 days. As for the matters a week hence, with sufficient resources, one can always procure suitable items." With that, Lu Wei terminated the communication. This individual was far too greedy. It was best to let him stew for a while. As he was not the one in a hurry, the urgency lay with the other party. Indeed, upon sensing Lu Wei's willingness to abandon the negotiation, the other party grew anxious, bombarding Lu Wei with messages. Although the bow and arrow may not be of immediate use, they will undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. How about this? I will concede and accept just 5 bottles of water and 4 pounds of meat. Will you trade? If not, I shall seek others. Please give me a straightforward answer. Do you wish to proceed? If not, suggest a price." For the next hour, this individual sent messages at regular intervals. Observing this situation, Lu Wei chuckled. Recognizing that the other's psychological defenses had crumbled, this deal was coming to fruition. Thus, he decided to cease the prolongation and stated directly, 2 bottles of water and 2 pounds of roasted fish meat. This is my highest offer. If you agree, let us trade. If not, then so be it. You could offer a bit more. This price is rather low, the other replied. Very well, after all. This blueprint is not the only one in existence. In a few days, there will surely be more available, so I am not in a rush. I shall wait and see. Upon hearing this, the other party grew frantic. You may not be in a hurry, but I am. With gritted teeth, he reluctantly acquiesced. Fine. I shall trade. He then placed the bow and arrow blueprint in the trading area. Seeing this, Lu Wei wasted no time and promptly placed 2 bottles of water and 2 pounds of roasted fish meat on the table. He clicked to trade, confirmed the transaction, and completed it. At last, he had obtained the blueprint. Lu Wei's delight was palpable as he opened the document. Despite his outward nonchalance, he yearned for this blueprint intensely. The bow and arrow, as a means of ranged attack, would undoubtedly serve as the highest form of hospitality for the guests arriving in 7 days. However, upon examining the blueprint, Lu Wei's brows furrowed in dismay. The materials required for crafting the recurved bow were 1 unit of high-strength steel, ordinary steel, or iron blocks may suffice. 1 unit of arrow bamboo, hardwood, or common bamboo may substitute. 1 unit of sinew, 1 unit of fish glue, and 2 meters of any high-strength rope. Different materials would yield varying results in bow performance. The materials required for crafting arrows included 1 unit of steel, iron blocks may be used. 1 unit of hardwood, ordinary wood may suffice, and 1 feather. The performance of arrows would also vary based on the materials utilized. Lu Wei glanced at the material requirements and exclaimed in frustration. Although it was indicated that ordinary materials could suffice, who would settle for subpar quality when superior options were available? He decisively tucked the blueprints away, realizing that gathering the necessary components would not be an expedient task. However, with 7 days at his disposal, there was no need for haste. He could search gradually. If all else failed, he might have to settle for a makeshift solution for the time being. After replacing his bow and arrows, Lu Wei noted that his supplies were dwindling. He had just over a bottle of water left, likely sufficient for the day ahead. Should he fail to find more water tomorrow, he would have to seek out that little sheep, Rua Rua, to procure some from her. She was fortunate and would surely manage to secure some water. As for fish, he still had a fair amount remaining. He had fed Xiaobai 5 pieces, utilized 2 pounds, equivalent to 4 pieces, for the bow and arrow exchange. And 3 pieces were still listed at the auction house, with 6 pieces remaining in his possession, ample for the next day's sustenance. Recalling the fish listed at the auction, Lu Wei opened the interface and discovered that bids had already been placed on all 3 pieces. One even had a competing bid that included a piece of timber. It seemed that despite their proclamations of abstaining from purchases, some individuals were still quite honest when it came to their appetites. He set the auction to automatically conclude in half an hour and moved on. Adding some firewood to the pit, Lu Wei retreated to his makeshift shelter, his coffin, as he jokingly referred to it, and prepared for slumber. The hardwood was rather uncomfortable, and he wished for a set of bedding. Yet, progress would have to be incremental. Impatience would yield no fruit. For now, having a refuge to shield him from the elements was a considerable advantage. That night was serene, with the sea calm and undisturbed. Although the temperature dipped slightly, it was bearable. Thus, most individuals passed the night without incident, save for a few unfortunate souls who fell into the water during their slumber and never resurfaced. In the morning, Lu Wei was awakened by the calls of the little mermaid. Before he could fully open his eyes, he heard Xiaobai chirping incessantly outside. Struggling to emerge from the box, Lu Wei contemplated that once he had the means, he would definitely construct a proper shelter. Sleeping in this cramped box was quite uncomfortable. Exiting the box, he noticed that dawn had just broken, with the sun not yet risen over the distant sea. Irritated, he turned to the little mermaid and scolded. "What are you making such a racket for so early? Do you believe I might steal you?" Upon seeing the 5 neatly arranged boxes on the shore, he widened his eyes in astonishment. To his surprise, Xiaobai had presented him with such a delightful surprise so early in the morning. How could she have learned to fish for boxes overnight? Could it be that she was evolving on her own? Chirping excitedly, Xiaobai tossed a large fish toward Lu Wei, continuing her animated calls. Understanding her intentions instantly, Lu Wei beamed and nodded eagerly. "All right, rest assured. I will ensure everything is arranged perfectly for you." This silly fish had finally exhibited some cleverness, cooking fish for herself while also recognizing the need for compensation. Lu Wei did not rush to open the boxes. Instead, he added some firewood to the dwindling flames. Subsequently, he retrieved 3 plots from the auction house and installed them on his island. As a result, his island expanded by an additional 3 square meters. reaching a total of 12. In addition to the plots, he acquired 2 pieces of timber and 1 stone. It appears that someone ultimately placed a higher bid, and the asking price for 1 plot was surprisingly lower. Once he had completed these tasks, Lu Wei began to prepare fish. This particular fish was significantly larger than the one he had caught the previous day, weighing at least 20 pounds and still very much alive. Living creatures cannot be disassembled. They must first be dispatched. Lu Wei brought his knife down upon the fish's head, and the once vibrant sea creature instantly departed this world. Just as he was about to commence the disassembly of the fish, a notification from the system suddenly chimed. Ding, you have slain a sea fish, gaining 1 experience point. Ding, a lucky critical hit has been triggered, granting a 5-fold experience boost, adding 5 experience points. Chapter 12. The morning bite. It turns out that fishing can indeed yield experience points. Why did the first 2 catches not contribute? Was it due to their insufficient weight? Or perhaps those 2 fish were already deceased by the time they reached my hands. Yet, that doesn't seem quite right, the one I caught. Ah yes, the one I reeled in has transformed into this silly little mermaid before me. She was not dead, thus there were no experience points to be gained. Lu Wei hastily opened his profile to check. Name, Lu Wei. Race, human, blue planet. Level, 1 strength, 5 constitution, 5 agility, 5 spirit, 8 talent, lucky critical 1 skills, none free attributes, 0 pet, none territory, 12 square meters experience points. 510 indeed. His experience points had increased by 5. Just 5 more, and he would level up. He was quite eager to see the changes that would accompany his advancement. With that thought, he turned and smiled at the little mermaid. Xiao Bai, go catch another fish. This one isn't enough for us both. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Xiao Bai stared at Lu Wei with wide eyes, her innocent gaze devoid of any wisdom. However, if she possessed any intellect, she would surely scold Lu Wei. A 20-pound fish isn't enough for you? Aren't you afraid of bursting? Never mind, it seems I cannot rely on this foolish fish. I shall devise a plan myself. Lu Wei resolved to try his hand at fishing again shortly, aiming to level up to 2 by the end of the day and discover what transformations awaited him. Yet, before that, he needed to roast the fish, otherwise this little ancestor would surely cause some mischief. He took a skewer and slowly roasted the fish pieces beside the fire while he readied his fishing rod once more. As for opening the treasure chest, there was no rush. He preferred to apply his critical hits towards gaining experience points. If he were to open the chest, those critical hits would instead enhance his resources. Xiao Bai, upon seeing the roasted fish, settled down, quietly lying by the shore as she awaited her meal. Just as Lu Wei was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a tremor in his fishing rod and swiftly lifted it. Instantly, he felt a fierce struggle on the other end. A wave of excitement washed over Lu Wei. A fish had taken the bait. It seemed the morning bite was indeed favorable. Good morning, bite, he mused, and indeed, there was wisdom in that phrase. This fish was no small catch. It must weigh at least 10 pounds. However, for his current gear, a fish of such weight was but a trivial challenge, easily pulled from the water. Before long, a large red fish was dragged to the water's surface. Seeing this, Lu Wei flicked his rod to toss the fish onto the shore. As the fish flopped about, he deftly picked up his knife and delivered a swift blow to its head. The fish twitched a couple of times before falling still. Ding. Experience points gained. 1. Ding. Lucky critical hit activated. Experience points multiplied by 6, gaining an additional 6 points. His experience points now totaled 11, fulfilling the requirements for leveling up. Was there any hesitation? Certainly not. He chose to level up without a second thought. Congratulations. You have leveled up to level 2, gaining 1 free attribute point. Ding. Congratulations on triggering a lucky critical hit. Attribute points multiplied by 7, gaining an additional 7 free attribute points. A series of system prompts left Lu Wei feeling bewildered. After perusing them, he could not help but express his discontent. A mere single attribute point for leveling up? Even if you don't grant 10, 5 would suffice. With 5 points, I'd have 35, wouldn't that be exhilarating? No, a 10-fold critical hit would be even more delightful. At that moment, human greed was laid bare in all its glory. The system, however, seemed indifferent to his complaints, compelling Lu Wei to obediently access the system and allocate the newly acquired attribute points. Name, Lu Wei. Race, human, blue star, level, 2 strength, 5 constitution, 5 agility, 5 spirit, 8 talent, lucky critical hit level 1 skills, none free attributes, 7 pet, none territory, 12 square meters experience. 120 after surveying his basic attributes. Lu Wei resolved to add 1 point to his constitution and observe the effects. Thus, he clicked the plus sign next to the constitution value. In an instant, he felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, rapidly enveloping him. It was akin to a person who had been frozen in the frigid snow suddenly stepping into a soothing hot spring. Every pore seemed to open, and each cell rejoiced in exuberance. Ah, delightful! Lu Wei could not restrain a cry, startling the nearby Xiaobai. Chirp, chirp, chirp. This person is quite peculiar. However, this sensation arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, and before long, he returned to his normal state. Lu Wei smacked his lips, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. This experience was undeniably addictive. He stretched his arms and legs, noticing the changes in his body, which indeed felt significantly different from before. The wooden plank he had slept on had left him with a lingering soreness, but now all those minor ailments had vanished, as if he were fully recharged. Brimming with vitality, Lu Wei speculated that the enhancement of his constitution signified an overall improvement in bodily quality, significantly elevating his resilience against various risks. The likelihood of falling ill or sustaining injuries had notably diminished, making the enhancement of constitution crucial for survival in the wilderness. Were it not for the impending danger in 7 days, Lu Wei would have been tempted to further bolster his constitution. Nevertheless, he recognized that he could not neglect strength and speed. Otherwise, he would merely be a passive target, rendering even the finest constitution futile. Glancing at the system interface, Lu Wei contemplated his next move and clicked the plus sign next to strength. Buzz! A resonating hum filled his ears, and his muscles trembled as if electrified. The once ample physique began to contract, and muscles that had long since faded gradually reemerged. Lu Wei felt as though he had plunged into a steamer, his body radiating heat. Instinctively, he leaped into the water with a splash. The icy sea water jolted him, sending a shiver through his body, yet the burning sensation subsided considerably. Exhaling deeply, just as he prepared to return to shore, he heard Xiao Bai calling out beside him. Chirp, chirp, chirp. It turned out to be Little White, who, upon seeing Lu Wei fall into the water, immediately grew anxious. If this bipedal creature were to drown, who would prepare fish for its feast? Thus, with a swift flick of its tail, it hurried to Lu Wei's side, grasped him firmly, and began to drag him towards the shore. Chapter 13. I am not. Lu Wei lay languidly on the beach, eyes closed, while Xiaobai gazed at him with wide, innocent eyes. Perplexed by the recent transformation of this two-legged creature, the sound of Xiaobai's chirping jolted Lu Wei from his reverie. He shook his head, dispelling the remnants of his thoughts. All right, stop calling. I understand now. Rising to his feet, Lu Wei approached the campfire, carefully flipping the fish on the grill to continue cooking. However, as he lifted the fish, he distinctly sensed a change in its weight. It was not the fish that had grown heavier, but rather his own strength that had augmented. Though the increase was slight, it was enough to make a palpable difference. Clenching his fist, he felt the muscles in his arms swell with newfound power. A smile crept across his face. This was what a man should possess: robust physique, formidable strength, and lightning speed. Despite the trials he had faced, the enhancement was well worth the struggle. Eagerly, Lu Wei accessed the system interface to further augment his abilities, focusing this time on agility. The sensation of enhancing agility was markedly more uncomfortable, as if countless ants were crawling beneath his skin, causing an unbearable itch and tingling that compelled him to jump around restlessly. Fortunately, this discomfort was fleeting, vanishing within moments. Otherwise, he might have wished for death. Even so, this experience instilled a sense of trepidation regarding the enhancement of agility. However, fear would not deter him, for in combat, agility was of paramount importance, often surpassing the value of strength and endurance. There was an age-old adage: in the realm of martial prowess, only speed is invincible. If one could move swiftly enough, attacks would miss and defenses would falter. Thus, Lu Wei resolved to allocate 3 of his 7 free attribute points to agility, splitting the remaining 4 evenly between strength and endurance. As for mental fortitude, its purpose remained unclear, and since it was ahead of the other attributes, he decided to set it aside for now. Before enhancing his agility, Lu Wei first boosted his endurance. A robust constitution was essential to support adequate strength and agility. After all, no matter how swift or powerful one became, a body as fragile as porcelain would shatter at the slightest impact. The increase in endurance brought him a brief moment of delight, though this time it was less exhilarating than the first. Fortunately, enhancing strength and agility did not provoke the same level of discomfort as before, restoring a sense of balance within him. Upon completing his allocations, Lu Wei felt significantly empowered, almost as if he could strike Xiaobai into tears with a single blow. Xiaobai, blissfully unaware of Lu Wei's musings, merely sensed something odd in his gaze. All right. The fish is ready. Let us eat. Lu Wei offered the grilled fish to Xiaobai, then proceeded to prepare the fish he had caught, placing it back on the fire. With so much fish, it was clear that neither he nor Xiaobai could consume it all, and the surplus could be traded for supplies. Accessing the trading system, Lu Wei promptly listed 5 pieces of fish, marking them for exchange for land or water. His water supply was running low, with just over a bottle remaining, sufficient for the day. Initially, he had contemplated opening some chests to procure additional water, hoping for a stroke of luck. However, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen circumstances. He had already exhausted his 3 opportunities for a critical strike, rendering it impossible to obtain water today. He could only wish that the chests would yield some liquid sustenance. Setting the minimum required provisions for fish and meat, Lu Wei turned his attention to opening the chests. Xiaobai managed to retrieve 5 chests, all identical to the resource boxes from the previous day. Lu Wei noticed that the resource boxes on the sea surface were finite. They were limited in number each day and would vanish once collected. Should one miss out due to bad luck, they would simply disappear. Fortunately, he had Xiaobai and a fishing rod at his disposal. Unlike others who struggled with inferior rods, managing to haul in 2 or 3 boxes in a day would be considered fortunate. Gazing at the barren sea, Lu Wei was uncertain when he might encounter chests again. He resolved to open the 5 boxes at hand. Upon opening the first chest, he obtained an iron block, which elicited a satisfied nod from him, an acceptable find. The second chest yielded a bottle of water, further elevating his spirits, as today's water supply was now assured, allowing him to ration for tomorrow without concern. The third chest revealed a roll of toilet paper, which was indeed useful as he had been pondering how to manage hygiene. The fourth chest contained a blueprint, filling Lu Wei with joy. Upon inspection, he discovered it was a house blueprint. Required materials included 20 iron blocks, 100 stones, 100 woods, and 2 glasses. The materials appeared straightforward to collect, though the quantities would demand time and effort. The house looked promising. Constructing it from a blueprint would undoubtedly surpass the quality of a self-built structure. However, the sole drawback was its size. It comprised 2 rooms, far too large for his small island. He would need to expand the island's area to at least 50 square meters to accommodate the house. Thus, the immediate task was to enlarge the island. Lu Wei carefully stowed the blueprint away, resolving to fish after opening the chests, striving to gather more materials to expedite the construction of the house. The final chest yielded a shirt. Lu Wei held it up to himself, finding it slightly small. Suddenly, he glanced at Xiaobai, who was engrossed in her meal, and thought it might fit her better. Approaching her, he gestured for her to try it on. Xiaobai merely looked at Lu Wei before returning to her food. The process of dressing her went smoothly. She offered no resistance, instead curiously tugging at the new garment and examining it with intrigue. Chapter 14. I, Lu Wei, or rather, I, Lu Zhenghai, am the most upright. Lu Wei silently recited to himself, if the heart is as pure as ice, even the sky may fall without alarm, as he picked up his fishing rod and turned to run off to fish. Although the opportunity for a critical hit was lost, catching a single fish still granted him a point of experience. He intended to accumulate experience points to the threshold, and then await tomorrow's fortunate critical hit refreshed to level up. This way, he could ensure that the attribute points gained would enhance his critical hit potential. With nothing else to occupy his time, Lu Wei fished while opening the trading interface to check if his fish meat had sold. Perhaps everyone was feeling hungry today. As the fish meat sold rapidly, all 5 pieces had received bids, with offers of wood, hay, stone, and even 1 bidder adding iron. Lu Wei extracted the resources and listed another 5 pieces for auction, continuing to follow the price per plot strategy. He decided to list only 5 at a time, adhering to the principle that rarity increases value. If he listed too many, others would realize he had a surplus of fish meat, making it more difficult to raise prices later. Once he had finished listing the fish meat, Lu Wei opened the chat area. As expected, everyone was discussing their fish meat. Wow, that big shot number 0329 has listed another 5 pieces of cooked fish meat. Just how much fish does he have? There was surely an abundance. I suspect he has discovered a fishing technique. Private chat, you know the drill, add me. This person is quite selfish, demanding a plot of land for just half a pound of fish meat. Exactly. Everyone needs land. Otherwise, in a few days, the island will be consumed by the waves. By hoarding the plots, he might leave us without a place to shelter. Selling custom food, 50 milliliters of water, or 100 grams of food. Haha. You people are quite amusing. I refuse to believe that if you had enough fish meat, You would sell it cheaper than him, perhaps you would charge even more. If I had that much fish meat, I would undoubtedly sell it for less. Regrettably, I do not. Then I suggest everyone refrain from purchasing his fish meat. That way, he will have to lower his prices. Lu Wei scoffed at these conversations, thinking to himself, if you truly could unite in such a way, I would gladly give it to you. Human nature is inherently selfish. There will always be those who think themselves clever and tread unconventional paths. However, this is also humanity's creativity. If everyone adhered strictly to the rules, who would innovate? Returning to the matter at hand, even if Lu Wei lowered his price, exchanging a piece of fish meat for a unit of wood, the final auction price would surely exceed a single unit of wood. Moreover, even if he did not auction and opted for direct trade, it would still encourage resellers. This is the nature of the market and human behavior. Ultimately, a minority holds the majority of resources, akin to the question of why we must conserve food and ensure food security. Because when the day arrives that food is scarce, those who will suffer the most will undoubtedly be you. You may perceive yourself as affluent, yet in the eyes of those who are genuinely wealthy and powerful, your modest funds amount to little. Lu Wei accessed the trading auction interface and indeed discovered that bids had been placed. However, he did not rush to finalize any transactions. Instead, he first set up 5 plots of land. Subsequently, he found a suitable location to store the various materials he had acquired. The already 17-square-meter island felt significantly more spacious, alleviating his concerns of inadvertently tumbling overboard. He then proceeded to gather the grilled fish. In the morning, Xiaobai had caught a sizable fish weighing over 20 pounds, and Lu Wei had reeled in another over 10 pounds. In total, they had amassed more than 60 pieces of fish meat, complemented by several leftover pieces from the previous night, summing to precisely 70 pieces, or 35 pounds. Selling 5 pieces while listing another 5, Lu Wei retained 30 pounds of fish meat, totaling 60 pieces. In a marketplace boasting nearly 100,000 individuals, such a quantity is insignificant and can be easily consumed. However, as the population dwindles and food supplies become increasingly sufficient, both sales and prices are bound to decline. Lu Wei had anticipated this market dynamic well in advance. When the time comes, he would lower prices, exchanging fish for wood if necessary. As the fish meat was acquired without cost, Xiaobai chirped excitedly, "Catch, catch, catch!" Lu Wei joyfully exclaimed, swiftly reeling in the line. Before long, he had landed a fish weighing around 20 pounds. The high-quality fishing gear proved its worth. The hook was sharp and firm, minimizing the risk of losing the catch. After dispatching the fish, he gained 1 experience point and opted to decompose it through the system, yielding 40 pieces of fish meat, while the remains were buried in the ground to enhance the land's quality. He added firewood to the campfire, continuing to cook the fish, as cooked fish is more marketable. After all, not everyone possesses a lighter to start a fire, nor would it be prudent to waste a piece of wood simply to grill a single piece of fish. Suddenly, a notification chimed. It was a private message from his friend, Zhang Ruo. Upon opening it, he read, "Lu Wei, have you truly discovered a method for fishing?" Presumably, she had observed his continuous sales of fish meat and the speculations of others, prompting her inquiry. Lu Wei chose to be candid, responding, "Indeed. I found a fishing rod in a chest far superior to the one provided by the system." "Is that so? When you're not using it, could I borrow it?" "I have several chests, but they are too far for me to reach." Upon reading this, Lu Wei felt somewhat taken aback. "Sister, are we even that familiar? We have known each other for less than 24 hours, and you already make such a request?" While he had no qualms about lending it when not in use, he pondered the risk of not having it returned. Sensing her request might have been a bit presumptuous, Zhang Ruo quickly followed up with another message. "Rest assured, I can offer you a blueprint as collateral. Would this suffice?" Accompanying her message was an image. Upon viewing it, Lu Wei nearly drooled. It was a blueprint for seawater purification, capable of purifying 5 liters of seawater daily. However, this is undoubtedly the most precious treasure at this stage. Even more so than his fishing rod. Especially for him, fish can easily be caught by that fool Xiaobai, but what he truly lacks at the moment is water. How fortunate is that wretched girl? If this blueprint were to fall into his hands, he could create a water purifier. And if the system were to grant him a critical hit, Lu Wei's thoughts raced, and saliva began to flow even more rapidly. He absolutely must acquire this blueprint. However, the method of execution requires careful planning. As for the notion that Zhang Ruo is his good friend, a friend? Aren't they merely a means to an end? Seeing that Lu Wei had not responded to her message for quite some time, Zhang Ruo initially assumed that he was unwilling to engage. A twinge of disappointment washed over her, as she believed they had formed a genuine friendship. She had been contemplating that once the water purifier was completed, she could assist Lu Jahai when he faced water shortages. To her dismay, it appeared he still did not regard her as a friend. Nonetheless, Zhang Ruoruo quickly adjusted her mindset. After all, she had experience in the entertainment industry and was not wholly taken aback by such circumstances, considering their acquaintance was still relatively fresh. Thus, she sent another message, "Rest assured, I won't take advantage of you. Once I complete the water purifier, I will provide you with a bottle of water as a token of goodwill." How does that sound? If you say it like that, I might just refuse to lend it to you. Chapter 15. It is perhaps better for us to maintain a certain distance. Lu Wei, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, "Zhang Ruoruo, I considered you a dear friend and a trusted companion. I cannot believe you would utter such words. Do you truly regard me as a friend? Do I truly lack your mere bottle of water? Do you not comprehend? In this harsh and perilous world, you are my sole refuge. You are the only one with whom I can share my troubles and fears during times of adversity. I never anticipated that you would perceive me in such a utilitarian light. It deeply saddens me." Upon hearing Lu Wei's words, Zhang Ruoruo felt a mixture of gratitude and guilt. She reprimanded herself for allowing the superficial, profit-driven mindset of the entertainment industry to cloud her judgment regarding the honorable Lu Jahai. How could someone as upright and kind-hearted as him be so mercenary? Her thoughts had been excessively radical, betraying the trust he had placed in her. "Zhanghai, I am truly sorry. Please do not be upset. It is entirely my fault. I saw that you had not replied to my message and mistakenly assumed you were unwilling to lend it to me. I misjudged you, and I sincerely apologize. Please do not hold a grudge against me. I am not the kind of person you think I am," Lu Jahai replied. "The reason I did not respond earlier was that I was fishing. I had a bite and was preoccupied. Upon reading your message, I would forsake the fish just to reply. Enough said. Take the fishing rod. I shall not require your collateral. It would be petty of me to act so miserly. I am hurt. Please refrain from speaking to me." As Lu Wei spoke, feigning anger, he placed the fishing rod up for trade. After a brief hesitation, he gritted his teeth and confirmed the transaction. Should Zhang Ruoruo also confirm the transaction, the fishing rod would be hers. My hints are rather blatant. You wouldn't genuinely refuse to offer collateral, would you? I believe you would feel too embarrassed not to comply. Please place the drawing on the table. I need that assurance. Lu Wei silently chastised himself. The stakes were undeniably high. Although the likelihood of losing was minimal, he couldn't quell his worries. However, if he were to win this wager, he could freely exploit Zhang Ruoruo, the little lamb, to his heart's content, without ceasing until she was completely drained. Yet, to Lu Wei's astonishment, Zhang Ruoruo did not submit the drawing of the water purifier, but instead confirmed the trade directly. Upon seeing this, his heart sank. Good grief. Have I truly fallen into a trap, deceived? After all my efforts, today I am the one who has been ensnared? If that is the case, her acting skills are undoubtedly of Oscar-winning caliber. Lu Wei, filled with trepidation, awaited Zhang Ruoruo's response. Soon, her message arrived. "Thank you, Jahai. You are truly wonderful. Rest assured, I will return it to you as soon as I have finished using it. I was in the wrong earlier. Please do not be angry with me." After reading her message, Lu Wei felt at a loss for words. Even if I am absolutely furious right now, I must restrain myself. If I express my anger, what if you refuse to return my fishing rod? Alas, what else can I do? After all, you are my only friend. I shall forgive you this time and observe your future conduct. Yes, henceforth, I shall certainly not treat you as a stranger. Watch how I behave. I shall refrain from further conversation for the moment, as I am off to retrieve some boxes. Once I am finished, I will return your fishing rod. Wait, dear sister. What about the blueprint? Why do you neglect to mention it? We are not yet well acquainted. It would be wise to maintain a degree of formality. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Ruoruo was meticulously pondering over the fishing rod. This rod exuded an air of sophistication, even though Zhang Ruoruo had never fished. She could discern its exceptional quality. However, she faced a dilemma. Lacking any fishing experience, she was utterly clueless about how to wield this rod. Thus, she resolved to consult Lu Wei on the proper usage of the fishing rod. When Lu Wei received Zhang Ruoruo's message, he was taken aback. Goodness, you have purloined my fishing rod and now come to inquire about its use? Do I appear to be a fool in your eyes? Very well. I suppose I must embrace this role of the unwitting dupe. Should he refuse to teach her, and she, in a fit of pique, decided not to return the rod, he would find himself bereft of recourse. Thus, for the sake of the fishing rod, he begrudgingly accepted his fate as the unsuspecting victim. After several tutorials, Zhang Ruo finally grasped the art of casting the rod. However, thereafter, she fell silent. Lu Wei, anxious and restless, awaited her response, his thoughts consumed by worry, rendering him incapable of focusing on his tasks. In his idleness, he opened the trading auction house, claiming the successfully traded parcels, and listed 3 more. He then checked the chat interface for any new messages. The prominent trader had listed 3 pieces of fish meat again. This time, it was not 5 pieces, indicating his supply was dwindling. What? None left? I must hurry to purchase a piece. Alas, I had anticipated a price drop. How could it have vanished so swiftly? Perhaps he fortuitously caught a fish and has now sold out. Sigh. I am so hungry. I have retrieved 5 boxes but found neither land parcels nor food. Custom videos for sale. Those who have watched them express immense satisfaction. Lu Wei was curious. Does this vendor have no limit to her messages? How is it that she appears every time? Or is it merely an inexplicable twist of fate? Should I purchase one to see for myself? After all, 100 grams of food is hardly a burden. Cough, perhaps not. If others were to discover this, it would tarnish my esteemed image. Ding ding ding. A private message chimed in, and upon opening it, Lu Wei exhaled deeply with relief. It was from Zhang Ruo. Big C, I have finished using the fishing rod. I am returning it to you. Thank you. Along with this, she traded back the rod and a bottle of water. Upon seeing this, Lu Wei raised an eyebrow and quickly replied, What do you mean? Are we severing ties? Zhang Ruo promptly responded, Oh, what nonsense you speak. I have good news to share. I just fished up a box that contained the materials for the water purifier, and I have now crafted it. From this day forth, I shall no longer worry about lacking drinking water. We are good friends. I cannot bear to see you without water, can I? What kind of friendship would that be? Lu Wei, upon hearing this, felt a pang of despair. My water purifier is gone. You foolish woman, who wishes to be your friend? What I truly desire is your water purifier. Certainly, these words could only be silently roared within him, for he dared not voice them aloud. Otherwise, he would have to forego any future opportunities to exploit the situation. Nevertheless, it was done, and lamenting over it served no purpose. In the future, milking this Na'vi woman would yield an inexhaustible supply of water, which was not too shabby. Oh, since you say that, it seems more reasonable. With that, Lu Wei hastily confirmed the transaction and retrieved the fishing rod and water, lest the night stretch on with unnecessary complications. Once the fishing rod was back in his grasp, Lu Wei breathed a sigh of relief. His heart finally felt at ease. Hee, we are good friends, no need for formality. If you find yourself thirsty, just come to me. 5 liters of water a day is ample for both of us. To be honest, when Lu Wei saw Zhang Ruo's message, he felt a flicker of warmth within. Despite having navigated the harsh realities of life for many years, he had long since fortified his heart against emotional vulnerability. Yet he was not devoid of compassion. He was still human, albeit somewhat emotionally detached, rather than entirely heartless. Confronted with Zhang Ruo's unguarded trust and selfless concern, he felt a gentle warmth. Perhaps, in this apocalyptic world, his emotions had become somewhat fragile. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Wei sent a message to Zhang Ruo. Yes. I currently have enough water, so please use your surplus to trade for some plots of land and defensive items such as weapons. I understand. But I'm not good at haggling. When someone lowers the price and pleads, I find it hard to refuse. Lu Wei furrowed his brow. If you trust me, then hand the water over to me, and I can assist you in selling it. And I might take a small commission as well. Alas, Ruorio is truly too innocent, mirroring my own nature. She is always so easily swayed by others. Chapter 16. The boss and his unusual request. Really? That's splendid. I'll bring you a few bottles of water this evening. Filtering seawater takes a bit of time. I appreciate your help, Ocean. There's no need for formalities. Leave it to me. No rush. We shall discuss it tonight. By the way, do you eat fish? I can get some for you. That's unnecessary. I still have some bread. I shall ask you for fish once I run out. All right, then I shall go fishing. Yes, do take care. As the call ended, a subtle smile crept upon Lu Wei's lips. The feeling of having a friend was truly delightful. It had been so long since he had a good friend. During his school days, he had a few acquaintances, but after graduation, those connections gradually faded. In society, everyone is in a hurry, with little time to forge friendships. The prevalent mistrust among people makes it even harder to find a confidant. This long-lost sensation was rather pleasant. Shaking his head, Lu Wei chuckled. It seemed that a solitary environment could indeed warp one's perspective, making him unexpectedly sentimental. Nevertheless, he decided to dismiss such thoughts and resumed his fishing. The heavy fishing rod, initially cumbersome, felt significantly lighter since he had enhanced its attributes. With a gentle flick, he cast his line several dozen meters out, feeling no fatigue even after hours of fishing. Before he knew it, noon had arrived. Glancing at the time, Lu Wei realized it was late enough to take a break for lunch and process the fish he had caught. Throughout the morning, he had successfully caught 4 fish, the smaller ones weighing around 4 to 5 pounds, while the larger one was about 20 pounds. He had amassed a total of 4 experience points. Adding to the original 2, bringing his total to 6, just 14 more points were needed for his next level up. In addition to experience points, he had accumulated 43 pounds of fish meat, which, combined with the 30 pounds he had previously, resulted in over 70 pounds of stored fish. Lu Wei had already prepared the fish for trading while cooking and fishing simultaneously, waiting for the right moment to sell. To avoid affecting the market price, he refrained from hastily listing them in the auction house and instead opened his private messages. Numerous inquiries flooded in, with many seeking to barter for a piece of meat at a lower price. Upon reviewing several messages, Lu Wei noted that most individuals were proposing a single piece of wood for a slice of meat. 1 piece of wood was insufficient, yet 2 could be considered, while 3 was just right. However, Lu Wei prioritized trading for land parcels, as they were the true currency of survival. A total of 35 individuals expressed their intent to exchange land for a piece of meat. With nearly 100,000 people, and after excluding those with food, there were still tens of thousands without provisions. The scarcity of those willing to trade land highlighted its value. It was evident that people understood land was essential for survival. It was likely that after 3 days, acquiring land would become even more challenging. Thus, Lu Wei did not refuse those who were not demanding additional prices. He needed to expedite the construction of his island to prepare for the changes in 3 days. With 35 land parcels, combined with 8 from the auction house and the original 17 square meters, he now had a total of 60 square meters. The house blueprint in his possession measured over 40 square meters, making it feasible for construction. However, to ensure a more spacious living area, he would still need to increase the size further. However, there is no urgency now. The next step involves acquiring materials for the construction of a house. Lu Wei began to seek individuals willing to exchange food for timber, stone, and iron blocks through private messages. There were countless such individuals, numbering in the thousands. It was merely a matter of selecting those who offered the highest prices. For a piece of fish or meat, he managed to secure offers of over 3 portions of timber, completing all transactions. Although he would not require such an abundance of wood for the house, it would undoubtedly prove useful in the future. He did not overlook offers of more than 2 portions of iron blocks either, amassing a considerable quantity. Lastly, he exchanged for some stone as well. Lu Wei continued his exchanges until he had only about 10 pounds of fish left. If it weren't for the need to barter the remaining fish for other materials, he would have expended it all. The outcome was indeed gratifying. Nearly 200 portions of timber, close to 100 iron blocks, over 100 stones, and a variety of miscellaneous materials. The only thing missing was valuable blueprints. Such items would likely not be offered for food unless one was truly desperate. After all, it was only the 2nd day, and most could still endure, though tomorrow would likely see some falter. Gazing at the towering pile of materials, Lu Wei nodded in satisfaction. These supplies would suffice for quite some time. While he could not claim to dominate the entire world, within this region, he was undoubtedly the individual with the most materials and the largest island area. The remaining 10 pounds of fish were placed in the auction house, with his desired trading items limited to blueprints, high-strength steel, plastics, and hardwood, materials necessary for crafting bows and arrows. He was uncertain if these materials were currently available, but he thought it prudent to take a chance. Having completed these tasks, Lu Wei was about to peruse the chat area to observe the individuals who had transformed into lemon spirits when he suddenly received a private message from someone familiar. It was none other than the individual named Ji Kuan, who had announced the formation of a mutual aid society in the chat room just the day before. Curious, Lu Wei opened the message to see what this person wanted. "Hey there, would you like to join our mutual aid society? We have a large number of members and many rare materials. Whatever you desire, we can facilitate internal trades at reduced prices." After reading the message, Lu Wei pondered briefly and quickly discerned the individual's intentions. Clearly, he had noticed Lu Wei's extensive fish trades, confirming his fishing capabilities, and was approaching him for that reason. Lu Wei had no interest in responding and was about to close the conversation when another message arrived. "You must understand the phrase 'there is strength in numbers.' One person cannot hope to contend against a collective. Having support from a team is undoubtedly the best choice. Wouldn't you agree? A chuckle escaped Lu Wei. Was this a veiled threat? This fellow must think quite highly of himself. In the face of life and death, his influence amounted to little. Those currently associating with him were undoubtedly, aside from a few misguided admirers, primarily there for the sake of survival. He truly believed himself to be the leader of this region. Should Lu Wei consider enlightening him about the reality of the situation? Lu Wei pondered for a moment and ultimately decided against it. As a businessman, he believed in the principle of harmony fostering prosperity. Since he hadn't been provoked, he dismissed the harsh words as mere bluster. With a faint smile and a shake of his head, Lu Wei closed the chat interface and commenced his lunch. Today's meal consisted of fish and meat, accompanied by the apple he had received yesterday. While it was not particularly lavish, it could be considered reasonably nutritious. However, the fish lacked any seasoning, and apart from a hint of saltiness, it was rather unpalatable. It would have been preferable to prepare a pot of soup. The pots, bowls, and various condiments, he would need to gather some in due time to enhance his quality of life. After finishing his meal, Lu Wei fed a couple of pieces of fish to Xiaobai. Xiaobai, swim a bit farther and see if there are any boxes in the distance. With a couple of chirps, Xiaobai flipped and vanished beneath the surface. Lu Wei was uncertain if the silly fish understood. So he turned to pick up his fishing rod and resumed fishing. Perhaps due to the sweltering heat, the bites in the afternoon were sparse. After over an hour of waiting, he finally managed to catch a single fish. Just as Lu Wei was preparing to reel in his line and take a break for a nap before returning to fish in the evening, his friend's private messages began to ping incessantly. Upon opening them, he saw that they were from Zhang Ruoruo. The contents made Lu Wei furrow his brow. Lu Wei, how did you offend Ji Kuan? He and those from the mutual aid group are currently in the chat stirring up trouble for you. You should check it out. Chapter 17, A Collective Blackout? Lu Wei responded to Zhang Ruoruo, saying, "It's nothing. I'll take a look." With that, he opened the chat interface. To his dismay, he found that indeed, some individuals were orchestrating a smear campaign against him. Lu Wei had always faced disparagement. His fish and meat offerings required land parcels for trade. Yet many were reluctant, desiring cheaper alternatives. Naturally, Lu Wei would not acquiesce to their demands, which led to some dissatisfaction and occasional jibes directed at him in the chat. Typically, he chose to ignore such individuals. However, today, with the momentum of negativity building, it seemed as if not a single voice in the chat was raised in his defense. All were united in their derision. In that moment, Lu Wei felt akin to a rat scurrying across the street, with everyone clamoring for his downfall. The comments from the online crowd were relentless. They deemed him selfish and devoid of morals, prioritizing his own gain amidst impending disaster, utterly disregarding the lives of others. They proclaimed the necessity of unity against Lu Wei, urging everyone to boycott his goods, suggesting that skipping a meal wouldn't lead to starvation, and that in the afternoon, crates would surely refresh, potentially yielding food if they could just hold out. Indeed, they cautioned against impulsivity. After 3 days, the novice protection period would end, causing the island's area to diminish by 1 square meter daily. Their island could endure only 4 days if they failed to secure land parcels. They would be left to await their fate. They invited others to join their mutual aid society, promising collective support, with provisions allocated to members. Entry into the society required merely a land parcel, and they would distribute food and water for free, a seemingly generous offer. Upon reading their messages, Lu Wei couldn't help but chuckle. It appeared they had been waiting for him. However, the individual known as Ji Kuan seemed blinded by folly. Any sensible person understood a fundamental truth: there are no free lunches. The notion that one could gain free food merely by joining with a land parcel was laughable. Setting aside other considerations, was there truly an abundance of food within this mutual aid society? Currently, apart from Lu Wei's extensive food sales, no one else appeared to be offering sustenance. As for water, that was even more improbable. There wasn't even urine for sale. Indeed, before Lu Wei could make a move, doubts began to surface. Do you truly possess that much food in your mutual aid society? How can we be assured you aren't deceiving us? One user queried. Our brother Gigi is a superstar. Do you think a celebrity would deceive you? Another chimed in. In this day and age, many celebrities are known to be dishonest. If you truly had the means, why not showcase it for everyone's peace of mind? Precisely. If you placed it in the auction house, we would all feel reassured about joining, another added. What if it gets bought by someone else when placed in the auction house? Was the retort. You could set an exorbitant price, making it unaffordable for anyone else. Enough with the bickering. Auctioning is too risky. How about this? I'll share a picture, and you can see for yourselves. Finally, Gigi Kun stepped forward and posted an image. The photograph depicted a collection of bread stacked together, accompanied by several bottles of water. Due to the close proximity of the camera, it indeed appeared as though there was an abundance of food. Lu Wei curiously clicked on the image to take a look. The bread was piled together, appearing quite abundant. However, the exact quantity remained indiscernible. One must admit, the photographer possessed considerable skill. Yet, upon seeing the bread, even if the image did not reveal the quantity, Lu Wei understood that it could not be too much. It was likely that these loaves belonged to the members of the Mutual Aid Society, collected for a photograph. Under the pressure of hunger, some individuals could hardly distinguish between reality and illusion, and upon seeing such an array of food, their eyes gleamed with greed. See, I haven't deceived you, have I? You cannot claim these images were downloaded from the internet, can you? There is no network here. Those wishing to join should act swiftly. We cannot accommodate too many people initially. After all, while the food is plentiful, it is still limited, available on a first-come, first-served basis. Seizing the opportunity, the members of the Mutual Aid Society began urging others to join. Upon witnessing the tangible food, some individuals were captivated by the prospect of acquiring a permanent meal ticket by purchasing a plot of land. Thus, the first few began to sign up. One must commend the resourcefulness of this Gigi Kun. Gathering the food of the society's members is no small feat, a task beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Lu Wei could only sigh, reflecting on how devoted fans would go to great lengths for their idols, hoping for an unfavorable outcome for them. However, since they intended to rise above by stepping on others, how could she allow them to achieve their desires? Lu Wei closed the chat interface and opened her private messages. Sending a query to Zhang Ruoruo, "How much water do you have left?" Zhang Ruoruo replied almost instantaneously, "I currently have 7.5 bottles of water. Do you need some? I can give it to you." Without hesitation, she traded all 7.5 bottles to Lu Wei. Lu Wei felt a warmth from Zhang Ruo's straightforwardness and trust, genuinely touched by the gesture. One must say, this innocent girl evoked a protective instinct in Lu Wei, a desire to ensure her lifelong safety. Suppressing her strange feelings, Lu Wei took a moment before teasingly inquiring, "You trust me so much? Aren't you afraid I might consume your water?" However, Zhang Ruo's response surprised Lu Wei. "Why would you do that? If you want it, you can have it. I have a water purifier, so I'll have more in no time." Lu Wei fell silent, taking quite some time to respond. On the other end, upon receiving Lu Wei's message, Zhang Ruoruo's face flushed, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. With the water that Zhang Ruoruo sent over, combined with her own 2.5 bottles, Lu Wei had exactly 10 bottles, divided into 50 portions at 100 milliliters each. Each portion paired with 300 grams of fish meat would create a meal set, all listed at the auction house for the price of a plot. If Lu Wei's act of selling fish meat was akin to tossing a stone into a lake, then the addition of water transformed the impact into an explosive force, creating a significant stir. "Wow, everyone, look. The esteemed 0329 is selling food again. Let them sell it. I refuse to purchase from such a profiteer." No. This time he is not merely selling food, but also water. What? Water? Goodness, didn't he say you wouldn't purchase his goods? How did it vanish in an instant? You ungrateful creatures, this is outrageous. He is offering a plot of land. Why are you bidding for 2? Does having money make one superior? Obviously, no matter how precious the land may be, can it surpass the value of life? That water, though merely 100 milliliters, can be a lifesaver in critical moments. Refusing to buy it would be foolish. A mere 100 milliliters of water combined with 300 grams of meat, when rationed to the extreme, could prolong a person's life by 3 days. When you consider this, are those 2 plots truly overpriced? 0329. When will you sell water and food again? I await your response. Chapter 18. A surprise awaits in the private messages at this moment. Lu Wei regretted striking her thigh in exasperation. Alas, the water she sold yesterday was far too cheap. 100 milliliters for a mere wooden token seemed exorbitant at the time, but in retrospect, it was akin to charity. Sigh. It is no wonder she has yet to amass wealth. Her heart was not sufficiently ruthless, nor unyielding enough. Nevertheless, it was all in the past. There was no use in dwelling on it. After all, there were only 5 bottles of water, which had exchanged for supplies she desperately needed. She felt no remorse. Not in the slightest. Taking a deep breath, Lu Wei responded in the chat interface. For those who had not managed to procure food and water, there was no need for haste. She would make provisions available every half day, striving to ensure everyone had sustenance. As for the notion of falling fortune from the heavens, she advised caution. The number of boxes available each day was limited, and even if some individuals were fortunate enough to find bread in their boxes, how much could one truly obtain? Perhaps they would submit their parcels only to receive a meager 10 or 8 grams of bread, hardly enough to satisfy one's hunger. Moreover, let it be known that she would not sell her goods to members of the mutual aid group. Weren't they seeking recruits? She wondered who would still wish to join their ranks. Esteemed leader, please enlighten us on how you acquired such an abundance of food and water. Kindly share your secrets. We are all children of Jojo, united in adversity, and we must not seize the opportunity to profit from calamity. Yet, she thought it futile to plead. Human nature was inherently selfish, and she would not willingly disclose her methods to another. Upon reading their comments, Lu Wei furrowed her brow. Was envy truly of any use? It would only elevate her blade higher and strike with greater ferocity. Yet, she would still rely on these individuals to provide her with a ceaseless stream of resources. Thus, it was prudent to leave a favorable impression and avoid fostering resentment. Consequently, Lu Wei requested an image of a water purifier from Zhang Ruoruo and snapped a picture of her fishing rod, sharing it on the chat screen. It is not that I refuse to inform you. Even if I did, it would be of little consequence. The fishing rod and water purifier I uncovered from boxes could just as easily be yours, should fortune smile upon you. Dream on, if you wish. Upon seeing the pictures Lu Wei had posted, the crowd erupted in astonishment. What luck is this? Oh, how I envy you. I am utterly consumed by jealousy. I might as well perish. Esteemed leader, you must have saved the entire M78 galaxy in your past life. Such fortune defies belief. In the struggle for survival, others seem to thrive in comfort from the very beginning. How could one even compare? To acquire one of each was luck. How could it be mere fortune to resolve both food and water issues simultaneously? This was cheating. System, I report that someone is cheating. Esteemed leader, I would gladly be your loyal servant. Command me, and I shall obey. Please, accept me. Esteemed leader, I am willing to be your devoted follower. This was the destined protagonist. Esteemed leader, recognize me, and allow me to join your ranks. I can cook and do laundry. In a moment. The comments section transformed into a cacophony of flattery and adulation. Lu Wei felt a surge of satisfaction. It was no wonder that everyone aspired to ascend. This feeling was indeed delightful. However, while Lu Wei felt satisfied, 2 individuals were decidedly displeased. The most aggrieved was undoubtedly Ji Cohen, who had painstakingly orchestrated an opportunity to profit from a plot of land, only to have it disrupted by Lu Wei. With Lu Wei providing food and water, who would be foolish enough to invest in his mutual assistance club? After all, one could procure food and water with land. No one would be inclined to gamble on uncertainty. Water, in particular, was exceedingly precious, and everyone would surely cling tightly to their plots for the sake of acquiring it. Initially, dozens had consulted him about joining, and the prospect of success loomed large. Yet, upon hearing that water was available for sale, they fled, leaving not a single soul behind. Enraged, Ji Cohen's once fair and handsome visage contorted, resembling a sinister serpent. When he beheld the images of fishing rods and water purifiers that Lu Wei posted in the chat, his jealousy transformed him even further. Especially after Lu Wei remarked that he would not sell his goods to the Mutual Assistance Club, Ji Cohen felt an overwhelming desire to eliminate this 0329. It was as if he were severing the very roots of his ambitions. Ji Cohen silently vowed that he would find an opportunity to rid himself of this obstacle. With Lu Wei out of the way, all the coveted resources would be his. In addition to Ji Cohen, another discontented individual was Zhang Ruoruo. She couldn't quite articulate why she felt this way, but it was not Lu Wei who irked her. Instead, it was the women in the chat room. Meanwhile, Lu Wei was engrossed in checking his private messages. Beep, beep, beep. A notification from a friend interrupted his focused contemplation. Without a doubt, it was Zhang Ruoruo. Upon opening the message, he confirmed his suspicion. So, how did it go? Have you dealt with it? All done. Just a trivial matter. I merely intervened slightly, and he was left without the means to retaliate, Lu Wei replied with a hint of pride. Zhang Ruoruo, having never encountered such bravado, found herself amused. I've just realized how conceited you are. Am I? Is it not true? I handled him with ease. It truly required little effort, he retorted. Then I suppose I've assisted you. How do you intend to repay me? Zhang Ruoruo typed back with a playful smile. Repay you? Are you trying to hold me hostage for gratitude? Do you expect me to offer myself in return? Lu Wei jested. Unexpectedly, Zhang Ruoruo replied, Sure. I've been worried about not finding someone to marry. I'm already 40 and still single, much to the distress of my family. Finally, someone wants me. This is splendid. You mustn't go back on your word. 40 and still unmarried? How unattractive must you be, particularly with such a decent personality? It shouldn't be the case, Lu Wei mused, only to realize that perhaps she was teasing him. Do you consider yourself unattractive? He inquired curiously. Of course not. It's merely that those people lack discernment. Is it my fault if I'm a bit plump? I haven't eaten their rice. Besides, I only weigh 200 pounds, that's not excessively overweight. They say I'm short, but at 5 feet, I may not be tall, yet I'm quite adorable. Those people simply have poor taste. After Zhang Ruo sent this message, everyone nearly laughed themselves silly. The absurdity of the deception felt delightful. However, Lu Wei found himself somewhat skeptical. Could it be that Zhang Ruo truly looked like that? At 5 feet tall and weighing 200 pounds. She resembled a sphere. What a wonder it would be if she could find a husband. Nonetheless, if she is indeed unattractive, so be it. At least this girl possesses a kind heart and is a friend worth having. He had no intention of marrying her, so her appearance mattered little. Lu Wei chuckled heartily. All right, I consider you a brother. Your kindness towards me surely harbors ulterior motives. I suppose I must be cautious around you from now on. Being brothers is fine, but marrying you is out of the question. Chapter 19, Deception and Further Deception. Ha ha ha. By the way, what is the story between you and that Ji Jikuan? Why does he harbor animosity towards you? Lu Wei did not conceal anything, as there was no need to, and recounted the grievances between himself and Ji Jikuan. After listening to Lu Wei, Zhang Ruo scoffed. That person is notoriously petty in this circle. Especially after being elevated by capital, he has become even more arrogant. However, he fails to understand that it is only when you possess utilitarian value that capital will support you. Once issues arise, it is capital that will be the first to strike hardest. Do not worry about him. He is merely a talentless idol with hardly any genuine fans. Here, we have 100,000 people, and if he has a dozen or 20 fans, it would be sheer luck. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei expressed his confusion. You seem quite knowledgeable about the entertainment industry. Zhang Ruo, feeling somewhat guilty, quickly deflected. Of course. With no one pursuing me, I can only pursue stars. We in the fandom are well versed in celebrity gossip. Lu Wei, not dwelling on this, shifted the conversation. Oh, let us not talk about him anymore. Let us settle our accounts. Settle accounts? What accounts? Zhang Ruo was startled, fearing that Lu Wei had uncovered her earlier deception. Just now, you provided me with 7.5 bottles of water, along with my fish and meat. In total, I sold 107 plots of land, 32 pieces of wood, 21 stones, and 12 iron blocks. I only need 50 plots. You can have the rest. This was not an act of false generosity on Lu Wei's part. Rather, it was largely due to the benefits he gained from her water. His 2.5 bottles of water and several pounds of fish had already allowed him to acquire 50 plots of land, which was quite advantageous. Moreover, one should not take too much from the sheep. Otherwise, if the sheep were to be harmed or frightened away, there would be nothing left to take in the future. Additionally, Lu Wei wished for Zhang Ruo to develop swiftly. If something were to happen to the sheep, whom could he rely on thereafter? Regardless, Lu Wei would never admit that he had already considered Zhang Ruo a good friend. Zhang Ruo was taken aback to hear that such a substantial exchange had taken place. She quickly declined. No, that is too much. You sold all of it. I did nothing. Just give me 20 plots. Lu Wei did not argue but inquired. How many square meters does your island encompass now? Although uncertain why Lu Wei was asking this, Zhang Ruo answered directly, 15 square meters. Lu Wei was instantly astonished. How do you have so much? I open boxes to obtain it. Generally, a regular box yields 2 pieces, and some yield 3. It's quite easy to gather enough. Isn't it? Lu Wei, just listen to what you're saying. Is that even reasonable? It's lucky to get 1 piece, and 2 is exceptionally rare. I have never heard of anyone obtaining 3. However, Lu Wei soon realized that even if a box yielded 2 or 3 pieces, it could not account for such a quantity. He was well aware that Zhang Ruo possessed other resources as well. Merely the blueprints amounted to 3, 1 for the machete she sold to him, 1 for the house, and 1 for the water purifier she had already utilized. How many boxes do you manage to retrieve each day? Yesterday, the hook was ineffective, and I only managed to salvage 7. This morning, I collected 5. And after using your fishing rod, I retrieved another 5, bringing my total to 17. However, there are no more boxes at sea, and I wonder when new ones will appear. Alas, Lu Wei listened, Her eyes reddened with envy at the thought of 17. She had no little white, no fishing rod, yet she astonishingly managed to gather 7 boxes yesterday. As for herself, even with little white and a fishing rod, she could only bring in 7. And today, she barely retrieved 5. It's disheartening to think how one can outshine another so easily. Nonetheless, this only solidified Lu Wei's resolve to keep Zhang Ruorio, this plump lamb, securely by her side, ensuring she would not escape. Enough of this talk. I'll give you 57 plots, along with the original 15 square meters. This should provide ample space for you to construct your house. As for the materials, you may utilize them for building. There is no need to compete with Zhang Ruorio over materials that I possess in abundance. Perhaps you should establish your home first. Zhang Ruorio hesitated, feeling warmth and security at Lu Wei's thoughtful consideration. I don't need it. I already have some. If you don't believe me, take a look. With that, Lu Wei sent Zhang Ruorio a picture of her coffin-like shelter. She added, I built this myself without any blueprints. Impressive, isn't it? Of course. She refrained from mentioning that her island spanned over 100 square meters and that she could construct a house at any moment. She aimed to highlight her selflessness, hoping to evoke a sense of gratitude. Zhang Ruorio was indeed touched. A smile graced her lips as she replied, How impressive. Your shelter is quite unique. Most people couldn't create something like this. Ha ha ha. What are you laughing at? As long as it shields me from the elements, that's all that matters. It's all about practicality and conserving materials. Survival in the wilderness demands such simplicity. You're a girl, and your constitution is delicate. It's best to prioritize building your house to avoid catching a cold at night. Zhang Ruorio nodded warmly in agreement. All right, I'll follow your lead. Once the water is purified, I'll exchange materials with you. With her water supply combined with Lu Wei's food, obtaining sufficient materials to construct a house would be a breeze. All right then, that settles it. By the way, once the water is purified, could you spare me half a bottle? I've run completely dry. After a bustling morning, Lu Wei was parched, with only 11 empty bottles remaining. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruorio glanced at the water bucket beneath the purifier and hurriedly poured some out for Lu Wei. There's a bit now, and if we wait a while longer, there will be more. Lu Wei observed the water Zhang Ruorio sent her way and surmised it must have just been purified. Aren't you going to drink? I'm not thirsty. You go ahead. Zhang Ruorio licked her dry lips, deciding she could wait a little longer for herself, and offered it to Lu Wei first. All right. I want to be polite. Goodbye. I have things to attend to. Okay, go ahead. Zhang Ruorio closed the system interface, her delicate and fair cheeks adorned with a sweet smile. After installing all 50 plots, Lu Wei found that the island's area had reached 110 square meters, which was ample space to construct 2 houses. Selecting an appropriate location, Lu Wei placed the houses down, and instantly, a significant portion of the materials vanished. The central area was encircled by a fence, revealing the silhouette of a house under construction, accompanied by a timer displaying 1 hour. Observing that the house would be completed in just 1 hour, Lu Wei nodded in satisfaction. Pushing the discarded, dilapidated box, he made his way to the seaside, where he perched on the box and began to fish. With no fish meat left in his possession, he had barely managed to gather enough during a previous session. If he did not fish now, he would have nothing to eat by nightfall. With the sun beginning its descent, time was of the essence. This period, lasting until darkness enveloped the sky, was when fish were most voracious, making it the prime time for fishing, a moment Lu Wei could not afford to miss. Indeed, as soon as the bait was cast into the water, the fishing rod began to stir. Instinctively, Lu Wei lifted the rod, sensing a resistance akin to snagging on a rock, but he could not pull it free. Just as he suspected, he was stuck. The reel emitted a creaking sound and began to spin rapidly, the fishing line swiftly unwinding over 100 meters. Chapter 20. The reward of 100-pound fish. Lu Wei stumbled, nearly being dragged into the sea, and hurriedly took a few steps back to steady himself. He quickly tightened the drag on the fishing reel, reducing its spinning speed, yet it continued to release line incessantly. In a mere few seconds, a third of the fishing line had been let out. Lu Wei touched the reel, which had become somewhat hot to the touch, and bent down to pour a bit of seawater over it to cool it down. Ideally, fresh water would be used, but he had none at hand, so seawater would have to suffice. If the several hundred meters of line were to snap due to overheating, the loss would be considerable. Lu Wei could sense that this fish was exceptionally large, likely weighing over 100 pounds. Even stronger than the pull he felt when the small white fish had taken the bait. Suddenly, he recalled having seen the small white fish moments ago. Where had it disappeared to? Never mind, there was no time to dwell on that now. He needed to reel in this fish first. With the rod's handle planted firmly in the ground, Lu Wei crouched down, gripping the fishing rod with both hands, engaging in a battle of strength with the great fish. With a 30-pound PE line, as long as it wasn't accidentally cut, he had no reason to worry about it breaking. Feeling the immense force transmitted through his hands, Lu Wei gritted his teeth and held firm. Fortunately, his strength and stamina had improved today. Otherwise, facing such a large fish, he might not have been able to withstand it. Now, it was a matter of whether the fish would tire first or if he would falter. However, just as Lu Wei was anxiously focused on controlling the rod with all his might, he suddenly felt a lightness in his grip. Momentarily caught off guard, he found himself sitting on the ground. Seeing this, his heart sank. Had the fish slipped the hook? Alas, what a pity. With a sigh, Lu Wei stood up and began to reel in the line. Losing such a large fish was indeed a regret, but it was a normal occurrence in fishing. It was futile to lament a lost catch. He could only hope that his bait had not been lost as well. With only 2 baits in total, losing one would be a significant blow. However, after reeling in a few turns of line, Lu Wei sensed something amiss. It felt as though there was weight hanging from the hook. Could it be that the fish hadn't escaped but had merely changed direction and was now swimming back toward him? Considering this possibility, Lu Wei immediately tightened his grip and began to reel in faster. With the increased speed, he could more distinctly feel the weight, an extraordinarily heavy sensation, as if something substantial was being retrieved. Yet, there were no signs of a struggling fish. Rather, it felt more akin to pulling up a lifeless object. Surely it couldn't be marine debris? Is there really trash in the ocean? As the fishing line continued to be reeled in, Lu Wei caught sight of 2 figures. One black and one white, swiftly approaching beneath the water. Goodness, could he have hooked the black and white impermanence? That would be quite absurd. Just as Lu Wei pondered what it could be, the 2 figures finally surfaced. Upon closer inspection, realization dawned upon him, followed by a look of delight. Ha ha ha. Xiaobai, it turns out to be you. Did you bring this magnificent fish back after defeating it? The 2 silhouettes, one black and one white, represent Xiaobai and the large fish, which still bore its bait in its mouth. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Xiaobai dragged the enormous fish to the shore, calling out to Lu Wei as if to boast or perhaps to urge him to help her grill the fish. All right, just wait for me. I'll help you roast it once I finish with this fish. Lu Wei patted the little mermaid's head and then pulled the fish onto the land. This large fish measured nearly 2 meters in length, its body a deep blue-black, with a snow-white belly, showcasing a sleek, spindle-shaped form. It was evident that this creature was a master swimmer in the water, akin to species such as tuna or swordfish, known for their remarkable speed. Typically, these fish breathe while swimming, and once they cease movement, they can no longer take in air. Hence, their flesh is firm and rich in fat, making them particularly delectable. To Lu Wei's surprise, the fish was still alive, bouncing a couple of times after being brought ashore. Initially, he felt a tinge of regret for not having personally dispatched the fish, thinking he had lost some experience points. However, fortune smiled upon him as he ultimately acquired the experience he sought. Hastily, Lu Wei picked up a cleaver and made an incision at the gills to bleed the fish, ensuring the flavor of the meat, before delivering a decisive blow to its head, bringing its life to a close. Ding! You have slain a fish weighing over 100 pounds, earning 7 experience points. As a reward for your first kill of such magnitude, you have received a betting blueprint. Wow, 7 experience points? And a blueprint? Lu Wei exclaimed in disbelief. What a loss. If I had managed to slay it during a critical hit tomorrow, how much would I have gained? Up to 70 experience points? I might have leveled up directly to level 4. What a missed opportunity. He lamented the fish's poor timing. It didn't bite in the morning, nor the next, but chose to do so now. Despite his frustration, the betting blueprint lifted his spirits considerably, as he was in need of such a set. The required materials were simple, just cloth and cotton. After carefully storing the blueprint, he handed the large fish over to the system for disassembly. As anticipated, the fish yielded an impressive 137 pounds of meat and over 50 pounds of bones and entrails. The entrails of such a large fish were comparable in size to those of a pig, suitable for stir-frying. However, aside from some fat, Lu Wei chose not to keep these entrails, as he lacked seasonings and a cooking pot, and the fish innards were too pungent and unpalatable. Not that he was in need of food, he planned to sell them instead, offering them at a low price as a gesture of goodwill. Dividing the over 10 pounds of entrails into 20 portions, each could be exchanged for a piece of wood or a feather, both inexpensive items. This gesture garnered unanimous praise from the community. Thank you, esteemed 0329. I traded a piece of wood for over half a pound of food. I can finally stop starving. The gratitude expressed was profound, a kindness they would remember for a lifetime. Thank you, great benefactor. Above, your calculations are more distant than bullets. What are you discussing? What do you mean by exchanging a piece of wood for half a pound of food? I have not seen that. You arrived late, just a moment ago. The esteemed 0329 posted 10 portions of food, each obtainable for merely a piece of wood or a feather. Regrettably, each individual is limited to one portion. Or else I would have secured them all. Goodness, are you truly dissatisfied with acquiring a single portion? I scarcely had the chance to even glimpse it. You lot are exceedingly swift. Esteemed one, is there any food remaining? Could you perhaps post a little more? I have not eaten for 2 days. Nonsense. We have only been here for a mere 30 hours. How can you claim to have gone 2 days without food? I hadn't eaten before I arrived. Is that not permissible? Going 2 days without sustenance will not lead to death. At that moment, a rather oblivious figure emerged, uttering a thoughtless remark. You treat some worthless entrails as treasures. I wouldn't even want them if offered. This statement instantly incited the ire of the crowd. Chapter 21. The man you can never have, which henhouse failed to contain you. Revealing your true self? You disparage others, yet you contribute nothing of value. Indeed, those who do not assist others but instead emerge to criticize are truly lacking in character. How such individuals ascend to stardom remains a mystery. Perhaps it is through sheer audacity. Hey, do not go too far. What has my brother G said that is incorrect? He is nothing but trash. And only those of your ilk would vie for such detritus. It truly reflects the caliber of both the star and their fans. Joining a club, yet demanding an entire plot of land. What a delusion. Lu Wei observed the heated argument between the two factions, merely smiling before closing the chat interface. To be frank, he held no fondness for either side. One was mindless, unable to distinguish right from wrong, while the other engaged in sycophancy, elevating some while disparaging others. Of course, while he could leverage their utility, it was not a contradiction. After processing the fish entrails, Lu Wei began to auction the fish meat. He had a total of 137 pounds of fish, reserving just enough for himself and Zhang Ruoruo, while the remainder was put up for sale. Of the 130 pounds, a small portion was exchanged for materials to craft bows and arrows, while the rest was bartered for land, blueprints, and cotton and fabric to create bedding. The price of land surged by 250 grams, now at 500 grams for a plot, enhancing its value. The reason Lu Wei adjusted the weight of the fish was twofold. Firstly, he aimed to expand the island's area swiftly. While 110 square meters sounds substantial, its dimensions were hardly more than 10 meters in length and width. Secondly, with an excess of fish, early processing was prudent to prevent spoilage in the sweltering heat. His spatial backpack contained only 3 compartments, although items could be stacked. The maximum was 99. Currently, a plethora of materials lay strewn across the ground. Furthermore, as the waves began to erode the island's area in 3 days, demand for land would undoubtedly escalate. Most individuals would have gathered resources over those 3 days, and even the most unfortunate would likely stumble upon some food. Consequently, according to economic principles, food prices would inevitably decline while land prices would rise. Seizing the opportunity to sell was the astute course of action. Another reason for his actions was to acquire blueprints. Half a pound of fish meat would hardly suffice for a trade, necessitating an increase in price. Just as Lu Wei listed the fish meat, someone placed a bid, offering a blueprint. Upon inspection, he discovered it was a blueprint for an iron pot. Instantly, his eyes sparkled. An iron pot was indeed a splendid acquisition. While not a rare item, it was an essential tool for daily life, significantly easing the process of cooking. The long-desired fish soup could finally become a reality. Without hesitation, Lu Wei finalized the transaction. In an instant, the blueprint was in his possession. Glancing at the acquired blueprint, he nodded in satisfaction. Iron pot blueprint, 2 iron blocks, 1 wooden block. The materials were straightforward and convenient. There was no reason for delay. 10 seconds later, the iron pot was complete. Before Lu Wei appeared a large iron pot, 50 centimeters in diameter. Lu Wei picked up the pot and inspected it. Tapping it lightly to produce a crisp sound, its thickness uniform, complemented by a wooden lid. What he lacked now was a stove. As Lu Wei pondered where to construct a simple stove, he suddenly received a system notification. The house he had built for an hour was finally completed. Turning around, he saw that indeed, the house was ready. The structure was a harmonious blend of stone and wood. The walls were built of stone rising over a meter high, topped with sturdy wooden beams. The roof consisted of lower wooden planks covered with stone tiles. From an aesthetic standpoint, although simple, it harmonized beautifully with nature. Upon entering through the door, one found the kitchen, To the left was a stone stove, connected to a bed in the inner room. With a wall separating the kitchen from the bedroom, Lu Wei placed the iron pot on the stove, perfectly sized, not too large, nor too small. It seemed the pot had been crafted specifically for the stove, a delightful coincidence. The floor was made of smooth stone slabs, level and easy to clean, alleviating any concerns about fires igniting from the stove. To the right of the entrance was an empty space, suitable for storing miscellaneous items. Moving further in past the stove, there was a door leading to the bedroom on the left, while the right remained vacant, awaiting his personal touch. Inside the bedroom, simplicity reigned, a bed with a connection to the stove in the kitchen, and another linked to the chimney outside. The bed was also made of smooth stone, devoid of any bedding. The entire house could truly be described as bare, a statement that was far from an exaggeration, despite the lack of furnishings. Lu Wei felt a profound satisfaction with his new dwelling. He could acquire furniture and items gradually. For now, he at least had a proper place to sleep at night. No longer confined to a box, Lu Wei made his way to the kitchen, removed the iron pot, and washed it with seawater outside before placing it back. Using fresh water for such a task seemed wasteful, as he had limited supplies. Seawater sufficed and even provided salt for cooking. He gathered some firewood and ignited the stove. Waiting for the pot to heat up before adding a small amount of fat he had extracted from the fish's innards. Before long, oil began to bubble in the pot, sizzling delightfully, and an enticing aroma filled the air. At this moment, Lu Wei took out the fish, slicing it into palm-sized pieces, about an inch thick, and began frying them in the pot. The long-forgotten sin of cooking enveloped the room, evoking memories of his childhood, reminiscent of his mother frying fish at home. Time had cycled, and now he was grown, capable of preparing fried fish himself. He couldn't help but wonder how they were faring in that other world. Shaking his head, he smiled faintly, acknowledging that solitude indeed tends to evoke sentimentality. Once one side was golden brown, he flipped the pieces to fry the other side until both were perfectly crisp. Lacking plates, Lu Wei placed the fish on a wooden board, not overly concerned about hygiene, given that all the items were provided by the system. The first batch yielded 6 pieces of fish. He set aside 2 for Xiaobai, kept 2 for himself, and traded the remaining 2 with Zhang Ruruo. Taste my culinary skills, he invited. Zhang Ruruo received a fragrant fish dish, her exquisite oval face illuminated with astonishment. Dahai, did you prepare this? Where did you acquire the oil? You are truly remarkable. Lu Wei replied, the oil comes from the fish itself. Do have a taste and see if it pleases your palate. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruruo took a bite, the presentation enticing her, with a crisp and savory crunch. Her mouth was filled with the delightful essence of the fish. Dahai, your culinary skills are exceptional. This pan-fried fish is the best I have ever tasted. Her eyes sparkled with happiness as she lavished praise. Her compliments were genuine. She truly found the fish delectable. Although it bore only a subtle hint of salt without excessive seasoning, the essence of the pan-fried fish did not require elaborate spices. The flesh was firm yet possessed an extraordinary crispness, exuding a rich meaty aroma that surpassed any fish she had previously encountered. Witnessing Zhang Ruruo's admiration brought joy to Lu Wei. This child, clearly unaccustomed to fine delicacies, appears quite naive. Enjoy yourself. There's plenty more here. I shall prepare another. Then I would like 2 more. Zhang Ruruo replied without hesitation. Certainly, just a moment. Dahai, your culinary prowess is remarkable. Whoever marries you will surely be blissful. Hey, do not entertain such thoughts. I am a man forever beyond your reach. Ha ha ha. Chapter 22. You are not just beautiful, you are perfectly round. No. I prefer those who are truly beautiful, Lu Wei asserted with unwavering conviction. I am indeed quite beautiful, Zhang Ruruo insisted, undeterred. Performing the role of an unattractive girl pursuing a man with remarkable fervor, indulging her theatrical inclinations. You are not beautiful, you are merely round. At a height of 5 feet and weighing 200 pounds, how could you possibly be considered attractive? This time, Zhang Ruruo fell silent. After a brief moment, she unexpectedly sent over an image, accompanied by a message. I grant you an opportunity to rethink your words. Consider carefully before responding. Perplexed, Lu Wei opened the image, unable to comprehend the sudden confidence exuded by Zhang Ruruo. Upon closer examination of the blueprint, Lu Wei instantly transformed into an ardent admirer. Wow, Ruruo, you are stunning, more beautiful than Zhang Runin. Whoever marries you will be the luckiest person in the world. Who is Zhang Runin? Zhang Ruruo inquired. My heart's desire. But let us not speak of her. I shall likely never see her again. Let us talk about you instead. What about me? For reasons unknown, Upon hearing Lu Wei mention his hard-ass desire, Zhang Ruoruo felt a twinge of discomfort. I was referring to the blueprint you sent me. It is something I desperately need. Name your terms, and let us make a trade. The image Zhang Ruoruo had just sent was indeed a photograph of a blueprint. It depicted a forging furnace, and after perusing the description, Lu Wei finally understood why there had been no high-strength steel available for purchase. High-strength steel is produced through forging. 2 ordinary iron blocks forge 1 steel piece, and 2 steel pieces forge 1 high-strength steel piece. Since the primary material for Lu Wei's bows and arrows is high-strength steel, he desired the forging furnace. Even if he could not obtain it, he would need Zhang Ruoruo's assistance to forge some high-strength steel. Thus, he swiftly transformed from a distant, aloof man into a fervent supplicant. What terms would you like? I'll ensure that you are my go-to for future forging needs. Zhang Ruoruo readily agreed, promptly transferring the blueprint. Feeling warmth in his heart, Lu Wei decisively replied. Thank you. I want to waste time with pleasantries. You shall see my performance in due course. Ha ha. No need for formality. You have assisted me greatly as well. Have I really assisted you? I don't recall, Lu Wei replied, feeling a bit sheepish for having taken advantage of her generosity. By the way, how many materials do you still need for your house? I still require quite a bit more than half, but there is no rush. In a couple of days, it should be sufficient. With a water purifier in hand, she could easily exchange water for materials. Tomorrow marks the 3rd day. The beginner's protection period will end the day after. We must expedite the construction of your house. Let this be settled. Don't concern yourself with it. I will handle the materials. No, truly, that is unnecessary. Do not argue. It is settled. I will procure the materials. With that, Lu Wei closed the chat with Zhang Ruoruo. He mentally calculated the requirements. Building the house necessitated 100 units of wood, 100 units of stone, 20 iron blocks, and 2 pieces of glass. Acquiring the wood and stone would be relatively simple, given that 50 grams of food could be exchanged for a unit. Iron blocks would be slightly pricier, but 100 grams would suffice. Glass would be comparable in cost to the iron blocks. Calculating carefully, it seems that approximately 25 pounds of meat is sufficient. For Lu Wei, who possesses over 100 pounds of fish, this quantity is indeed trivial. As night fell, the chat channel buzzed with excitement. Did you see? The esteemed 0329 has hung up a plethora of fish. I've estimated it to be at least 100 pounds. Sigh. The esteemed one has a fishing rod and such good fortune. How enviable. If only I could barter wood and stone for it. I only have 3 plots, one of which I've used for water, leaving 2 for my survival. Indeed, the protection period for novices ends the day after tomorrow. Even with 2 plots, I hesitate to trade. Perhaps tomorrow I shall see if I can acquire another plot. If I succeed, I might exchange it for some meat. I've consumed merely a loaf of bread over the past 2 days, leaving me dizzy with hunger. I managed to procure 5 plots. I shall use 2 to barter for food and water. The esteemed one's fish is so delectable that it is delightful even when consumed raw. 0329. Could you possibly offer smaller portions of fish for us to exchange for some sustenance? I beseech you. Esteemed one. Your kindness shall be etched in my memory for a lifetime. Sigh, what use is it for others to trade such vast quantities of wood and stone? They would not agree to our terms either. In truth, for the past few days, many have sought to persuade Lu Wei to alter the trade of fish for stone and wood. Yet, Lu Wei would never consent unless it was for his own needs, such as when constructing a dwelling. Hey, look, the esteemed one has heard our pleas. We can now exchange wood and stone for fish. Woohoo, esteemed one. You are like a living bodhisattva. I shall forever remember your great benevolence. In an instant, the chat room erupted into a frenzy, with most expressing heartfelt gratitude towards Lu Wei. Observing this, Lu Wei merely smiled faintly. No need to thank me. Just refrain from crying out in pain when I take from you in the future. Naturally, a few individuals looked on with envy, unable to suppress their disdainful remarks. For instance, members of the Mutual Aid Society were incensed that Lu Wei had marked them, prohibiting their trades, which left them quite vexed. Presently, everyone was in dire need of food, and the Mutual Aid Society of Gigi Kuan was no exception. Apart from Gigi Kuan, it seemed no one had truly been satiated. Consequently, a sense of unrest began to stir within their ranks, with some even contemplating resigning from the society. Gigi Kuan, sensing the rising discontent, hastily sought to calm them and collectively strategize on how to procure some fish. Their IDs had been blacklisted by Lu Wei, rendering them incapable of trading. To engage in commerce, they would have to purchase overpriced second-hand goods from others. The crux of the matter was that an individual could acquire only 1 item at most, and during this phase, everyone was in desperate need of food and drink. No one wished to play the role of a middleman, and even if they wanted to buy, there were no sellers. Ji Kun was so furious that he felt as though he could swallow Lu Wei whole, but alas, he could only seethe, unaware of Lu Wei's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Lu Wei exchanged 25 pounds of fish for materials, which were swiftly traded away. The materials piled high, and fortunately for Lu Wei, his space was ample enough to prevent anything from tumbling into the sea. As time was of the essence and he needed to go fishing soon to earn experience points, Lu Wei transferred all the materials to Zhang Ruorio. When Lu Wei exchanged fish for materials, she noticed that Lu Wei had already gathered everything he needed, so she refrained from saying anything further. After expressing her gratitude, she handed him a freshly obtained bottle of water and hurried back to her task of building the house. Meanwhile, Lu Wei seized the opportunity to take up his fishing rod and earn experience points. He currently possessed 13 experience points, and with just 7 more, he would achieve a level up. His goal for the evening was to reach 5 o'clock, with only 2 points remaining. Even if he were to attain the minimum double critical hit by tomorrow morning, it would be sufficient for an upgrade. Chapter 23. Upgrade. Lu Wei's plan was commendable. Yet misfortune shadowed his endeavors. As the clock approached midnight, he had managed to catch only 3 fish, yielding a mere 3 experience points. Thus, he found himself a mere 4 points shy of leveling up. The clock ticked past midnight, heralding the refresh of the lucky critical strike. Should fortune be unkind, and he only receive a 2-fold or 3-fold critical hit, it would be evident that 1 fish would not suffice for his advancement. Nevertheless, he resolved to dismiss such worries. Even a double experience gain was not in vain. With midnight imminent, Lu Wei decided against sleep, opting instead to continue fishing, planning to rest only after achieving his upgrade. Just as he prepared to cast his line, an unexpected sound caught his attention, Little Bai's call. Turning, he was greeted by a delightful sight. Little Bai was pushing a box back toward him through the water. In no time, Little Bai reached Lu Wei's side, nudging the box onto the shore. "Well done, you found the box. Here, a reward for you," Lu Wei said, retreating momentarily to retrieve a piece of leftover grilled fish, which he placed in Little Bai's hands. With joy radiating from her countenance, Little Bai devoured the offering, and for the first time, Lu Wei witnessed a glimmer of a smile on her face. Previously, she had always seemed aloof, almost ethereal in her demeanor. This smile, however, imbued her with a touch of earthly warmth. After finishing her meal, Little Bai spun around and vanished beneath the surface, continuing her journey into the depths. Shaking his head with a smile, Lu Wei resumed his fishing, unhurried in opening the box. It was now past midnight, and the opportunity for a lucky strike was upon him. He could not afford to squander this chance on mere curiosity. Perhaps it was the promise of a new day. For as soon as Lu Wei cast his bait, before it even reached the bottom, a fish bit. With practiced precision, he set the hook and reeled it in. This was a process he had mastered flawlessly. The fish was modest in size, weighing around 10 pounds, guaranteeing him at least 1 experience point. From his observations, he noted that regardless of whether he caught a fish weighing 30 or 40 pounds, or one merely 2 or 3 pounds, the experience reward remained constant at 1 point. He had yet to encounter fish exceeding 50 pounds, save for the one that weighed over 100. Before long, the fish was on the shore, thrashing about. Lu Wei stepped forward, pressing his foot down upon it, and with a swift motion of his knife, he struck its head. Immediately, the system's notification chimed in his ears. "Ding. You have slain a sea fish. Gaining 1 experience point." Ding. Lucky critical hit triggered. Experience points multiplied by 4, gaining 4 experience points. Ding. Experience points have reached the requirement for leveling up. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade. With Lu Wei's command, the system continued to announce. Ding. Congratulations on leveling up to level 3, earning 1 free attribute point. Ding. Congratulations on triggering a lucky critical hit. Attribute points multiplied by 6, gaining 6 free attribute points. It was fortuitous indeed. The 4-fold critical hit was precisely what he needed to advance, neither a point more nor a point less. Though the experience points felt slightly scant, they were certainly preferable to a 2-fold or 3-fold gain. Furthermore, the 6-fold attribute point bonus was a significant boon. With this in mind, Lu Wei promptly accessed his data interface to allocate his newly acquired points. Name: Lu Wei. Race: human, blue star. Level: 3 strength, 7 constitution, 7 agility, 8 spirit, 8 talent. Lucky critical hit level 1 skills. None free attributes. 6 pet. None territory. 110 square meters experience points. 0.30. The attributes are equally distributed among the three primary attributes, with 2 points allocated to each. Initially, the focus is on enhancing constitution, which imparts an ethereal sensation akin to being suspended in air. However, as his constitution continues to improve, this sensation gradually diminishes. Next, he addresses strength and agility, enduring the discomfort, which is tolerable given the brief duration of the experience. Once the attribute points are allocated, Lu Wei clenches his fists and cannot resist the urge to swing them a few times, feeling as though he could fell a bear. In truth, this sensation is merely an illusion born of increased strength. Presently, both his strength and constitution stand at 9 points, while agility is at 10 points. Nearly double that of an ordinary individual. Still, this only equates to the standard of elite athletes, and in certain aspects, he even falls short. Nevertheless, should he continue to level up, it is only a matter of time before he attains a godlike existence. Having closed the data interface, Lu Wei navigates to the trading interface to check on the sales of the fish he listed earlier that evening. Upon inspection, he discovers that 73 transactions have been completed for land exchanges. The cotton fabric for material swaps has also been sold, allowing him to create bedding. To his delight, a transaction for arrow bamboo has been completed. Consequently, all that remains for crafting the materials for a recurve bow is the high-strength steel and the glue. However, these two materials are relatively obscure and not easily acquired, relying on fortune. After retrieving the supplies, Lu Wei relists the newly acquired fish for trade. From the 4 fish he just caught, he has procured 50 pounds of fish meat, bringing his total to nearly 100 pounds when combined with the remaining stock. This time, he lists it at 500 grams for one plot, maintaining the original price despite having an abundance of fish meat. Lowering the price would likely lead to discontent among those who recently traded for fish, feeling they had been shortchanged. Moreover, in the event of genuine hunger necessitating a food exchange, 1 pound of meat for one plot is certainly reasonable. 1 pound of fish meat can sustain a person for an entire day, and if rationed, could last for 2 days. Thus, after careful consideration, Lu Wei decides against reducing the price, opting to preserve the original rate. Nonetheless, in order to clear inventory and stockpile materials, he lists a portion of the fish meat for trade in exchange for iron blocks. After all, to reap the benefits of one's labor, one must nurture it. If everything is starved, who will be left to harvest? With the trading set up, Lu Wei closes the system interface and proceeds to install the plots. Upon completion, the island's area has expanded to 183 square meters, providing ample space. After installing the plots, Lu Wei refrains from further fishing and instead prepares to construct a forge. Having utilized 2 opportunities for lucky critical hits during the recent upgrade, he retains 1 more chance for a lucky critical hit, which he intends to experiment with on the forge rather than using it for experience point enhancement. The blueprint for this forge was acquired from Zhang Ruorio, and the materials were also obtained through trade. However, the crafting was entirely his own endeavor. The system stipulates that traded items cannot achieve a critical strike. So the question remains, can this forge indeed attain a critical strike? The blueprint was placed in the crafting interface, materials added, and the production commenced. The forge's crafting time was a mere 5 minutes, swiftly concluded. Ding! The forge has been successfully crafted. Ding! Congratulations, you have triggered a fortunate critical strike. The quality of the forge has been elevated tenfold, resulting in the acquisition of an automatic small forge. The moment Lu Wei heard the system's notification, a radiant smile illuminated his face. The question that had long plagued him finally found resolution. Although the blueprint and materials were obtained through trade, as long as the crafting was performed by himself, the newly acquired item could indeed trigger a fortunate critical strike. This implies that the yet-to-be crafted bow could also trigger a fortunate critical strike. Might the recurve bow ascend directly to a compound bow, or even a crossbow? A pistol? A pistol would be preferable. However, the notion of a pistol seems far-fetched. They are entirely different entities. Instead, he decided to explore the functionalities of the newly acquired automatic forge. Upon inspection, he was taken aback. Lu Wei's astonished eyes nearly popped from their sockets. Chapter 24. The mysterious items unveiled from the box automatic forging machine. Function 1 allows for the forging and processing of various metals below the extraordinary level. Function 2 enables the input of regular blueprints for the mass production of single material items, limited to metals only. The term extraordinary was one that Lu Wei encountered for the first time. Although he did not fully grasp its meaning, he understood that it certainly denoted something beyond the ordinary. Analyzing it literally, it signifies transcending the commonplace. His machete was of the inferior grade, while his fishing rod fell into the intermediate category of regular items. There must exist higher tiers, such as advanced or top-grade regular items. Thus, anything surpassing the ordinary must belong to the extraordinary level. Does that imply that extraordinary items possess remarkable power? Well, pondering this matter seems unnecessary at the moment. He would comprehend it fully once he encountered such items in the future. For now, the concept of the extraordinary felt distant, while the second function of the forging machine appeared to be most suitable for him. Upon scrutinizing the prompt for function 2, Lu Wei began to understand its implications. For instance, if one were to forge a spear, they could only create the spearhead, lacking the capability to produce a wooden shaft as one would with system blueprints. However, the forging machine had a distinct advantage over the system. A single blueprint could yield only one item, whereas the forging machine could replicate the manufacturing process indefinitely. Provided there was ample metal, it could produce spearheads without restriction. This functionality was simply astonishing. It resembled a money-printing machine. Lu Wei gazed at the forging machine with gleaming eyes. Considering that danger would descend upon them in 7 days, weapons would surely become essential for survival. Producing a batch to sell would undoubtedly incite a frenzy of purchases, leading to considerable profit. With this thought in mind, Lu Wei eagerly posted a transaction message, willing to pay a high price for weapon blueprints, open to negotiations. He then sent out an advertisement in the chat interface. Upon seeing Lu Wei's presence, many seized the opportunity to ingratiate themselves, hoping to win favor with the esteemed individual. However, Lu Wei had no time to entertain them. He accessed the crafting interface and began to create bedding. He had already gathered fabric and cotton, and he aimed to complete it by tonight for a comfortable sleep. A minute later, the bedding was ready, and it was a double size. After laying it out, he reclined upon it, finding it both soft and warm, finally experiencing a semblance of home. With a sigh, Lu Wei reflected on the chilling night, which inevitably led to contemplative thoughts. Tossing and turning proved futile. He sighed again, sat up, and began to check his private messages, hoping to find someone selling weapon blueprints. To his surprise, he discovered a message from a familiar acquaintance, Ji Kuan. What could this individual want? Lu Wei felt that although he and Ji Kuan had not reached a point of outright enmity, their relationship was certainly fraught with tension. He had refrained from blocking him, waiting for an opportunity to take advantage of him. It was unexpected that Ji Kuan would reach out first. I have a blueprint for a machete. If you are interested, we can discuss it. A machete? It is indeed quite agreeable. If it can be procured, it would certainly be a boon. However, considering the nature of their relationship, Lu Wei surmised that acquiring this cleaver would not be a simple endeavor. Speak. What is it that you desire? Should this fellow happen to be in a whimsical mood and offer it at a bargain, it would be worth considering. Meanwhile, Ji Kuan had been eagerly awaiting Lu Wei's response, growing weary in the process, yet had received no reply. Just as he resigned himself to the thought that Lu Wei might not respond, he instinctively checked his messages before sleep and was pleasantly surprised to find a reply from Lu Wei. Ah, a response indicates desire. His urgent request surely signifies a pressing need. Such an advantageous opportunity must not be overlooked. You seek the blueprints for weaponry, presumably to counter the invaders of the 7th day, do you not? As he sent the message, Ji Kuan felt a surge of satisfaction, believing that by discerning Lu Wei's intentions, he could breach his psychological defenses and deliver a decisive blow. However, upon reading Lu Wei's reply, he was nearly driven to apoplexy. Indeed, you are astute, a real clever one. Is that a compliment? Why does it feel so distasteful? Ji Kuan, fearing that further conversation would only infuriate him, chose to be direct. I require your fishing rod and purifier. Naturally, Ji Kuan understood that a mere blueprint for a cleaver would not suffice to exchange for these 2 items. Only a fool would agree to such terms. Nevertheless, he aimed high, hoping that even a single item would yield considerable profit. Soon enough, Lu Wei responded, and upon reading the reply, Ji Kuan was overwhelmed with rage, wishing to hunt down the source of his frustration and exact revenge. The message consisted of just 2 words, fool. Gritting his teeth, Ji Kuan prepared to fire back. You are the fool, your entire family is. However, just as he clicked send, a pop-up appeared. Message returned. You have been blacklisted by the recipient. Staring at the returned message, Ji Kuan was infuriated to the brink of spitting blood, feeling a dull ache in his chest, struggling to breathe. You scoundrel! If I do not end you, I shall change my name to Ji He. Lu Wei, oblivious to Ji Kuan's simmering rage, recognized the lack of sincerity in Ji Kuan's demands and deemed further dialogue unnecessary. The reason for blocking him was simply to prevent an exchange of insults. Closing the system interface, Lu Wei found himself unable to sleep and decided to rise and go fishing. The night promised far better catches than the day. He resolved to fish through the night and rest during the day. Having made his decision, Lu Wei stepped outside to begin fishing. Upon reaching the shore, he noticed Xiaobai swimming back, pushing a box. Glancing to the beach, he counted 5 boxes already present. This would be the 6th. Observing Xiaobai's industriousness, Lu Wei felt compelled to reward him. He promptly turned and returned indoors to start a fire, preparing to cook fish for Xiaobai. When Lu Wei brought out the fish, Xiaobai was patiently waiting. As Lu Wei approached with the fish, Xiaobai immediately began chirping excitedly. "All right, do not rush. This is for you." Observing the simpleton who only knows to lower his head and eat, Lu Wei shook his head in resignation. This foolish fish. When will he ever acquire a modicum of wisdom? Glancing at the boxes on the ground, Lu Wei resolved to open one and investigate. At present, utilizing luck for experience points seemed the most prudent choice, followed by crafting blueprints. Employing luck for opening boxes did not appear to offer a favorable cost-benefit ratio, as it heavily relied on chance. Upon opening the first box, he discovered a small package of luncheon meat. Although it weighed only 300 grams for Lu Wei, who had not savored meat for 2 days, it was nothing short of a treasure. Eyeing the luncheon meat in his hand, Lu Wei swallowed hard. Consuming it outright would be rather wasteful, so he decided to save it for use as a seasoning instead. After securing the luncheon meat, Lu Wei proceeded to open the second box, which contained 2 plots of land. Not bad at all. It seemed fortune was smiling upon him today. He casually installed the plots on the island and continued to the third box, which contained an item he had never encountered before. Curiously, he pulled it out to discover a small transparent vial, no larger than a finger, filled with a faintly green liquid. What could this be? Chapter 25. I have prepared everything elementary growth liquid, a substance that accelerates the growth of flora and fauna, enhancing their quality. Accelerating the growth of plants and animals? Is this meant for agriculture and husbandry? That indeed sounds promising. Unfortunately, the land here is predominantly sandy, rendering it unsuitable for cultivation. There are, however, a few plots where refuse is continuously used as fertilizer. Yet, relying on ways to improve soil quality is a protracted endeavor. I shall hold on to it for now. Perhaps in the future, when arable land becomes available, it will be of use. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Suddenly, Xiaobai dropped the fish meat in her grasp and hurried to Lu Wei, her delicate face filled with urgency as she reached out for something. It was the first time Lu Wei had witnessed this little glutton abandon food. Observing her anxious demeanor and glancing at the elementary growth liquid in his hand, he inquired, "Do you desire this?" Chirp, chirp, chirp. Xiaobai, oblivious to his words, continued to call out, her expression restless and her gaze fixed on the small vial, brimming with longing. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Wei uncorked the bottle and handed it to her. "Then, it is yours." Xiaobai had indeed been quite helpful, assisting him in fishing and scavenging. Being his sole companion, if she yearned for it so, he would grant her wish. Her eager demeanor suggested that this substance would benefit her. Lu Wei also anticipated Xiaobai's further evolution, hoping she could cleanse her fishtail. Of course, he simply craved the company of someone with whom to converse. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiaobai consumed the growth liquid, draining the vial entirely. After shaking it for any remnants and confirming its emptiness, she reluctantly discarded the bottle and returned to devour her meat. Was that it? No transformation or anything. There seemed to be no discernible change. Was this not a waste of emotional investment? After a considerable wait, confirming that Xiaobai exhibited no unusual symptoms, Lu Wei resigned himself to continue opening boxes. The remaining 3 boxes yielded little surprise, a piece of iron and a bottle of water. The only item of use was the last blueprint, a set of tableware including bowls, chopsticks, cups, plates, and a small basin, with the option to select from 3 materials: wood, stone, and iron. Opting for durability, Lu Wei decisively chose iron, inputting the blueprint into the forge. The tableware was soon crafted. He refrained from using the system to create it, as items made from a single metal material could be produced indefinitely via the forge. This would pave a path for future prosperity. After placing the tableware, Lu Wei ventured to the seaside to continue fishing. That evening, fortune smiled upon him. He caught 7 fish, amassing over 80 pounds of fish meat and earning 7 experience points. Currently, at level 3, he required 30 experience points to ascend to level 4. Whether he could level up tomorrow remained uncertain, dependent on fate. Perhaps due to his recent upgrade and allocation of attribute points, Lu Wei felt invigorated, devoid of fatigue. Checking the time, he noted it was already past 8 in the morning. The fish were becoming less cooperative. After a night of labor, his stomach grumbled in hunger, prompting him to prioritize preparing a meal. He decided to send a message to Zhang Ruo. Are you awake? Zhang Ruo quickly replied, I've been awake for a while. What's up? How much water do you have now? 6 bottles. Do you want some? I can send them to you. Keep one for yourself, and give me the rest in exchange for land and weapon blueprints. No need to hold back. You can have them all. The water is continuously being purified, so I have enough to drink. All right. By the way, do you want to have fish soup? Lu Wei suddenly remembered that having water meant he could cook fish soup. Upon seeing the words fish soup, Zhang Ruoro's eyes lit up. Can you make it? Is that even a question? Of course I can, but it might require 2 bottles of water, which seems a bit wasteful. At this moment, using drinking water to make fish soup could draw criticism from others, branding them as wasteful and ungrateful. What's wasteful about it? We're going to drink it anyway. So there's no loss. Fine, wait for me. The fish soup will be ready shortly. All right, I won't have breakfast then. I'll wait for your soup. By the way, could you lend me your fishing rod? The boxes I have are too far away. Sure, here you go. Lu Wei didn't hesitate and instantly completed the trade. After concluding the conversation with Zhang Ruo, Lu Wei posted a request for weapon blueprints in the chat area before starting to cook the fish soup. Just as the fire began to rise, a private message from a friend chimed in. Could it be Zhang Ruo again? Upon opening the message, he found it was not Zhang Ruo, but the person who had previously sold him a bow and arrow. Boss, I see you need weapon blueprints. I have a spear blueprint. Do you want it? Send it over for me to take a look. Soon, a blueprint was shared. Lu Wei examined it. The materials were simple, only iron and wooden sticks, just what he needed. What do you want in return? Lu Wei inquired directly. However, the response left him momentarily speechless. Boss, I don't want anything. I just want to follow you, if that's okay. Lu Wei furrowed his brow at this. To be honest, he had never considered taking in a subordinate to build a faction for himself. His lack of understanding about the world's specifics made it challenging to reach a conclusion. Perhaps you should propose another condition. Right now, having a subordinate won't be of much use. Our priority is to develop rapidly and see what significant changes occur after 7 days. Boss, I truly want to follow you. Please accept me, I assure you. I will be obedient and honest. Whenever I come across something good, I will report it to you immediately. All I ask is for you to protect me and allow me to survive. Lu Wei, intrigued, asked, have you encountered some danger? Not exactly, but I believe this world cannot be that simple. If the novice protection period is this tough, the survival pressure will undoubtedly increase later, along with the dangers. Boss, you are so formidable. In this ruthless world, you will surely become even stronger. Thus, following you is definitely the right choice. I must admit, this young man spoke quite persuasively, and his reasoning resonated with Lu Wei. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Wei replied, Very well, I will accept you for now. You will be tested for a period. If you prove yourself worthy, you may stay. If not, you will be dismissed. I do not require your drawings for free. I shall pay what is owed. No problem, esteemed leader. I shall heed your every command. From this day forth, you shall be my superior. You may call me Gao Ren, or simply Ren. Henceforth, if you direct me eastward, I shall not stray west. If you instruct me to chase a dog, I shall not pursue a chicken. Enough with the flattery. I value only tangible results. Here is the arrangement. I shall provide you with 20 pounds of fish. And in return, you will devise a means to exchange them for land or blueprints. Although Lu Wei has been consistently trading goods these past few days, he finds himself overwhelmed with the multitude of private messages he receives daily. Consider that there are over 100,000 individuals. It is unfathomable how many messages he must contend with each day. Moreover, trading is an intricate affair, consuming considerable time. Now that I have a subordinate, I shall delegate this task to him. As for whether Gao Ren will abscond with the 20 pounds of fish, Lu Wei remains indifferent. If he does, it matters not. I shall regard it as a trade for the spearhead blueprint, and the loss is minimal, merely the matter of a single fish. Rest assured, esteemed leader, I shall fulfill this task without fail. As Lu Wei spoke, he completed the transaction of 20 pounds of fish with Gao Ren, who in turn transferred the blueprints. Upon retrieving the blueprints, Lu Wei promptly approached the forge and inputted the design. Soon, the machine indicated that it could forge spearheads. 1 iron block is sufficient to create a single spearhead. Lu Wei possessed 43 iron blocks. He decided to retain 3, utilizing the remainder to craft spearheads. Each spearhead required 10 seconds to forge. Thus, the entire process would be completed in under 7 minutes, proving to be rather swift. Chapter 26. Small Victories Through Wisdom. Great victories through deceit. While waiting for the forging machine to complete its task, Lu Wei hung up a portion of fish meat, stipulating that the trade must consist of iron blocks. He then began the process of simmering fish soup. The method of preparing the soup closely resembled the pan-frying of fish he had undertaken the previous day. However, instead of consuming the fried fish, he meticulously broke it apart, stir-frying it before adding water to commence the simmering. As the fish soup began to bubble and approach completion, Lu Wei carefully extracted a small piece of luncheon meat, chopping it finely before incorporating it into the fragrant broth. The delightful aroma of the luncheon meat, combined with the fresh scent of the fish, was undoubtedly a sublime fusion. It would have been even better had there been some scallions or cilantro to enhance the flavor. Lu Wei ladled the soup into 2 portions, placing one in a bowl to send to Zhang Ruoruo. Upon receiving the fish soup, Zhang Ruoruo promptly responded with a message. Wow, Dahai, your fish soup is simply marvelous. Enjoy it as much as you like. By the way, here is your fishing rod, and an additional surprise. With that, Zhang Ruoruo traded 2 items with him, his fishing rod and 5 tiny yellow and white specks. Opening the description, Lu Wei's face lit up with delight. Chili seeds? Where did these come from? Seeds were indeed a precious commodity, possessing even a single seed promised a future bountiful harvest. The agricultural legacy of the people from Juzhou had endured for millennia, and any opportunity to cultivate was never overlooked. Lu Wei was no exception. The mere thought of one day savoring produce he had grown in this foreign world filled him with joy. Hee, I just fished these out of a crate. A total of 10 seeds, so we can each have 5. Lu Wei expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you. Once I harvest them, I'll make sure to share some with you. Truth be told, had he obtained 10 seeds, he might have hesitated to part with half. It was evident that this girl genuinely valued their friendship. Who knows who will cultivate them first? Perhaps I'll be the one to do so, Zhang Ruoruo retorted playfully. Lu Wei smiled warmly. Really? Shall we have a little competition to see who can grow them first? Sure, but there should be some stakes involved. I'd hate to see you cry if you lose, she teased. All right, I won't keep you any longer. I didn't sleep at all last night, so I'm off for a nap. Okay, take care and rest well. Goodbye. With the conversation with Zhang Ruoruo concluded, Lu Wei rinsed the soup bowl with seawater and set it aside. Having eaten and drunk his fill, coupled with the increasingly warm sun overhead, he finally felt the onset of drowsiness. He first set up a trade for Zhang Ruoruo's drinking water, offering 50 milliliters in exchange for 1 iron block. Initially, he had considered a mere 10 milliliters, but that amount was too scant to quench even a single thirst. 50 milliliters, however, would suffice to soothe his throat. Next, he retrieved the iron blocks acquired from the recent trade. Trading food for iron blocks was significantly easier than exchanging land. A mere 200 grams of fish meat could be exchanged for 1 iron block, and in no time, he had amassed over 100 iron blocks. The rapid pace made Lu Wei feel that he had set the price too low. Just 100 grams of fish could be exchanged for 1. With an iron ingot in hand, he approached the forge and retrieved the crafted spearheads. Instantly, a clattering sound echoed as a multitude of spearheads fell to the ground. Lu Wei picked one up to examine it, running his finger along the blade, nodding in satisfaction. This spearhead measured approximately 30 centimeters in length, double-edged, gleaming brightly, and possessing a sharpness that made it an exceptional weapon. Holding the spearhead, Lu Wei had already devised a plan for his dealings. Surely, this single spearhead could easily be traded for 5 plots of land, as it was a life-saving item. As for those without land, they could barter with iron ingots, or 20 to 50 units of wood or stone. What, conscience? Haven't you heard the saying? Small victories are achieved through wit, while grand successes rely on moral integrity. Relying solely on intelligence yields minor accomplishments, while lacking morality can lead to significant endeavors. After placing the newly acquired iron ingots back into the forge for further crafting, Lu Wei stored the spearheads indoors to shield them from rusting due to exposure to the elements. With the trivial tasks completed, he yawned. Realizing the afternoon held little for him, he decided to take a nap, planning to fish later that night. He tossed aside his shoes, shed his clothes, and lay down on the bed, closing his eyes and drifting into slumber. He slept soundly until nightfall, awakening to find it was already 7 p.m. He had slept for 6 hours. In just a few hours, after midnight, the beginner's protection period would end, and he wondered what changes might ensue. He opened his private messages to handle a few inquiries, discovering several weapon schematics, primarily for long spears, swords, and similar items. They likely perceived Lu Wei as naive and wealthy, each demanding exorbitant prices. Naturally, Lu Wei was unwilling to be taken advantage of. He already possessed the spear blueprint, rendering any other schematics irrelevant. Meanwhile, the chat interface buzzed with discussions about the impending end of the beginner's protection period. What should we do? I'm so scared. What is there to fear? We face challenges as they come. It's not a great concern. With the protection period ending, we lost 50 out of 100,000 players. I shudder to think how brutal it will be without it. Worrying was futile. What was meant to happen would happen. How large are your islands? After enduring hunger these past few days, I've finally expanded mine to 15 square meters. I exchanged for food and water once, and now I have 7 square meters. I have 11 square meters. I have 6 square meters. Lu Wei glanced around. Most of the players were below 15 square meters, with only a fortunate few reaching 16 or 17. In stark contrast, his island spanned 185 square meters, evoking a feeling of unparalleled solitude. Among this population of 100,000, he was undoubtedly the most developed. If he faced peril, others would fare even worse. Deciding to put such thoughts aside, he resolved to go fishing to stockpile food for peace of mind. For the next few hours, Lu Wei diligently fished, aiming to accumulate provisions and earn experience points. Hoping to level up by the following day, he only packed away his fishing rod as the clock approached midnight. In the past few hours, my endeavors have yielded quite satisfactory results. I have successfully caught a total of 8 fish, garnering 8 experience points. My current experience stands at 15 points, and with an additional 15 points, I shall be eligible for an upgrade. The 8 fish have provided me with a substantial yield of 115 pounds of fish meat, the majority of which has been placed in the trading area in exchange for iron blocks. As the clock struck midnight, the system notification chimed precisely on cue. Attention, novice players. It is with regret that I must inform you that the period of beginner protection has now concluded. Henceforth, your world will become increasingly exciting. Do relish the experience. Below are the updates from the system. Please review them carefully, as they pertain to your very survival. Chapter 27, Extraordinary Weapon. The Windbreaker Spear. The system has introduced a weather change feature, incorporating the cyclical nature of the 4 seasons, with unpredictable occurrences of wind, frost, rain, and snow. A new team organization system has also been established, allowing players to create chat groups in various organizational forms, complete with customizable positions and hierarchical structures. Additionally, a nickname function has been implemented, permitting players to use their real names or establish unique nicknames. Real names may be duplicated, while nicknames are exclusive. From this moment on, the number of treasure chests has increased, and the contents have become more diverse, with a slight chance of uncovering extraordinary items. Each player will encounter a shark in the nearby waters. Defeating it will yield rewards, but failure may result in being devoured. A friendly reminder, sharks will gnaw at your island, so it is advisable to deal with them promptly. The next update will occur in 3 days on the 7th day of login. Good luck to all. Lu Wei frowned upon reading about the shark. He was not particularly worried for himself, but he was concerned about Xiaobai nearby. What if it got hurt? No, he must resolve this quickly. As for the other features, he was indifferent, as they did not significantly pertain to him. Upon seeing the nickname option, he promptly changed his name to Lu Jihai. Relieved that it was not already taken. It appeared to be a real name, yet it was merely a facade. Closing the system interface, Lu Wei proceeded to decompose a piece of wood into sticks. He then took out his machete and began whittling the wood, and when he deemed it sufficient, he inserted a spearhead, firmly pounding it into a stone several times before securing it with a small nail. Thus, a rudimentary spear was crafted. Spear, common intermediate. No special attributes. Being a handmade creation, the system generated a fixed blueprint automatically. For items he had invented, the blueprint could be used indefinitely. Spear, 1 sharp spearhead, 1 wooden stick. This blueprint would be useless to others, who would need your blueprint if they already possessed a spearhead. Yet, in Lu Wei's hands, it was invaluable. In the future, crafting spears would be far less cumbersome, allowing for direct synthesis with a spearhead and a stick. Moreover, the system's synthesis would eliminate concerns about quality, rendering it utterly perfect. Ding. Acquired a spear. Congratulations. Lucky critical hit 9 triggered. Spear quality upgraded by 9 times. Congratulations on obtaining the Windbreaker Spear. Upon hearing the system notification, Lu Wei was momentarily taken aback, recalling that it was indeed a new day, and the lucky critical hit had refreshed. Before he could fully comprehend, the spear in his hand shimmered with light, transforming in appearance. The once ordinary wooden spear shaft morphed into an unknown dark redwood, while the spearhead, originally 30 centimeters, extended by over 10 centimeters, nearing half a meter in length. The spear blade glimmered with a cold light, its blood grew deep and dark as ink, resembling a hidden assassin lurking in the shadows, evoking a sense of dread. Examining the spear's description, it had indeed changed. Windbreaker spear, extraordinary, common blank, attributes, bleeding damage, 5 weight, 3 equipment requirement, none. After reviewing this description, a surge of excitement flashed across Lu Wei's face. It had transformed into an extraordinary weapon. How remarkable! Although he was uncertain whether a damage rating of 5 was high or low, he understood that the Windbreaker spear was undoubtedly far superior to the original common spear. Indeed, this is a weapon of extraordinary caliber, endowed with special attributes and formidable offensive power. As for its performance in practical combat, only first-hand experience can reveal the truth. Just then, an urgent call from Little White pierced the night air. Startled, Lu Wei swiftly grasped the wind-piercing spear and fishing rod, hurrying to the shore. Upon his arrival, Little White chirped a couple of times, incessantly gesturing towards the distant sea. Lu Wei squinted into the darkness, but alas, the night was too murky to discern anything. Nevertheless, he surmised that the shark mentioned by the system had indeed arrived, for Little White would not have been so agitated otherwise. Concerned for Little White's safety, Lu Wei cast aside his apprehensions. While sharks were fearsome, they paled in comparison to the terrors of humanity. With a swift motion, he planted the wind-piercing spear nearby and prepared the fishing rod, affixing a piece of fish entrails as bait. With a vigorous flick of his wrist, he cast the bait in the direction indicated by Little White, sending it soaring at least 100 meters. As the bait splashed into the water, Lu Wei began to retrieve the line at a steady pace. Sharks possessed poor eyesight, making it challenging to entice them with mere artificial lures. Thus, he had attached a small chunk of particularly pungent entrails, ensuring its scent would reach several kilometers. Though this approach contradicted the principles of sport fishing, such concerns were irrelevant in the face of urgency. Were it not for his worry for Little White, Lu Wei would have happily discarded the entrails to create a feeding spot. As he reeled in the line, Lu Wei took cautious steps backward. Fishing for sharks differed vastly from pursuing other species. Typically, fish exhibited either endurance or explosive power, but sharks possessed both, making them formidable adversaries. The greatest dread of anglers lay in encountering sharks, as they could easily sever lines or escape due to their immense strength and stamina. Bringing one to shore required considerable effort, and to compound matters, sharks were notoriously unpalatable, with many being protected, leading to the common practice of catch and release. Yet for those who sought the thrill of angling, it was precisely this challenge that appealed. Lu Wei had never fished for sharks before and had long yearned for such a challenge. Today presented an opportunity to fulfill that ambition. Though he had not anticipated that this challenge would be fraught with difficulty. Suddenly, the fishing rod jolted violently, unleashing an overwhelming force. Caught off guard, Lu Wei was yanked forward a few steps. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he steadied himself, anchoring his feet firmly in the sand while gripping the rod tightly, preparing to engage in a contest of strength with this behemoth. The shark, sensing the resistance and the sting in its mouth, thrashed with renewed vigor, relentlessly surging toward the depths. Clenching his teeth, Lu Wei braced himself, his feet digging deeper into the sand to stabilize his stance. At that moment, he truly comprehended the sheer power of the shark. It was astonishingly fierce. Had he not reached level 3, he would have been utterly unable to contain it. The alternative would have been a severed line or being dragged into the ocean. Watching the line spool out rapidly, Lu Wei hesitated to grip the reel, fearing that a forceful approach might lead to disaster. This fish was colossal, and he dared not risk losing control. One can only rely on the resistance of the fishing reel to dissipate its strength. Yesterday, when I caught that enormous fish weighing over 100, nearly 200 pounds, it paled in comparison to this creature. This fish must weigh over 500 pounds. As I observed the dwindling fishing line, a sense of urgency gripped my heart. I cannot allow it to continue pulling the line, otherwise it will be exhausted, leaving no buffer space. At that moment, it would either snap the rod or break the line. With this thought, I placed my hand on the spinning reel, increasing the resistance through friction. Yet, this shark seemed as stubborn as a mule. Sensing the increased resistance, it only intensified its struggle. With no other choice, I gripped the reel even tighter, amplifying the friction. Although this approach risked snapping the line, I could not afford to worry about that now. If the line continued to unravel, the rod would be lost. Watching the rod bend to a near 360-degree arc, I chastised myself for my carelessness. This behemoth was colossal. Had I known, I would have crafted a bow and arrow instead of using traditional fishing methods. It would have been far simpler to shoot it. Now, all I could do was pray for its strength to wane quickly, allowing me to reel in some line. Just then, the seemingly motionless Xiaobai by the shore suddenly slapped her tail, leaping over 2 meters into the air. In a swift motion, she seized the broken spear I had stuck into the ground and plunged into the water, swimming towards the shark. Xiaobai. Chapter 28. Ascending 2 levels upon witnessing the movements of Xiaobai, Lu Wei could hardly be oblivious to her intentions. Xiaobai, do not act impulsively. That experience points belong to me. Do not snatch them away. The sight of Xiaobai's actions sent Lu Wei into a frenzy. After all my hard work, isn't it all for the sake of experience points and rewards? If Xiaobai were to inadvertently slay the shark, it would be an immense loss. Before Lu Wei's thoughts fully settled, he suddenly observed the surface of the ocean churning violently in the distance. A sense of urgency surged within him. Xiaobai, with her petite arms and legs, stood no chance against such a formidable shark. A single sweep of its tail could send her flying. How can this foolish creature be so reckless, daring to challenge the shark? Lu Wei's eyes were fixed on the tumultuous waters ahead, and he distinctly sensed a waning of the shark's struggle. Seizing the opportunity, he began to reel in the line. Although the endeavor proved arduous, it signified the commencement of a counteroffensive. Lu Wei surmised that Xiaobai must have inflicted a serious wound on the shark. Otherwise, it would not have lost its strength so swiftly. Generally speaking, for a creature of such magnitude, it would take hours to reel it in. Suddenly, Lu Wei felt the line slacken, losing its tension. This abrupt change sent a jolt of alarm through him. Could it be that the shark had come loose? If that were the case, Xiaobai would be in grave danger. Just moments ago, he had managed to restrain the shark, preventing it from advancing. Now, without his control, Xiaobai would become mere prey at the shark's jaws. Without further contemplation, Lu Wei swiftly cranked the reel, fervently hoping that the shark was swimming towards him rather than having escaped. His intuition proved correct. The shark was indeed headed towards the island, and it was swimming with remarkable speed, seemingly in pursuit of something. Realizing that the shark was chasing Xiaobai, Lu Wei understood that she must have wounded it, provoking its wrath in a relentless pursuit. As the shark and Xiaobai drew closer, Lu Wei finally beheld the true visage of this behemoth. It was a colossal shark, approximately 3 meters in length, its body as thick as that of a calf, weighing an estimated 400 to 500 pounds. Its mouth was lined with razor-sharp teeth, menacing and reminiscent of daggers. A single bite could sever flesh with ease. However, this formidable creature appeared somewhat beleaguered, sporting multiple wounds that bled profusely, staining the surrounding waters crimson. These injuries were likely inflicted by the harpoon, the deep gashes leaving a lasting impression on Lu Wei. Noting that the shark was pursuing Xiaobai, he decisively adjusted his course and lifted his fishing rod with vigor, seeking to reclaim control. The shark halted momentarily, thrashing violently as blood gushed from its wounds. Yet, even a creature as robust as a bloodied bull could not withstand such a deluge, particularly with the inherent bleeding characteristic of the harpoon, absent any means of healing. The blood flowed unabated from its injuries. Sensing the shark's diminishing strength, Lu Wei resolutely exerted force to draw the shark back. Just moments ago, the frantic little Bai, upon seeing the shark ensnared by Lu Wei, swiftly turned to prepare for a surprise attack. Lu Wei, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but chuckle. What a clever little rascal you are. But wait, wasn't this creature always rather dim-witted? How has it suddenly grown so astute? Could it be that the growth serum has taken effect? Never mind. There is no time to ponder this now. The priority is to subdue this colossal shark first. Bai stealthily circled behind the great beast and, with a swift maneuver, plunged into the water. Underwater, Bai observed the thrashing shark and, wielding a spear, struck with precision before retracting the spear without a glance back and darting away. On the shore, Lu Wei clearly saw the spear tip emerge from the shark's back, only to be pulled back violently. In that instant, the realization dawned upon her. Bai had delivered a penetrating blow to the shark beneath the surface. At this point, the shark, having already exhausted considerable energy from its earlier struggle with Lu Wei, was further weakened by Bai's successive strikes and significant blood loss. Its apparent ferocity was merely a facade, a desperate flailing rather than a genuine fight. Even if Lu Wei were to release it now, the shark would not survive for long. Bai's attack had dealt a chilling blow, pushing the creature toward its demise, rendering it incapable of pursuing by any longer. As the shark's movements grew increasingly sluggish and feeble, Lu Wei finally managed to haul it toward the shore. Despite this, she exerted considerable effort. The shark was nearing death, occasionally thrashing its tail, a feeble testament to its lingering vitality. Observing this, Lu Wei felt a sense of relief wash over her. As long as it remained alive, all would be well. She had nearly been on the verge of begging it to hold on. A creature of such size would undoubtedly yield a significant amount of experience points. If it perished under Bai's influence, that would be an enormous loss. Taking a moment to catch her breath, Lu Wei realized there was no time for rest. She needed to act swiftly while the shark still clung to life to secure the experience points, lest they be attributed to Bai. Lu Wei approached and grasped the shark's tail fin, slowly dragging it onto the shore. The massive creature, weighing several hundred pounds, proved a formidable challenge, even for Lu Wei, who possessed attributes double that of an ordinary person. It took her quite some time and effort to accomplish this feat once the shark was fully on land. It finally ceased its struggles. Lu Wei hurriedly retrieved a machete and aimed a decisive blow at the shark's head. To her embarrassment, however, the shark's skull was too resilient. Utterly fatigued, Lu Wei found she could not penetrate it with a single strike. Just then, Bai, spear in hand, swam over and, noticing Lu Wei's attempt to slay the shark, raised her spear to assist. Seeing this, Lu Wei quickly halted her. "Stop. Hand me the spear. I will handle this." If the shark were to be killed by her, who would receive the experience points? Bai looked at Lu Wei with a pitiful expression, confused as to why the biped was suddenly scolding her. Noticing Bai's distressed demeanor, Lu Wei softened her tone. "As a girl, you shouldn't engage in such bloody violence. Leave this to me." With that, she gently patted Bai's head, took the spear, and plunged it fiercely into the shark's head. In her urgency to dispatch the creature, Lu Wei struck several times before finally bringing the shark to its end. At the same moment, the system's notification sound resonated. Ding! A collaborative effort has resulted in the slaying of a shark weighing over 500 pounds, granting 20 experience points. Ding! A fortunate critical hit has been triggered, multiplying the experience points by 6, thus acquiring an additional 120 experience points. The total experience now stands at 135 points, fulfilling the criteria for advancement. Would you like to level up? Yes, elevate me to the highest level. With such a wealth of experience, I surely can ascend multiple levels. Ding! Congratulations. You have advanced by 2 levels, reaching level 5, and earned 2 free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations on triggering a lucky critical hit. Your attribute points have been multiplied by 8, granting you an additional 16 free attribute points. Ding! Player Lu Zhonghai, congratulations on being the first to slay a shark, contributing significantly to the game. Would you like to announce this achievement to all players? Yes. Reward a silver treasure chest. No. Reward a bronze treasure chest. Shall I declare to everyone that I was the first to dispatch the shark? Am I simply indulging in vanity? What? There's a reward? Then what are we waiting for? An announcement is imperative. Lu Wei was not concerned about attracting attention. After all, no one recognized him, nor did they know his exact whereabouts. The essential point is that a silver treasure chest is undoubtedly superior to a bronze one. Even a fool would understand how to choose. Meanwhile, the system issued an announcement that left everyone astonished. Chapter 29. Global Announcement. Advancing the game progression. At this moment, the chat interface buzzed with discussions regarding the system update. The introduction of a weather system implies the eventual arrival of winter, which, while not particularly daunting at this distance, raises my concerns about storms. My island, a mere 10 square meters, would be annihilated by a single wave. You may have a decent 10 square meters, but I am left with only 5. It brings me to tears. A hint of spring emerged in the conversation. Observe my nickname. Those who understand, understand. All I need is one weapon, and you may choose your stance. Goodness, there's a shark. I just saw it circling around my island, measuring 2 to 3 meters in length. What should I do? Calm down. Do you think it can leap ashore to bite you? Oh no, it might actually be able to. My island is far too small. At that moment, someone suddenly instigated the conversation. It's all that 0329's fault. If he had monopolized all the land, we wouldn't be in such peril. As soon as this was uttered, others quickly chimed in. Indeed, that individual is the most selfish. He hoards food without sharing, forcing us to trade our land. It's nothing short of murder. In times of danger and despair, it is human nature to seek a scapegoat, with someone leading the charge. The blame swiftly fell upon Lu Wei. Consequently, a fair number of individuals began to vocally denounce him. Of course, some individuals, possessing a clearer mindset, countered, Can you truly blame others for your own insatiable appetites? I have subsisted on merely a single loaf of bread over the past 3 days, without trading any land. And I am quite stable. Exactly. They made an offer. You were not compelled to accept it. Even purchasing a piece of meat costs only 1 land plot. Can such a minor transaction wield such significant consequences? It is merely foolishness, mindlessly following the crowd, unaware that they are being used as pawns. At this juncture, the mastermind behind the chaos, Gigi Kuin, once again emerged to play the peacemaker. All right, everyone, let us not quarrel. The shark must be dealt with, otherwise. Even if the land is not swept away by the waves, it will be devoured by the shark. Thus, acquiring a weapon is imperative. I have good news. Those who join our mutual aid society can borrow weapons free of charge. With this, he shared an image of a machete. Upon hearing of available weapons, excitement surged among the crowd. Even if the weapon might not suffice to defeat the shark, it could serve as a means of self-defense. How do we borrow this weapon? Is there a cost? No cost whatsoever, as long as you are a member of our mutual aid society. It is yours to use for free. Is it truly that simple? I find it hard to believe. Do you truly think you can borrow such a weapon? By the time it's your turn, you may very well find yourself inside the shark's belly. This reminded everyone of the reality. Indeed, there were already dozens of members in the mutual aid society, and they could hardly keep up with their own needs. How could they lend it to others? Damn it. This Gigi Kuin is no good. He is always scheming to take advantage of us. His tricks just keep coming. At this moment, Gigi Kuin was so enraged that his face turned purple, cursing the scoundrel in his heart for once again sabotaging his plans. Nevertheless, a portion of the players remained undeterred, privately messaging him about borrowing weapons. Just then, the system notification chimed unexpectedly, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Congratulations to player Lu Zhenghai from Region 01438 of the Zhejiang Nation for being the first to slay a shark, advancing the game's progress and initiating the first ranked match. As a reward, you will receive a silver treasure chest. This announcement is made to encourage further endeavors. For detailed rules of the ranked match, please refer to the system. The message repeated thrice in Golden World announcements, bewildering players across the globe. Had someone truly managed to defeat the shark within merely 10 minutes of the update? Moreover, they had propelled the game forward and triggered a ranked match. Instantly, the world erupted in discussions, speculating about the identity of Lu Zhenghai and how he had advanced so swiftly. Wow, he is from our region. Who is Lu Zhenghai? Is there a hidden powerhouse among us? Why has he never revealed himself? The true elites always remain concealed, unlike that ostentatious 0329 who flaunts his resources everywhere. Such a person will inevitably be stripped of their possessions one day. Let me share an intriguing tidbit. Lu Zhenghai is likely the illustrious 0329. What makes you say that? Are you dim? Look at the trading area. The fish and meat previously listed by 0329 have now transitioned to Lu Zhenghai's name. Does that not speak volumes? Indeed, it seems our esteemed 0329 is actually named Lu Zhenghai. I knew it. 0329 is quite remarkable. At that moment, Zhang Ruorio, who had been perusing the chat records for information, heard the conversation and promptly opened her friend list. To her surprise, it contained only one name, ID 0329. However, the ID had now been changed to the nickname Lu Zhenghai. While others might remain oblivious, she was well aware that 0329 was indeed Lu Zhenghai. A sense of inexplicable pride washed over her as she thought, now you know, I've been in the know all along. By the way, I should ask Dahai what happened and whether he sustained any injuries while dealing with the shark. Meanwhile, Lu Wei was ecstatically seated on the beach, reveling in his newfound treasures. I've struck it rich. At last, I have turned the tide, gaining a staggering 16 attribute points. With this addition, can I not soar to new heights? Yet, he lamented that the shark had been a joint effort with Xiaobai. Otherwise, the 500-pound creature would surely have yielded more than 20 experience points. Still, had he faced it alone, capturing such a massive beast would not have been so effortless, and he might have lost his fishing rod and line. Reflecting on his complacency over the past few days, he recognized that his lowered vigilance had led to this oversight. This encounter served as a valuable lesson, reminding him to prepare thoroughly before embarking on any perilous ventures in the future. Fortunately, the outcome is splendid. Not only has he acquired 16 attribute points, but he has also obtained a silver treasure chest. Lu Wei glanced at his inventory, noting that this chest was entirely different from the ordinary ones. Its exterior gleamed in a bright silver hue, and its craftsmanship was markedly more exquisite, unmistakably indicating its premium quality. However, he was left wondering what treasures might lie within. At present, he had no intention of opening it. Today, a stroke of luck had been thoroughly exhausted, and it would be unwise to open this extraordinary chest without the benefit of a lucky critical hit. Such a high-quality chest surely deserves to be opened with the utmost fortune. Closing the inventory interface, Lu Wei proceeded to the data screen, ready to allocate his attribute points. Name: Lu Wei. Race: Human, Blue Star. Level: 5 Strength, 9 Constitution, 9 Agility, 10 Spirit, 8 Talent. Lucky critical hit level 1 skills. None free attributes. 16 Pet. None territory. 185 square meters experience points. 45,100 has the experience value increased? Just moments ago, he had a total of 135 experience points yet only advanced to level 5. If memory serves correctly, ascending from level 3 to level 4 required merely 30 points. With only 45 points remaining, it follows that ascending from level 4 to level 5 demands 60 points? The requirement has doubled. Such a significant increase seems rather steep. Is level 5 a pivotal threshold? Chapter 30. The Shudder of the Soul. Never mind. Let's not dwell on this any longer. I shall allocate my attribute points first. After careful consideration, Lu Wei has formulated a plan. With 16 attribute points at his disposal, he intends to elevate each of the 4 attributes to a score of 10, leaving him with 12 points to distribute. These remaining points will be evenly allocated to the 3 primary attributes, adding 4 points to each. Although this means that his mental attribute will only reach 10, lagging behind the other 3 attributes by 4 points. The current utility of the mental attribute is unclear, so there is no rush to enhance it. Maintaining a reasonable proximity is sufficient. Lu Wei decides to prioritize the enhancement of his mental attribute. As this marks his first investment into mental points, he is somewhat apprehensive about the sensations that may arise. As he allocates a single point to his mental prowess, he is suddenly enveloped by a jolt of clarity. A sensation of unparalleled euphoria emanates from the depths of his soul, elevating him to a state akin to floating on clouds. This exquisite pleasure almost brings him to tears, and he finds himself emitting various peculiar sounds involuntarily. At that moment, a voice call from Zhang Ruorio interrupts him. Dazed, Lu Wei fails to register the call. After a prolonged silence without an answer, the call eventually disconnects on its own. After a brief period, Lu Wei regains his composure and shakes his head in confusion. Did someone just initiate a video call? It seemed to be Zhang Ruorio. But why did it end? Never mind her for now. He continues to allocate his points. The exhilaration of enhancing his mental capacity is intoxicating, even surpassing that of physical enhancement. Nevertheless, Lu Wei exercises restraint, adding only 2 points to his mental attribute while distributing the remainder across strength, constitution, and agility. Upon completing the allocation of points, Lu Wei observes a remarkable transformation in his attributes. Name: Lu Wei. Race: Human, Blue Star. Level: 5 Strength, 14 Constitution, 14 Agility, 14 Mental, 10 Talent. Lucky critical level 1 skills. None free attributes. 0 pets. None territory. 185 square meters experience points. 45,100. This foundational attribute set far surpasses that of an average person, rivaling even the most elite athletes. Most importantly, Lu Wei's attributes exhibit a well-rounded development, with virtually no weaknesses. Having completed the allocation of points, Lu Wei turns his attention to the large shark and begins the process of disassembling its flesh. Shark meat is notoriously unpalatable and must be processed cheaply, fortuitously. He requires iron ingots to craft spearheads. Lu Wei intends to convert all this shark meat into iron. Item: shark weight: 372 kilograms decomposable fish flesh, 301 kilograms fertilizer, fish bones, internal organs, fish scales, etc. 71 kilograms fish glue. 5 portions. Lu Wei's eyes widen in surprise. He had not anticipated such an unexpected boon. The decomposition of the shark has yielded fish glue, 5 portions, to be precise. This completes another material needed for crafting a recurve bow. Now, only the sinew remains. The system has just announced that the quantity of treasure chests will increase, and the variety of items will become more abundant. Given this, the likelihood of acquiring sinew is significantly heightened, as it is an essential material for bow and arrow crafting. Lu Wei traded 301 kilograms of fish meat, pricing it at 200 grams per iron ingot. A small portion was allocated for trading wood, as crafting spears also required timber. Unlike land parcels, iron ingots and wood were not essentials. Trading with food was remarkably simple, and Lu Wei offered a sufficiently high price. 200 grams of fish could sustain one for an entire day. With over 300 kilograms of shark meat, alongside the original 100 kilograms of fish, he possessed more than 400 kilograms of fish. This bounty could be exchanged for over 2,000 iron ingots. With these ingots, he could create 2,000 spearheads, which could then be traded for land modules. Each spearhead could procure 2 land parcels, amounting to a staggering 4,000 parcels. Furthermore, 2 parcels were too inexpensive. Even 5 parcels would certainly attract interest, as the price of a weapon blueprint far exceeded 5 parcels. The more Lu Wei calculated, the brighter his eyes sparkled. This was truly the rhythm of wealth. After deftly listing all the fish meat, he turned towards the forge, where over 100 spearheads awaited collection. Just as he retrieved the spearheads, a flurry of notifications from private messages rang out. Upon opening it, he discovered a voice call request from his newly recruited subordinate. Gaoren. Hello? Gaoren. Have you managed to trade the fish meat? Lu Wei had given him 20 pounds of fish, and after such a lengthy silence, he feared Gaoren had absconded with it. Boss, you can't be this unfair to your little brother. You asked me to trade fish for land parcels, yet you hoarded hundreds of pounds of fish for iron. If I could manage to trade, it would be a miracle. Lu Wei paused, momentarily taken aback by the response, his expression turning slightly awkward. Cough cough. Well, you see, this is a test for you. If you can't handle such a trivial task, how can you qualify to be my subordinate? He certainly couldn't admit to having forgotten the matter entirely. Boss, this test is rather challenging. Fortunately, I am not an ordinary little brother. I managed to complete the task you assigned me. I traded 20 pounds of fish for 20 land parcels. If you hadn't stabbed me in the back, I could have secured even more. Lu Wei was genuinely surprised. He hadn't anticipated that Gaoren could manage to obtain land parcels under such circumstances. The lad had some skills. Nevertheless, he had to maintain his authoritative demeanor. Well done. In that case, you barely passed the assessment. I have another task for you. If I give you 400 kilograms of fish meat, how much iron can you procure in return? Gaoren replied without hesitation, Boss, if you entrust me with that much fish meat, I can assure you at least around 4,000 ingots of iron. This young man was even more cunning than Lu Wei himself, who had planned to exchange 200 grams of fish for each ingot. Gaoren was aiming for 100 grams. However, before Lu Wei could fully appreciate this revelation, Gaoren's next remark left him astounded. By the way, boss, aren't you planning to participate in the ranking matches? Why are you converting all the food into iron ingots? Aren't you trading for land parcels? Ranking matches? Lu Wei slapped his forehead, suddenly recalling that after dealing with the formidable shark, the system had indeed informed him that he had advanced the game as progress and unlocked the ranking matches. Initially, he had intended to explore the intricacies of these matches later, but in the midst of his busy schedule, he had completely forgotten. Oh, that matter? There's no rush. I have my own plans, he said. All right, I must take my leave now, as I have some pressing matters to attend to. I will reach out to you once I am done. With that, Lu Wei hastily ended the call, eager to uncover the true nature of the ranking matches. Chapter 31. The ranking competition. Upon opening the system interface, Lu Wei immediately navigated to the system announcement to review the details of the ranking competition. After a brief perusal, he comprehended the essence of this contest. It was a competition based on the area of islands. The rules were exceedingly straightforward. Starting today and continuing until 2 days later, on the 6th day of logging in, participants would be ranked according to their island area. The individual holding the top position in the region would be rewarded with 5 land energy blocks. The purpose of these land energy blocks was uncomplicated. They would upgrade the existing sandy terrain into arable land. Furthermore, the first place winner would receive an additional 10 tomato seeds. The second place winner would be granted 3 energy blocks, devoid of seeds, while the third would receive 1 energy block. This competition was of a global scale, with rewards not only for regional rankings but also for world rankings. Securing the title of world champion would yield a large seawater purification device, capable of purifying 100 liters of seawater daily, along with a golden treasure chest. The second place would receive a medium seawater purifier and a silver treasure chest, capable of purifying 20 liters of water daily. The third place would be awarded a small seawater purifier accompanied by a bronze treasure chest, purifying 5 liters of water each day. As Lu Wei gazed upon these rewards, he felt an overwhelming excitement. It was imperative that he claimed first place. He could not allow anyone else to snatch this opportunity away. With the large seawater purification device, he would no longer need to fret over drinking water, especially with the prospect of a golden treasure chest, which could potentially yield extraordinary items. Just the thought thrilled him. Adjacent to the system announcement, alongside the competition rules, was the current ranking list. At present, the individual in first place hailed from the 54333 region, bearing the name AI Eryushifu, with an island area of 1,086 square meters. Second place was occupied by Jean Li from the 84692 region, with an island area of 951 square meters. The third spot was claimed by Mi La Bei from the 66241 region, boasting an area of 887 square meters. As Lu Wei scrolled down, he finally located himself in the 55th position, identified as Lu Zhenghai from the 01438 region, with an island area of 185 square meters. Was I truly in 55th place? It seemed evident that he needed to exert more effort. However, as the timing was still early, there was no need for haste. He then clicked on the regional rankings, where he found himself undisputedly in first place. To his surprise, the second position was occupied by Zhang Ruorua, with an area of 88 square meters, and the third by Ji Jikuan, with an area of 72 square meters. It appeared that this individual, despite employing dubious methods, had not left empty-handed. At this moment, the chat channel was abuzz with activity. In the ranking competition, our region's powerhouse, Lu Zhenghai, is impressive, sitting at 55th place. What a formidable presence. What's so great about 55th place? It doesn't even come with a world reward. You must be lacking in common sense. Have you considered the total number of participants? A staggering 18.7 billion people. Being 55th is quite remarkable. Speaking of which, aren't there only 8 billion people on Blue Star? Where do the other 18.7 billion come from? Could they possibly be extraterrestrials? In our region, the prefix Jiuzhou is understood, but what does the E signify in their regions? Who knows? It is of little consequence. Lu Zhenghai is indeed remarkable, and his character is commendable. Were it not for him, how many would have perished from hunger? Indeed, from now on, I shall be a loyal subordinate to the great leader, purchasing whatever he offers in the trading zone. You lot jest. Yet over 400 kilograms of meat vanished in less than 10 seconds, not a single strand remaining, all snatched away by you. Ha ha ha. These past few days have left everyone in dire hunger, encountering meat exchanged for iron blocks. Anyone who hesitates for even a second is a fool. Zhang Ruoruo, eavesdropping in the chat area, was frightened away by these bizarre individuals. After a moment's hesitation, she sent a message to Lu Wei. Hello? Ruoruo, is something the matter? It's quite late, and you haven't slept yet? Lu Wei answered the voice call while working. These fellows must be utterly famished. Over 400 kilograms of fish meat were instantaneously consumed, transformed into more than 4,000 iron blocks, double what Lu Wei had anticipated. Now, he had just placed the iron blocks into the forge and returned to his room to craft spears. The process of spear making is quite simple. With a wooden shaft and a spearhead ready, the blueprints are fixed, allowing for rapid production. In no time, 250 spears were completed. He planned to send 50 to Gaoran in exchange for land parcels, but he couldn't give them all, as trust had yet to be fully established. Oh, no. Just too many new messages. I find it hard to sleep, Zhang Ruoruo replied, her tone somewhat flustered, seemingly concealing something. However, Lu Wei, engrossed in his work, did not notice her unusual demeanor. By the way, I'll trade your land parcel to you shortly. That evening, Zhang Ruoruo had given him several bottles of water, reserving some for fish soup, while the remainder was exchanged for land parcels. Compared to food, water is far scarcer and thus more coveted, making the exchange for land parcels relatively easy. Under normal circumstances, he might have withheld a couple, but now he had little interest in those few parcels. He aimed to acquire thousands or tens of thousands. Trivial plots held no allure. Zhang Ruoruo quickly declined. No need. You keep it. Haven't you seen the rankings? The competition is on now. You should use it first. Lu Wei countered. Do you not wish to participate? Even placing second in the region yields 3 plots of arable land, where you could plant your chili seeds. I have no need. You should secure first place first. At worst, you can grow them well, and I shall savor your chilies. By the way, I still have a few bottles of water. Take them to expand your island area. All the water from these past days was for her, to exchange for land parcels. Even if he couldn't secure the world's top spot, he must firmly grasp the region's first place, preventing any ambush from Ji Jikuan. Lu Wei felt a stirring of emotion upon hearing this. Oh, do not worry. I have ways to increase the land area. By the way, have you discovered any sharks on your end? Lu Wei had no intention of taking her few parcels since Zhang Ruorio displayed such camaraderie. He could not fall short in kind. Securing the second place in the world may be uncertain, yet obtaining the second place regionally is a certainty. As for that third position held by Ji Kuan, it will not be easily relinquished. Should Gao Ren perform commendably, he may also assist him in claiming the third spot, for one must not let fertile waters flow to outsiders. Regarding the shark, I did catch sight of it at that time, but there is no need for concern. The expanse of my island is ample, complete with shelter, rendering it a negligible threat. Speaking of sharks, Zhang Ruo feels a twinge of fear. After all, she is a young woman confronted with a shark alone. It would be peculiar if she were not afraid. In such matters, Lu Wei finds himself at a loss, even if he wishes to assist. He is powerless to do so. All he can offer is, here, I shall provide you with a weapon. Should you encounter the shark, simply thrust it. With that, Lu Wei trades a long spear. Upon seeing the spear, Zhang Ruo quickly declines, saying, No, you should keep it for yourself. It would be a waste to give it to me. I wouldn't dare to stab a shark. Have you forgotten? I have already dealt with my shark. There is no need for you to worry about me. You still need to venture to the shore to salvage treasure chests, right? What if you encounter a shark? Having a spear for protection would be safer. Take it. I have others. Very well. I shall return it after I have used it. As friends, such words are unnecessary. Now, it is quite late. Let us rest. Indeed, good night. Chapter 32. The frenzied rush to purchase after concluding the call. Lu Wei sought out Gao Ren and promptly traded 50 long spears. He then initiated a voice call. Hello? Came Gao Ren's drowsy voice from the other end. Realizing the hour was late, Lu Wei felt a twinge of guilt for interrupting his sleep. I apologize for disturbing you at this hour. I lost track of time. Please, return to your slumber and check my message when you awaken. Upon recognizing Lu Wei's voice, Gao Ren shook off his drowsiness. No need for that, boss. If you have instructions, please share. Lu Wei, recognizing the urgency of the matter, replied directly, All right then. It's a minor task. I'm sending you some weapons. I need you to trade them for land parcels. Can you manage that? In response, Gao Ren instinctively opened the trading interface. The sheer number of weapons sent by Lu Wei rendered him wide awake. My goodness, boss, where did you acquire so many weapons? At this stage, possessing even one weapon can ensure dominance. Yet you present me with 50. Lu Wei nonchalantly remarked, I crafted them myself. If you require a couple for personal defense, feel free to keep them. The rest should be exchanged for land. Once completed, come find me. I have more to offer. Gao Ren, reassured, patted his chest. Rest easy, boss. I assure you I will sell them at the highest price. With the sharks surrounding the islands, these weapons are a lifeline. They will be snatched up the moment they are released. Lu Wei nodded in agreement before continuing. Let us not be unreasonable with the pricing. Our quantity is substantial, so speed is our primary concern. Do you understand? Understood, boss. You can count on me to fulfill this task, Gao Ren confirmed. Very well. To get some rest, and should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out. All right, goodbye, boss. Goodbye. After ending the call, Gao Ren stared blankly at the 50 long spears beside him, a flicker of conflict crossing his eyes. He quickly shook off the nascent thoughts swirling in his mind and opened the trading interface to commence selling. 50 long spears represented no small fortune. While it might be a mere trifle for Lu Wei, for others, it could translate to over 100 parcels of land, potentially elevating someone to the status of the second most powerful in the region. Anyone would be tempted by such an offer. However, the key was to maintain self-control amidst temptation. Gao Ren was not foolish. He recognized that his boss, capable of presenting 50 spears for trade, must possess even greater resources. He understood that Lu Wei had not yet entrusted him entirely and would not divulge all his assets. It became evident that Lu Wei's depth of resources was far beyond his expectations. Aligning himself with Lu Wei appeared to be a prudent decision. Meanwhile, Lu Wei remained oblivious to the myriad thoughts occupying his newly acquired subordinate's mind. Even if he were aware, it would not surprise him. After all, human nature is inherently self-serving. No one can remain untempted in the face of immense profit. While mere thoughts may be inconsequential, should one take action, they must not blame the consequences that follow. After severing communication, Lu Wei collapsed into a deep slumber, having spent the day in relentless toil. Finally, he could enjoy a moment of respite. However, the night proved far from tranquil, as countless souls perished in the jaws of sharks. Those unfortunate individuals, occupying islands barely measuring 4 or 5 square meters, or those who bartered their islands for sustenance, found themselves in dire straits that evening. With the end of the novice protection period, the sea grew colder, and gusts of wind stirred the waves that crashed mercilessly upon them. A moment of inattention could lead some to be swept into the water. The sharks, lying in wait beneath the surface, eagerly seized the opportunity when prey was delivered to them. Thus, when the dawn broke and individuals awoke to check their systems, they were taken aback to discover that over 300 lives had been lost that night. In that instant, they comprehended the harsh reality. This was no mere game, nor a leisurely holiday. It was a brutal survival challenge. Early in the morning, discussions erupted in the chat channel regarding this grim event. Alas, over 300 souls had vanished overnight, a staggering cruelty. Those who departed may have found release, but for those remaining, the struggle for survival continued. Is there anyone with weapon blueprints? I would pay a handsome price for one. At this moment, still seeking weapon blueprints? It seems like a dream. Yesterday, someone offered 10 plots, yet none were sold. The Mutual Aid Society is recruiting members. Joining grants the chance to borrow weapons for hunting sharks. The Mutual Aid Society is back at it, deceiving us once more. These individuals are as bothersome as flies. Yet, do not be disheartened. This is currently our sole opportunity to gain access to weaponry. An opportunity? Trading a plot for an elusive chance. Does it truly hold worth? Moreover, wielding a machete against a shark is tantamount to courting death. Sigh, if there were other options, it would certainly not be worth it. But have we not been forced into a corner? What else can we do? Brothers, come quickly. There is someone selling weapons at the auction house. Many weapons, in fact, with starting bids at just 2 plots and a buyout price of merely 5. What? A weapon for 5 plots? I must see this. Driven to desperation, the crowd surged into the auction house upon hearing of the weapon sale. When they discovered the weapon was a spear, their excitement intensified. A spear, an ideal long-range weapon against sharks, is much safer than a machete or sword. The longer the weapon, the greater the advantage. Employing a spear against sharks is far more prudent. Consequently, the 50 spears that Gowron listed were snatched up almost instantaneously. All were buyout prices, traded for 5 plots each. Even then, some lamented their slow reflexes, regretting their inability to secure a spear. And this was still during the early hours when few were present. Had there been a larger crowd, the competition would have been even more fierce. Upon receiving 250 plots, Gowron could barely contain his drool at the prospect. If this were to be utilized on his own island, it would undoubtedly secure the top position in the region. However, despite his temptations, he dared not appropriate Lu Wei's possessions without restitution. The moment the transaction was finalized, he promptly transferred the parcel of land to Lu Wei, fearful that lingering with it, even for a moment, would lead to irresistible temptation. Upon awakening that morning, Lu Wei gazed upon the parcel of land transferred by Gowron. Rather than immediately installing it on his island, he set it aside. He then proceeded to trade a new batch of 100 spears to Gowron. The reason for his reluctance to install the land right away was quite deliberate. Installing too much at once would draw undue attention, prompting others to fervently seek out parcels of land, thereby intensifying the competitive pressure. Lu Wei intended to store the land for the time being, planning to deploy it all at once as the competition neared its conclusion, executing a surprise maneuver that would catch everyone off guard. Chapter 33. The Apple of Enhanced Attributes. Lu Wei then opened the private messages from Zhang Ruoruo, which contained 2 pieces of information. One was a transaction of 5 bottles of water she had given him, and the other was a request for a voice call once he woke up. Lu Wei first accepted the water, then listed the 5 bottles on the trading platform, pricing them at the equivalent of 50 milliliters per iron block. Thus, the 5 bottles could potentially yield around 50 iron blocks. He planned to use these 50 iron blocks to craft 50 spears, which he could sell to acquire land for Zhang Ruoruo. In this manner, he could assist her in winning the competition without any significant personal cost. After all, she had aided him considerably, and it was only fitting that he returned the favor with a small gesture. Once the transaction was posted, Lu Wei followed Zhang Ruoruo's request and sent her a voice message. As soon as the call connected, he heard her excited voice on the other end. Hi. Guess what I just found? The enthusiasm in her tone made Lu Wei suspect she had discovered something remarkable, prompting him to ask, "What is it?" "Tada. Here," Zhang Ruoruo exclaimed, sending over a transaction. When Lu Wei opened it, he chuckled. It was an image of an apple. "Isn't this just an apple?" he remarked, clicking to accept the transaction. "Take a closer look at the description," she urged. At her prompting, Lu Wei instinctively glanced at the apple he had just received in his backpack. Spirit apple. Consuming it will enhance physical attributes. Lu Wei's eyes widened in astonishment. This was indeed an apple that could bolster one's physical prowess. The existence of such an item confirmed his suspicions that the world was far more complex than it appeared. Upon encountering extraordinary weapons, he had sensed something was amiss. If he could level up through fishing, surely others had means to enhance their strength as well. It was implausible that he alone possessed exceptional power. The arrival of this apple substantiated his thoughts. Ordinary individuals could also elevate their capabilities through various treasures. And perhaps even cultivation techniques existed as well. However, as Lu Wei gazed at the apple in his hand, his expression grew somewhat conflicted. Zhang Ruo, in her innocence, must have realized the apple's value. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so exuberant. Yet, knowing its worth, she still willingly traded it to him, demonstrating her trust in him. Although Lu Wei was tempted by the apple, he could not bring himself to take it without reciprocating. He was indeed calculating, but he also had his principles. With a teasing smile, he remarked, "You gave me such a precious item. Aren't you afraid I won't return it?" Zhang Ruo laughed lightly. "Did you worry I wouldn't return the fishing rod you lent me?" Lu Wei was momentarily at a loss for words. In truth, he had been quite anxious at that time. However, admitting that was out of the question, so he forced a smile and replied, "Of course I wasn't worried. I trust you." "Then I trust you as well. Besides, this apple was meant for you. Why would I worry about you not returning it?" "What? Intended for me?" Lu Wei was astonished. Such a valuable item was being offered to him? Why? Could it be that this little chubby girl harbored inappropriate feelings for him? Alas, being too exceptional could indeed lead to troubles. Women were drawn to him like moths to a flame, incessantly. However, while beautiful women might be acceptable, he certainly could not entertain the notion of indulging in the affections of a 200-pound girl. Indeed, what distinction was there between the two of them? Upon hearing Zhang Ruoro's words, Lu Wei's heart sank. Could it be that she had misunderstood his intentions from that day? He had merely been momentarily touched, without any ulterior motives. Gritting his teeth, Lu Wei resolved to clarify the misunderstanding. It could not continue this way. Ruoro, I have always regarded you as a good friend and partner. The reason I said what I did that day was simply because I was moved by your trust. I absolutely meant no other implications, so please do not misconstrue my words. I hope we can remain good friends for life. Do you understand what I mean?" Zhang Ruoro was momentarily taken aback, feeling a mix of amusement and irritation. If anyone is misunderstanding here, it is you. I regard you as a good friend. You cannot possibly think I have feelings for you. How absurd." Although she expressed it thus, an inexplicable displeasure lingered within her. After all, she was a natural beauty. A beloved star, adored by many. How could he find her lacking? She was curious about how he would react when he finally saw her. Unbeknownst to Lu Wei, Zhang Ruo's thoughts were far from his own. Upon hearing her words, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. That's good. That's good. We are still good friends." Zhang Ruo, feeling a surge of indignation, couldn't help but imagine the astonishment on Lu Wei's face when he finally laid eyes on her. "By the way, I should return this apple to you. You need it now. Consuming it will enhance your physical condition and give you an edge against that shark." Such a precious item was not something Lu Wei could accept lightly. "No, you keep it. If you don't want it, just discard it. It's entirely up to you." Zhang Ruo huffed. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei hastily declined. Accepting such an expensive gift would create an overwhelming debt of gratitude. No. How about this? I'll trade you some land for it. What do you think? You are currently participating in a ranking match, right? Keep the land for now, and later, when you have something of value, you can give it to me. Don't worry, I have plenty. The competition is not an issue at all. Just wait a moment," Lu Wei said before abruptly ending the communication. He then retrieved the iron he had just exchanged for water and relisted 50 long spears, setting them at a rate of 5 plots per spear. Before long, all the spears were sold. At this moment, spears were regarded as vital weapons for survival. It was not just the price for 5 plots. Even 10 would sell out instantly. Furthermore, since Lu Wei had not imposed purchase limits, some opportunists emerged in the trading area, snatching spears from the auction house and reselling them at a markup. Noticing that their prices were not exorbitant, Lu Wei chose to ignore them. This perfectly serves to elevate the price of the spear while simultaneously boosting sales, so why bother? Of course, should someone engage in excessively exploitative practices and disrupt the market, Lu Wei would have no choice but to intervene. Soon, Zhang Ruo's 5 bottles of water were exchanged for 250 plots of land. Lu Wei further augmented this by adding another 250, resulting in a total of 500 plots in the transaction. Although he was unaware of the true value of these apples, 250 plots seemed about right. As for Lu Wei himself, these 250 plots held no significance for him. Gowron still had 100 spears, and he possessed another 100. Moreover, there were over 4,000 iron blocks continuously being processed in the forge, though it was uncertain how many had been completed. The sale of these spears would yield over 10,000 plots, given that the current leader occupied just over 900 plots. Securing the top spot with over 10,000 was certainly feasible, while Lu Wei remained unconcerned. Zhang Ruoruo was utterly astonished by the 500 plots that Lu Wei had traded for. Chapter 34. Am I 250 or someone else's 250? How have you acquired so many? Zhang Ruoruo was astounded. 500 plots of land. If combined, it would place her directly among the world's top 10. To be honest, in that moment, her heart fluttered. However, upon realizing that these plots belonged to her dear friend Dahai, she hastily contemplated returning them. Lu Wei replied, of the 500, 250 were exchanged for the 5 bottles of water you gave me, while the remaining 250 were for purchasing your apples. I am unaware of the market price, so I simply gave you 250. Please do not deem it insufficient. If you refuse, I cannot accept your apples. Zhang Ruoruo was so taken aback that she was at a loss for words. Mine? 5 bottles of water? For 250 plots? Indeed. Do you believe I am 250, or is someone else? Zhang Ruoruo clearly found this hard to believe. Although everyone was in dire need of water, it would be remarkable to exchange 1 bottle for 5 plots. 5 bottles would equate to a maximum of 25 plots. Now, it had multiplied tenfold. Who would believe such a claim? Lu Wei, feeling helpless, said, I have my methods. I assure you I am not deceiving you. So feel free to accept. Zhang Ruoruo chuckled, still disbelieving. If you wish for me to believe you, then prove it. I shall give you another 5 bottles of water, and you must return 250 plots to me. Just you wait. I remained skeptical, she thought, yet Lu Wei readily agreed. Sure, no problem. Not just 5 bottles, but even 10 or 20. I can manage as many as you have. Now it was Zhang Ruoruo's turn to be flabbergasted. Can you truly exchange 5 bottles of water for 250 plots? Not necessarily. It could be 200 or even 150, depending on market conditions. Currently, the market is favorable, allowing for the exchange of 250 plots. As the supply increases, a price drop is not out of the question, of course. That would occur once everyone possesses spears. If we could sell 100,000 spears, that would equate to 500,000 square meters of land, and afterward, a price reduction would not concern me. Then why couldn't it be traded for so many before? Are you hoarding them? Zhang Ruoruo feigned an interrogation. Lu Wei recognized the necessity of clarifying the matter to avoid misunderstandings. Previously, I lacked the treasure and the opportunity. Now both have coincided. Otherwise, how could I exchange for so many? What treasure? Zhang Ruoruo inquired, intrigued. Lu Wei pondered for a moment, but chose not to conceal anything, sending her a photograph of the forging machine. Naturally, he refrained from mentioning that it evolved from the furnace, claiming instead that it was obtained from a treasure chest. He then elaborated on the machine's functions, leaving Zhang Ruoruo in awe. Once he finished, Lu Wei advised, during these next few days, gather as many iron blocks as you can and hand them over to me. I will forge spears for you to trade for land. Together, we shall strive to secure the first and second positions in the world rankings. With a sense of determination, Lu Wei set out to retrieve the treasure chests. By the way, may I borrow your fishing rod? He inquired. Be cautious of the sharks. You wouldn't be able to reel one in, came the reply. Lu Wei exchanged the fishing rod with Zhang Ruoruo, and their conversation came to a close. Upon glancing at the clock, Lu Wei realized they had spent over half an hour chatting, a considerable waste of time he vowed not to repeat. Fortunately, he had managed to prepare breakfast while conversing. Outside, Xiaobai chirped incessantly, clearly unable to contain her excitement. Lu Wei hurriedly carried the freshly cooked fish out the door. As he stepped outside, he was greeted by the sight of numerous treasure chests scattered across the sandy shore. It was evident that Xiaobai had assisted him in gathering them. Counting them revealed a total of 12, significantly more than before, indeed, double the amount. This bounty would undoubtedly enrich their supplies, promising an opportunity to acquire even more valuable items. Well done, Xiaobai. Here is some fish for you. Enjoy. Lu Wei gently patted her head and placed the plate before her. Xiaobai, shaking off Lu Wei's hand, quickly devoured the meal. As he observed her enjoying the food, an unsettling feeling crept over Lu Wei. Something felt amiss. Was it her attire? No, that remained unchanged. The fish? Unaltered as well. No, it was her demeanor. Xiaobai's expression bore a newfound depth. Previously, she had appeared blissfully vacant, devoid of any discernible intellect. Yet now, she seemed imbued with a spark of awareness. Could it be that the growth serum had truly worked? If that were the case, would continuous administration of the serum lead her to evolve to a level of intelligence akin to that of a human? Would she eventually transform into a person? The thought troubled him. If she gained such wisdom, would she still choose to remain by his side? Perhaps she would venture away, seeking her own path. Although the system offered a pet option, Xiaobai was not merely a pet to him. Watching her engrossed in her meal, Lu Wei found himself torn, contemplating whether he should allow her to continue evolving. The prospect of her departure weighed heavily on his heart. Yet, he chastised himself for such worries. Those were concerns for another day. He resolved to focus on opening the treasure chest instead. With today's stroke of luck already spent, he felt emboldened to proceed without fear of squandering it. Thus, he boldly opened the first chest. To his disappointment, the initial chest contained nothing more than a bottle of water. While water was not without merit, capable of being exchanged for a significant amount of iron to craft spears or acquire land, it was hardly thrilling. The single bottle could yield nearly 50 parcels of land adequate enough. Setting the water aside, Lu Wei continued to the second chest. He persisted until all 12 chests had been opened, arranging the spoils along the shore. The haul included 2 bottles of water, 3 parcels of land, a packet of salt, a 1-kilogram bottle of cooking oil, a blueprint, a pound of sugar, a tube of toothpaste, a towel, and a dagger. Among the items, the blueprint for a wardrobe held some utility. After surveying his findings, Lu Wei couldn't help but shake his head in dismay. His luck was decidedly lacking. Nevertheless, it is certainly preferable to an array of wooden and metallic scraps. At least these items proved to be functional. After tidying up and placing everything inside the dwelling, Lu Wei first utilized the plans for the wardrobe. Given the simplicity of the wardrobe's design, requiring merely wood and iron, it was swiftly completed. Now positioned within the room, it qualifies as a piece of furniture. A set of tables would render it even more perfect. It had been several days since he had properly washed his face or brushed his teeth, as the scarcity of fresh water rendered such luxuries almost excessive. However, today Lu Wei indulged a little, using a bottle of water to brush his teeth, then dampening a towel with the remaining water to cleanse his face. After attending to his personal hygiene, Zhang Ruorio returned the fishing rod, prompting Lu Wei to pick it up and prepare for fishing. As for the attribute-laden apple he had exchanged with Zhang Ruorio, he intended to keep it, planning to consume it tomorrow once the luck-enhancing update was applied. Chapter 35. The news of fresh tendons. When the time comes to eat the apple and deliver a critical strike, at least the attributes will double. Alas, this makes me feel indebted to Zhang Ruorio for a significant favor. How shall I repay it? As Lu Wei fished, he pondered how to return this debt. The greatest challenge facing Zhang Ruorio now was the threat of that shark. Unfortunately, she could not venture near it, and being a girl, she could not possibly reel it in. Just as Lu Wei was deep in thought, he suddenly felt a tug on his line. He quickly reeled in, and before long, he had pulled up a fish weighing over 20 pounds. After breaking down the fish, he traded the flesh for iron blocks. At this moment, Gao Ren had already sold the second batch of spears. They were still being traded at 5 plots each, clearly in high demand. With 200 spears, Lu Wei earned 1,000 plots, all of which he saved without installation. At this time, the world ranking had already surpassed 1,000 for the top player. It seemed everyone was striving to acquire plots and expand their islands. Lu Wei traded another 200 spears to Gao Ren, advising him to purchase some fresh tendons to see if they were available, before turning back to continue fishing, far away from Lu Wei and his companions. On a vast expanse of sea, there lay an island several times larger than Lu Wei's. A tall, exquisitely beautiful girl, with emerald green hair and near-perfect features, was holding a bow and arrow, poised to strike. Her pointed ears were somewhat peculiar, and had Lu Wei witnessed this scene, he would undoubtedly have exclaimed in surprise, "What a fairy!" Suddenly, the girl's gaze sharpened, and she released her arrow. With a soft thud, the surface of the sea erupted in a faint crimson hue. Shortly thereafter, a fish weighing several tens of pounds floated to the surface, an arrow embedded in its head. The elven girl used a hook to retrieve the fish, and after the system processed it, all the fish meat was placed in the trading auction house to exchange for plots. Unfortunately, due to her excessive sales of fish meat in recent days, prices had begun to fall. Beep, 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 a private message sounded. The elven girl opened it to find a message from her kin. "Your Highness, are you still fishing? You have not rested for several days. Your cultivation has been sealed, resulting in nearly all your abilities being lost. For your health, it would be wise to take a proper rest. Upon hearing this, the elven girl resolutely shook her head. There is no time to rest. The divine has granted our elven race an opportunity. We must seize it and restore the glory of our lineage. With that, she abruptly ended the communication, took a dagger, pricked her fingertip, and let a drop of blood fall into the water, soon attracting several fish. Observing this, she seized her bow and resumed her fishing. Elsewhere, a short but sturdy man swung a hammer, rhythmically striking the iron block in his hand. As he continued his laborious task, the rough shape of a long knife gradually took form. Sweating profusely, he quickly gulped down a bottle of water to relieve himself before resuming his work. Time flies, and before one realizes, an entire day has passed. Throughout this day, all those aspiring to attain a rank in the competition have been exerting themselves to the utmost. Lu Wei, too, is no exception, tirelessly fishing to exchange for iron blocks. Over the course of the day, he caught 16 fish, earning 16 experience points and over 200 pounds of fish meat, which can be exchanged for several hundred iron blocks. Zhang Ruoruo also contributed by trading in some unnecessary items from the boxes she fished out, handing the iron blocks over to Lu Wei for crafting long spears. Consequently, her ranking has soared rapidly, now securing the 5th position in the world. Once the purifier produces 5 more bottles of water, and after exchanging the iron blocks to create long spears, she may well ascend to the top 3. Presently, the leading competitor has barely reached 2,000 square meters. As for Lu Wei, the only hindrances he faces are the speed of his shipments and the production rate of the forge. The forge operates at a pace of 1 spear every 10 seconds, yielding 360 spears in an hour. Throughout a single day, he not only crafts for himself, but also for Zhang Ruoruo, managing to produce approximately 4,000 spears over 10 arduous hours. Such a surplus of spears flooding a market with only 100,000 participants quickly depletes the available land resources. Nevertheless, Lu Wei has refrained from lowering prices. Instead, he has merely slowed his shipment pace to create an illusion of scarcity regarding the spears, while also allowing others time to accumulate resources. Many still possess land, and with the treasure chests doubling in quantity today, the abundance of resources has significantly increased. The trading market buzzes with activity, prompting even Lu Wei to indulge in purchasing some useful items. He exchanged 1 spear for a pair of shoes and a bar of soap. It is difficult to ascertain whether this transaction is a loss or a gain. After all, he possesses an almost infinite supply of spears. Additionally, he procured some seasonings, monosodium glutamate, soy sauce, and chili powder. Lu Wei rummaged through the chili powder for quite some time, yet failed to find a single intact seed. It appears the system is exceedingly cautious, leaving no opportunity for exploitation. Beep, beep, a private message alert sounded. Boss, I've seen someone selling raw tendons. But it seems he knows you are interested, so his price is rather outrageous. Upon reading this message, Lu Wei's brow furrowed. Previously, he had indeed posted an advertisement in the chat channel seeking raw tendons and had long maintained a trading post for them. It would not be difficult for observant individuals to notice his need for them, especially given his current status and reputation. Someone might very well attempt to take advantage of him. What does he want? Lu Wei inquired in a low tone. He wants 100 spears. Lu Wei expressed surprise at this revelation. How does he know the spears belong to me? Gaoren chuckled wryly. Boss, the market's iron blocks have nearly been depleted by you. Anyone not foolish can deduce that the spears are yours. Discussions in the chat area have already reached this conclusion. Realizing the truth of Gao Ren's words, Lu Wei acknowledged that his extensive iron collection had indeed drawn attention. One should never underestimate the intelligence of others. Those who consider others as fools are the true fools themselves. All right, I understand now. Provide me with his ID. I will reach out and inquire further. All right, Chief. Shall we consider a price reduction? No rush. Let's discuss it tomorrow. With that, Lu Wei ended the call and received the land parcel sent by Gao Ren. Refraining from sending him a spear in return, he still had a few hundred in hand, sufficient to last for a while. Searching for an ID, he located the individual and sent a private message to the person selling the fresh tendons. Dear friend, I have heard you possess fresh tendons. What are your selling intentions? To be candid, had it not been for the scarcity of fresh tendons in the market and his pressing need for this particular item, he would never have reached out to this individual. Soon, a response arrived. Oh my, esteemed one, it's quite rare to connect with you. As a mere insignificant figure, it has been quite a challenge to reach out to you. I have sent numerous messages, and at last, I have received a reply. Upon hearing this somewhat sarcastic tone, Lu Wei raised an eyebrow, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Chapter 36. The wealthy hated yet coveted Lu Wei spoke in a rather indifferent tone. I receive countless private messages daily, and I simply lack the time to read them all individually. Indeed, I understand you are a busy person, chuckled Zhou Laosan, his voice laced with a hint of arrogance. Once a slothful individual, he spent his days lazily lounging at home, either engrossed in videos or immersed in games. Deeply envious of the affluent lifestyle, he often expressed his disdain for the wealthy online, while simultaneously yearning to attain such riches himself. He frequently fantasized about the feeling of standing triumphantly over the rich. Thus, the opportunity to manipulate someone of Lu Wei's stature was exceedingly exhilarating for him. He envisioned scenarios where this influential figure would humbly plead before him. However, reality would soon remind him that a fool remains a fool, and his petty tricks were laughable in the presence of those who possessed wealth, power, and cunning. Lu Wei, amused by this character, sighed with exasperation. Are you selling or not? If not, then let's not waste each other's time. I am quite busy. It must be said, Lu Wei exhibited a degree of refinement. As he had yet to utter a harsh word, Zhou Laosan's smile abruptly vanished. What do you mean? You no longer desire it? I do wish to acquire it, but it's not an absolute necessity. If you wish to sell, then name your price. If not, let us not prolong this any further, as I am rather occupied. Lu Wei responded, impatience creeping into his tone. He had already discerned Zhou Laosan's mindset. Such individuals were not unfamiliar to him, and he understood them all too well. It was merely a case of a petty person reveling in a fleeting opportunity to extort a sum. Yet, it was evident that Zhou Laosan lacked self-awareness. With his meager resources, he was hardly in a position to extort anyone. The material he possessed, known as tendons, was not particularly rare, essentially the fascia of large animals. Though it was somewhat scarce at the moment, given that the game had only commenced a few days prior and many resources had yet to emerge. Zhou Laosan, upon hearing Lu Wei's words, felt his fragile pride bruised. Such individuals often despise themselves while projecting that disdain onto others. Very well, you want me to name a price? 100 spears. If I do not receive that amount, I shall not sell, he declared, indignation brimming in his voice. Upon hearing this price, Lu Wei did not react with anger. Instead, he chuckled lightly. 100, you say? I possess several thousand. Do you not find your request rather paltry? Zhou Laosan paused to consider this. Indeed, why settle for a mere 100? This man possessed copious resources, reportedly spanning thousands of square meters. It seemed absurd to request only 100. Then I shall demand 1,000 spears. If you cannot provide that, I shan't sell. The thought of soon owning 1,000 spears, which could translate into substantial land, ignited visions of potentially becoming the world's best, a notion that filled him with exhilaration. To the point where the acne on his face appeared ready to burst with excitement. Lu Wei laughed softly. Is 1,000 sufficient? If not, I have more at my disposal. Zhou Laosan, not entirely dim-witted, finally detected an oddity in Lu Wei's tone. He furrowed his brow and inquired, What do you mean by that? Lu Wei chuckled. What I mean? Ha ha ha. I merely thought to encourage you to dream a little bolder. Who would have imagined that even your dreams would be so timid? Enough of this idle chatter. I shall ask you directly. Will you sell a spear? Upon hearing this, Zhou Laosan was instantly infuriated, for he had pinned his hopes on this opportunity to amass wealth. Although a single spear commanded a high price, he could never forsake his aspirations for merely one. Not for sale, not even for 500 spears. Did not even entertain the thought. Lu Wei had anticipated this response and chose not to engage in a price negotiation further. Instead, he countered, You haven't purchased a spear yet, have you? Why would I? I await your delivery, Zhou Laosan replied with a self-assured smirk. Is that so? Very well, then. You may wait, but I assure you, you shall not procure even a single spear. Do you believe me? I no longer desire the raw materials. Keep them for your own amusement. With that, Lu Wei promptly deleted and blocked him, severing all ties. Upon hearing this, Zhou Laosan panicked. If Lu Wei truly blocked him, he would be unable to obtain the spear, and that would spell disaster. Without a spear, how could he defend against the shark? If he failed to confront the shark, he would eventually meet a grim fate. The crux of the matter was that he lacked 5 plots of land to buy a spear. It was not that he had been unable to acquire land. Rather, he had exchanged all his plots for sustenance. Presently, he possessed a mere 6 square meters of land, which would dwindle to 5 square meters after noon today. If the shark took another bite, little would remain. Such a minuscule space could easily be devoured by a shark with one careless move. With this thought, Zhou Laosan cast aside his dreams of wealth and hurriedly sent a message to Lu Wei. Boss, if you think 500 is too much, I can settle for 100. However, as soon as he sent the message, it bounced back instantly. Your message could not be delivered. It has been returned. Realizing he had been blocked, Zhou Laosen became frantic and rushed to contact Gao Ren. Meanwhile, Lu Wei concluded his phone call and instructed Gao Ren to keep Zhou Laosen at bay, postponing any transactions and ensuring he could not purchase the spear. If Zhou Laosen wished to pay a premium to a reseller, Lu Wei would say nothing. Nevertheless, he surmised that Zhou Laosen would be reluctant to part with his resources for an overpriced spear. Ultimately, his only recourse would be to trade raw materials for a spear. But at that point, the initiative would no longer lie with Zhou Laosen. After attending to various unfinished tasks, Lu Wei commenced preparing dinner. Tonight's meal was to be particularly sumptuous, as he had acquired several new spices. He began by marinating the fish in soy sauce before pan-frying it. Once completed, he sprinkled a touch of chili powder over it. Concerned that Xiaobai might not handle the spice well, he refrained from adding it for her. Once the fish was perfectly cooked, Lu Wei distributed a portion to Zhang Ruoruo and Gao Ren. Gao Ren had been tirelessly assisting over the past few days, and Lu Wei had not been remiss in rewarding him, granting him 100 plots of land and assuring him that he could borrow additional plots if needed, enabling him to secure the third position in the region. The unfortunate Chicken Kuan remains oblivious to the fact that what he presumed to be a secure third place has already been preordained for Lu Wei. Gao Ren, having received Lu Wei's assurance, is now brimming with motivation. Aside from scavenging for boxes, he is fixated on the chat room and trading area, engaging in transactions. Upon receiving the fried fish from Lu Wei, Gao Ren is naturally elated. After expressing his gratitude, he mentions having seen someone selling rice in the trading area. Lu Wei's interest is piqued at the mention of rice, as he belongs to the category of individuals who feel perpetually unsatisfied regardless of what they consume. Thus, his desire for rice is fervent. Oh, how much is the rice being sold for? He inquires. It is quite reasonable, 2 pounds of rice in exchange for a weapon and an additional pound of food. Lu Wei nods in agreement. All right, purchase it for me. Do you have any fish or meat? When Gao Ren replies in the negative, Lu Wei offers, if not, I can provide some. He is not one to withhold food from his subordinates. After all, he has an abundance and would never allow his followers to toil on empty stomachs. No, I have plenty here, Gao Ren responds. By the way, boss, Zhou Laosen has been persistently reaching out to me. Is it now possible to engage in transactions with him? Chapter 37. The summons. What price does he demand now? Lu Wei inquired calmly. He only requires 1 spear in exchange. Boss, how did you manage that? Gao Ren asked with curiosity. Lu Wei replied with a subtle smile, sales and negotiation are tests of human nature. Individuals like him are quite easy to manipulate. Inform him that the raw sinew he possesses is no longer worth a spear. If he desires the spear, he must offer something more. Additionally, let him know that others have also presented raw sinew. He is no longer the sole option. As time progresses, the offers of raw sinew will multiply. He should contemplate this. I have granted him an opportunity, but alas, he has failed to cherish it. Thus, I shall not acquiesce to his demands for a single spear. Understood, boss. I will reach out to him in the coming days. Go ahead, Lu Wei concluded, ending the call as night descended. After feeding the fish to Xiaobai, Lu Wei made his way to the seaside, engaging in fishing while conversing with Zhang Ruoruo. The evening's catch proved to be more fruitful than that of the day. After a brief exchange, Lu Wei terminated the call to focus on his fishing. Every fish was a treasure, providing not only experience points, but also numerous plots of land. Lu Wei was determined not to squander this opportunity for profit through idle chatter. As fish were caught one after another, Lu Wei accumulated an increasing number of iron blocks. Food, after all, is the true hard currency. Everyone must eat. Furthermore, Lu Wei's pricing was reasonable. Merely exchanging for iron blocks, anyone possessing iron would readily trade. Even if they could not consume it, they could save it, for such opportunities are rare. Some individuals even recognized a business opportunity, trading land for iron and then iron for fish. This way, when the prices of iron and land depreciated later, they could reap a profit. Lu Wei generally refrained from interfering with these naturally occurring economic behaviors. After all, the authority to issue currency lay within his grasp, no matter how they maneuvered. They could not escape his control. If he wished to bring them to ruin, it would be a matter of an instant. As time elapsed and midnight approached, Lu Wei hastily ceased his fishing. He had already devised a plan for today's 3 chances of lucky critical hits. He could not afford to squander them on experience points from his catch. For the first hit, he intended to use it on the silver treasure chest he had acquired yesterday, which had ignited his curiosity about its contents. Typically, the treasure chests they salvaged were merely ordinary. Above them were bronze chests, followed by silver, and then gold. What lay beyond gold was a mystery to Lu Wei. For the second critical hit, he planned to test whether the apple he had traded could yield a critical hit. Although the apple was acquired through trade, and thus could not be critically hit, he wondered if the attributes gained from consuming it could. Lu Wei was eager to find out. If that did not work, he would resort to using his critical hits on fish for experience points, as leveling up was equally vital. Originally, he had 45 experience points remaining after leveling up, having caught 16 fish during the day and an additional 15 at half of the night. Thus, he now possessed 76 experience points, just 23 shy of the next level. Tomorrow at dawn, the upgrade will proceed without any issues, perfectly timed to confront the island invaders that are set to arrive the day after. Furthermore, Lu Wei has discovered a peculiar anomaly within the system, which is not merely a bug. Each time an upgrade occurs, the system prompts for confirmation. Initially, he overlooked this detail, but after his recent simultaneous advancement of 2 levels, he became acutely aware of it. What would happen if he chose not to confirm the upgrade? Would experience points accumulate? If they do, could it be possible to ascend 2 levels or even more in one go? After all, it was indeed feasible to advance 2 levels last time. This notion is not without merit. Today, he intends to apply his third stroke of fortune to the crafting of arrows. Indeed, he has gathered all the necessary materials and is poised to commence the creation process. However, Lu Wei wishes to conserve his stroke of luck, hence his reluctance to rush into crafting. The materials he has collected are the finest as specified in the blueprints, ensuring the production of the highest level arrows. Coupled with a stroke of luck that exceeds 5-fold, the transformation into an extraordinary weapon is nearly guaranteed. At that moment, a message from Gao Ren arrived, indicating that Zhou Laosan ultimately had to resort to trading the raw materials in his possession. Due to Lu Wei's refusal to exchange a spear for the materials, Zhou Laosan was urged to add more items to the deal. However, this lazy fellow had nearly sold everything except for a hook. Fortunately, luck was on his side. In the afternoon, he stumbled upon a chest. Inside, he found a token embossed with the character, but little else was revealed regarding its purpose. Zhou Laosan instinctively felt it must be a valuable item, and he initially hesitated to trade the token for a spear. Yet, under Gao Ren's veiled threats and fear of inciting Lu Wei's wrath, Zhou Laosan begrudgingly exchanged it, reasoning that a token lacking any functional description was of no use to him. Even Gao Ren was oblivious to the token's nature. They may not understand its significance, but Lu Wei does. His system operates differently. Ordinary items possess foundational information in his view. Upon acquiring the token, Lu Wei was nearly elated to the point of jumping for joy. He could scarcely believe that the hapless Zhou Laosan had stumbled upon such a remarkable item, an extraordinary artifact known as a summoning token. Its function is straightforward. It can rally allies of the same faction to his side. Naturally, there is a time limitation for gathering. The token remains effective for a mere 12 hours and can be voluntarily deactivated, rendering it ineffective thereafter. This proves to be immensely beneficial for Lu Wei, as a persistent concern of his has finally found a resolution. He can also repay the favor owed to Zhang Ruoruo. However, Lu Wei does not rush to utilize the summoning token just yet. The 7th day is approaching, and in comparison to sharks, the island invaders pose a far more significant threat. While sharks are confined to the water, these invaders can directly make landfall. For a young girl like Zhang Ruoruo, this danger could be fatal. While he cannot safeguard everyone, he is resolute in his promise to protect her. Thus, upon obtaining the token, Lu Wei took the initiative to establish a battalion. However, this corps consists of only 3 individuals: Commander Lu Wei, Deputy Commander Zhang Ruoruo, and Logistics Minister Gao Ren. At present, Lu Wei has no intentions of recruiting additional members, as bringing in new personnel would be futile given their scattered locations and lack of transportation, rendering any assembly impossible. Lu Wei estimates that once the 7th day's update concludes, most of the system's functionalities should be unlocked, allowing for a clearer situation to unfold. As the second hand sweeps past the 12, heralding the dawn of a new day, Lu Wei's fortunate critical hit has finally reset. Without delay, he produced the silver-white treasure chest and placed it before him. After scrutinizing it intently, he eagerly extended his hands to lift the lid. It seemed to Lu Wei that a flash of light momentarily dazzled him, and a delicate piece of paper appeared in his grasp. Initially, he had expected that such a prestigious chest would contain not only items to enhance his strength, but perhaps even an extraordinary weapon. To his surprise, It was merely a simple slip of paper adorned with flamboyant red lines and a jumble of incomprehensible text. Nevertheless, while Lu Wei could not decipher its meaning, the system certainly could, and it soon provided a prompt. Bling. Congratulations on obtaining. Chapter 38. Armor, Attributes, Surge Ding. Obtained leather armor, defense. Ding. Congratulations on triggering lucky critical hit 3. The leather armor has evolved into Iron Rhino armor. Is this merely a piece of defensive equipment? Yet, the critical hit multiplier seems rather modest. A fleeting expression of disappointment crossed Lu Wei's face. Nevertheless, one must accept the highs and lows. Such fluctuations are inevitable. Moreover, the timing of this armor's appearance is fortuitous. With his offensive capabilities adequately secured and the prospect of crafting bows and arrows for ranged attacks, the only pressing need was for armor. Thus, the acquisition of this piece perfectly addressed that shortcoming. Lu Wei hastily examined the Iron Rhino armor. Iron Rhino armor, extraordinary basic physical defense 8, magical defense 5, weight 2. Upon reviewing these attributes, Lu Wei furrowed his brow slightly. It was not dissatisfaction with the stats. Rather, the armor's magical defense attribute hinted at certain implications. According to the principle of having a spear as well as a shield, the presence of magical defense naturally suggests the existence of magical attacks. This indicates that magic indeed exists in this world. Lu Wei's emotions oscillated between anticipation and trepidation. Magic, a force both alluring and fearsome, was something he must learn to master. Of course, Lu Wei remained confident that with continuous progression, even in the absence of magical power, he need not fret. In the face of absolute strength and speed, magic would merely be an enchanting spectacle. Returning to the present, Lu Wei donned the Iron Rhino armor. This half-body armor extended to just below his waist, enveloped in a dark gray hue that imparted a sense of solidity. After a brief movement, he found it did not hinder his agility in the least. Yes, this will suffice. I shall wear it continuously, save for when I sleep. With the Iron Rhino armor equipped, Lu Wei felt a renewed sense of confidence against future intrusions. Satisfied with his dashing appearance, he retrieved the apple that Zhang Ruoro had traded to him. To be frank, he harbored no certainty regarding whether consuming this apple would enhance his attributes or yield a critical hit. After all, it was not an item he had obtained himself, but rather one acquired through trade. The system stipulates that traded items cannot produce critical hits. Thus, the determination of attribute gain from consuming traded items lay solely with the system. Regardless of the outcome, Lu Wei was mentally prepared. With this thought in mind, he took a hearty bite of the apple. Soon, after several more bites, he polished off the entire fruit. The apple contained no seeds. He had hoped to cultivate some, but that notion was evidently in vain. After swallowing the final morsel, the system's prompt arrived. Ding. Consumed elven apple. Body has been reinforced. All attributes increased by 1 point. Ding. Congratulations on achieving lucky critical hit 7. All attributes increased by an additional 7 points. Before Lu Wei could fully comprehend the situation, he felt a searing warmth, akin to a flame, rising from his abdomen. Subsequently, this fiery sensation swiftly radiated throughout his entire being. Lu Wei felt as though he were spontaneously combusting, his skin visibly reddening. His mind became hazy from the heat, and instinctively, he plunged into the water. The moment his skin made contact with the surface, white steam erupted around him. Xiao Bai, who had been watching from the sidelines, hurried over and embraced Lu Wei tightly. After a considerable time, Lu Wei absorbed all the energy and finally returned to his normal state. Lying on the shore, he gazed at the night sky and couldn't help but sigh. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The sound of Xiao Bai's call snapped Lu Wei back to reality. Sitting up, he noticed Xiao Bai looking at him with concern. A warmth spread through his heart. He approached Xiao Bai, gently patted her head, and smiled, saying, "Thank you for saving me just now. Don't worry, I'm fine now." After soothing Xiao Bai, Lu Wei turned his attention back to the system data to check how much his strength had increased. Name: Lu Wei race, human, blue planet, level, 5 strength, 21 constitution, 21 agility, 21 spirit, 17 talent, lucky critical hit level 1 skills, none free attributes, 0 pets, none territory. 185 square meters experience points, 76 100. All 4 main attributes had risen by 7 points, equivalent to a direct enhancement of 4 or 5 levels. No wonder the reaction to this increase was so intense. It would indeed be strange if such a substantial surge in power elicited little response. The remaining aspects had not changed much, even though he had acquired several plots of land. Yet, Lu Wei did not rush to install them. he remained at 185 square meters. Seeing that the island was nearly unable to accommodate so many plots, Lu Wei decided to expand to 500 square meters first, with everyone else's island areas having increased. His expansion to 500 square meters would not be too conspicuous. He planned to reserve the rest for a sneaky attack when the competition neared its end. After installing the plots, Lu Wei began preparing to craft bows and arrows, an endeavor he had eagerly anticipated for quite some time. Chapter 39. The successful crafting of a bow and arrow with the blueprint in hand and materials added. The crafting commenced, requiring a span of 30 minutes. Upon observing this duration, Lu Wei raised an eyebrow. Such a time frame was substantial. After all, constructing a house only took an hour, indicating that this bow and arrow were likely to be extraordinary. Seizing the 30-minute interval, Lu Wei accessed the system and perused the chat channel. He discovered that many were still awake, engaged in discussions regarding the ongoing ranking competition. Who was this individual named Rua Rua, who unexpectedly surpassed the esteemed Lu Zhihai? Now holding the first position? It was puzzling, for he had never heard of them before. Evidently, there were hidden powerhouses within their region. Such nonsense, exclaimed one participant. Look, everyone, there's truly a little fool here. Lu Wei was taken aback by this scene, as it was his first encounter with a foreigner. However, upon reflection, it seemed unsurprising. The world was vast, and it was only natural for diverse elements to intermingle. Was Lu Zhihai truly competent? It was rather amusing that he had been surpassed by a woman and still dared to claim the title of a powerhouse. With such intellect, perhaps it would be best to refrain from embarrassing oneself? It was apparent that Lu Zhihai was conserving his strength, preparing for a final surge. Why bother comparing oneself to the members of this assistance group? If they possessed any wit, they would not be idolizing Chicken Kuan. After observing their chatter for a while, Lu Wei found no valuable information and thus closed the chat interface, turning his attention to the trading section, offering 1 box of luncheon meat, 330 grams, in exchange for 3 pounds of food or 1 bottle of water. Upon entering, Lu Wei immediately noted this offer. After some contemplation, he decided to purchase it with 3 pounds of fish. Although he was at a slight disadvantage in weight, the flavor of the luncheon meat far surpassed that of fish. While Lu Wei was not in need of sustenance, he craved delectable food. He soon spotted another listing for instant noodles, priced at 1 pound of meat per bag, which he promptly acquired. The seasoning packet for the noodles was a precious commodity. Adding it to fish soup would create an exquisite dish. Next, Lu Wei came across several appealing items, including a complete bathing setup comprising a heater, shower apparatus, and bathtub. The crucial aspect was that it could utilize both seawater and freshwater, fully automated for extraction and discharge, merely requiring installation for immediate use. The price was reasonable, demanding only 1 spear and 5 pounds of meat. Lu Wei chuckled at the price. Spears had nearly become a form of currency, more sought after than plots of land. Without hesitation, he secured the bathing equipment. Although he had ample spears and meat, Lu Wei negotiated to replace the 5 pounds of meat with a single spear. After all, 5 pounds of meat could yield dozens of iron blocks, which in turn could be fashioned into numerous spears. Thus, trading with a spear was indeed the more prudent choice. In fact, Lu Wei even contemplated exchanging spears for iron blocks and then using those blocks to craft spears, eliminating the need for food exchange altogether. This would essentially be a no-cost transaction, requiring only continuous processing, freeing him from the arduous task of fishing. Later, he contemplated the idea that if he were to exchange a spear directly for iron blocks, although the production of spears would no longer be limited by the quantity of fish, it would become exceedingly difficult to trade those spears for land. After all, if one could trade iron, who would opt for land instead? Thus, Lu Wei ultimately relinquished this notion. The additional step involving fish not only facilitated his transactions, but also invigorated the prosperity of the market economy. After successfully exchanging for bathing equipment, Lu Wei proceeded to acquire some cotton fabrics and various daily necessities. He retained a portion for himself, while generously offering the remainder to Zhang Ruoruo, whose new house was still largely empty. Moreover, he felt a sense of indebtedness regarding the enchanted apples and wished to make amends. It would be unjust to assume entitlement to someone else's possessions simply because they had gained weight. True friendship lies in mutual sincerity, and one cannot always seek to benefit without giving in return. Such relationships are rarely enduring. Having completed the transactions for Zhang Ruo, he sent her a message, informing her that it was a housewarming gift. To his surprise, Zhang Ruo was still awake. No sooner had Lu Wei sent the message than her voice call came through. Upon answering, he curiously inquired, "Why are you still awake at this hour?" Yes, she replied with a playful tilt of her head and a smile. If this scene had been witnessed by anyone familiar with her or her fans, they would surely have been astounded. Who would have thought that a superstar could possess such a side? Zhang Ruo herself was thoroughly enjoying the interaction. Initially, she had merely been acting, finding it amusing. However, as their exchanges became more frequent, she grew accustomed to teasing Lu Wei, which became her most delightful pastime. Lu Wei, in turn, had also grown accustomed to her playful antics. In this perilous world, where the next moment could obscure the dawn of a new day, it was better to live freely and unabashedly, expressing one's thoughts and pursuing one's desires without hesitation. You take your time to think. I must attend to other matters now. Do rest early, Lu Wei remarked, observing that the bow he was crafting was nearing completion, and thus he deemed it unnecessary to continue the conversation. Zhang Ruo, noting his busy schedule, advised, "All right, you carry on with your tasks, and make sure to rest early to avoid exhaustion. Farewell, and don't forget to collect the items." Understood, he replied. After ending the call, Zhang Ruo opened the transaction Lu Wei had sent, and instantly a plethora of diverse items appeared before her. Gazing at the array of daily necessities, a beautiful smile graced her lips, and she murmured to herself, "How thoughtful." Subsequently, something amused her, and she erupted into laughter. On Lu Wei's end, after disconnecting the call, he resumed his tasks. First, he sent another batch of spears to Gao Ren, enabling him to continue his sales. Simultaneously, he accepted the land parcels in return for the previous trades. He then added some iron blocks to the forge. Once he completed all the trifling tasks, the bow was finally finished. Ding! Congratulations on successfully crafting a recurve bow. You have obtained a top-tier ordinary recurve bow. Ding! Congratulations on triggering a fortunate critical hit. The quality of the recurve bow has been elevated tenfold, granting you. Chapter 40. The Exquisite Bow of the Shattering Clouds. Ding! Congratulations on triggering a tenfold lucky critical hit, resulting in a quality enhancement in the acquisition of the Bow of the Shattering Clouds. Bow of the Shattering Clouds, exquisite attack damage 10. Characteristics, tracking, increases hit rate by 30%. Attached skill, piercing, ignores 30 points of physical defense. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Weight, 2 equipment requirement. Strength 10. A silver-white longbow emitted a faint glow, rendering it particularly striking in the night. Gradually, the radiance faded, and the longbow returned to its ordinary appearance. Lu Wei, after perusing the attribute description, could not suppress his glee. Haha, incredible. It was worth the anticipation and effort expended to gather the materials. His eyes sparkled with affection as he gazed upon the resplendent silver bow. With an attack damage of 10, it surpassed the Wind Piercer by a factor of 2. It appeared that the next tier above the base level of extraordinary equipment was indeed exquisite. What was remarkable about this exquisite level was not only its characteristics, but also the inclusion of a skill. Ignoring 30 points of defense meant that, when employing this skill, even the iron rhinoceros armor would be rendered as fragile as paper. Lu Wei lovingly caressed the longbow, becoming increasingly enamored with it. With this weapon in hand, when those so-called guests arrived in a couple of days, he could entertain them splendidly. Unable to resist, he drew the bowstring to test it, finding it remarkably effortless, akin to pulling a lightweight bow with only a few pounds of draw weight. This was largely due to Lu Wei's strength having reached 21 points, far exceeding the requirement of 10. An average person might struggle to even draw the bow, and while Lu Wei had dabbled in archery in his past life, he could not claim mastery, merely possessing a basic understanding of its use. His accuracy was even less commendable, barely hitting the target within 30 meters, and beyond that distance. It was purely a matter of luck. Now, with the characteristics of the Bow of the Shattering Clouds, his hit rate should significantly improve. Abandoning his fishing, Lu Wei grabbed a wooden plank and inserted it into the ground as a target, preparing to test the bow's efficacy. However, after his preparations, he realized he only had the bow and no arrows. In haste, he retrieved metal, hardwood, and feathers to craft arrows. Setting the arrow blueprint in place and adding materials, he commenced the crafting process. Just as Lu Wei was about to click create, he paused, contemplating a crucial thought. The forging machine could forge not only weapons, but primarily metals. If the arrowheads were made from high-strength steel, would further processing yield even superior materials? Would the crafted arrowheads possess greater power? With this idea in mind, Lu Wei hurried to the forging machine to experiment with his thoughts. First, he processed ordinary iron blocks into steel, then further refined it into high-strength steel. The next step required additional processing, which surprisingly took a full minute. Lu Wei patiently awaited the outcome, eager to see what fine materials might emerge. Ding! Congratulations. You have obtained the Material Steel Essence top-tier common. What? Steel Essence? Who on earth conceived such a name? Even refined steel would be a more fitting title. Lu Wei carefully examined the new material he had acquired, feeling its considerable weight. The entire piece shimmered in a silvery hue, which was hardly surprising given its density. Several times greater than that of steel. A new question arose. Could the refined steel be processed further? Lu Wei retrieved 8 iron blocks and began to combine them in pairs, ultimately synthesizing a singular piece of refined steel. He placed 2 of these refined pieces into the forge and pressed the processing button. The machine's response was clear. Common top-tier material. This forge cannot process further. Upon seeing this notification, Lu Wei understood that any further processing would elevate the material to a transcendent level, beyond the forge's capabilities, which could only handle common top-tier materials. Suddenly, an idea struck him. If he were to forge a spear from the refined steel and then deliver a critical blow, might the wind-piercing spear not become even more formidable? Unfortunately, he had exhausted his quota of fortunate critical hits for the day. Otherwise, he would have certainly tested the theory. Lu Wei promptly removed the 2 pieces of refined steel and continued to produce ordinary spears with the forge. Each additional spear crafted represented 5 plots of land. With the impending threat of invaders and sharks, the demand for weapons for self-defense was urgent. And this venture could still thrive. After the 7th day, such rapid production would likely become unattainable. Lu Wei placed the 2 refined steel pieces into the schematics and initiated the crafting process. A minute later, both pieces had been transformed into arrows. He retrieved a total of 20 arrows, their silver tips radiating a unique cold gleam indicative of the refined steel, exuding an appearance of exceptional sharpness. Upon inspecting their attributes, he noted, refined steel arrow, common top tier, no special traits. Lu Wei sighed, lamenting the fact that they remained merely top-tier common. It appeared that transcending to an extraordinary level would not be an easy feat currently. The only avenue available was to utilize fortunate critical hits. However, with only 3 opportunities per day, the chances seemed exceedingly scant. How he wished for unlimited access to them. He pondered when the opportunity for upgrading this fortunate critical hit might arise. As of now, the system provided no conditions for enhancement, leaving him to navigate this path through trial and error, based on his gaming experience. He surmised that there were likely 2 conditions for upgrading, either leveling up or increasing proficiency, though which one it was remained uncertain. Nonetheless, these refined steel arrows were sufficient for current needs. Coupled with the damage and skills of the cloud-piercing bow, they would easily dispatch ordinary foes. The sole remaining challenge was to hone his archery skills and accuracy. After all, no matter how exceptional the weapon, it would be of little use if he failed to hit his target. Mastering archery required a significant investment of time. However, a new dilemma emerged. If he devoted time to practice archery, he would have no opportunity to fish. The technique of lure fishing involved repeatedly casting the rod and reeling in, mimicking the movement of small fish to entice larger ones. Simply leaving the bait unattended would yield no results. Yet, this posed no challenge for Lu Wei. If lure fishing was not viable, he could explore alternative methods such as catch and release or bottom fishing. There were always ways to draw fish in. With this in mind, Lu Wei moved to the forge and began contemplating the production of several sinkers. The forging machine is capable of processing a single material without necessarily requiring a blueprint. While having a blueprint is convenient, one can still operate manually in its absence. The lead sinkers used for fishing are quite simple. They are merely metal-shaped like a droplet, featuring a small hole for securing the line. With the lead sinkers prepared, the only remaining component is the fish hook. The crafting of the fish hook, however, is considerably more intricate, as it not only requires a sharp point, but also barbs to prevent the fish from escaping. Suddenly, Lu Wei slapped his forehead, realizing how foolish he had been. The fishing lures already come equipped with hooks. He could simply detach a few. Thus, a complete fishing rig was assembled. For bottom fishing, he could directly attach a piece of fish meat to the hook and cast it in, waiting for it to settle. If he intended to fish at a floating level, he could add a piece of foam to ensure it does not sink, truly perfect. As he gazed at the rig he had crafted, Lu Wei nodded in satisfaction. If only he had a blueprint for the fishhook, alas. Such blueprints are not easily acquired. It seems that unless one is foolish, no one would part with their fishhook blueprints. Thus, it appears he must devise a way to create one himself, which would ultimately provide him with the coveted blueprint. In due time, he could input this blueprint into the forging machine, yielding an endless supply of fish hooks. Chapter 41. The Loyal Benefactor. On this particular night, Lu Wei had no intention of succumbing to slumber. With the dawn heralding the conclusion of the ranking matches, he resolved to dedicate his time to crafting spears for sale. His ambition was to amass as many plots of land as possible, lest he fall victim to a last-minute ambush, much like others might. He affixed a piece of fish meat to a hook as bait and cast it into the water, securing the fishing rod to a sturdy spot along the shore to prevent it from being whisked away by a fish. Following this method, Lu Wei proceeded to assemble several more fishing setups. In the absence of a fishing rod, he relied solely on fishing line, anchoring it to the shore so that once a fish was caught, he could simply pull the line. With everything in place, Lu Wei began to practice archery. Drawing back the bowstring, he aimed at a target 20 meters away and released an arrow with a swift whoosh. The arrow struck with a soft thud, easily penetrating the wooden board, leaving only the shaft lodged in the target. Startled by the outcome, Lu Wei felt a wave of relief wash over him. Had he exerted more force, the arrow might have sailed into the sea. With only 20 arrows at his disposal, he was reluctant to lose even one. For remaking them would be a time-consuming endeavor, a luxury he could ill afford. Thus, Lu Wei spent the night alternating between honing his archery skills and fishing, while also managing the forge to produce spears for the market. In a bustling marketplace of nearly 100,000 individuals, even with 2,000 spears already sold, demand remained insatiable. With only one spear available for every 50 people, the shortage was palpable, as spears were deemed essential for survival. Furthermore, with an abundance of resources and doubled treasure chests in recent days, many had successfully acquired substantial plots of land. As a result, spears disappeared from the shelves almost as swiftly as they were stocked. The chat channels were rife with complaints about scalpers and resellers. These opportunists seized the moment, relentlessly snatching up spears only to resell them at inflated prices. Some fortunate souls managed to acquire over 100 plots through this strategy, prompting Lu Wei to consider raising his own prices. Unbeknownst to him, dawn was approaching, and the night had kept him busier than anticipated. The 5 fishing setups he had deployed yielded bites in quick succession, resulting in a catch of 35 fish. All the fish were traded for iron blocks, totaling over 500 pounds of fish meat. After reserving a small portion for himself, the remainder was exchanged for iron. With the forge at full capacity, producing 1 spear every 10 seconds, Lu Wei crafted over 500 spears throughout the night. Coupled with the previous day's production of 2,000, he now possessed more than 5,000 spears. Each spear represented 5 plots of land, bringing his total to nearly 30,000 plots. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he felt confident in securing the top rank in the upcoming matches. He still had over 3,000 iron blocks left, while his supply of fish meat was nearly exhausted, allowing him to complete the remaining tasks in about 8 hours. Just as Lu Wei prepared to continue fishing and practicing his archery, the weather took an unexpected turn. A sudden gust swept across the sea, accompanied by a cacophony of rustling winds, as the sky darkened ominously, thick clouds obscuring the heavens. It appeared that rain was imminent. Never mind, I have practiced sufficiently. Within a distance of 50 meters, while I cannot guarantee perfect precision, I can confidently hit the target every time. This significant improvement is largely attributable to Lu Wei's enhanced mental fortitude and his robust physical condition, which has steadied his hand while shooting, thereby greatly increasing his accuracy. He is convinced that with the continuous accumulation of practical experience, his aim will further refine over time. After organizing his equipment, Lu Wei prepared to retreat to his quarters for some rest. Even with his formidable physique, a night of practice had left him somewhat fatigued. Just as he returned indoors, he was interrupted by the incessant chirping of Xiao Bai outside. Turning swiftly, he observed Xiao Bai diligently pushing boxes back one by one. It dawned on Lu Wei that he had yet to retrieve the boxes from today's endeavors. He hurried outside to collect the boxes that Xiao Bai had brought back, totaling 15 in all. He hoped to uncover something valuable within them. Crouching down, he affectionately patted the head of his little companion. "Well done, Xiao Bai. I shall prepare some fried fish for you shortly." Suddenly, the sound of a private message disrupted Lu Wei's musings. Upon connecting, he heard Zhang Ruoro's voice on the other end. "Hi, it is raining outside. Is it raining where you are?" Lu Wei glanced out the window and saw that indeed, large raindrops had begun to fall sporadically, accompanied by strong winds that whipped up waves over a meter high on the sea. "Yes, it is raining here as well, and the winds are quite fierce. How are things on your end? Is everything all right?" "Everything is fine here. The island is sufficiently large, and with the shelter of buildings, we are temporarily safe. However, I've noticed in the chat channel that many are struggling. I wonder if they will manage to endure. Zhang Ruorio's tone conveyed a sense of melancholy and concern. In such weather, rain is not the most daunting aspect. It merely brings a chill that can be endured. The real difficulty lies with the fierce winds and towering waves, particularly for those who lack shelter on smaller islands. A moment of inattention could see them swept into the sea. This might be what the system referred to when it indicated the end of novice protection and the challenges to come. Lu Wei felt powerless in the face of this reality. He could not protect everyone. The harshness of the law of the jungle was starkly evident at this moment. The weak are preyed upon by the strong. Those lacking survival skills or misfortune are destined for elimination. With a sigh, Lu Wei remarked, "Try not to dwell on it too much. There is little we can do. It suffices to ensure our own safety. As for others, they must rely on themselves." "Yes, I understand. By the way, I called to inform you of something else. Please do not cook this morning. I shall treat you to a meal." Chapter 42. Good fortune, are you treating me to a meal? Have you come across something splendid? Lu Wei inquired, astonished. He, you are quite perceptive. Indeed. There is something delightful in store for you. Just sit back and await your feast. I mustn't linger, for I need to prepare the meal. Zhang Ruorio replied with a hint of pride. Very well, I shall await your arrival, Lu Wei responded, and their conversation concluded. Looking outside, Lu Wei noticed the rain intensifying, and the waves growing increasingly tumultuous. Some of the seawater had even begun to lap at the shore. If this continued, it was likely that the water would seep into the house. Observing this situation, Lu Wei promptly expanded the island to 1,000 square meters. He then positioned a row of stones along the coastline to create a breakwater, effectively hindering the encroaching waves. This strategy proved effective. The stones, each measuring 0.5 meter in width and 1 meter in height, combined with the island's elevation of over 1 meter above sea level, provided a sufficient barrier against the current waves. Of course, should a powerful typhoon strike, even a height of 10 meters would be inadequate. Yet, the system would not permit such extremes. If it did, few would likely survive. The present waves were already troublesome for the average person. Having addressed the issues concerning the island, Lu Wei returned indoors. Although there was no need to cook, he ignited the stove to warm the room, finding comfort in the idea of a heated space during such frigid weather. After enjoying a refreshing shower with new bathing facilities, Lu Wei rubbed his hands together, preparing to open the boxes. There were a total of 15 boxes. He hoped to uncover something worthwhile. As he opened the first box, he struck gold, a house blueprint. However, this blueprint was slightly smaller than his own home and utilized fewer and simpler materials. A house blueprint was undoubtedly a highly sought-after item. If offered for sale, it would surely attract eager buyers. Yet, after contemplating the blueprint, Lu Wei decided against listing it in the trading center. Instead, he called Gao Ren to inquire about his situation and whether he had any house blueprints. After all, he was his subordinate, and he had been diligently working over the past few days. To encourage loyalty, one must offer tangible benefits. Otherwise, with Lu Wei's substantial earnings, how could he expect his subordinates to endure hunger and cold? Upon learning that Gao Ren had indeed secured a house blueprint, albeit with insufficient land area to build, Lu Wei generously provided him with 200 parcels of land to facilitate the construction. Upon receiving the 200 parcels, Gao Ren immediately expressed profound gratitude. Lu Wei, wishing to halt his endless thanks, concluded the call and ventured into the chat channel. In truth, he could surmise that Gao Ren was not as straightforward as he pretended. While assisting Lu Wei in acquiring land, he undoubtedly reaped some benefits for himself. Although he dared not shortchange Lu Wei on the quantity, it was entirely plausible that he sold a portion of the spears at a markup. Such occurrences were inevitable when faced with readily accessible gains. Few could resist reaching out for a share. To seek a subordinate who embodies absolute loyalty and possesses no ulterior motives is, in truth, an unrealistic endeavor. No one is a fool. In today's society, who does not harbor their own thoughts and ambitions? Only a simpleton would exhibit unwavering fidelity to their superior. Concerning such matters, Lu Wei does not wish to delve too deeply. As long as tasks are completed and plans remain unaffected, a little embezzlement is inconsequential. Much like Ishin. What truly matters to those in power is the clarity with which affairs are managed. Not only will one face no punishment, but rewards may also follow. However, if one were to delay progress, that would simply indicate a lack of wisdom, rendering such individuals expendable. Lu Wei opened the chat channel, which buzzed with more activity than usual. What sudden tempest had arisen? The game seemed intent on thwarting survival. With such towering waves, who could endure? Oh, mighty ones, lend me your aid. I would gladly recognize you as my patron. If this continues, I fear I shall not endure much longer. Save me. The tempest is overwhelming. I was nearly swept into the sea moments ago. I seek blueprints for housing. I shall trade valuable items for them. Those with offers, please reach out to me. I assure you, they are of great worth. Everyone, remain calm and heed my words. I am an aficionado of survival and can offer some guidance. If you lack shelter, gather all available stones and form a circle or square, then find a way to cover it with wood or additional stones to shield against the wind and waves. If you have no stones, dismantle the wood into planks and sticks. Drive the sticks into the ground to secure the planks into a circle. This too can provide some protection against the storm. Remember, the lower you build, the better. Do not fear discomfort. Survival is paramount. Height will only invite greater winds and pressure, making it easier to be scattered by the tempest. Lu Wei nodded upon hearing this advice. Indeed, it was a sound method of emergency shelter. Large stones would withstand the force of the waves and winds in the short term, providing a safe temporary refuge. As for wooden structures, while less sturdy, they could still offer protection from rain. The ability to withstand the waves would depend largely on fortune. The others, not lacking in discernment, expressed their gratitude for the scholar's counsel before hastily preparing. Given the common availability of stone and wood, nearly everyone possessed these materials. Additionally, since Lu Wei had not amassed a significant stockpile of these resources, most individuals were able to construct such makeshift shelters. Consequently, the channel quieted considerably. Recalling a recent request for housing blueprints in exchange for valuable items, Lu Wei remembered he had just acquired one. He promptly sent a message to inquire about the nature of the valuable item. A swift reply came. Wow, is it truly you, Lord Lu Zhahai? I am overjoyed to hear from you. Lord, do you still accept disciples? Rest assured, I will prove more capable than Gao Ran, and my loyalty shall surpass his. You may not know, but that fellow has secretly sold your spear at an exorbitant price. He is nothing but a corrupt official, despite your kindness towards him. He has betrayed you. His heart is as treacherous as a wolf's. Esteemed one, please accept me. I assure you I shall not engage in corruption and will diligently serve you. As Lu Wei gazed upon the lengthy message, he felt a surge of exasperation. This individual was indeed a loquacious chatterbox. However, despite his apparent lack of intellect, there was a semblance of wisdom in his words. Accepting him into his fold was not entirely out of the question. At times, it was essential to embrace individuals of varied temperaments among one's subordinates, for it fostered mutual oversight and balance. Yet, Lu Wei did not acquiesce immediately. Instead, he replied, "We shall discuss your acceptance later. Do you not possess something of value? Pray, reveal it to me. I wish to see." Chapter 43. Dumplings. Rest assured, my esteemed friend, this is indeed a remarkable item. For the chest I have retrieved is anything but ordinary. Typically, chests are mere wooden boxes, but this one is a bronze treasure chest. Though it lacks a formal description, it exudes an air of sophistication. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei felt a stirring in his heart. Could this be yet another extraordinary artifact? With this thought in mind, Lu Wei hastily remarked, "In that case, please place it in the trading interface for me to examine. Rest assured, I shall also share the blueprint with you." "Are you suggesting I might not trust you?" The other replied. "Moreover, you are my superior. This item is a gift for you. How could I possibly accept anything in return?" Lu Wei chuckled at this, realizing that this fellow was quite resourceful. Though he seemed simple-minded, he possessed a certain shrewdness. "That will not do," Lu Wei countered. "Even if you are my subordinate, I cannot allow you to part with your belongings without compensation. Here, take a look at this. It is the house blueprint." As he spoke, Lu Wei placed the blueprint onto the interface. In response, the other party presented the remarkable item he had mentioned. Upon inspection, Lu Wei discerned that it was a stone of a silvery gray hue, riddled with hollows, reminiscent of a pumice stone. Upon closer scrutiny, he finally uncovered its description. Space stone. Expands backpack capacity by 3 slots. Realization dawned on Lu Wei. This was indeed a means to enhance his backpack storage. While it could be classified as an extraordinary item, its value was not exorbitant. Such items were currently scarce, thus rendering them rare. Though following the typical patterns of gaming, their availability would undoubtedly increase over time. Nevertheless, even if it were not exceptionally valuable, trading it for a house blueprint would be more than sufficient. Moreover, Lu Wei found himself in dire need of additional backpack space. The 3 slots he possessed were utterly insufficient, forcing him to store perishable items within his backpack while relegating the rest to the kitchen or the beach outside. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Wei candidly declared, "I recognize what this is. It is a space stone, capable of expanding your backpack capacity. One such stone provides an additional 3 slots. As of now, it is a relatively rare material, and if you're merely exchanging it for a house blueprint, you might be at a disadvantage. However, if you wish to part with it, I can offer you 2 sturdy spears in return. What do you think? To Lu Wei's surprise, the other party swiftly responded, "Boss, I've already stated that it's a gift for you. The space stone holds no value for me. If you find it useful, please take it. What belongs to me is yours, no need for formality." After reading this, Lu Wei found himself both amused and exasperated. "That won't do. Even though you are my subordinate, I cannot allow you to bear a loss. Let us proceed this way. I shall take the item, along with the house blueprint and spears. Please accept them." Lu Wei was not concerned about these trivial matters. If he were to take on this subordinate, he must not be stingy, lest it undermine his authority. If he were to take something without recompense, it would be difficult to discipline him should he err in the future. "Boss, really, you don't have to. Just accept it. Since you acknowledge me as your boss, you must listen to me." "All right, wait, did you really agree to accept me? Is it true? That's fantastic, haha. I can't believe I have become the subordinate of the esteemed Lu Zhahai. This is incredible. They will surely envy me now. Haha. By the way, boss, I'm Zhang Tong, the 3rd child in my family. You can call me Zhang San or Old San." Lu Wei shook his head helplessly, uncertain if accepting this character was a mistake. However, since the decision was made, he decided to observe for now. If things went awry, Lu Wei would not hesitate to part ways. Nevertheless, a small warning was in order. "All right, I understand. However, since you have become my subordinate, I must lay down the law. I won't mind your boasting, but if you dare to exploit my name for deceitful schemes, do not blame me for severing our ties." Zhang San immediately patted his chest in assurance, saying, "Boss, you can rest easy. I promise not to engage in anything that would tarnish your reputation. I know the difference." "That's good. Let us proceed with the transaction. First, you need to construct the house. By the way, do you have the materials for building?" Zhang San nodded. "I have some materials, but I might be short on a few items. I plan to trade some land to gather everything needed." Lu Wei replied, "No need to barter. Just tell me what you're missing and send me the list. I'll provide the rest as a settlement gift from your boss." Hee. "Then I want to be polite. If you need anything, just command me. I promise to do everything in my power to get it done," Zhang San declared earnestly. "All right. You don't need to do anything else now. Just focus on building your house." "Understood, boss. Goodbye." Goodbye. As Lu Wei hastily ended the communication, he felt a headache coming on from Zhang San's incessant chatter. After glancing at the list of materials Zhang San had sent him, he noted he only needed some stones, wood, and a few iron blocks. Without hesitation, Lu Wei sent the materials over, ignoring the long string of gratitude messages from Zhang San as he closed the chat interface. Just as he finished, another voice call chimed in. Upon answering, he found it was Zhang Ruoruo. "Hi, dinner is ready. I've sent you the transaction. Please check it." Lu Wei opened the transaction interface and was astonished to find that Zhang Ruoruo had sent him a plate of dumplings. "You made dumplings? Such a simple dish is now a rare delicacy." Hee, of course. Where else could it come from? "Do you like it? Hurry and try it. Is it delicious?" It's delicious, especially the beef filling I love." After tasting a bite, Lu Wei found the dumplings exceptionally delightful, tender, and flavorful. Seeing Lu Wei's enjoyment, a broader smile spread across Zhang Ruoruo's face. "Eat as much as you like. If it's not enough, I have plenty more." "Enough. This large platter is beyond my capacity. By the way, do you have any left? Surely you haven't given me all of it?" "Of course not. I still have some here, and besides, I just had a little myself," Zhang Ruoruo remarked, glancing at the mere 3 dumplings remaining in her bowl, her face alight with sweetness. For some inexplicable reason, hearing Lu Wei relish her meal brought her a happiness that felt even greater than indulging in her own. Just as Lu Wei was about to speak, she heard Zhang Ruoruo emit a soft gasp, as if she had stumbled upon something remarkable. "What is it? Is something the matter?" "No, I have discovered a peculiar treasure chest, and astonishingly, it is silver in color." "Hi, hand me the fishing rod. I shall retrieve it for a closer look." "Silver in color?" Lu Wei exclaimed in astonishment. Could it possibly be a silver treasure chest? Is it truly something one can fish up? Chapter 44. The unbelievable fireball spell. Be careful. The winds and waves outside are fierce. Lu Wei reminded as he traded the fishing rod. "Rest assured, I won't go near the water's edge," Zhang Ruoruo replied before stepping out of the house. Lu Wei could even hear the sounds of the storm raging outside. Turning to glance at the Tempest, a sense of unease settled in his heart. Zhang Ruoruo. This little chubby girl had become his most trusted companion. Despite having only spent a few days together, they had formed an inseparable bond. Her optimistic and kind-hearted nature had unknowingly nestled itself within Lu Wei's heart, securing a significant place there. Thus, he was deeply concerned for her safety. He took out the summoning order, ready to respond at a moment's notice should anything happen to Zhang Ruoruo. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly, and soon he heard her voice from afar. Wow, this box is so beautiful, shimmering like silver. It must be extraordinary. Lu Wei felt a wave of relief wash over him. Listening to the sounds of the storm, he urged, hurry back inside. Do you have any clothes? Change quickly. Oh. Do you have a quilt? I have clothes and cotton, but I don't have a quilt pattern. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei promptly replied, give me the cotton. I have the pattern here, and I'll make you a set. Really? That is wonderful. Here you go. Lu Wei opened the trading interface and was taken aback by what he saw. Along with a piece of cotton, there was a shimmering silver box. Why did you give me a treasure chest? I can't accept something so valuable. Oh, I didn't mean to give it to you. I just need your help to open it. I can't do it while I'm changing. Lu Wei wanted to suggest that she could change and then open it. But he held his tongue, curiosity peaking within him about the treasures contained in the silver chest. All right, I'll let you know what I find after I open it. With that, Lu Wei first placed the quilt into the system for crafting before retrieving the silver treasure chest. He examined it closely, finding it identical to his own. His own chest had yielded a piece of armor. He wondered what this one might reveal. Rubbing his hands together, Lu Wei silently prayed for something extraordinary, as he couldn't bear to face Zhang Ruoruo if it turned out to be a disappointment. After enduring a streak of bad luck, it was time for some good fortune. As Lu Wei slowly opened the chest, a brilliant light flashed. The chest vanished, revealing a piece of parchment before him. Seeing only a piece of parchment, Lu Wei's heart sank. No way, not again. The next moment, the system's notification stunned him. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained the magic fireball spell. Those simple words left Lu Wei in shock. No way, this is unbelievable. I actually found magic. He hadn't anticipated encountering such a phenomenon so soon. Gazing at the parchment, it appeared to him as a sumptuous feast, and he nearly drooled at the thought. Lu Wei had speculated about the existence of magic in this world, but he never expected to stumble upon it so swiftly. I never expected it to emerge so soon. Could it be that I have truly transcended my former self? Yet, this is not mine. A fleeting pang of regret crossed Lu Wei's face. Nevertheless, he harbored no intentions of keeping it for himself. Zhang Ruoruo was his sole good friend, although Lu Wei was greedy, selfish, and somewhat callous. These traits were reserved for strangers. In truth, he cherished this one friend deeply. Thus, without the slightest hesitation, Lu Wei traded the parchment and the freshly made cotton blanket to Zhang Ruoruo. He then initiated a voice call. Hello, Ruoruo, I've sent you the items. Please check them quickly. What did you receive? Ah, it's magic. Dahai, you are incredible, absolutely marvelous. Ah, I can't take it anymore. I adore you. It's magic. Zhang Ruoruo exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Upon receiving the transaction notification, she immediately saw the details. The system maintained a fair and just approach to transactions. Even when trading second-hand goods, it provided information on how many times the item had been used. Listening to Zhang Ruoruo's delighted shouts, Lu Wei felt a surge of happiness for her. How about it? Aren't I impressive? Hurry, start learning and see how to use it, engage its power. At Lu Wei's words, Zhang Ruoruo, who had been brimming with excitement, suddenly calmed. Dahai, perhaps you should learn it instead. I'm afraid I won't be able to master it. Lu Wei frowned, responding, what do you mean you can't learn? It's quite simple. As long as you concentrate and focus on that blueprint, the method of casting will naturally imprint itself in your mind, and you will grasp it effortlessly. Though he felt a flicker of temptation at Zhang Ruo's suggestion. After all, magic was a legendary phenomenon. It was clear to Lu Wei that Zhang Ruo needed this magic far more than he did. He possessed armor, weapons, and bows, and crucially, he had the system to enhance his strength. Thus, whether or not he had this magic made little difference. It would merely be a decorative addition. While it was Zhang Ruoruo's only means of self-defense, with the fireball spell, he wouldn't need to worry so much about her when the invaders landed in a few days. However, before Zhang Ruoruo could articulate her thoughts, Lu Wei interrupted her. There is no buts about it. Hurry up and learn. If you consider me your friend, don't dwell on this any longer. And rest assured, I have my own means of protection. Lu Wei surmised that Zhang Ruoro's insistence on him learning this magic was also tied to the 7th day's impending invasion. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of affection for a girl who was so wholeheartedly devoted to him. To reassure her, Lu Wei placed the broken cloud bow into the trade window for her to see. Here, take a look at this. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruoro opened the trade window and was immediately captivated by a shimmering silver bow, exquisitely designed and undeniably beautiful, although she could not see the bow's attributes. Its appearance alone suggested that it was far from an ordinary weapon. Wow, what a beautiful bow and arrow. Is there something special about it? Lu Wei, hearing this, smiled proudly and said, Hee, this is no ordinary bow and arrow. It is of an extraordinary caliber, possessing immense power. Furthermore, it includes an integrated aiming function, which significantly enhances accuracy even for those unskilled in archery. Its power surpasses that of a typical firearm. Isn't that impressive? However, Zhang Ruoro, upon hearing this, became infuriated and questioned angrily, How could you, Lu Zhahai? After all my concern for you, you hide such a remarkable treasure from me. Do you think that is fair? I only just discovered it this morning while rummaging through a chest, he replied. Besides, you never asked. I can't very well flaunt my good fortune, can I? I was even considering lending it to you when the invaders log in the day after tomorrow. Now that you possess magic, you likely won't need it. Hurry and learn that fireball spell. I don't want to worry about you. Chapter 45, Wolf Tooth Ultimately. Lu Wei set forth a myriad of conditions before Zhang Ruoro decided to delve into the study of magic. Lu Wei let out a silent sigh, pondering the absurdity of the situation. Never mind her. I shall proceed to open my treasure chest. There are a total of 15 chests, and I have only opened one, leaving 14 yet to be explored. Upon opening the next chest, a chime echoed, announcing, Congratulations, you have received a pack of 10 sanitary pads, night use. Lu Wei was at a loss for words. System, there is no need for such detailed introductions. I have no use for this. With this thought, Lu Wei promptly traded the item to Zhang Ruoro. He continued to open the subsequent chest. Ding. A complete outfit. Great. A women's set. Lu Wei's frustration mounted. Why were all the items from his chest seemingly tailored for Zhang Ruoro? Could it be that her fortuitous aura was affecting his luck? It appeared that the fireball spell he had just acquired was not a result of his own merit either. No way. I refuse to believe I am so unfortunate. The next one must be something valuable. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained a complete set of sunscreen skincare products. See, I told you so. This sunscreen is not exclusively for women. Men can certainly benefit from it as well. It prevents sunburn, making it an invaluable item. However, there is a whole set here. Keeping one for myself suffices, and the rest shall be gifted to Zhang Ruoro, as she, being a girl, is more susceptible to sun exposure. Continuing to open the chests, he was determined to uncover something of worth among the numerous items. Ding. Congratulations, you have received a customized windbreaker, tailored to the player's physique. This is excellent. It is incredibly useful. Lu Wei's face brightened. Windbreakers are fantastic, waterproof and wind-resistant, essential for survival in the wild. He examined the garment, noting its subdued brown-gray color and the thick, smooth fabric. His current outfit had been worn for several days. At last, he had something to change into. He set the windbreaker aside, planning to change after finishing the chest openings. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired the blueprint for a 25-liter iron bucket. An iron bucket? Lu Wei quickly scrutinized the blueprint. It was straightforward, a simple iron barrel, with one iron block capable of yielding 2 buckets. Suddenly, an idea struck him, illuminating his thoughts. He envisioned a lucrative opportunity. The arrival of this iron bucket blueprint was remarkably timely. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Wei rushed outside, disregarding the torrential rain, and made his way to the forge. After inputting the blueprint, he commenced the crafting process. Within 3 seconds, an iron bucket was produced, a cylindrical container standing over 40 centimeters tall, once a common household item in rural areas. However, the utility of this bucket had drastically increased in the current context. It is crucial to note that what everyone desperately lacks now is fresh water. Although this heavy rainfall is quite bothersome, it temporarily alleviates the water scarcity. Yet, this is merely a temporary fix. Without proper tools, rainwater cannot be stored. Now, with the iron bucket, they can finally collect and preserve the precious water. A 30-liter barrel of water, if used sparingly, can suffice for an entire month. Thus, this iron barrel has become an invaluable treasure for everyone. However, the barrel's worth is fleeting. Once the rain ceases, its value diminishes significantly. Hence, Taking advantage of the ongoing rainfall, it is imperative to craft the iron barrels swiftly. Lu Wei hastily paused the creation of spears and directed the forging machine to continuously produce iron barrels. After all, spears can be forged at any time. But iron barrels possess a time-sensitive nature, necessitating prompt action for profit. Due to their simple structure, the barrels can be completed in a mere 3 seconds for a pair. When selling, Lu Wei would not offer them in pairs. Within just 1 minute, he managed to produce 20 pairs, totaling 40 iron barrels. He then called Zhang Laoshan and Gao Ren, providing each with 20 barrels in exchange for iron blocks and blueprints. Lu Wei's asking price was modest, offering 1 barrel for 10 iron blocks. If iron blocks were scarce, alternatives included wood or plastic stones for trade. The exchange rate was 3 pieces of wood for 1 iron, 2 stones for 1 iron, 1 piece of plastic for 1 iron, and 1 plot of land for 1 iron. The current demand was solely for iron. Nothing else was required. If none of these were available, blueprints could also be used for trade. For those who deemed blueprints too costly, there were packages combining spears and iron barrels. And even a set of metal utensils could be included. At this moment, the chat channel buzzed with discussions regarding the sudden storm. Thankfully, thanks to the guidance of a survival expert, they were spared from dire consequences. The stone shelters could at least provide some protection from the wind and rain. In truth, the rain was not entirely detrimental. It ensured a temporary supply of fresh water, allowing them to quench their thirst. It was advisable to avoid drinking rainwater directly. Boiling it first would prevent stomach issues. Unfortunately, with no means to start a fire, they would have to limit their intake, leaving their digestive fates to chance. If only there were a vessel to collect rainwater, it would sustain them for a while, alleviating their concerns about water scarcity. Lu Wei attempted to dig a pit to store some water, but the sandy soil proved futile for retention. Shark meat was available for sale, priced at 1,000 grams per portion, requiring either 1 plot of land or 2 iron blocks. Had the price of shark meat decreased? After expending considerable effort to catch a shark, he had anticipated a profitable return, only to find the market flooded with shark meat. This was largely due to Lu Zhihai's efforts in producing numerous spears, enabling many to hunt sharks, thus driving down the price of the meat. Now that the price of meat had dropped, one could only wonder when water would follow suit. Brothers, what do you see? Wow, a water barrel. What incredible luck. Now we need not worry about water. Oh, but it's only a 25-liter barrel. It barely lasts a month. By the way, check the auction area where I just bought it. If you wait too long, it might be gone. Why didn't you mention this sooner? The sales of buckets are exceptionally promising, and Lu Wei is operating at full capacity in production. Gao Ren and Zhang Laoshan are tirelessly engaged in sales, with a steady influx of various materials being traded back. Lu Wei's 1,000 square meter island is predominantly utilized for the storage of goods. It is no exaggeration to assert that nearly 1/3 of the materials in the entire 01438 region are housed here. Chapter 46. The fertile black soil and agriculture. Regrettably, Lu Wei felt somewhat disappointed that the heavy rain lasted merely 2 hours. As the dark clouds dispersed, the sky cleared, and the scorching sun once again enveloped the earth. The sales of water buckets ceased abruptly. Those who were unable to purchase lamented their misfortune, while those who had secured their buckets rejoiced. The most unfortunate were those who had bought their buckets only to find the rain had ceased shortly after. They barely collected any water. For over 2 hours, Lu Wei persevered in crafting water buckets without pause, successfully producing nearly 5,000. In return, he received over 40,000 iron pieces, more than 10,000 units of wood, and an equivalent amount of stone, alongside several hundred plastic items and dozens of land plots. Additionally, there were various miscellaneous materials and ordinary blueprints, including designs for furniture such as beds, tables, and chairs, as well as garments, bedding, toilets, frying pans, and cups. Most of these blueprints pertain to everyday necessities, lacking high value yet proving exceedingly practical. Lu Wei was even fortunate enough to acquire a spatial stone and a blueprint for a wooden boat. He immediately utilized the spatial stone, augmenting his backpack to a spacious 9 slots, a considerable improvement although still somewhat insufficient. As for the wooden boat, Lu Wei chose to bide his time, contemplating the possibility of a fortuitous upgrade. Imagine if he were to strike upon a battleship. Once the water buckets were sold out, Lu Wei did not hastily dispose of the remaining dozen. He decided to keep them aside for future use. He had also collected a fair amount of rainwater, making it impractical to sell all his buckets. Moreover, he provided each of his companions, Zhang Laoshan and Gao Ren, with 10 buckets apiece. enabling them to gather rainwater as well. One could say that being Lu Wei's subordinate ensured a life devoid of worries, a privilege surpassing that of many. After tidying up the remnants of his work, Lu Wei instructed the forging machine to continue producing spears. Regardless of the circumstances, spears would always find buyers, as they were essential for self-defense. Even if the sharks were eradicated after 7 days, there would still be a market for them. Thus, during his idle moments, Lu Wei tirelessly crafted them. Should the standard spears become less marketable, he could always offer upgraded versions, steel spears, or if necessary, spears crafted from refined steel. Stripping off his damp clothing to dry under the sun, Lu Wei seized the opportunity presented by the rain to wash his garments. Clad in a newly acquired tactical outfit, he resumed opening his treasure chests. Out of the 15 boxes, he had only opened 7, leaving 8 yet to be revealed. Ding! Congratulations! You have received 1 pound of Wuliangye liquor. Oh, liquor? Lu Wei's eyes sparkled with delight. In his previous life, owing to frequent social engagements, he had learned to appreciate alcoholic beverages. Gradually, he developed a fondness for drinking, often enjoying a small glass during leisurely moments. The discovery of a bottle of liquor would certainly add a splash of color to his otherwise mundane existence. Stowing the liquor away, Lu Wei continued his quest of opening boxes. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 3 land plots. Ugh, worthless debris. 3 land plots were hardly worthy of his attention. Ding! Congratulations. You have acquired 3 iron pieces. Daily necessities, these are essentially indispensable. Ding! Congratulations, you have received 5 bananas. Oh, fruits have appeared? That's wonderful. Now, I am particularly in need of fruits and vegetables, both of which are rather scarce. Lu Wei is nearly constipated. He forwarded 3 bananas to Zhang Ruo, only to find that she remains unresponsive. It is uncertain whether she has mastered the fireball technique. However, magic is not something easily learned. A certain level of difficulty is to be expected. Lu Wei chose not to disturb Zhang Ruo and continued opening boxes. Ding! Congratulations, you have received a sun hat. Wait, a sun hat? Why is this one green? Who would wear such a thing? How could it be any more unlucky? Ding! Congratulations. You have received a piece of black soil, 1 square meter, suitable for planting. What? Lu Wei sprang to his feet, his face alight with surprise. I have finally struck gold. I have unearthed this treasure. A piece of black soil? And it is cultivable? Does this mean I can finally farm? Lu Wei hurried outside, seeking a sheltered, sunlit spot to lay down the black soil. Instantly, a square meter of black earth appeared on the yellow sandy ground. With a sense of excitement, Lu Wei scooped up a handful of soil. It was soft and fertile, crumbling in his grip as if it could yield oil. The description of the black soil brought an even broader smile to Lu Wei's face. Black soil, level 3, reduces maturation period by 20 times. This means that something which typically takes 100 days to mature will only take 5 days here. Without hesitation, Lu Wei took out the 5 chili seeds that Zhang Ruo had given him. The maturation period for chili seeds is 100 days. He planted the seeds at the corners, 1 in each, with 1 in the center, maintaining maximum distance to avoid hindering growth. As he planted the 5 seeds, Lu Wei felt an indescribable sense of reassurance. Gazing at the black soil before him and imagining the chili peppers he would have in 5 days, anticipation filled his face. Right. He had a bet with Zhang Ruo to see who could grow the chilies first. It seems he has taken the lead. Lu Wei shook his head and chuckled. Returning indoors, he looked at the last remaining box and promptly opened it without delay. Ding! Congratulations, you have received a portion of beef dumplings, 20 pieces. Upon seeing dumplings, Lu Wei couldn't help but smile. It was unexpected to find that, after just finishing Zhang Ruo's dumplings in the morning, he now had a portion of his own for lunch. However, as he smiled, the expression suddenly faded. He realized something. In the morning, Zhang Ruo had given him 17 dumplings, and at the time, he hadn't thought much of it. Now, seeing the 20 dumplings he had just opened, Lu Wei suddenly understood. The reason Zhang Ruo had given him 17 dumplings was that she had only 1 portion, which contained 20 pieces. Yet, that silly girl had chosen to give him 17, leaving herself with only 3. Are 3 dumplings enough to eat? Doesn't she like dumplings? The answer is undoubtedly clear. Lu Wei suddenly felt a tumult of emotions within him, a blend of sweetness, warmth, pain, and deep affection. He recalled how that girl had salivated over the dumplings, yet had given most of them to him, and his heart ached with a strange tightness. At this moment, an impulse surged within him to call her and inform her that he had won the bet, questioning whether her promise to marry him still held true. Finding someone to share a lifetime with transcends mere appearances. What truly matters is that they support, understand, and care for you, is it not? At the age of 30, Lu Wei had long surpassed the phase of valuing looks. Perhaps that silly girl, Ruo, was indeed his perfect match for life. Gazing at the dumplings before him, he found himself lost in contemplation. Chapter 47. Overwhelming with thoughts lingering in her mind, a voice call from Zhang Ruo suddenly came through. As soon as the connection was established, her excited and animated voice rang out. Haha, Dehan, I have wonderful news for you. I've mastered the fireball technique. I just launched a fireball, and you wouldn't believe the sheer power of it. A fireball the size of a fist created a massive crater in the ground. If I hadn't thrown it far enough, I would have blown myself up. It's utterly terrifying, almost like a hand grenade. Lu Wei listened with a smile, completely captivated by the enthusiastic recounting of the girl's experimental results, showing no sign of impatience. It wasn't until Zhang Ruo finished that Lu Wei spoke up. Ruo, I've thought it over. Zhang Ruo was momentarily taken aback by his abrupt statement. Thought it over? What do you mean? I mean, regarding what you just mentioned about being your boyfriend, I've made up my mind. At his words, Zhang Ruo burst into laughter. It doesn't matter if you've decided. Just so you know, there's no escaping my grasp now. I've learned magic, and if I get the chance to see you, I'll bring you back to be my captive husband, haha. She assumed Lu Wei would respond as he had in the past, rejecting her playfully. So she continued to joke, maintaining her role as the mountain bandit. However, Lu Wei's next words left her blushing furiously, at a loss for words. No, I've agreed to you. From now on, you are my girlfriend. Once I grow some chili peppers, I'll marry you. Zhang Ruo was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, her face reddening like a ripe tomato, her head almost steaming from embarrassment. At that moment, overwhelmed and unsure of how to respond, she hastily ended the call. Staring wide-eyed, her cheeks still flushed, she began to spiral into a whirlwind of thoughts. Could it be that Dehan had discovered her true identity? Impossible. She had never revealed herself, nor had she ever confided in anyone. Even her nickname was a mere fade. Apart from Dehan, she had not added a single friend, and in chat rooms, she had only observed silently without uttering a word. Thus, no one could possibly know her identity. But what could have prompted such a profound shift in Dehan's attitude? Was it because she had learned magic? That seemed unlikely. If that were the case, he might as well learn it himself. What was the reason? Of course, he must be teasing her. It had to be that. That scoundrel Dehan, joking about such matters. Just wait until I confront him over this. With that thought, a surge of frustration welled within her, almost compelling her to confront him. Yet, amidst the anger, there lingered an inexplicable sense of melancholy. If it were true, perhaps it wouldn't be so bad after all. Shaking her head, she quickly dismissed the notion. What was she even thinking? They had known each other for less than a week, and didn't even know what each other looked like. How could one so hastily embark on a romantic relationship? It is utterly insane. With this thought in mind, Zhang Ruo, filled with indignation, was about to confront Lu Wei and question him about his playful teasing. However, just as she was preparing to send a voice message, she received a text from Lu Wei. Ruo, I'll treat you to dumplings for lunch, filled with beef. This statement resonated in her heart like a thunderclap. In an instant, she comprehended that the sea had also received a portion of dumplings. Meanwhile, after sending that message to Zhang Ruo, Lu Wei began to prepare the dumplings. Before long, they were ready, and he set aside 17 for Ruo, keeping 3 for himself. He poured himself a glass of the recently acquired Wuliangye and savored the combination of wine and dumplings. After finishing lunch, Lu Wei noticed that Zhang Ruo had not responded to his messages. It seemed as though she was hiding away, even when he sent her a voice message. She did not answer. Lu Wei surmised that she was likely feeling shy, perhaps even reveling in her embarrassment somewhere. Deciding to ignore her for the moment, he returned to the forge after his meal. He retrieved a number of spears and sent them to Zhang Laosend and Gaoran for sale. Perhaps due to the effects of the alcohol or the lack of sleep from the previous night, the sun overhead made Lu Wei feel slightly dizzy. With nothing pressing to attend to, he went back inside and lay down, drifting off into a deep slumber. When he finally awoke, it was late, and darkness enveloped the sky. Glancing at the time, he noted that only about an hour remained until the ranks would be finalized. Checking the leaderboard, he saw that the top position was still held by someone named Ai Aryushifu, whose island had expanded to 800 square meters. The second place was occupied by a person named Jin Li, with an island measuring 500 square meters. Zhang Ruo was in 5th place, with an area of 867 square meters. Upon seeing this, Lu Wei promptly sent 133 square meters to Zhang Ruoruo, bringing her total to 3,000 square meters. After a brief wait with no response from her, he sent another voice message. Hurry and accept the land. We need to secure the first and second positions. Yet, Zhang Ruoruo still did not respond. Frustrated, Lu Wei frowned and sent another message. If you wish to provoke my ire, then by all means, do not accept it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruoruo finally accepted the land and replied with her first message since noon. If you give me so much, can you still secure first place? Lu Wei replied, I do not know. I still have over 40,000 plots and several thousand spears unsold. I will release them shortly, and we shall see how much I can exchange. If this does not secure first place, then I shall accept my fate. Throughout that afternoon, the forge continued to operate incessantly. Lu Wei had taken a nap around 1 p.m., and now it was already 10 p.m. 9 hours had passed. Ample time to produce over 3,000 spears. If all are sold, that amounts to 15,000 plots, combined with his original over 40,000, totaling more than 55,000 plots. Firstly, there seems to be no issues at hand. Upon hearing that Lu Wei still possesses such a multitude of spears, Zhang Ruoruo finally felt a sense of relief. With the plots installed, she surged to the top position. As time gradually slipped away, the conclusion of the competition drew nearer. At this point, all contestants eager to secure a prominent rank began to exert their efforts. He added 50, she 100, he 200, and he 500, progressively increasing their stakes. Observing this, Lu Wei chuckled, realizing that everyone had been holding back their cards. Fortunately, he too had reserved some strength. Lu Wei promptly traded over 3,000 plots to Zhang Ruoruo, ensuring her claim to second place. In turn, Zhang Ruoruo fulfilled her role as a trailblazer, rapidly deploying over 3,000 plots, causing the island's area to soar to 6,000 square meters, momentarily seizing the first position. Chapter 48. You old 6 at this moment. The second-ranked AI Ariu Shifu had only over 3,500 square meters. Facing the sudden surge of over 3,000 square meters from Zhang Ruoruo, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Who is this person, so formidable? We have concealed our trump cards, at most just a few hundred square meters. Yet here you are, having hidden your entire hand. This is quite unbecoming. If you possessed such a quantity, why not reveal it sooner? We would have abandoned our futile aspirations for first place and aimed directly for the second. By unveiling it now, you are merely offering us hope, only to snuff it out again. Such tactics are simply not fair play. However, unbeknownst to them, there was another individual, devoid of any cards, with all his secrets tucked away. Meanwhile, the chat channel was abuzz with discussions about the competition. Wow, Ruo is incredible, immediately seizing first place with 6,000 square meters, leaving the other districts in a daze. Truly, she brings honor to our district 438. Although Ruo is impressive, the real boss here has yet to make a move. There's someone named Gao Ren who has acquired at least 10,000 plots in recent days. Now that is a true powerhouse. Let me share a secret. I've heard Gao Ren is a subordinate of Lu Zhihai, the genuine mastermind lurking behind the scenes. Is that true? No wonder I haven't seen the great Lu Zhihai around lately. He must be in seclusion. Lu, are you still taking on new subordinates? Look at me. I'm all muscle, strong and capable, guaranteed to be obedient. Brother Hai, take a look at me. I'm sweet and charming, versatile and adaptable, with an automatic transmission to boot. I don't even require to be Lu Zhihai's direct subordinate. Just let me be the junior of his junior. Then I'll just be the junior's junior. Doesn't he that make me a little brother? Despite the unprecedented liveliness of the chat channel, Lu Wei gazed at the number of participants in the upper right corner, and his heart sank. 99,012 people. Originally, there were 100,000. But after eliminating 50 in the previous days and several hundred during the Shark Phase post-beginner's protection, the recent storm had claimed yet another few hundred. In just 2 days, nearly 1,000 lives had been lost. Such a number weighs heavily, a somber reality regardless of the context. Lu Wei sighed, hoping that those who had been eliminated could return to their original world. With over half an hour remaining until the competition concluded, Lu Wei summoned Gao Ren and Zhang Laosan in the troop group. He inquired about the number of plots they currently held, seeking any opportunity for rewards. Gao Ren, having joined Lu Wei earlier, and with the additional plots Lu Wei rewarded him, now possessed an island area of 300 square meters, with several dozen plots yet to be installed. Lu Wei helped him reach 500 square meters, a token of appreciation for his diligent efforts in recent days. If all goes well, Gao Ren should secure third place in the region, though aspirations for a global ranking were futile. As for Zhang Laosan, Zhang Tong, he had only over 20 square meters. Lu Wei granted him several dozen plots as a reward, bringing his total to 100 square meters. Due to the fact that only the top 3 positions in the regional competition are rewarded, securing fourth place is of little consequence. Additionally, there is the matter of bestowing rewards upon one's subordinates. It is imprudent to grant too much at once. The age-old adage rings true: too much generosity breeds resentment. If one is overly lavish in their rewards initially, what remains for future incentives? Eventually, the well of rewards may run dry. Ultimately, Lu Wei specifically instructed Gao Ren to wait until the final minutes to claim territory, advising against a hasty pursuit of third place. Although Lu Wei did not elaborate on the rationale behind this strategy, Gao Ren readily acquiesced. After dispatching 2 grateful subordinates, Lu Wei began preparing for the forthcoming elevation. With mere minutes left in the competition, assembling the territory was but a fleeting task. The moment of truth was upon them. Meanwhile, in the distant depths of the ocean, the elven princess Iru Shifu fixated intently on the leaderboard, her emerald eyes brimming with discontent. Despite her tireless efforts in fishing and gathering treasure boxes over the past few days, she found herself relegated to second place. The first place, boasting an expanse of 6,000 square meters, loomed before her like an insurmountable mountain, instilling a profound sense of inadequacy. Nevertheless, the reward for second place would suffice, at least providing ample resources for her kin in this region. The elven race had suffered a calamity, losing their sacred tree and the ability to nurture new elves. Furthermore, elves could not reproduce amongst themselves unless they intermingled with other races. However, offspring born from such unions would not be pure-blooded elves, a notion utterly unacceptable to the proud elven lineage. Consequently, every member of the elven community had become exceedingly precious, with little room for loss. With the queen absent, ensuring the survival and continuity of her people became the solemn duty of the next queen. In another corner, the dwarf clan leader, Jin Li, also awaited the competition results with a grave expression, his eyes glued to the screen. Renowned for their prowess in forging, the dwarves found themselves thwarted by a lack of materials and tools. They even lacked water for tempering, coupled with their sealed powers. It took several days for Jin Li to forge a single dagger. Once completed, the dagger could be replicated as he had crafted it himself. Yet, the obstinate dwarves believed that weapons produced by the system, devoid of the toil and sweat of the craftsman, lacked soul. Such weapons were beneath their dignity to use or sell. Doing so would tarnish the venerable reputation accumulated over millennia. Fortunately, the dwarf population far exceeded that of the elves. Working in unison, they managed to amass over 2,000 plots of land, temporarily securing third place. As time ticked away, the countdown approached its climax. With mere seconds remaining, everyone assumed the rankings were finalized. Suddenly, a name surged to the first position, appearing unexpectedly and seizing the lead in an instant. Before anyone could react, the time expired, and the system's announcement resonated punctually. Congratulations to player Lu Zhihai from Area 01438 for securing first place in this ranking competition, with an island area of 53,000 square meters. Rewards: 1 golden treasure chest and a large seawater purification device capable of purifying 100 liters of freshwater daily. The number of treasure chests for players in this region has increased by 5 today. Congratulations to player Ruorio from Region 01438 for securing second place in this ranking competition. The island spans an area of 6,000 square meters. Reward: 1 silver treasure chest and a medium seawater purification device, capable of purifying 20 liters of freshwater daily. The number of treasure chests for players in this region has increased by 2 today. Congratulations to player Iru Shifu from Region 54333 for achieving third place in this competition. The island covers an area of 313 square meters. Reward: 1 bronze treasure chest and a small seawater purification device capable of purifying 5 liters of freshwater daily. The number of treasure chests for players in this region has increased by 1 today. Additionally, the number of treasure chests received by the top 10 players has been doubled today. With the conclusion of this competition, we eagerly await the next event. Upon the announcement of these results, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The figure 53,000 left everyone utterly speechless. Chapter 49: The Evolution of Water Purifiers, the Spiritual Spring in Various Regional Channels, and the World Channel, discussions erupted regarding the sudden emergence of Lu Zhahai. Who on earth is this person? 53,000? The combined total of the top 10 does not even reach half of that. Truly, it feels like a dream. I cannot fathom how one could amass such wealth. According to the laws of capital, if he possesses so much on his own, it stands to reason that the people in that region must be thoroughly exploited. However, it is also possible that he has sold a substantial quantity of essential items, which would warrant such high prices. Enough speculation. I hail from District 01438, where the weapon ownership rate is approaching 50%. The remaining half will likely be collected by the end of today. How is it that you possess so many weapons? Our district has over 70,000 people, yet fewer than 1,000 own weapons. Is it not clear? It must be that Lu Zhahai is the one selling the weapons. He has access to numerous methods for their creation. Is District 01438 truly that formidable? The first and second places are both from their region, and their players are undoubtedly reveling in their success, as the number of treasure chests has increased by 8 today. At this moment, District 01438 is in a state of jubilation. Although the first and second places are not from their district, they too are reaping the rewards of victory, each receiving an additional 8 chests, which is nearly equivalent to what an average person would gather in a day and a half. Moreover, with such a formidable figure among them, their district's strength can be deemed the strongest. The current survival count attests to this. Other districts typically boast populations of 70,000 to 80,000, with some dwindling to as few as 50,000 or 60,000, having lost half their numbers in just 6 days. Yet, District 01438 has only lost 1,000 individuals, making it the district with the highest remaining population. As the world announcement concluded, the regional announcement swiftly followed. Lu Zhahai, the first place winner, was rewarded with 5 land energy blocks and 10 tomato seeds. The second place winner, Zhang Ruoruo, received 3 land energy blocks. The third place winner, Gao Ren, was awarded 1 land energy block. As for the fourth place contestant, Ji Kuan, he was left seething with frustration, having received nothing. Well, that is not entirely accurate. The top 10 did receive rewards in the form of an additional 5 treasure chests, which could be considered a consolation prize. However, Ji Kuan had anticipated securing at least third place, for which he had made considerable sacrifices, even depleting his resources. He had traded away the blueprint for a machete, believing he would comfortably claim third. Unexpectedly, Gao Ren, a subordinate of Lu Wei, suddenly surged ahead, installing over 100 land plots, expanding the island to a total area of 500 square meters, surpassing Ji Kuan by a mere dozen square meters, thus usurping his third position. This turn of events nearly drove him to the brink of apoplexy. Although the fourth place would yield a few more treasure chests, it would not, under normal circumstances, compensate for his losses. Hiding in a shelter constructed of stones, Ji Kuan pounded his fist against the rock in frustration. The next moment, a piercing scream echoed through the air, his cries for his mother audible from a distance. Of course, in this scenario, there are both those who rejoice and those who despair. The plight of Ji Kuan is indeed tragic. Yet the most joyous figure in this narrative is undoubtedly Lu Wei. This is primarily because Ji Kuan's design for the machete was exchanged at his behest, not through direct action, but rather orchestrated by Zhang Laosan. The price was a mere 3 plots of land, which was not a deliberate attempt by Lu Wei to undervalue Ji Kuan. In the current market, a spear cost 5 plots. Thus, compared to this elongated weapon, the machete, being a shorter implement, is naturally less expensive. After all, whether battling sharks or fending off invaders, the spear proves far superior to the machete, leading to its reduced market value. However, Lu Wei is in no rush to produce the machete design, as the spear is currently in high demand. With production solely focused on spears, there is no time to spare for machetes. He can always attend to that later. With this thought in mind, Lu Wei promptly stowed the blueprint away, rubbing his hands in excitement as he eagerly opened the system's mail. There were 2 unread messages. One was a notification for regional rewards, along with accompanying items. The other was a notification for world ranking rewards, also with attached items. Lu Wei faced a dilemma, with 4 reward items across the 2 messages and only 3 chances for a lucky critical hit remaining. Claiming all would inevitably result in 1 item being overlooked for the critical boost. Each of these 4 items was undeniably valuable, and Lu Wei was reluctant to settle for anything less than the enhanced versions. After much deliberation, Lu Wei gritted his teeth and resolved to defer claiming the regional rewards until tomorrow. This way, he would only need 2 critical hit opportunities, reserving the last for a chance to enhance a blueprint. The upgrade would have to wait another day. With this decision made, Lu Wei proceeded to open the world mail. In an instant, the system notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a large seawater purification device. Another chime followed. Ding. Lucky critical hit activated. The seawater purification device has been upgraded to a spiritual spring. The spiritual spring, imbued with a faint aura, promises to hasten cultivation speed and enhance physical health with prolonged consumption. When used to irrigate land, it improves soil quality, increases crop yields, and promotes the evolution of crops. Lu Wei stood in stunned silence, absorbing the details of the reward. A wave of immense joy surged within him, his heartbeat racing to an exhilarating 220. Blood rushing to his face as if he might burst from sheer excitement. By heavens, I've struck it rich, he exclaimed, dancing with exuberance, his shouts echoing in the absence of witnesses who might otherwise deem him mad. After a considerable time, Lu Wei finally regained his composure. Gazing at the spiritual spring in his inventory with a goofy grin, he was well aware of the significance of such a treasure. Whether in urban farming tales or tales of cultivation, this item is an essential boon for any protagonist. With this acquisition, the path to prosperity was firmly set, freeing him from the burden of resource scarcity. Moreover, it possesses the remarkable ability to cure all ailments, accelerate plant growth, and facilitate animal evolution. One might indeed declare it to be a panacea. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, Lu Wei eagerly began to seek a suitable location for the installation of the divine spring. The process of installation was quite straightforward, as it could be affixed to any object, provided that it made contact with the ground. After careful deliberation, Lu Wei ultimately decided to utilize a blueprint of a building, constructing an additional structure adjacent to his own residence. Within this new edifice, he placed a stone upon which the divine spring would be installed. This arrangement not only offered protection from the elements, but also safeguarded the integrity of the divine spring. The moment the spring was installed, a small orifice suddenly appeared in the stone, and a gentle stream of water began to flow forth. Lu Wei hastily positioned a prepared bucket to catch the precious water, for he could not afford to lose even a single drop. The thought of waste was enough to cause him distress. Chapter 50. The astonishing effects of the spiritual spring. However, as time passed, Lu Wei began to sense something amiss. Observing the meager stream before him, he couldn't help but voice his discontent. Is this flow truly so insignificant? After waiting for a considerable time, he realized he hadn't even filled half a mineral water bottle, and he regretted bringing a large bucket. His initial excitement swiftly dwindled to half. The remaining optimism stemmed from the understanding that, despite the low flow, the water would suffice for daily consumption. He could also share some with Zhang Ruoruo and Xiaobai, saving a bit for gardening. Nonetheless, it was a spiritual spring. He found it hard to believe it would flow continuously like an ordinary spring. Licking his lips, Lu Wei eagerly exchanged the bucket. He poured the scant spiritual water into a cup. Upon inspection, the liquid appeared indistinguishable from regular water. Bringing it close to his nose, he inhaled deeply. The water seemed to encapsulate the essence of nature, each drop exuding a refreshing aroma. A single whiff transported him to an expansive forest surrounded by verdant trees. Listening to the melodious songs of birds and feeling the gentle caress of the breeze upon his cheek, that unique fragrance was akin to nature's breath, imbued with the fragrance of earth and the freshness of green leaves, allowing him to sense the heartbeat of nature itself. This pristine essence of nature resonated like a tranquil melody within Lu Wei's heart, cleansing his inner fatigue and anxiety as he subconsciously relaxed. Merging with the lush greenery surrounding him, he closed his eyes and breathed in the fresh air, embracing the tranquility and serenity bestowed by nature. Unable to resist, Lu Wei drank the water in one swift motion, the cool liquid sliding down his throat, dissipating his body's heat, leaving behind a profound sense of comfort and satisfaction. He felt as though the water coursed through him, nourishing every cell, revitalizing his entire being. With a determined fist pump, he sensed an increase in his strength and speed. Even his mind felt clearer. In the darkness, despite a slight haze, he could discern the rough positions of various objects. This remarkable transformation filled Lu Wei with delight, prompting him to swiftly access the data interface to observe the changes. Name: Lu Wei. Race: human, blue star. Level: 5 strength, 23 constitution, 23 agility, 23 spirit, 20 talent. Lucky critical hit. Level 1 skills: none. Free attributes: 0 pet, none. Territory: 53,000 square meters experience, 99,100 indeed. His attributes had increased. Each physical attribute had risen by 2 points, and his spirit attribute had surged by 3 points. This was akin to a direct level up, and a fortunate critical hit at 9 times the usual effect. Was it truly just from a single sip of spring water? Lu Wei gazed at the scant amount he had just collected, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Without hesitation, he lifted the bucket and quickly drank the remaining spiritual water. After finishing, Lu Wei smacked his lips, eagerly anticipating further increases in his attributes. After a prolonged wait, there was not a hint of activity. Alas, it seems that such splendid results are only achievable on the initial attempt. Thereafter, one must rely on gradual accumulation over time. Gazing at the meager amount of spring water collected in the bucket, Lu Wei sighed in disappointment. The water's extraction rate was exceedingly slow, yielding at most 7 or 8 liters in a day. The exact quantity would not be known until tomorrow. Noticing that the hour was late, Lu Wei decided to find a blueprint to strike a critical blow, after which he would retire for the night. However, as soon as he opened his backpack, he spotted a golden treasure chest. A sudden realization struck him. In his earlier excitement, he had completely forgotten about the reward item. The significance of the golden chest surpassed that of the water purifier. While the purifier was merely a top-tier mundane item, the golden chest guaranteed the emergence of extraordinary treasures. Lu Wei furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling something. System, please explain why the golden chest did not trigger a critical hit despite my remaining chances. Why is it still golden? Ding. The host has an inquiry. You may utilize the help function for clarification. Without hesitation, Lu Wei opted for assistance. After consulting the information, he understood the situation. Chests themselves could not trigger critical hits, only the items within them could. Otherwise, if a chest triggered a critical hit, and then the contents did as well, one could potentially unearth a divine artifact in a single go. With clarity on the matter, Lu Wei no longer felt the urgency to open the chest. Originally, he had one more opportunity. Now, by refraining from opening the chest, he effectively doubled his chances. These 2 opportunities were perfectly suited for claiming the land energy block and seeds. Thus, his 3 chances for lucky critical hits today would be exhausted. When the 0-hour refresh occurred tomorrow, he would use those opportunities to upgrade and enhance his attributes. As for whether to open the chest, Lu Wei entertained other considerations. Safeguarding the chest, Lu Wei promptly claimed the land energy block and tomato seeds. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained 5 land energy blocks. Ding. Congratulations, lucky critical hit triggered. You have received 30 land energy blocks. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired 10 tomato seeds. Ding. Congratulations, lucky critical hit triggered. You have received 80 tomato seeds. After hearing the rewards, Lu Wei felt no extraordinary excitement. It was merely a quantity boost. He had hoped for a quality enhancement, but it did not materialize. It appeared that he would need to upgrade the land gradually. However, with the spring water now available and various materials for decomposition at hand, upgrades should proceed at a significantly faster pace. Lu Wei took out 50 seeds, setting aside the remainder to cultivate tomatoes. A generous spacing was essential for robust growth and bountiful yields. Given the 30 square meter area, planting 50 tomato plants seemed just right. The remaining 30 seeds would be reserved for future use. Lu Wei placed the seeds on a plate, layered them with a sheet of tissue, and lightly moistened them with spring water before situating the seeds atop. As a child raised in the countryside, Lu Wei was quite familiar with the cultivation of these common crops. Once the seeds germinate, they can be planted in the soil. Placing the tray in a shaded area, Lu Wei stepped outside. Upon arriving at the site where he had planted the chili peppers earlier that day, he was astonished to find that the peppers had sprouted within just a few hours. They had already broken through the soil. Such rapid growth rivaled that of a typical week's time. It was evident that this Tier 3 black soil was extraordinary. Seeing this, Lu Wei quickly fetched a small amount of spiritual spring water, merely a capful, and poured it at the roots of the chili seedlings. After watering them, he nodded in satisfaction. Murmuring to himself, "Grow quickly, I can hardly contain my anticipation." The mere thought of chili fish stew, chopped chili fish head, and spicy fish meat hot pot made his mouth water. After tending to the little chili plants, Lu Wei began to upgrade the surrounding land. The process was straightforward. All he needed to do was place the corresponding energy block onto the ground. As soon as the land energy block was set down, the original yellow sand transformed instantly. The sand vanished, giving way to light yellow soil. Lu Wei checked the information. Level 1 yellow land, capable of cultivating crops and shortening their maturation period by 5 times. It was 2 levels lower than the black soil, thus accelerating crop growth only 5-fold. If it took 100 days to mature, it would now require merely 20 days. Coincidentally, tomatoes also took 100 days to mature. This led Lu Wei to ponder whether all crops in this game matured in 100 days. Grabbing a spear, he poked the yellow soil. It was firm but not excessively hard, so there was no need to till it. A bit of water would suffice until the tomato seeds germinated and could be planted. Lu Wei carried several buckets of collected rainwater and watered the land thoroughly to moisten it. Afterward, he returned to the room where the spiritual spring water was placed, intending to check how much water had accumulated. Half an hour later, he discovered that only about a third of a bottle had been collected. At this rate, it would take 1.5 hours for the spring to produce a full bottle of water. Over the course of a day, that would amount to 8 liters. This volume was sufficient for his personal consumption, even accommodating Xiao Bai and Zhang Ruo. However, for irrigating crops, he would need to be more frugal. He hoped that the crops irrigated with the spiritual spring water would be beneficial for his health. Otherwise, it would be in vain. Now aware of the water's status, Lu Wei felt reassured. Just as he was about to step outside, he witnessed something that left him utterly astonished. Chapter 51. Is the non-lucky player not human? Hastening towards the plate containing the tomato seeds, Lu Wei was astonished to discover that these seeds had indeed begun to sprout. Although it was merely the nascent stage, it was undeniably a sign of germination, rendering them ready for planting. Tiny, tender shoots had broken through their protective shells. Had less than an hour truly passed since planting? Lu Wei's expression was one of sheer amazement. Observing the situation, he decided to proceed without delay and planted the seeds directly. With the tomato seeds in hand, Lu Wei approached the newly tilled soil, carefully placing each seed into the ground. Conventionally, tomatoes ought to be nurtured as seedlings before being transplanted. However, this was, after all, a game, and the discrepancies with reality were substantial. Especially with the presence of this miraculous spring water, concerns about growth were rendered moot. After planting all 50 seeds, Lu Wei gazed at the abundantly sown land, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction and accomplishment. The earth, after all, has a way of grounding one. Once the tomatoes were planted, Lu Wei's tasks were not yet complete. He still needed to tend to the forge, hanging the newly crafted spears for trade. Furthermore, he would input a sufficient quantity of iron blocks, ensuring the forge continued its relentless crafting. While the invaders had yet to arrive, the spears could still be sold at a premium. Currently, he could not fully trust his 2 subordinates. They could assist in minor sales. Yet he preferred to handle larger transactions himself. Their primary roles remained to aid him in processing fish and meat, as well as acquiring scarce items and blueprints. After finishing his chores, Lu Wei washed his hands and returned indoors. Not yet feeling fatigued, he opened the chat interface to see what others were engaged in. To his surprise, he found an influx of players selling shark meat. After observing for a while, he realized that numerous individuals had utilized the spears he had sold to hunt sharks. Moreover, Lu Wei noted that the sharks they had caught were evidently smaller than his own. This realization cast a shadow over his expression. Was it true? Was the non-lucky player not human? Even the sharks appeared to be smaller than his? He pondered the matter, recalling that the massive shark weighing around 500 pounds was not something an ordinary player could manage. If all sharks were that size, how many could actually hunt such formidable creatures? It turned out that his shark was indeed the largest. However, with the abundance of shark meat, its value would inevitably diminish. Additionally, due to many players purchasing water buckets, the price of water had also decreased. At present, most players had adequately addressed their basic needs. Once the issue of sustenance was resolved, the next step would be to develop their islands, enhance their capabilities, and seek safety. Consequently, the prices of various materials would rise. Lu Wei meticulously pondered and analyzed, striving to identify a lucrative path amidst these circumstances. After a week, finding such an easily accessible opportunity for wealth would become increasingly difficult, necessitating a harmonious alignment of systems, timing, and location. Nonetheless, the absence of explosive opportunities did not imply a lack of profitable ventures. In business, explosive growth can sustain only temporarily. Lasting success requires stability. To achieve enduring profitability, one must carve out their own unique path. At present, Lu Wei harbors some thoughts that only require exploration and practice in due course. The gathering of everyone resembles an emerging societal structure, teeming with opportunities, contingent upon one's ability to seize them. After a thorough analysis, Lu Wei glanced at the time, realizing it was late and time to prepare for rest. A good night's sleep would replenish his energy and vigor, as the following evening would mark the 7th day, when the so-called guests were expected to arrive. That night, while some slept soundly, others tossed and turned, unable to find rest. Before long, dawn broke. Lu Wei stretched lazily, rose from his bed, rubbed his eyes, and without folding his blanket, slipped on his shoes and stepped out of bed. Being alone, he felt no obligation to tidy up. Even foregoing clothes seemed inconsequential. After a brief wash, he set about preparing breakfast. With 2 pounds of rice on hand, he took half a pound to cook porridge and fried some fish to accompany it, completing his morning meal. As customary, Lu Wei traded a portion of breakfast with Zhang Ruoruo. Perhaps invigorated by the promise of a new day, Zhang Ruoruo had emerged from her previous shyness. Upon receiving the breakfast, she promptly initiated a voice call. Lu Wei was pleasantly surprised by her swift recovery and answered the call. Hello, Dahai, your porridge is exquisite. Thank you. Zhang Ruoruo's voice rang bright and cheerful, seemingly forgetting yesterday's awkwardness. Enjoy it. I have plenty here, Lu Wei replied. Do you think I'm a pig? I can't possibly finish such a large bowl. It'll suffice for lunch. Ah, you're just like a dog biting El Dongbin, failing to recognize a good heart. Is it a crime to encourage you to eat more? Lu Wei teased. Realizing her fault, Zhang Ruoruo quickly shifted topics. Kiki, right? By the way, what treasures did you unearth from that golden chest yesterday? I haven't opened it yet, Lu Wei responded while eating. Zhang Ruoruo exclaimed in surprise. How can you resist? It's a golden treasure chest. With a mysterious chuckle, Lu Wei replied, I consulted my fortune. I've exhausted my luck today, but tomorrow will bring greater fortune. So I plan to open it then. Zhang Ruoruo burst into laughter. You actually believe in that? Lu Wei shrugged. Considering our current circumstances, would you say I should not? At a loss for words, Zhang Ruoruo conceded. Indeed, if we speak of science, we seem to embody the antithesis of it. Even magic has manifested. It wouldn't be surprising if we encountered immortals in the future. Suddenly, she appeared to recall something, her face contorting with regret. Oh dear, had I known. I would have asked you to divine my fate before opening my chest. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei raised an eyebrow, sensing that her silver chest had yielded something undesirable. Had this lucky girl finally met with misfortune? Why did this thought fill him with a hint of excitement? What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied with what you've produced? Zhang Ruoruo replied with a slight murmur. Yes, I am indeed a bit unsatisfied. Lu Wei, intrigued, inquired, what have you come up with? A skill book titled Restoration Technique. I reviewed its description, and it can heal injuries and restore stamina. It can be utilized on oneself or to heal others. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei nearly dropped the bowl in his hand, his eyes filled with envy and jealousy turning red. In a hoarse voice, he asked, Restoration Technique? And you're not satisfied? Do you wish for the heavens? Do you realize that this spell is a lifesaver in battle, an essential skill for team fights? With this ability, you would be in high demand wherever you go. And you're still not content? What more do you desire? Zhang Ruoruo pouted and replied, I never intended to engage in combat, so this skill holds little value for me. Perhaps I should just give it to you. Lu Wei was momentarily taken aback, as if he suddenly grasped the underlying meaning. Chapter 52. Confirming the relationship, this girl seems to be devising ways to offer herself something once again. Otherwise, how could she possibly be unaware of the value and significance of the restoration technique? However, Lu Wei has no intention of accepting this skill in her possession. It may serve a greater purpose. Thus, Lu Wei deftly countered, I cannot accept it. We are not related by blood. How could I accept such a precious gift? I could never repay this kindness. You should keep it for yourself. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruoruo became anxious. You truly lack sense of humor. Who said anything about repayment? We are good friends. What is wrong with me gifting you a skill? Why must it always be repaid? Lu Wei replied, exuding an air of helplessness. Though we are good friends, we are not lovers. It would be inappropriate to accept such a valuable item without reason. I tend to be somewhat petty. Even if you insist I do not repay you, I would feel indebted nonetheless. In that case, I would struggle to eat and sleep, burdened by that pressure. It's best to avoid it. Then, what must I do to accept this skill book? Zhang Ruoruo asked hesitantly. She was not foolish and had an inkling of what Lu Wei was hinting at. An inexplicable sense of nervousness, panic, and a hint of anticipation swirled within her. Lu Wei chuckled softly. Unless we were in an intimate relationship, if we were a couple, then there would be no need to keep things separate. One could accept anything without feeling burdened. At these words, Zhang Ruoruo instinctively lowered her head, her delicate fingers entwined nervously, betraying her unease. She endeavored to calm the tumult within her, striving to appear more composed. Time seemed to slow at that moment, each heartbeat echoing clearly in her ears. Noticing the silence on the other end of the line, Lu Wei patiently awaited a response without urging. After a considerable pause, Zhang Ruoruo appeared to have made a decision and asked a question with a serious tone. Dahai, can you answer me one question? Go ahead. Previously, I jokingly pursued you. Yet I sensed you did not reciprocate those feelings. However, your attitude suddenly changed yesterday. Could you enlighten me as to why? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Wei replied, I am drawn to you because of your gentleness, kindness, and optimistic spirit, which provide warmth and solace in this cold, cruel world, fueling my motivation and courage to move forward. Furthermore, your care, affection, and meticulous attention have warmed my heart. Most importantly, I have come to understand my own feelings. What I have been searching for, pursuing, and safeguarding has always been right beside me. Being with you brings me immense joy and happiness. Is that sufficient? Upon hearing Lu Wei's words, Zhang Ruoruo struggled to suppress a laugh, not wanting Lu Wei to hear her amusement. Though what you said is a bit cheesy, I suppose it passes. For now, I will tentatively agree to your terms, as we have no idea when we shall meet again. As for the specifics, we shall discuss them when we are together. Lu Wei frowned slightly. Hey, you've got the order all wrong. Haven't you? It was I who consented to your pursuit, not the other way around. Indeed, it was you who courted me. After 3 minutes of parched throats and heated debate, the two of them ceased their argument. Zhang Ruoruo, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, Enough of this, let us not dwell on who pursued whom. I have already agreed to be your girlfriend. May I now receive that skill book? Not yet. Lu Wei decisively continued to refuse. Why not? Did you not just say that as long as we are a couple, we need not be so formal with one another? Zhang Ruoruo queried, her adorable face scrunching up in indignation. Lu Wei patiently explained, Consider this. We will undoubtedly meet again in the future, and we shall embark on adventures together. When I find myself in peril, battling foes or monstrous creatures, do you truly believe you could stand idly by without assisting me? Of course, I would help. Zhang Ruoruo immediately replied, But I would follow your lead. Exactly, Lu Wei continued with a smile. Should I become fatigued or injured? I will require your aid to heal and recover. I cannot afford to be distracted in the heat of battle. It is impractical to fight while simultaneously tending to my own wounds. Upon hearing Lu Wei's reasoning, Zhang Ruoruo instinctively nodded. You make a valid point. Indeed, those who engage in gaming understand that during group combat, a warrior like myself must be at the forefront, dealing damage. While a healing class like yours is responsible for providing support and restoration, only through our unified efforts can we vanquish our adversaries. Do you comprehend? It seems I do. So, does this mean I should learn the healing spell myself? Absolutely. This supportive role suits you perfectly, as you need not fight at the front lines. Go and learn it. Do not waste time. It may prove useful today, Lu Wei urged, seizing the moment. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Ruoruo complied and hurried off to study the skill. Following their conversation, Lu Wei proceeded to retrieve the long spear he had crafted from the forge and listed it on the trading platform. This time, he was in no rush to sell, for the competition had concluded, and he did not desperately require the land. Now, those lacking spears would find themselves anxious. For once midnight struck, the guests would arrive. Without a weapon for protection, based on the system's tendencies, one was likely to meet an untimely end. Therefore, possessing a weapon was essential for everyone, even if it was merely a wooden stick. Lu Wei's intention was straightforward, to increase the price of the spear. Indeed, he planned to raise the price, offering it at 10 plots per spear. Concurrently, he relaxed the trading restrictions, allowing exchanges of wood, cotton, stone, iron, and all manner of materials. Even if one possessed 100 bundles of hay, it could be traded for a spear. Lu Wei's objective was simple. In the absence of knowledge regarding the system's next move, he aimed to stockpile materials. Regardless of how circumstances evolve, these materials will eventually prove useful. Possessing them is undoubtedly a wise investment. This is also one of the methods employed by the affluent to generate wealth, accumulating assets and inflating their value. Chapter 53. Essence in the water. The long spears were distributed among Gao Ren and Zhang Tong, each receiving a portion, while the majority remained with Lu Wei in the trading area. Today marked the final day. After midnight tonight, invaders could appear at any moment. In a bid for survival, everyone was diligently gathering resources to exchange for spears. The price of fish and water plummeted dramatically, with a pound of fish now fetching merely a single iron piece. This drastic decline was also influenced by the rising prices of materials. It could be said that Lu Wei single-handedly instigated a fluctuation in the region's market prices. Many grumbled behind his back, cursing Lu Wei for his mercilessness in raising the price of spears to the equivalent of 10 plots. Those who had already procured spears were elated. Without any effort, the value of their weapons had doubled. Some who hoarded several spears seized this opportunity to make a tidy profit. This world is never devoid of clever individuals. Had Lu Wei not possessed this exclusive source, he might not have been able to outmaneuver these shrewd traders. One must never underestimate their own cleverness. There will always be someone wiser. Typically, those who consider themselves exceptionally intelligent are, in fact, the most foolish. Behind screens, armed with keyboards, they may feel invincible, yet in reality, they would likely find themselves among the first to be eliminated in such situations. Lu Wei never considered himself particularly clever. Without the system, he was hardly better than the average person. He was merely one among the masses, utterly ordinary. Once the matter of the spears was settled, Lu Wei found the time to visit the land designated for cultivation. From a distance, he could see that it had transformed into a lush green expanse. After a night's growth, the chili seedlings had nearly reached 5 centimeters in height. Perhaps owing to the irrigation with the essence water, the seedlings appeared vibrant and robust, clearly indicating their health. The tomato plants beside them were also flourishing, although the fertility of the yellow soil was somewhat lacking. Nonetheless, with the essence water, the yellow earth visibly transformed. It would not be long before it evolved into rich black soil. After inspecting the seedlings, Lu Wei proceeded to the room where the essence water was stored. Having collected essence water throughout the night, he now had nearly half a barrel. Lu Wei carefully filled mineral water bottles with the essence water. He managed to fill 6 bottles in total and, checking the time, found the flow rate of the essence water aligned with his estimations. Lu Wei traded 2 of the bottles to Zhang Ruoruo, keeping 2 for himself, while the remaining 2 he contemplated offering to Xiaobai. Upon receiving the 2 bottles, Zhang Ruoruo was immediately puzzled and sent Lu Wei a message. Why the sudden generosity with 2 bottles of water? I have more water than I can drink, but unfortunately, its value has diminished compared to before. In the future, my water will not be ordinary. It is essence, and consuming it will greatly benefit you, Lu Wei thought to himself. Unable to divulge the nature of the essence water to Zhang Ruoruo. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruoruo seemed to ponder something, hastily terminating the communication. She promptly placed the 2 bottles on the hearth in her room and stepped outside to continue practicing the fireball technique and the restoration spell. According to Lu Wei's guidance, mastering the fireball technique was imperative. All magical skills are aimed using mental energy, rendering the possibility of misfires non-existent. As long as the target is unable to evade or defend, a hit is guaranteed. Hence, the initial phase of practicing magic focuses not on accuracy, but on the swiftness of casting spells. The significance of casting speed for a magician is self-evident. However, practice is not an endless endeavor. The exertion of magical skills demands a great deal of mental energy. For instance, each time Zhang Ruoruo casts a fireball spell, a portion of her mental energy is consumed. With her current reserves, she can manage only 4 casts before succumbing to dizziness. A recovery period of nearly an hour is necessary before she can continue. After casting several spells, Zhang Ruoruo promptly reclines with her eyes closed, seeking to restore her mental energy. After a morning of practice, feeling somewhat parched and having depleted her mental reserves, she returns indoors, leaning against the Kong. She casually picks up a bottle of water handed to her by Lu Wei and drinks a few hearty gulps. To her astonishment, as she swallows, she finds herself in disbelief, staring blankly at the bottle. She senses her previously exhausted mental energy rapidly rejuvenating. Whereas before it would take an hour to recover, now it takes mere seconds to restore her mental vigor completely. In an instant, the sensation of vitality makes her question if she has just awakened from slumber. Moreover, she perceives a peculiar transformation within her body, as if an ancient power is awakening, compelling her to unleash it. Clenching her fists, Zhang Ruoruo's expression is one of sheer astonishment. What is happening? Could it be the water? What is this miraculous liquid? Contemplating this, she promptly initiates a voice call to Lu Wei. At that moment, Lu Wei is leisurely fishing while amusing Xiaobai. His experience points are already maxed out, yet he refrains from leveling up to preserve the potential for attribute point critical hits. Fortunately, he has verified that experience can accumulate even without leveling, which alleviates his previous anxiety. The only annoyance arises each time he catches a fish. The system prompts him with a notification that his experience points are full and asks if he wishes to level up. Lu Wei is hesitant to upgrade. Without a lucky critical hit, he would only gain a single attribute point, a considerable loss. Thus, he continues to restrain himself and accumulate experience. At this juncture, he fervently hopes for a critical hit to occur soon, yearning for additional chances. 3 opportunities are simply insufficient. The frustrating aspect is the inability to choose which items may receive critical hits. Presently, his accumulated experience stands at 135-100, surpassing the threshold for level 35. The rapidity of his fishing success is attributable not only to employing 5 fishing sets but also to his revelation of a rather ingenious fishing method. By applying a bit of spring water to the bait, he significantly enhances its efficacy, resulting in an evident acceleration in the rate of catches. Having reeled in 35 fish within an hour serves as testament to this method's effectiveness. If he were to soak the bait in spring water, the results would undoubtedly be even more remarkable. Regrettably, the supply of spiritual spring water is woefully scarce. Lu Wei can scarcely manage to quench his own thirst, let alone afford any waste. A mere touch of it suffices. Its effects, although remarkable, are overwhelming for him to handle. Furthermore, there is the matter of Xiaobai, who possesses an insatiable appetite and particularly relishes fish that has been soaked in the spiritual spring water. A large basin of bait, weighing several pounds, has been devoured by her to the extent of half. In truth, Lu Wei is aware that what Xiaobai truly craves is the spiritual spring water itself. He recalls the moment he first offered it to her, when she nearly chewed the bottle itself. Nevertheless, the effects of the spiritual spring water on Xiaobai are undeniably evident. After consuming a bottle, Lu Wei distinctly observed that the color of her scales on the lower half had significantly lightened, seemingly transitioning from a silvery hue to pure white. If this transformation continues, might it be possible that one day Xiaobai will truly become human? Chapter 54. Is this a proper task for a serious fish? Xiaobai, go retrieve those boxes for me, Lu Wei commanded, pointing at the boxes floating on the surface of the sea. The timing of the box refresh was unpredictable. Sometimes they appeared just past midnight, while other times they emerged only by noon. Nevertheless, it was certain that boxes would refresh each day. Upon hearing Lu Wei's request, Xiaobai remained still, chirping at him instead. Lu Wei discerned from her gaze that this charming little mermaid was negotiating. Observing her current demeanor, he found himself reminiscing about the naive Xiaobai of yore, now seemingly more astute. What do you desire? He inquired. Chirp. Chirp. Xiaobai pointed at the empty bottle that once contained the essence of spring water. Lu Wei immediately understood and shook his head decisively. There is none left. He waved the empty bottle to signify its absence. Xiaobai, now increasingly clever, tilted her head in contemplation, seemingly grasping Lu Wei's meaning. After half an hour, she finally returned with the boxes. The delay was due to the unusually high number of boxes that day. As the first-place winner of the ranking competition, Lu Wei received not only the golden treasure chest and the water purification device, but also a treasure chest doubling reward for the top 10 participants. Furthermore, due to his victory, the entire Region 01438 received an additional 5 boxes, and with Zhang Ruoruo's second-place finish, everyone in Region 01438 was granted 2 extra boxes. The top 10 in the region also benefited from 5 additional boxes each. Calculating all of this, the extra boxes totaled over 20. Combined with the usual refresh of a dozen or so, resulting in an astonishing 40 boxes. However, the more boxes, the better. Opening them had become Lu Wei's favorite daily pastime. Just as he was about to open the first box, a private message chimed in. Upon checking, it was from Zhang Ruoruo. With a sigh, Lu Wei thought, women truly impact my progress. Hello? Ruoruo, what's up? Without acknowledging his greeting, Zhang Ruoruo expressed her excitement and curiosity. Hi. What kind of water did you give me? It's so miraculous. Not only did it restore my mental strength, but I also feel my physical condition has improved significantly. What is the secret behind it? Haha, the water I gave you is certainly extraordinary. It's essence water. You can rest assured to use it. Though I don't have much, I can spare you a few bottles daily. By the way, don't you possess a medium-sized seawater purifier? Could you lend me your small one? I'm running low on fresh water. Though their relationship was confirmed only verbally, they were indeed a couple, and Lu Wei felt no need to be polite with his girlfriend. Conversely, he would think of Zhang Ruoruo whenever he came across something valuable. Didn't you just acquire a large purifier? How could you be short on water? What have you been doing? Zhang Ruoruo, without hesitation, sent her medium-sized purifier to Lu Wei, keeping only a small one for herself. After all, the smaller one barely produced 5 liters of water a day, and the medium-sized one was even less likely to run out. Where do you think this essence water comes from? It is obtained using this large water purifier. Upon receiving the medium-sized purifier sent by Zhang Ruoruo, Lu Wei contemplated briefly and opted to accept it without further comment. To exchange a water purifier for an endless supply of spiritual spring water? Who would be foolish enough to do that? It's no wonder Zhang Ruo was astonished. Although the large water purifier can purify 100 liters of drinking water daily, even if it were to produce 1,000 or 10,000 liters, it would not hold a candle to the value of a single bottle of spiritual spring water. The crucial point is that, according to Lu Wei's words, this spiritual spring water is produced continuously, which seems like an incredible bargain. Perhaps he is unaware of the effects of the spiritual spring water. By the way, if you are free later, make sure to sleep early. After midnight, let us keep the call going. Also, set up several large bonfires around the island to illuminate the perimeter. This way, if anyone lands, we can spot them immediately. And when you installed the plots, you followed the shape I instructed you, right? Do not get it wrong. If we encounter an adversary that cannot be dealt with by magic, use the collection order I provided without hesitation. Do you understand? Lu Wei reiterated his concerns. Zhang Ruo nodded in response. Rest assured, I would never joke with my life. Everything is prepared as you instructed. You need not worry too much about me. If I cannot handle them with magic, others will fare even worse. Hence, I believe the first wave of enemies will not be overly formidable. Otherwise, none of us would survive. Lu Wei acknowledged her sentiment. Indeed, I share your thoughts. However, caution is the mother of safety. When facing unknown foes, it is prudent to exercise utmost vigilance. Yes, I understand. I have done everything I can. Now we await their arrival. Though Zhang Ruoruo spoke lightly, anxiety gripped her heart. Originally just a delicate celebrity, she was not accustomed to such scenarios. Even before evening descended, her heart raced anxiously. You needn't be afraid. I am here with you. Yes, I know. By the way, the box has arrived. Hand me the fishing rod. I will go and check if I can uncover anything valuable from it. Go ahead, Lu Wei replied, passing the fishing rod to Zhang Ruoruo. After ending the call, he began preparing to open the boxes. With so many boxes, he could finally indulge in the thrill of unboxing. Rubbing his hands together, Lu Wei opened the first box. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a blueprint for an early warning device. A blueprint for an early warning device? Lu Wei's expression brightened momentarily, but upon examining the blueprint, he was left speechless. The so-called early warning device was merely a thin wire adorned with a few bells. However, upon further reflection, Lu Wei realized it was not without its merits. At least it was discreet and easy to craft. Moreover, the bells were entirely metallic and could be repeatedly produced using a forging machine. It is certain that many individuals are in need now, which can be regarded as yet another avenue for wealth creation. To all the distinguished figures, societal elites, promising youths, and esteemed dignitaries, I am merely a humble writer whose work may not be particularly pleasing to the eye. If it does not bring joy, why should one endure the discomfort or impose such distress upon me? Once again, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to those who cherish and support Yezi. Thank you all, sending you warm embraces. Chapter 55. A new discovery. Lu Wei, utilizing the blueprint, forged a bell on the crafting machine and discovered that its production time was surprisingly 20 seconds, double that of the spear. Consequently, the cost-effectiveness was not particularly high, making the spear a more suitable item for sale. Nevertheless, Lu Wei crafted several bells, reserving them for himself, Zhang Ruoruo, and a couple of his subordinates. He also placed a few on the market for auction, specifying that he only sought blueprints or rare items in exchange. Selling them would be ideal, yet if they did not sell, it was of little consequence. Following this, Lu Wei continued to open chests, and it did not take long for him to finish. His luck that day was mediocre. Most chests contained materials and plots of land. Among the remaining items were an orange, a cucumber, some cooking oil, and a celebrity poster, surprisingly featuring a star who shared the same name as Zhang Ruoruo and bore resemblance to a celebrity he had admired in his previous life. This led Lu Wei to ponder whether there was a connection between the two worlds. Additionally, he found a pair of socks, a pair of shoes, and a solar-powered lamp. The lamp proved to be quite useful for Lu Wei. However, after some contemplation, he decided to trade it to Zhang Ruoruo. Given his current attributes and mental fortitude, the knight no longer posed a significant threat to him, as he could sense his surroundings even in darkness. In contrast, Zhang Ruoruo's attributes were not as high, so the knight affected her considerably. Thus, Lu Wei traded the solar lamp along with the warning bell to her. As for the shoes and socks, they were likely tailored to his own size, fitting him perfectly. He promptly changed out of his current footwear. Of course, with 40 chests, It was improbable that none contained valuable items. Lu Wei obtained what appeared to be the most valuable item, a blueprint for a healing potion. According to the description, this potion could effectively treat external wounds, though it required the collection of herbs for its creation. Regrettably, the blueprint only allowed for the production of a single batch of 10 potions. Undoubtedly, there must be a method for unlimited production, though Lu Wei had yet to encounter it. Without hesitation, he set aside the potion formula, intending to craft it when the opportunity for a lucky critical hit arose. After all, gathering the necessary herbs would take time. Should he achieve a critical hit and create a miraculous elixir, it could lead to considerable fortune. After organizing the items he had obtained from the chests, Lu Wei resumed selling spears. He noticed that after the price increase, the spears sold at an impressive rate indeed, even more swiftly than before, particularly during the period right after he had opened the chests at noon. The pace at which the spears sold could only be described as rapid. Regardless of how many he posted, they vanished in an instant. Watching this unfold, Lu Wei wondered if he had indeed priced them too low and whether he should increase the price further. As the spears continued to sell, Lu Wei found his stockpile of materials growing immensely. Wood, stone, cotton, and steel were accumulating in towering heaps. Fortunately, his island was spacious enough to accommodate such an abundance. Otherwise, he would have been unable to store so many items. Even the fabric shop was overflowing with materials, leaving Lu Wei with no choice but to construct 2 additional rooms specifically for storing items unsuitable for outdoor placement. He had accumulated over a dozen house blueprints. Yet he showed no signs of ceasing his acquisitions. He welcomed all comers, taking as much as was offered. Houses are a fundamental necessity, something everyone must possess. However, gathering the requisite materials has proven exceedingly difficult, making it impossible for many to erect homes in a timely manner. In the later stages, house blueprints will undoubtedly become essential. Let us not forget that the system has indicated the island's distinct seasons, which implies the inevitability of winter. When that time arrives, cotton, fabric, timber, stone, steel, and housing will all be indispensable. Judging by the recent fluctuations in weather, autumn may be fast approaching. As for food, while it was initially scarce, the situation has improved significantly. With the sale of numerous spears, many have successfully hunted sharks, resulting in a decline in fish prices. Even Lu Wei has grown disinterested in selling fish, finding it too cumbersome. His fishing endeavors now serve solely to gain experience points. Before long, Zhang Ruo returned Lu Wei's fishing rod, bringing with her good news. "Guess what marvelous item I just obtained from the sea?" she inquired. "A property apple?" Lu Wei silently scoffed, pondering how he could possibly guess what treasures might emerge from the box. Nevertheless, as his girlfriend requested a guess, he decided to hazard a wild one. To his astonishment, Zhang Ruoro's face lit up in surprise. "How did you know? Did I guess correctly?" she exclaimed. Lu Wei was equally dumbfounded, never expecting that mere confusion would lead him to the right answer. "Well, yes and no," she clarified. "It is indeed a fruit that enhances attributes, but it is not an apple, it is a tomato." She then proceeded to trade him a large, vibrant red tomato. Upon inspecting the tomato's properties, Lu Wei noted a significant difference from the previous apple. Earth Fire Tomato. Consuming this increases fire attribute affinity, 1 per person, with diminishing effects from excessive consumption. Upon seeing this, Lu Wei quickly inquired, "Why are you giving this to me? Wouldn't it be more beneficial for you to consume it?" "I have no use for it. You should eat it yourself. It will enhance the power of your fireball technique. However, I have already given you so much. I must offer you something in return," Zhang Ruoro replied, her expression betraying her inner conflict. Lu Wei sighed in resignation. "We need not keep such meticulous accounts between us. Besides, what I have given you is of no use to me. Clearly, you will benefit more from it than I would. So please eat it. Of course, if you happen to have any surplus in the future, you may grant me one." In truth, Lu Wei was quite curious about the potential effects of consuming the tomato himself, particularly if he were to achieve a critical hit afterward. Zhang Ruo, having heard Lu Wei's words, looked at him with an odd expression, asking, Didn't I mention that I have 2? She then placed another tomato into the trading box. Lu Wei was momentarily stunned, his expression darkening as he realized he had wasted his breath. "You never mentioned you had 2. "Oh, it's not too late to say so now. Here, take one. This time, is that satisfactory?" "Not too late at all." Lu Wei clenched his teeth in frustration, severely doubting that this girl was acting intentionally. He felt a deep sense of vexation. How could she possess such extraordinary fortune? She had managed to acquire yet another extraordinary item, while he, after rummaging through numerous boxes, had only barely obtained a healing potion recipe. Upon receiving the Earthfire tomato traded by Zhang Ruoruo, Lu Wei scrutinized it closely, noting its subtle differences from an ordinary tomato. The surface of this tomato appeared to shimmer with an ethereal red mist, elusive yet enchanting. He placed the tomato into his backpack, refraining from consuming it immediately. Such a remarkable item surely deserved to be preserved until a fortuitous critical hit could refresh its value. As he contemplated this, Lu Wei frowned slightly, realizing that his current opportunities for critical hits were evidently insufficient. Several items were queued up, eagerly awaiting their moment of fortune. He pondered how one might enhance this critical hit feature, thus increasing its frequency. With this thought in mind, Lu Wei glanced at the system interface. Perhaps he should first elevate his level to 10, for according to conventional gaming principles, significant changes were bound to occur after reaching this milestone. Chapter 56. The call to assemble. Lu Wei first installed a series of warning bells along the coastline, and now the area of his island had expanded to over 60,000 square meters, with a perimeter exceeding 1,000 meters. After more than an hour, he had arranged all the bells. The ropes were crafted from straw, and though they were made of grass, they proved to be remarkably sturdy. In addition to the perimeter, Lu Wei placed several bells within the island to ensure that any visitor would inevitably encounter them. Admittedly, these devices were more effective at night. During the day, one could easily spot any approaching presence with a bit of caution. In the future, he could enhance their efficacy when the opportunity arose. Upon completing the forging machine, there was a chance for a critical success upon collection. For instance, every spear that could be repeatedly crafted had the potential for a critical success. However, once a spear had experienced a critical success, it could not be repeated. The same applied to the bells, which could be critical as well, albeit with a significantly lower priority due to the infrequency of such occurrences. After finalizing all these tasks, Lu Wei resumed fishing to sell spears. With 5 line setups in addition to his fishing rod, his catch rate had increased considerably. Moreover, the presence of the bells made his efforts even more efficient. By attaching the bells to the fishing lines, he no longer needed to watch vigilantly, as the bells would ring when a fish tugged on the hook. During the evening twilight, the speed of his catches was astonishing. From 5 p.m. until 8 p.m., Lu Wei found himself overwhelmed by the sheer volume of fish. It was only around 9 p.m., when the bites had diminished, that he found time to eat. Upon checking the system interface, he was astonished to see a significant increase in experience points. Name: Lu Wei. Race: Human, Blue Planet. Level: 5 Strength, 23 Constitution, 23 Agility, 23 Spirit, 20 Talent. Lucky critical level 1 skills. None free attributes. 0 pet. None territory. 67. 541 square meters experience points. 246 100 with 246 experience points. He was confident that leveling up twice the following day would pose no challenge. This would save him an opportunity for a lucky critical success since the last time he leveled up twice. The system had granted him attribute points as a one-time critical reward. It appeared advantageous to accumulate experience points, provided he refrained from confirming the level up. However, this strategy was not without its risks. Should a critical success yield a low multiplier, the consequences could be dire. Nevertheless, considering he had already achieved the status of the world's best, there was little reason for anxiety. The concerns were more fitting for others. His island's area had experienced a substantial increase, and had it not been for the ability to exchange materials for land, the growth would have been even more pronounced. Noticing the time, he realized it was too late to gather enough experience points for another level. After his meal, Lu Wei chose not to fish again. Instead, he engaged in the chat channel to observe the activities of others. The Mutual Aid Association is recruiting members. There are many beautiful individuals within, ample weapons available, and those without can borrow freely. We welcome all to join. Brotherhood Alliance is currently recruiting members. Once you join us, you become a brother for life. If you are a brother, come and take me down. The Falcon Legion is enlisting elite warriors with no entry fee. Only the best need apply. And those who are idle need not disturb. Like-minded individuals are welcome. This is a haven for enthusiasts. Lu Wei gazed at the screen filled with recruitment advertisements from various organizations, feeling somewhat bewildered. I was only away for an afternoon. How has the atmosphere changed so dramatically? Where did all these factions suddenly emerge from? After contemplating this, Lu Wei decided to send a message to Gao Ran, inquiring about the situation, wondering if something had transpired that he was unaware of. Before long, Gao Ran's voice call came through. Boss, I was just about to call you, but got caught up in something and forgot. This afternoon, someone listed an item on the trading platform called the Member Summoning Order. It allows the leaders of factions to gather all their members together. You can check its specific functionalities. It's currently up for auction. The moment this token appeared, it sparked a frenzy among the crowd, and the bidding has already reached 200 plots. After hearing Gao Ren's explanation, Lu Wei ended the call and opened the auction house, where he indeed found the Member Summoning Order listed at the top. Upon clicking to view its details, the information materialized before him. The purpose of this item was straightforward. A faction leader wielding it could summon all members of their organization. However, this was contingent upon the members' consent. Those who declined would not be summoned. Once summoned, there would be a 12-hour gathering period, after which all members would return. Each summoning order could be used 3 times before it vanished. Lu Wei examined the token with intrigue. He possessed a similar summoning order, albeit a personal one. For the sake of Zhang Ruoruo's safety, he had given her his personal token, allowing her to summon him in times of peril. This collective summoning order, however, had a far greater scope, capable of rallying the entire guild. The implications of this item were profound and worthy of contemplation. Why had such a thing come into existence? The emergence of the summoning order was evidently not without reason. The system would not introduce it arbitrarily. This suggested that an event requiring manpower might soon occur, such as collective battles. Otherwise, there would be no need for a summoning order if everyone continued to fight alone. With this in mind, it seemed prudent to acquire this item in advance. The current bidding price had already surpassed 240 plots. Indeed, as anticipated, plots had become the currency of trade. Almost all prices were now measured in this form, making Lu Wei the wealthiest individual in the world. For a person of such stature, would 200 plots even be considered a sum? He decided to raise the bid to 1,000 outright. This was not merely a display of wealth. It was a fixed price that eliminated the hassle of bidding. Lu Wei purchased it directly, saving himself the trouble of monitoring the auction. Upon witnessing Lu Wei's bid, an immediate silence enveloped the crowd. 1,000 plots of land, beyond Lu Wei and Zhang Ruoruo, no one else could possibly muster such a fortune. Any further aspirations were futile, as no one could present an equivalent number of plots. The chat channel erupted with speculation. Look, the esteemed Lu has made his move, a decisive bid of 1,000. Who could possibly compete with such wealth? One remarked. Is Lu planning to establish a faction? I wish to join. Another chimed in. Naturally, everyone desires to be part of it, but it seems the esteemed leader is not currently recruiting, came the reply. I suspect it won't be long. Having acquired the summoning order, he surely intends to form a faction and will inevitably open recruitment soon. Lu Zhahai, esteemed leader, when will you start accepting members? Considering we are in the same district, please take me in first, echoed another voice. Me too. I have long yearned to follow in the esteemed leader's footsteps, chimed in a brother, followed by a sister. Don't forget about me. Lu Wei glanced at the torrent of messages urging him to accept recruits and pondered for a moment before sending a reply. Rest assured, I shall accept recruits in due time, though not just yet. I can share some insights. This world is far from simple. The moment is not ripe. We must exercise patience. Chapter 57. An additional update for the esteemed lover of silver. Long live the Great One. What does extraordinary mean? Can the Great One provide a hint? Is a hint even necessary? Extraordinary clearly denotes something exceptional. Your verbose musings are quite amusing. Perhaps if I show you this, you might grasp what the Great One means. Image. Goodness. What kind of apple is this? How can it enhance physical prowess? If consumed continuously, could one become a superhero? I suspect there is something amiss with this apple. It may be a result of genetic mutation, and consuming it could yield dire consequences. As a PhD in biology, I suggest you let me examine it. Your calculations are more formidable than a bullet's impact. While you indulge in idle chatter, take a look at the time. Goodness, is it already past 11? Are those guests the system mentioned about to arrive? I'm terrified. What should I do? What to do? Remain calm, remember? If those individuals, or whatever they may be, intend to harm you, do not succumb to fear or hesitation, for it will surely lead to your demise. What are they, exactly? I have no weapons, just a sharpened wooden stick. Will that suffice? Who knows? Let fate decide. My friends, I wish you luck, and hope to see you again tomorrow. Lu Wei glanced at the time, realizing it was already past 11. Dawn was swiftly approaching, and preparations must commence. With this thought, Lu Wei seized the broken wind spear and the broken cloud bow, donned the iron rhino armor, and gathered all the spiritual spring water before stepping outside. The night was exceptionally dark, devoid of moonlight or starlight, imparting a sense of impending doom. Once outside, Lu Wei ascended the wooden structure he had previously arranged and concealed himself in a pre-selected spot. This location, shrouded in shadows, was not easily detectable and offered a panoramic view of the entire island, an ideal vantage point for ambush. After settling in, Lu Wei initiated a voice call to Zhang Ruoruo. "How are preparations on your end?" he inquired softly. Zhang Ruoruo responded, also modulating her voice. "I'm already on the roof. The warning bell has been installed, and the bonfire is lit. Everything is normal so far." Hearing this, Lu Wei felt a momentary sense of relief, yet he did not forget to emphasize, "Remember, regardless of what you see, do not hesitate. If anything sets foot on the island, without a second thought, cast the fireball spell. Do you understand?" Zhang Ruo nodded nervously. "Yes, understood. Rest assured, whoever comes ashore, I will immediately unleash the fireball." "Good, remember that. Furthermore, if the fireball proves ineffective, promptly use the summoning order, do not hesitate." I understand." Both were somewhat anxious, not just Zhang Ruoruo, even Lu Wei felt a twinge of nervousness. This was his first encounter with an enemy, and to engage in life-and-death combat was indeed daunting. Having grown up in an era of peace, opportunities to even kill a chicken were rare, let alone to take a human life or confront other creatures. Lu Wei could only pray that the approaching enemies would not be too formidable, allowing him to resolve the situation with a single arrow. This way, both the adversary would suffer less, and he would experience less inner turmoil. "By the way, there is something I forgot to mention to you," Zhang Ruoruo suddenly said. Lu Wei was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "What matter?" After a considerable pause, Zhang Ruoruo replied, "If we manage to get through this safely, let us finally meet. I don't want to reach the end of my days without ever having seen what my boyfriend looks like." Upon hearing this, Lu Wei responded with a serious tone. "What nonsense are you saying? Talk of dying is absurd. With me around, you want to be meeting your end anytime soon. Rest assured. If you wish to see each other, we can simply exchange photos or videos. Well then, it's settled. I'm genuinely curious about your appearance." Zhang Ruoruo exclaimed with a sudden shift from worry to delight. Lu Wei smirked. "I'm not at all curious about how you look. At a height of 1.5 meters and weighing 200 pounds, you must resemble a ball." However, Lu Wei surmised that Zhang Ruo was likely exaggerating. If his conjecture was correct, she was probably just slightly chubby and not unattractive, though certainly not a beauty. After all, true beauties are scarce. And someone as stunning and talented as the author is a rare gem, not easily encountered. To meet, even one in a lifetime, would be a stroke of luck worth cherishing. Nonetheless, Lu Wei did not expect Zhang Ruoruo to be exceptionally beautiful, as he himself did not possess striking looks. He agreed to become her partner solely because she treated him with great kindness and sincerity, which was more than sufficient. However, upon hearing Lu Wei's words, Zhang Ruoruo felt slightly indignant. Let me tell you, I've lost weight these past few days and transformed into a great beauty. You'll be drooling when you see me." Lu Wei retorted, "Right now, the only thing I'm drooling over is a big pork knuckle." "You, all right." Mentioning that pork knuckle has made me crave it too, they both laughed heartily. Time passed as they exchanged banter, and before they knew it, midnight had arrived. The system announcement rang out punctually. Ding. "Attention players, the third phase of the game is commencing now. From this moment, the game truly begins. Here are the new game rules. First, the benefit of retrieving boxes from the sea is cancelled. All boxes will appear randomly at various locations, so explore at your own discretion. Second, after 10 minutes, invaders will land on the island. To them, you are a delectable treat. If you wish to avoid being devoured, then eliminate them. Third, after half an hour, regional alliances will be formed based on the remaining players. Fourth, public islands will be accessible after acquiring a ticket. You may explore these islands, where opportunities and dangers await. Fifth, personal data functions, skill systems, and cultivation systems are now available. By practicing cultivation techniques and acquiring rare resources, you can enhance your attributes. Sixth, the team feature is now enabled. Individuals and organizations can form teams to explore together. The aforementioned update details are now available, and the next update will occur in 7 days, unlocking even more features for your anticipation. Upon the release of this announcement, discussions erupted fervently. Particularly, the fifth point ignited excitement among all, as the prospect of cultivating unique skills suggested the potential to ascend to a divine status. Who could remain unmoved by such an enticing prospect? Who could maintain their composure? Well, there was one individual who remained remarkably calm, Lu Wei. Not only was he composed, but he also furrowed his brow slightly. This update held little significance for him. He needed neither extraordinary techniques nor rare materials to enhance his abilities, for he possessed an exclusive VIP system that allowed him to level up simply by defeating monsters, a method far superior to mere cultivation. The only aspect that piqued his interest was the public island exploration feature. However, he pondered, from where would the ticket for such an adventure be procured? Chapter 58. The Giant Ogre. Never mind. There is no time to ponder such matters now. The invaders will arrive in mere minutes. Seizing the opportunity, I must enhance my strength without delay. As the clock strikes midnight, the chance for a lucky critical hit refreshes. Lu Wei promptly accesses the system and selects the upgrade option. System, elevate me to the highest level. Ding. Congratulations, your level has increased by 2, reaching level 7. You have gained 2 free attribute points. Ding. Congratulations, you have triggered a 10x lucky critical hit, earning an additional 20 free attribute points. Hearing the announcement of a 10-fold increase, Lu Wei exuberantly raised his fist in celebration. This marks the first time he has acquired such a significant number of attribute points, and it is indeed exhilarating. Glancing at the time, he realizes there is ample opportunity to allocate his points. With 20 attribute points at his disposal, he resolves to distribute them carefully to avoid the fiery repercussions experienced previously. System, commence point allocation. Lu Wei instructs the system to allocate 1 point to each attribute gradually, ensuring that his body's reactions remain stable. Before long, all 20 points have been allocated. Lu Wei's personal data has transformed accordingly. Name, Lu Wei. Race, human, blue star. Level, 7 strength, 28 constitution, 28 agility, 28 spirit, 25 talent. Lucky critical hit. Level 1 skills. None free attributes. 0 pet. None territory. 71. 435 square meters experience points. 26 120. Opting for an even distribution, Lu Wei assigns 5 points to each of the 4 primary attributes without bias. Indeed, he ensures that spirit is not neglected this time. He has come to realize that this survival game, despite its title, diverges significantly from conventional games. For instance, spirit is not solely beneficial to mages. A heightened spirit confers numerous advantages. These include enhanced perception, improved concentration, resilience against fatigue, superior memory, and quicker reflexes, among countless other benefits. Thus, Lu Wei is determined not to forsake his spirit attribute. Furthermore, should an opportunity arise, he may wish to delve into the arcane arts or acquire certain skills that require spirit as a resource. Having allocated his attribute points, Lu Wei checks the time once more. There are still 3 minutes remaining, which is ample time to open the golden treasure chest. However, after some deliberation, he ultimately decides against it. He believes that the golden chest should not be opened hastily. Should its critical multiplier be low, it would be a significant loss. This chest is a reward for securing first place in the world rankings, and its value is indisputable. Clearly, such a rare treasure should not be opened lightly. He contemplates whether his talent for lucky critical hits might upgrade after reaching level 10. He resolves to make a decision about the chest at that time. After much hesitation, Lu Wei sets the golden chest aside. At that moment, he realizes that time has slipped away, and he quickly focuses his attention on his surroundings, searching for the invader's presence. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Little White suddenly calls out. Lu Wei turned his gaze towards the sound, and in the distance, amidst the darkness, he beheld a towering silhouette steering a wooden raft slowly toward the island. Due to the considerable distance, Lu Wei could not discern the figure's precise features, but he could vaguely make out that it stood over 2 meters tall, wielding a massive stick exceeding a meter in length. Just from its imposing stature, Lu Wei felt a weight in his heart. The presence exuded an aura that suggested this was no ordinary being. As the figure drew nearer to the island, Lu Wei gasped in shock. Was the game system intent on eradicating humanity? What approached was a humanoid creature standing an astonishing 2.5 meters tall. Its gray skin marred by an array of filth. Atop its bald head sprouted a single horn. Its body was grotesquely muscular, with thighs thicker than a human's torso, and a protruding belly resembling that of a heavily pregnant woman. Clad in nothing but an apron made of some unrecognizable leather, it brandished a spiked club, caked in dark brown stains, the origins of which were all too clear. Most striking were its 2 tusks, reminiscent of a wild boar, jutting from its lower jaw. Lu Wei stared, dumbfounded. What sort of creature was this? Neither human nor ghost. At that moment, Xiaobai, failing to receive a response from Lu Wei, grew increasingly agitated. Hearing Xiaobai's cries, the colossal boar man became enraged, swinging its club like a tree trunk towards the source of the sound. However, With a distance of at least 10 meters between them, it was evident that it could not reach Xiaobai. With a resounding crash, the club struck the water, sending up a tremendous splash that drenched the creature itself. Soaked and furious, the monster let out a roar toward the sky, yet it only dared to bellow. Clearly too frightened to pursue Xiaobai into the water, it was evident it could not swim and harbored a fear of the depths. Witnessing this scene, Lu Wei felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, this creature was not particularly bright and harbored a fear of water, making it likely manageable. With this thought, Lu Wei took out his broken cloud bow and stealthily aimed at the beast. At this moment, he stood approximately 100 meters from the creature. His first arrow was not intended to inflict significant harm, merely wounding it would suffice. Such a large target would be easy to deal with once it drew closer, at which point he could employ the bow's inherent skill for a decisive blow. As the creature continued to roar angrily at Xiaobai, completely oblivious to Lu Wei's presence, he readied his bow, aiming for its chest. The distance was too great to risk aiming elsewhere, as he feared a stray shot. The chest and abdomen presented the widest target, making it the most reliable point to strike. With a barely perceptible hum, the bowstring quivered, and the steel arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning in the night. In an instant, it struck true, embedding itself deep within the creature's chest, leaving only a tuft of feathers visible. The massive boar man felt a sudden pain in its chest and looked down to see a portion of the arrow's tail protruding from its body. Initially, disbelief clouded its eyes, unable to comprehend the source of the arrow that had pierced through it. Then, a wave of powerlessness surged within as it opened its mouth, yearning to speak or perhaps emit a roar. Instead, an uncontrollable torrent of blood gushed forth. With a thud, its colossal form collapsed to its knees. Following that, it rolled over, crashing onto the wooden raft. Meanwhile, Lu Wei was equally bewildered. Could it truly be this simple? After preparing so many strategies, not a single one was utilized? Was all that effort in vain? Was this creature merely feigning death? Yet, moments later, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the giant ogre, earning 50 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on triggering a lucky critical hit. Chapter 59, Continuous Level Update. Congratulations on triggering a lucky critical hit. Experience points have surged by 9, granting you an additional 450 experience points. Ding! The conditions for leveling up have been met. Do you wish to upgrade? Yes. Lu Wei responded absently, somewhat bewildered yet pleasantly surprised, though he remembered he had 2 more lucky critical hits at his disposal. The system's notification continued to chime. Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased by 2, reaching level 9, and you have gained 2 free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations on triggering a lucky critical hit. Your attribute points have multiplied tenfold, granting you an additional 20 free attribute points. Is this truly level 9? Although Lu Wei had already devised a plan to reach level 9 quickly, he was astonished that he had just ascended to level 7 mere moments ago and had now jumped 2 levels to reach 9. Moreover, he had acquired 20 free attribute points, an unexpected windfall. To his surprise, that colossal creature turned out to be a giant ogre, which explained its terrifying and grotesque appearance. If memory served him correctly, ogres were legendary embodiments of malevolence, immensely powerful, vile, and cruelly bloodthirsty. He anticipated such a grand surprise right from the start. Lu Wei speculated that he had received special treatment from the system. Others surely wouldn't encounter such a formidable foe. If everyone faced a giant ogre, it was doubtful that more than 10 out of the 90,000 would survive. Fortunately, the ogre was somewhat lackluster in combat, defeated by a single arrow, with no need to waste a second shot. Not to mention, it had bestowed upon him 450 experience points and an additional 20 attribute points. With that thought, Lu Wei promptly opened the system to examine the changes following his upgrade. Name: Lu Wei. Race: Human, Blue Star. Level: 9 Strength, 28 Constitution, 28 Agility, 28 Spirit, 25 Talent. Lucky critical hit level 1 skills, none free attributes, 20 pets, none territory. 71. 435 square meters experience points. 206. 1000. The experience required to ascend to level 10 had indeed increased, beginning its rise from level 9. It was anticipated. Advancing from level 8 to 9 required merely 150 experience points, yet reaching level 10 demanded a staggering 1,000. This was foreseen, as level 10 would undoubtedly bring changes, and an increase in experience was unavoidable. Only 800 experience points remained, and in just a few days, he would achieve the next level. He allocated the 20 attribute points evenly across the 4 primary attributes. Without the critical hit system, Lu Wei would never dare to distribute points so liberally. After all, the adage rings true. Being proficient in one skill is better than being mediocre in many. However, with the critical hit system, his attributes surpassed those of others by several magnitudes. Even a complete allocation would result in significantly elevated single attributes. Being versatile, devoid of weaknesses, was certainly preferable. After distributing the points, Lu Wei leaped down from his abode. Approaching the shore, he gazed at the giant ogre's corpse, ready to discard it into the sea, only to witness the body shimmer and vanish. In the place where it had lain, a treasure chest appeared. Lu Wei blinked in disbelief, confirming he wasn't mistaken, and used his fishing rod to reel in the raft. Could it be that defeating monsters would yield treasure chests in the future? That would indeed be quite splendid. Lu Wei surveyed the chest before him, discerning that it was no ordinary treasure, but rather a bronze chest. After a moment's contemplation, he promptly opened it. In a fleeting moment, the instances of fortunate critical hits would undoubtedly be utilized for leveling up, hastening the journey to level 10. There was no opportunity for a critical hit with this chest. Besides, it was merely a bronze chest. There was no need to await a critical strike. However, the predominant reason for his eagerness lay in his insatiable curiosity. As the chest opened, it vanished, leaving behind a parchment scroll and a token. Another token? Lu Wei picked up the token and examined it, unsure of its material. One side bore the image of a temple, while the other displayed the word challenge. What purpose did this serve? Temple challenge token, a passage permit for the temple challenge. A challenge at the temple? Where could one partake in such a challenge? Never mind. I shall keep it. It will surely prove useful someday. Next, his gaze shifted to the parchment scroll. And an idea struck him. Could it possibly be some form of magical technique? Upon opening it, however, disappointment washed over him. The scroll contained no such magic or skill. Instead, it was a newly issued ticket for exploring public islands. This ticket granted access to public islands for a duration of 24 hours, after which one would be automatically transported back, with no option to exit midway, and it had 3 uses remaining. This is acceptable. I have nothing planned for tomorrow, so I shall take a look. Yet, this ticket permits only solitary exploration. If only I could bring Zhang Ruo along. Oh dear, how could I forget about Zhang Ruo? I hope she is all right. Ugh, ugh, ugh. With this thought in mind, Lu Wei hurriedly whispered, Ruoruo, how are things on your end? Soon. A quivering voice from Zhang Ruoruo replied, I've managed to resolve it. Don't worry, I am fine. If you're fine, then why are you trembling? He inquired. I don't know. I just can't stop shaking, Zhang Ruo responded, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. It was evident that this incident had profoundly affected her. Such emotional responses following a traumatic event are entirely normal. Lu Wei quickly offered reassurance. All right. Do not be afraid. Tell me how you managed to resolve it. After a moment of sniffles, Zhang Ruoruo continued. Just now, I noticed 2 diminutive figures paddling a raft towards me. Following your advice, I hurled a fireball at them before they could draw near. The fireball exploded upon hitting one of them, shattering both the individual and the raft into pieces. The shockwave sent the other person flying, and he fell into the water, struggling briefly before sinking. Thus, both adversaries met their demise. Lu Wei listened in astonishment, equally amazed by the fireball's potency and perplexed by the simplicity of the encounter. Why was she still crying over having dispatched 2 foes so effortlessly? Nonetheless, he was inwardly astonished by the fireball's might. He had always presumed that a fireball was merely a fiery sphere that would ignite upon impact. Yet, from Zhang Ruoruo's account, it was clear that he had grossly underestimated its power. It was akin to the force of a grenade. Moreover, they were precision-guided grenades. All right, stop crying. Quickly check if that object that sank to the seabed has surfaced, and deliver another fireball to it. By the way, upon their demise, they might drop chests. So please pay attention. I shall proceed now. Accompany me, and do not hang up. Very well. I shall stay with you and will not disconnect. Go ahead. Shortly after, Lu Wei heard a resounding explosion on the other end of the line. It must be Zhang Ruoruo casting her fireball spell. Indeed. It wasn't long before Zhang Ruoruo's voice echoed back. The object that had sunk has resurfaced, but it seems to be lifeless, as 2 treasure chests have appeared. Just to be safe, I detonated it once more. Lu Wei smiled and praised. Well done. Now, retrieve the chests and see what treasures await. All right. Zhang Ruoruo responded as she hurried off to gather the chests. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Wei glanced at the chat channel. To his dismay, he furrowed his brow. Originally, there were over 96,000 individuals in the 01438 region, and now, in less than half an hour, there were only about 89,000 remaining. In such a brief span, over 7,000 lives had been lost. This is not merely a statistic, it represents countless living souls extinguished. Chapter 60. Goblins, woe is me, I am injured. Who has medicine? I will trade my spear for help. Please, save me. I am so frightened. It has bound me, as if it intends to devour me. Who will come to my rescue? I have slain it. No, I have vanquished that monster. It is not human, resembling somewhat the goblins from an online game. Fear not. Those diminutive green creatures are feeble, even armed with mere sticks. If you possess courage, you can easily defeat them. Do not be afraid. The more you fear, the quicker you shall meet your demise. Ah, having slain the monster, it seems to have dropped loot. I am but a girl. I am too scared. What should I do? Who will come to my aid? Lu Wei observed the chat filled with cries of despair. Yet a portion of individuals had mustered the courage to confront the goblin-like creatures. Lu Wei surmised that these were indeed goblins, cowardly, cunning, and cruel beings. They are slender and diminutive, with low combat prowess, preying on the weak while shying away from the strong, averaging around 1.2 to 1.3 meters in height. Even a girl could easily dispatch them with a bit of bravery. Regrettably, the long period of peace had sapped their resolve to fight. Many watched helplessly as they were slain, too fearful to retaliate, a rather pitiful sight, indeed. Lu Wei felt a mix of pity for their misfortune and anger at their lack of determination. In truth, most individuals encountered only a single goblin. The game system likely deployed monsters based on strength or the size of the island. On her end, Lu Wei faced a giant ogre, while Zhang Ruoro dealt with 2 goblins. The disparity was apparent. To put it bluntly, if one cannot handle a single goblin, they would inevitably be eliminated. Ultimately, choosing to disregard the disheartening spectacle, Lu Wei closed the chat interface. See, my treasure chest has surfaced. Guess what I have found? Zhang Ruoro exclaimed as she opened her chest, promptly reporting her findings to Lu Wei. What? Judging by her tone, it seems she has stumbled upon something valuable. However, hearing Zhang Ruoro still referring to her as the sea made Lu Wei somewhat apprehensive. She had yet to reveal her true name. Would she be met with hostility if she did? 2 chests yielded 1 exploration ticket for a public island and a healing potion. How delightful. Lu Wei was rendered speechless upon learning this. The system was utterly unfair. Her encounter with a giant ogre had yielded only a ticket, while Zhang Ruo, with her goblin, had procured both a ticket and a potion. It felt akin to cheating. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Wei advised, do not rush to explore the public island just yet. I possess a ticket as well. I will investigate the situation first, and then you may proceed. She wished to spare Zhang Ruoro from the perils of the unknown. They were not lacking in resources, so there was no need to take such risks. Zhang Ruoro's greatest virtue was her obedience. Upon hearing Lu Wei's words, she readily acquiesced. Very well, you go ahead. I am in no hurry. However, one must exercise caution and avoid taking unnecessary risks. Lu Wei smiled and reassured, rest assured. By the way, you previously mentioned that we should take a look at each other. Are we still doing that? Upon hearing Lu Wei's words, Zhang Ruoro felt a twinge of panic. She had been deceiving Lu Wei all along, portraying herself as a chubby girl. Initially, it was merely a source of amusement. But who could have anticipated their relationship would evolve to this point? If Lu Wei were to discover that she was not the chubby girl she claimed to be, but rather a star, would he resent her for the deception? It can only be said that women in love often do not think clearly. If one is unattractive and deceives their partner into believing they are beautiful, the partner is likely to feel angered. Conversely, if one is beautiful and claims to be ugly, the man will likely be pleasantly surprised upon seeing them. The same applies the other way around. A wealthy heir who deceives his girlfriend into thinking he is poor will likely not incite her anger upon revelation of his true identity. Even if she is upset, it would merely be a facade, easily appeased. However, if one is indeed poor but pretends to be a wealthy heir, being exposed could lead to serious consequences. Perhaps even criminal charges for fraud. Well, perhaps it would be best to wait a little longer. I am not quite prepared, Zhang Ruoro murmured hesitantly. Lu Wei, on the other hand, was indifferent. He valued Zhang Ruoro for who she was, rather than her appearance. Very well, I respect your wishes. We shall wait a bit longer. Here, take this healing medicine. Should you encounter danger tomorrow, no, you will be safe. There is no danger at all. Just take it, it can help others. Zhang Ruoro exchanged the healing medicine, torn between worry for Lu Wei's safety and her own superstitions, feeling quite conflicted. Lu Wei chuckled at her adorableness. Haha, fret not. I understand. It's merely a precaution. I appreciate your concern, and I shall not be shy about it, even though I likely won't need it. Zhang Ruoruo nodded eagerly, resembling a chick pecking for grains. Yes, you certainly won't need it. Get some rest. I shall inquire about Gao Ren and Zhang Tong. Wait a moment, Zhang Ruoruo called out, halting Lu Wei from ending the call. What is it? Is there anything else? After a moment's thought, Zhang Ruoruo replied. Many girls have been reaching out to me these past few days, wanting me to accept them, and I am unsure how to respond. I wanted to consult you. Lu Wei chuckled and said, It's up to you. If you wish to accept them, go ahead. You could even establish a separate women's corps within our brigade. However, when selecting individuals, remember that character can sometimes outweigh ability. Given Zhang Ruo's current prominence in this area, it was entirely normal for others to seek her out. Lu Wei was not at all surprised. After all, she was now an idol to all girls, a figure they admired and aspired to emulate. Zhang Ruoruo, having considered Lu Wei's words, softly replied, I understand. I will think it over. You may return to your tasks. All right, goodbye. Get to bed early and refrain from overthinking. Goodbye. Lu Wei sent voice messages to both Gao Ren and Zhang Tong. He learned that they had successfully dealt with the goblins and had also obtained tickets to the public island. It seems that these tickets are essentially guaranteed to drop. He advised them to purchase any tickets available on the market as long as they are not excessively priced. Lu Wei believed that this island should possess some valuable treasures. If all else fails, they could still hunt for prey and enjoy fish daily, though he was nearing his limit of consumption. After tidying up his home, Lu Wei returned to his room to rest, when suddenly, a system announcement echoed. Attention, players. Chapter 61, I am no gentleman. Attention. Esteemed players, the time has come for regional consolidation. Region 01438, with a population of 88,866, will merge with regions 01437, 64, 555, 01436, 61, 194, 01435, 58, 741, and 01434, 59, 641. Given that region 01438 boasts the largest remaining population, the newly merged area shall be referred to as region 01438. The resultant changes are left for you to explore. Best of luck to all. Has the merger occurred? Lu Wei's countenance brightened. This was indeed fortuitous for him. The greater the population within the region, the more clients he would attract, consequently increasing his earnings. With a total of over 330,000 individuals across the 5 regions, his market had expanded threefold, presenting an opportune moment to profit. He decisively raised the price of his spears to 20 parcels each, effectively doubling his previous rates. Buyers could take it or leave it, for he was currently the sole vendor capable of supplying weapons in bulk. Moreover, many players had yet to resolve their issues with sharks. Coupled with the imminent commencement of public island exploration, the significance of weapons remained paramount. He had no fear of unsold stock. After adjusting the pricing of his spears, Lu Wei ventured into the chat area to glean any useful information. At that moment, the chat screen was inundated with messages, significantly more than before. The recent merger had left everyone in an adaptation phase. How is it that there are still so many of you in region 01438? What is your secret? Our region has lost half its population, leaving us with merely over 50,000. Quick, check the auction house. There are so many selling shark meat at incredibly low prices. A pound of meat for just 1 iron block. 1 parcel can be exchanged for 3 pounds of meat. And water. They even have water for sale at such low rates. Step aside, it's all mine. Good heavens, so many weapons. Well-crafted spears for merely 20 parcels. How can this be? In our region, weapon blueprints cost more than that. Why is their supply so abundant? Has the system adjusted the quantity of boxes? This disparity is astounding. Are you also naive? System adjustments? Think before you speak. Haha. I thought I was unfortunate until I compared with you. I've truly overestimated my plight, thanks to the great Lu Zhenhai. Let us not forget. The world's top 2 players are in their region. With such giants around, even a trickle from their fingers would suffice for us. Why merge regions? The price of weapons has surged. What once required 5 parcels now demands 20. What a ripoff. Ripoff? You haven't seen the real scams in our region. The Flying Dragon Gang is a den of thieves, engaging in deceit and extortion, leaving us with half our population to their credit. Mind your words, boy. Think carefully before you speak. Offend the Flying Dragon Gang, and you may not see the dawn. What are the Flying Dragon Gang, or any such nonsense? In our region 01438, behave yourselves. With the great Lu Zhihai around, there is no room for your arrogance. Lu Zhihai, my friend, I am Fai Long, the leader of the Fai Long gang. I wish to discuss a business matter with you. Please respond upon seeing this. Lu Zhihai, I am Gulong, the leader of the Lone Wolf Mercenaries. Brother Lu, I hope you can reply as I have urgent matters to discuss. Lu Zhihai, esteemed leader. I am Rose from the Rose and Sword Guild. I have long admired your reputation and have come to pay my respects. Mr. Lu Zhihai, I am the commander of the Alliance Mercenary Corps. If you have time, I would like to discuss some matters with you. The Alliance Mercenary Corps is the most formidable force in our region 01437, known for its decent conduct, as far as I have heard. Wow. It seems that Rose is indeed a stunning beauty. I wonder if the rumors are true. Damn. The Lone Wolf Mercenaries deceived me out of 2 plots of land for membership fees, claiming I was unqualified, yet they refused to return the land. Such a disgraceful display. Ha ha ha. Are they all here to pay their respects? However, Lu Zhihai is extremely busy, dealing with sums that fluctuate in the hundreds of thousands. So he may not have the time to meet with all of you. Lu Wei observed silently from the side, initially reluctant to speak. Yet, at this juncture, remaining silent seemed akin to yielding in fear. Thus, Lu Wei decided to take the initiative and, in the capacity of the host, made a public announcement. I warmly welcome brothers and sisters from the other 4 regions to join our 438 region family. I hope we can coexist peacefully should any issues arise. Feel free to reach out to me, and I shall assist without hesitation. However, should anyone act out of line, I will not hesitate to respond accordingly. I urge everyone to conduct themselves wisely. Though Lu Wei's words appeared unremarkable, they wielded a dual purpose of both kindness and firmness. Simultaneously, it served as a warning to any unruly individuals. Under his watch, no one should harbor ambitions of supremacy. I am the leader here. At that moment, the leaders of the 4 organizations furrowed their brows upon hearing Lu Wei's statement. They were not fools. They recognized that Lu Wei was asserting his authority. Yet, without knowledge of Lu Wei's full capabilities, they refrained from recklessly offending him, lest they find themselves entangled in conflict and allow others to seize the opportunity. Nevertheless, a sense of indignation brewed within them, particularly among the members of the Fai Long gang, who were accustomed to wielding power. Being suddenly overshadowed by another was a bitter pill to swallow. What is this world's number one? What pretense? Others may fear you, but we, the Fai Long gang, will not bend a knee. Indeed, no matter how formidable you are but one person, while we are 1,000 strong. Do you think we would fear you? That is absurd. Just wait until we, the Fai Long gang, encounter an opportunity. You will be in for a surprise. At this moment, the deputy leader of the Fai Long gang was discussing the matter with their chief, Fai Long. Boss, should we address the insults directed at Lu Zhihai? We are new here, and it may not be wise to offend him right now. Fai Long, a bald and muscular man who had once been incarcerated, found himself unexpectedly liberated through this survival gang. Upon hearing his deputy's words, Fai Long smirked, the tattoos on his face twitching slightly. You may counsel them, just as a formality. Since this Lu Zhihai has shown me no respect, he should not expect any in return. Boss, if we were to clash with Lu Zhihai, would we not fall victim to other schemes? Fai Long replied with a confident smile, rest assured, I am not the only one to have been slighted by Lu Zhihai. Shortly, I shall converse with the Lone Wolf Mercenary Group's leader. Very well, since the boss has devised a plan, I shall feign compliance and offer some counsel. At that moment, Lu Wei observed the increasing vitriol directed at Fai Long's crew and couldn't help but smirk. It seemed these individuals remained ignorant of the consequences of offending him. A gentleman may wait a decade for revenge, while a scoundrel seeks it relentlessly from dawn till dusk. Lu Wei certainly did not consider himself a gentleman at times. He was even more unscrupulous than the most ignoble of men. Chapter 62, The Bewildered Flying Dragon Gang. What is happening? Why can't I purchase weapons from the auction house? Is there a malfunction in the system? I'm experiencing the same issue. Could it be that the system has crashed? No way. I just made a purchase moments ago. I too managed to buy some items without any issues. I cannot buy anything either, including certain water and meat supplies. What on earth is going on? Ha ha. You country bumpkins, having offended the esteemed Lu Zhihai, you still wish to procure weapons? Dream on. Ha ha ha. When it comes to matters like these, Ji Kuan is the most experienced. You might as well consult him. Who is Ji Kuan? What is truly going on here? Is this the doing of Lu Zhihai? Fools, you've just angered Lu Zhihai, and he has placed you on his trading blacklist. What else could it be? Damn. Is Lu Zhihai courting death? How dare he oppose our flying dragon gang? He must have a death wish. Damn it, Lu Zhenghai is it? Just wait until I cross paths with him. I shall end his life. The leader of the Flying Dragon gang, Flying Dragon himself, cast a dark look at the public chat screen before him. He never anticipated such a strong reaction from Lu Zhenghai. There was not even a hint of the composure expected from a figure of his stature. He launched into retaliation with remarkable swiftness, leaving everyone stunned. Though on the surface, it appeared that Lu Zhenghai was the one incurring losses by losing customers and thereby missing out on profits. The true loss fell squarely upon the Flying Dragon gang. In their original territory, the Flying Dragon gang already faced competition. Now, with the merger of areas, their rivals have multiplied and grown stronger. If they fall behind in weaponry and equipment, the Flying Dragon gang will only find themselves oppressed in the future. Currently, they are in a rapid development phase. One misstep could lead to perpetual setbacks, making it nearly impossible to catch up. If that occurs, the Flying Dragon gang risks becoming a second-rate faction or facing outright annexation. There are no alternative paths available. This is not mere alarmism. It is a very real possibility. While other factions explore islands wielding spears and other weaponry, the Flying Dragon gang is left with mere sticks. Setting aside practicality, who would wish to join such a gang in the future? Thus, this matter must be resolved swiftly. Delays will only exacerbate the harm to the Flying Dragon gang. However, how to resolve it is far from simple. Without some sacrifice, it is unlikely to succeed. According to Lu Wei's character, if you do not learn from the pain, you will never understand your place in the hierarchy. At this moment, the leaders of the other factions watched the scene unfold with barely concealed glee. Fortunately, they refrained from intervening. Otherwise, they would have been the ones to suffer. Meanwhile, Lu Wei had already succumbed to slumber. Any pressing matters could wait until tomorrow, tonight. He needed a good rest, especially with the upcoming expedition to the islands. Having not set foot on land for so long, the prospect was quite thrilling. This night was far from tranquil, as the first merger of 5 districts required a period of adjustment, particularly for those from District 01438, who had been living comfortably until now. The prices of food and fresh water are quite reasonable, making it easy to satisfy one's hunger. However, with the arrival of 4 other resource-scarce regions, the prices of all goods have surged dramatically. Shark meat, which was nearly unsellable before, has now become exceedingly popular. Undoubtedly, the most sought-after item remains Lu Wei's spear, which has been resold by traders at an astonishing rate of 30 land parcels each. The following morning, upon waking, Lu Wei observed that various supplies in the trading area were nearly depleted. In light of this situation, he decided to list his fish for sale. The fish he had caught the previous day were still available, amounting to over 1,000 pounds of meat that he had not hurried to sell. Seizing this opportunity was imperative. He set a modest price of 2 iron blocks per pound of fish, requiring only iron blocks and cotton fabric. As for the necessity of cotton, Lu Wei had his own plans in mind. The announcement of this price incited a frenzy of purchases, and soon, all the fish was sold out. With the fish gone, Lu Wei turned his attention to acquiring drinking water. He possessed a medium-sized purification device capable of processing 20 liters of fresh water daily. This water was primarily used for irrigating his vegetable garden, with Lu Wei not relying on it for cooking. 8 liters of spring water barely sufficed for their daily needs. With 20 liters of water, Lu Wei exchanged it for 100 iron blocks. At this juncture, 100 iron blocks could yield 100 spears, equating to 2,000 land parcels, a remarkable profit. The spears were produced tirelessly, and once completed, they were promptly listed for sale. Within a mere 8 hours overnight, Lu Wei earned over 50,000 land parcels, matching the total from the previous 2 days while simultaneously conserving 4 times the critical materials. Lu Wei utilized over 20,000 of the 50,000 land parcels to amass an island area of 100,000 square meters. The remainder he gifted to Zhang Ruorio, enhancing her island to a remarkable 10,000 square meters. This gesture was not due to any reluctance to part with his land, but rather because Lu Wei himself was no longer in a hurry to expand his territory. Upon reaching 100,000 square meters, he decided to pause further expansion. The land was stored for future liquidity. 100,000 square meters was sufficiently vast, nearly beyond his oversight. Since territorial expansion offered no rewards and served little practical purpose aside from aesthetics, it was wiser to retain the land as a reserve. With available funds, Lu Wei enlisted Zhang Tong and Gao Rao to assist in acquiring various supplies, including island exploration tickets, spatial stones, cotton fabric, and steel, all within his procurement scope. However, obtaining tickets proved somewhat challenging, as many individuals preferred to retain them for personal exploration. Nonetheless, a small faction, either content with their current situation or deterred by other reasons, opted to sell their tickets. From the previous night until now, Lu Wei had acquired dozens of tickets, which would suffice for the time being. In contrast, spatial stones were somewhat easier to procure, as most individuals prioritized food, water, and weapons for self-defense over them. Lu Wei's backpack now boasted over 100 compartments. Cotton fabric and steel were even more accessible, as he accepted all that was offered without hesitation. In the morning, I was so occupied that I scarcely had time to eat. After managing to complete my tasks, I intended to prepare a meal. But then I received a voice message from Zhang Ruo. "Hi, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I've made 2 bowls of porridge with spiritual spring water. It tastes absolutely exquisite. You must try it." Lu Wei felt speechless. One needn't even mention cooking porridge with spiritual spring water. Even boiling wild herbs would yield a delightful flavor. Haha, thank you, Ruo. It's perfect timing, as I haven't had a meal yet. Your porridge has arrived just in time. Zhang Ruo blushed slightly and asked, "By the way, are you going to explore the island soon?" "Yes. I'll head out after finishing my meal. I'll return by this time tomorrow. You must be careful. I'll be waiting for your return at home. And make sure to bring all the necessary tools, weapons, and food. Don't forget anything. Rest assured, everything is prepared. My backpack has ample space. Once you're there, I'm not sure if we'll be able to contact each other. If we can't, don't worry. I'll be back tomorrow." "I understand." As they conversed, Lu Wei finished a bowl of porridge, wiped his mouth, and prepared to set off. Chapter 63, The Charming Goblins Just Before His Departure. Lu Wei received a call from Gao Ren, who mentioned that the leaders of several major factions wished to speak with him. Lu Wei simply replied, "Let us discuss it when I return," and promptly ended the call. He took out the ticket for the public island, which was remarkably straightforward to use. Just tear it open. As he gently ripped it, a flash of white light enveloped him. When he reappeared, he found himself in a lush meadow. After spending a week amidst sand, the verdant grass felt particularly welcoming to Lu Wei. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Could he bring some of this grass back? By laying it over the sand. It might breathe some life into the otherwise desolate island. However, upon reflection, he realized that the amount of soil required for such a venture would be considerable. He decided to postpone this thought for later and first explore the surroundings for any treasures. Surveying his environment, Lu Wei noted that he was in a modest patch of grass, bordered by dense woods. In the distance, he could faintly discern a range of mountains. Since it was his first visit to this place, Lu Wei was uncertain of which direction to take. He opted instead to approach the tallest peak. Breathing in the rare fragrance of the foliage, his spirits lifted noticeably. As he walked, Lu Wei attempted to send a voice message to Zhang Ruo, but found himself unable to connect. It seemed this place was isolated from the outside world, likely a realm akin to a dungeon, cut off from external communication. Nevertheless, the public channel buzzed with activity, indicating that those who entered could communicate among themselves. Casting a glance at the chat, he noticed numerous individuals sharing their experiences. "I found a chest, but it was snatched by the Flying Dragon Gang. They're utterly despicable. Not only did they steal my belongings, but they also took my weapon and injured me. Who was the fool behind this? In the future, let us ensure we handle such matters more discreetly to avoid tarnishing the reputation of our Flying Dragon Gang." A message caught his attention. The Flying Dragon Gang is gathering at the foot of the tallest mountain in the center of the island. A reward of 10 parcels is offered for anyone who reports the whereabouts of Lu Jahai. Another chimed in. The Lone Wolf mercenary group is assembling at coordinates. Well, what ferocious beasts inhabit this island? I just heard a terrifying roar. I think I spotted some goblins. They appeared to be huddled together cooking something. Ugh, they're cooking human flesh. These brutes. Let us form a team to eliminate them. As Lu Wei read the messages on the public screen, a glint of cold resolve flickered in his eyes. The Flying Dragon Gang, was it? So they intend to gather at that tallest mountain? What a coincidence. I am headed there as well. With that thought in mind, Lu Wei sheathed his bow and quickened his pace toward the mountain. Before long, he exited the meadow and plunged into the dense forest. The trees here stood impressively tall, many requiring 2 or 3 people to encircle their trunks, stretching dozens of meters into the sky. The towering, luxuriant foliage effectively blocked out the sunlight, rendering the forest dim even during the day. The decaying leaves mingled with the scent of the earth, creating an aroma that provoked a sense of nausea. Lu Wei navigated cautiously through the forest, his senses alert and acute. Possessing formidable mental prowess, his perception was markedly sharper than that of the average person. Coupled with his heightened physical attributes, all his senses, hearing, sight, and smell, were significantly enhanced, rendering him extraordinarily sensitive whenever he sought to explore his surroundings. Suddenly, Lu Wei's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly pivoted, concealing himself behind a large tree. His ears perked up, attentively listening. Faintly, he discerned distant sounds emanating from ahead. Additionally, a whiff of smoke reached his nostrils. Was someone kindling a fire? No, it was evident that the indistinct chatter was not in any human tongue. He recalled hearing in the chat channel that some had spotted goblins cooking human flesh, and an instant realization washed over him. A glint of cold determination flickered in his eyes as he cautiously peered out. The dense foliage obscured his view, rendering him unable to see anything clearly from afar. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Wei softened his footsteps, lowered his body, and stealthily approached the source of the sounds. Throughout his journey, he remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings for potential ambushes. However, as he advanced, he discovered that his fears were unfounded. There were no visible guards, let alone hidden sentinels. Eventually, he discerned the speaker's identities, a dozen diminutive, humanoid creatures with yellow-green skin. They possessed pointed ears, elongated noses, and sharp, menacing teeth, exuding an aura of malevolence. Undoubtedly, these were goblins. The group encircled a crackling campfire, where a creature resembling a goat was being roasted. Relieved to find that they were not cooking human flesh, Lu Wei felt a modicum of ease. However, he harbored no intentions of sparing the goblins. Their current restraint did not imply a lack of appetite for human flesh. Rather, they simply had not captured any. The previous night's incident with intruders had made it abundantly clear that goblins and humans were adversaries. Engaging goblins could yield treasure chests. And with fewer chests to salvage from the sea, finding ways to unearth them would require ingenuity. Thus, hunting goblins presented a promising avenue. With this thought in mind, Lu Wei scanned his surroundings and discovered a towering tree, which he ascended quietly. Positioned several meters above the ground, even if the goblins detected his presence, they would be unable to reach him, allowing him to safely unleash arrows from his vantage point. In truth, even if he confronted them head-on, the goblins would pose no substantial threat. Nevertheless, Lu Wei adhered to his principle of efficiency, opting for the security of a treetop assault rather than risking a bloody confrontation. Once settled, he drew his bow, aiming at a distant goblin, and released an arrow. At that moment, the goblin's roasted goat meat was ready, and they clamored around the feast. One goblin crouched to the side, savoring the head of the goat with fervor. Suddenly, a sharp arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning from behind it, piercing through its skull with a soft thud, pinning its head to the ground. The goblin staggered, collapsing to its knees, its head bowing low, and without a sound of lament, it succumbed. Ding! You have slain the malevolent creature, the goblin. Congratulations. You have gained 3 experience points. Lu Wei's eyes sparkled with delight. Ah, splendid. 3 experience points for a single goblin, a considerable gain compared to fishing. He pondered. If I were to discover a goblin's lair, wouldn't I swiftly ascend to level 10? With this thought, Lu Wei gazed upon the goblins before him. No longer perceiving them as filthy and wicked, their appearance had suddenly transformed into something endearing. Chapter 64. Encounter with the Dragon Gang. The goblin, engrossed in devouring meat, remained blissfully unaware that its companion had been transformed into a mere box beside it, continuing to feast with fervor. Suddenly, another arrow whizzed by, swiftly taking it away as well. Ding! You have slain the evil creature, goblin, and earned 3 experience points. With 1 less goblin to contend with, Lu Wei shifted his focus to another solitary goblin. Thus, one by one, Lu Wei skillfully dispatched 4 goblins in quick succession. It was only on the 5th shot that his aim faltered, the arrow intended for its head instead piercing through the goblin's neck. This misfire granted the goblin a fleeting opportunity to emit a sound, capturing the attention of the remaining goblins. Chattering in a panicked frenzy, the goblins began to scurry about, desperately seeking weapons and places to hide, oblivious to the source of the arrows. Cowardly and cunning, they huddled behind tree trunks, biding their time to uncover the identity of their assailant. Lu Wei sighed. It seemed the chance for stealthy attacks had slipped away. Yet, he found a strange satisfaction in this methodical elimination. Was he perhaps a bit sadistic? Upon witnessing the goblins retreating into hiding, Lu Wei remained unperturbed. He drew his bow and took aim at a goblin whose backside was exposed, releasing another arrow with precision. With a soft thud, the arrow embedded itself into the goblin's rear, eliciting a bone-chilling scream that reverberated throughout the forest, filled with agony and despair. Lu Wei winced at the sound. It was utterly heartrending. This prompted him to question his own cruelty. The other goblins, hearing their companion's horrific wail, trembled in fear, cowering behind the trees, too terrified to show themselves. However, Lu Wei let out a derisive laugh. Do you think hiding will save you? How naive. Believing they were safe behind the trunks, they underestimated the capabilities of his exceptional bow. Lu Wei retrieved a steel-tipped arrow from his pack, a precious resource he seldom used due to their limited quantity of 20. Yet with the goblins so well concealed behind the massive trees, he felt compelled to employ one. With the silver-white bowstring taut, he aimed at a tree trunk nearly half a meter in diameter. A barely perceptible hum resonated as the silver arrow streaked through the air like a flash of lightning. Thud! A small hole appeared in the thick trunk, followed by the anguished cries of 2 goblins. In the next moment, they tumbled from behind the tree, revealing their presence. Lu Wei quickly discerned the situation. 2 goblins had been huddled together, and one had been shot through the lower back, emerging out the front and impaling the other in the chest. Disregarding the 2 goblins destined to become mere experience points, Lu Wei continued to draw his bow. Goblins may not be the brightest creatures, but they were not entirely devoid of intelligence either. Upon witnessing the great tree pierced by arrows, fear gripped him, and he let out a desperate cry before fleeing. Had he fled from the outset, his numbers might have overwhelmed Lu Wei, allowing a few to escape. Yet now, with so few remaining, there was nowhere left to run. Just a few meters away, they fell prey to Lu Wei's arrows, swiftly dispatched one by one. Once the task was complete, Lu Wei descended from the tree and began to rummage through the goblin camp for treasures. There were a total of 13 goblins, yet only 5 chests had materialized. It appeared not all goblins yielded treasure. Nevertheless, he was pleased to acquire 39 experience points alongside the chests. He carefully stowed the chests in his backpack, opting not to open them just yet. After a brief survey of the area yielded nothing of worth, he pressed onward, mindful of the 24 hours he had at his disposal. The mountain loomed in the distance, deceptively close, yet it took Lu Wei over an hour to reach its base. Along the way, he collected 2 chests and encountered 3 wild chickens and 2 rabbits, all of which were added to his haul, a delightful bounty for someone who had not tasted meat in a week. Had the circumstances been more suitable, he would have relished the opportunity to roast one. Arriving at the foot of the mountain, Lu Wei spotted a gathering of individuals, their voices rising in a cacophony of noise, engaged in some fervent discussion. He stealthily approached and listened intently, a cold smile creeping across his face. What a twist of fate. These were members of the Flying Dragon Gang. Counting them, he noted over 20, huddled together, conspiring about where to find their next target. Silence. Have any of you seen Lu Zhanghai? One demanded. No, we haven't seen him, came the reply. When I find that brat, I shall crush him. How dare he oppose the Flying Dragon Gang? He must have a death wish. Laughter erupted. If he looks decent, I might give him a bit of pleasure, quipped one. Dark-skinned or not, I have no qualms. I fancy that. Another chimed in. How many brothers are still on their way? Once they arrive, we shall hunt him down together. Wang Er and Zhang Yu said they should be here in about 10 minutes. That useless Zhang Yu, fat as a pig. He'll just be a hindrance. Let him stay behind. Lu Wei, concealed in the shadows, felt his expression grow colder with each word. Yet, he refrained from acting immediately. It was prudent to wait until all were gathered, lest he leave behind even one to lament. Quietly retreating to a dense thicket, he settled atop a sturdy tree branch. With nothing pressing to do, he munched on some fish jerky while opening the chat channel, hoping to uncover any useful information. Lu Zhanghai. The Flying Dragon Gang is assembling at the foot of the mountain to deal with you. Be cautious and steer clear of that area. Kid, do you wish for death? How dare you disrupt our Flying Dragon Gang's plans? I scoff at you, the worthless members of the Flying Dragon Gang. I simply cannot stand the sight of you. If you possess any courage, come and confront me. Very well, wait and see. I shall ensure you regret ever coming into this world. Oh dear, how frightful. Do you even know who I am? If necessary, I shall merely change my username later. Ladies and gentlemen, I have discovered a goblin tribe containing hundreds of goblins. Is anyone interested in forming a party to eradicate them? The spoils will be shared among us. Upon seeing this message, Lu Wei felt a surge of excitement. Hundreds of goblins equate to a substantial amount of experience. This opportunity cannot be missed. Consequently, Lu Wei decisively sent a message back. My friend, have you indeed found a goblin tribe? I am quite intrigued. Could you share its location? I shall make my way there shortly. To his astonishment, the response revealed that it was none other than the esteemed Lu Zhanghai. Is it truly you, the world-renowned Lu Zhanghai? Chapter 65. I am Lu Zhanghai Lu Wei. Somewhat resigned, never anticipated that he would become a star idol. Indeed, if we are speaking of land area, I should presently hold the title of the world's largest. Upon glancing across, he truly beheld the esteemed Lu Zhahai, which filled him with exhilaration. Well, it is indeed you, esteemed one. I am utterly honored to receive a message from you. I shall cherish this information for a lifetime, he exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Lu Wei smiled, realizing that this sensation of being admired was rather delightful. You are too kind. Might you share with me the details regarding the Goblin tribe? Certainly. Just earlier, I encountered members of the Dragonfly gang near the highest mountain. Fearing a robbery, I circumnavigated from the west, only to stumble upon a goblin encampment not far ahead. I observed it for a while. The camp resembled a quaint village, heavily guarded, with approximately 100 goblins. Concerned about being detected, I decided to retreat and planned to gather more individuals to eradicate that village. Would you care to join me? After contemplating the individual's words for a brief moment, Lu Wei replied, I have some matters to attend to, but I shall arrive in about an hour. How about this? If there are only around 100 goblins, the two of us should suffice. You need not assist in the combat. I can manage it alone, and I shall share the spoils with you. What do you say? This was not a display of arrogance from Lu Wei. Rather, given his current attributes, even 100 of those diminutive goblins would be no more than a trivial nuisance, easily dispatched. With all attributes at 33 points, goblins, at best, possess merely 3. The disparity was tenfold. In genuine combat, it was far from a mere 10-to-1 scenario. However, Lu Wei brimmed with confidence, whereas the individual opposite him was not quite so assured. Despite Lu Wei's wealth, fortune does not equate to strength. Yet, to preserve Lu Wei's pride, he gently urged, Esteemed one, perhaps we should summon additional allies. Just the two of us might be excessively perilous. Lu Wei, discerning the underlying concern in his words, reassured him. No need to worry. You will understand shortly. For now, I have some unfinished business to attend to, but I will join you post-haste. With that, Lu Wei ceased to respond as he noticed the members of the Dragonfly gang had arrived. After a moment's hesitation, he stowed away his spear and bowed, opting instead for a wooden staff. Truth be told, it is challenging for one raised in a peaceful era to regard the act of killing as casually as one might slaughter a chicken. The eyes may well grow weary. No, it is simply that a normal person finds it difficult to take such actions. As of now, Lu Wei could not bring himself to slay a human as he might a goblin. Goblins are monsters, whereas humans are akin to oneself. Thus, he concealed his bow and spear, arming himself solely with a long staff. If they overstepped their bounds, he would merely incapacitate them, imparting a lesson. If they wished to preserve their lives, even if it meant resorting to violence, Lu Wei had to compel himself to act. In this cruel world, such circumstances were inevitable. At that moment, more than 20 members of the Flying Dragon gang had gathered at the foot of the mountain. In truth, the entire gang comprised merely a few hundred individuals. Despite their boisterous bravado, should Lu Wei desire to confront them, he possessed ample means to do so. Today, the decision to engage them head-on stemmed primarily from a desire to assess his own capabilities and to gauge the disparity between himself and the average person. These 20-odd individuals served as an excellent sharpening stone for his skills. The members of the Flying Dragon gang were huddled together, deliberating their next course of action. Those in the vicinity, upon sighting them, discreetly distanced themselves. Only Lu Wei, wielding a stick, strode directly towards them. Hey, what are you doing, kid? The approach of Lu Wei did not escape the notice of the gang members. Ha ha, we were just pondering where to go for a robbery. And here comes a fool delivering himself to us. What does that kid with the stick intend to do? Is he really going to attack us? Ha ha. Oh, I would welcome that. It has been ages since I've had a good fight, and I'm feeling a bit restless. Kid, since you've provided us with such amusement, why not hand over everything you have in your pockets and backpack, and we'll spare you a beating? At that moment, passers-by in the distance noticed the scene and quietly paused to observe the unfolding spectacle. One cannot deny that the human penchant for watching a commotion is innate. Before long, a crowd had gathered in the nearby woods, likely drawn by the allure of the towering mountain, the most prominent feature of the island, as if it concealed some hidden treasure. Witnessing Lu Wei's confrontation with the members of the Flying Dragon gang, onlookers were filled with curiosity. Who is this fool daring to provoke the Flying Dragon gang? Is he seeking trouble? Some individuals even began to broadcast the live event, sharing updates in the chat channels. You might find this hard to believe, but there is someone with a stick seemingly intending to confront the Flying Dragon gang. Are you sure you're not mistaken? He is wielding a stick, not an AK-47? Ridiculous. There is no AK-47 here. It must be a lightsaber. Why not suggest it's the golden hooped rod? Is someone actually challenging the Flying Dragon Gang? Which brave hero is this? Send a video so I may behold this spectacle. It couldn't he possibly be Lu Zhihai? Could it? Only he possesses the strength to attempt such a thing. Lu Zhihai merely controls a vast island. He is no superhuman. His territory was acquired through the sale of spears. His strength is not fundamentally different from ours. Then, if I were to encounter Lu Zhihai, robbing him could lead to a fortune. At that moment, Lu Wei remained blissfully unaware that he had become a target in the eyes of some. As many sharpened their knives in preparation to rob him and attain sudden wealth, Lu Wei halted a few meters from the members of the Flying Dragon Gang, leaning on his stick with a smile upon his face as he regarded them. Upon hearing that you were searching for me, I have taken the initiative to present myself before you. The members of the Flying Dragon Gang were utterly bewildered by this statement. Who is this young man? Why would we seek him out? Does he consider himself of such importance? What pretense is this? We are in pursuit of Lu Zhihai. Are you suggesting that you are Lu Zhihai? They reasoned that Lu Zhihai, upon learning of their quest, would undoubtedly find a place to conceal himself, making it impossible for him to appear before them. However, a single utterance from Lu Wei left both them and the onlookers at a distance in stunned silence. Coincidentally, I am indeed called Lu Zhihai. Chapter 66. Kill. As Lu Wei revealed his identity, a profound silence enveloped the scene. The crowd gazed at him with incredulity, as if beholding a fool. Ha ha ha, he claims to be Lu Zhihai. Do you really believe that? I could just as easily assert that I am his father, ha ha. They sneered, questioning Lu Wei's sanity. Could this lad truly be a simpleton? His attire, neat and tidy, hardly suggests such a notion. His clothing appears brand new, far superior to mine. I could certainly use those garments. And as for his undergarments, they shall be mine as well. No one dare contest me. The crowd continued to mock Lu Wei with brazen arrogance. Meanwhile, onlookers in the distance were equally perplexed. Is this truly the Lu Zhihai, owner of the world's largest island? What brings him here? Is he seeking trouble with the Flying Dragon Gang, or has he come alone? Is he audacious or simply misguided? As they pondered the authenticity of Lu Wei's claims, he took action. The catalyst was a lewd individual named Ma Zi, who brazenly reached out to touch Lu Wei's face. The mere thought revolted Lu Wei. Should that hand make contact, he would be utterly humiliated. As Ma Zi extended his hand, Lu Wei swiftly waved his hand, striking Ma Zi's arm. A sharp sound echoed, accompanied by a faint crack. Ma Zi, momentarily stunned, found his hand pushed away and chuckled. Ah, this little temper of yours. I quite enjoy it. Before he could finish, a searing pain erupted from the spot where he had been struck. Instinctively, he attempted to raise his arm, only to find himself unable to do so, the agony intensifying. He could not suppress a cry of despair. Ah, my hand. It's broken. Onlookers, witnessing Ma Zi's reaction, assumed he was merely feigning injury. After all, Lu Wei had only given him a light tap. How could that possibly inflict serious harm? Ha ha ha, Ma Zi. Is your hand made of paper? A mere tap, and it shatters? If it weren't for your time in the slammer, with your acting skills, you could easily win an Oscar. Ma Zi, are you certain your incarceration was due to assault? Your skills in feigning injury seem quite professional. Enough of this nonsense. We have serious matters to attend to. Let us teach this brat a lesson, so he understands the harshness of society. At that moment, Ma Zi gritted his teeth and shouted, Damn it, I'm not faking it. My hand is truly broken. Before he could finish his outburst, Lu Wei acted again. He had no desire to engage in further banter. He needed to accumulate experience points. With a swift motion, he lifted his stick, shaking it gently. In an instant, the wooden stick transformed into a blur, striking Ma Zi squarely in the face. Ma Zi was propelled backward, blood mingling with his yellowed teeth as he spewed forth a gruesome mixture. He crashed to the ground, unconscious. Although Lu Wei had not exerted his full strength, the blow was sufficient for Ma Zi to experience a week of discomfort, likely rendering him unable to eat for several days to come. In an environment devoid of such medicinal resources, the ability to endure a week hinges entirely on luck. This is not due to Lu Wei's compassion. Rather, he fears that exerting excessive force might result in a catastrophic injury, leaving him with an unbearable aftermath. Seizing the moment while those before him remained in a daze, Lu Wei brandished his stick, akin to a tiger descending upon a flock of sheep, unleashing a flurry of strikes. With a physical and mental acuity far superior, 5 or 6 times enhanced, his assault upon them felt akin to playfully swatting at kindergarten children. In less than 10 seconds, a cascade of shadows danced through the air, leaving a multitude sprawled upon the ground. Some were rendered unconscious, while others howled in agony. Ah, my leg. My leg is broken. Oh my, it hurts so much. I want to go home. Sob, sob, sob. You coward, if you have the guts, kill me. If you can't, mark my words. One day I shall bring about your demise, along with everyone around you. Some, overwhelmed by pain, lost their sanity and resorted to threats and insults, words they had uttered countless times before as ruffians. In the world of street brawls, victory is celebrated with bravado, while defeat is met with bravado as well, seeking to salvage one's pride. After all, in this realm, reputation is paramount. Everyone understands that typically. The worst consequence might be a few extra kicks. Though the beaten party may have endured a few more blows, they retain their dignity, awaiting the next opportunity to retaliate. However, they overlooked a crucial detail. Lu Wei was not merely a street brawler, nor did he adhere to the unspoken rules of the underworld. Upon hearing the threats, he reflected that many of these individuals were recently released from prison, perhaps even desperate criminals. What if they truly sought to meddle with those close to him? Lu Wei despised complications. If trouble arose, he preferred to resolve it swiftly rather than be embroiled in incessant conflict. Thus, he halted his departure. Gazing at the writhing figures on the ground, he sighed. I initially intended to impart a lesson and be done with it, but since you have spoken so, I must be cautious. To avoid future troubles, I can only wish you all a safe journey. As he spoke, he casually discarded the wooden stick. Suddenly, he brandished a new weapon, a resplendent spear, glinting ominously in the light. At that moment, the members of the Flying Dragon Gang felt an unsettling premonition. Was this individual intent on their annihilation? The one who had issued threats also felt a twinge of trepidation. Nonetheless, in a bid to maintain his facade, he defiantly proclaimed, "You think you can frighten me? If you have the ability, kill me." But his voice faltered, strangled by a sudden realization. His throat had been severed, leaving him in a state of sheer terror and confusion. In that instant, regret washed over him. He did not wish to die. Had he known this man possessed such ruthlessness, what value did pride hold against the sanctity of life? Alas, it was too late for words, and he succumbed to the ground, filled with remorse and unwillingness. Lu Wei, witnessing this scene, struggled to suppress the tumult of emotions within: nausea, trembling, fear, and rage. A myriad of emotions surged within him, compelling a desire to escape. As an urban white-collar worker, he had never contemplated the act of murder throughout his life. Yet today, he crossed that threshold, taking a life with his own hands, severing the throat of another. The act was swift, nearly devoid of sensation. However, its aftermath weighed heavily upon him. He understood that he would inevitably confront such matters. Better to acclimate sooner rather than later. In this world, to survive is to contend against the heavens, the earth, and humanity itself. Gazing upon the faces of those around him, filled with terror, Lu Wei clenched his teeth and resolved, "Today, with your blood, let me undergo the baptism of rebirth in this world." Chapter 67. Jianjia. A few minutes later, the onlookers, who had been captivated by the spectacle, finally snapped out of their stupor as they watched Lu Wei's departing figure. One individual, gazing at the multitude of lifeless bodies strewn about, could no longer contain his nausea. Was that truly Lu Zhihai? How could he possess such formidable strength? It was utterly astounding, swift, and decisive. Over 20 foes fell without a single survivor. Were we participating in the same survival game? This individual was exceptionally formidable. He wielded abundant resources, capable of exchanging for treasures, and surely had acquired remarkable loot from golden chests. How enviable it would be to serve such a powerhouse. Yet, even if he were a titan, was it not excessively cruel to annihilate over 20 lives in a single sweep? He resembled a cold-blooded killer. The members of the Flying Dragon Gang deserved their fate, but regardless of their worth, one ought not to so casually strip away life. Come now, let us be reasonable. They were engaged in thievery. Did one truly expect Uncle Hat to apprehend them here? Their demise could even purify our living environment. I stand in support of Lu Zhihai's methods. In chaotic times, stringent measures must be employed. It seems futile to protest against this, as those self-righteous individuals should attempt to confront Lu Zhihai directly. In both the chat channels and the real world, discussions erupted regarding Lu Wei's extermination of over 20 members of the Flying Dragon Gang. The remaining few from the gang, upon hearing this news and witnessing the videos of Lu Wei's carnage, scurried away like quails, terrified. Across the entire island, the presence of the Flying Dragon Gang vanished entirely. At this moment, Lu Wei had found the individual who discovered the Goblin tribe. To his surprise, it was a young girl, and a remarkably beautiful one at that. "Hello, are you Sweet Potato?" Lu Wei inquired, surveying the girl before him. The girl, dubbed Sweet Potato, looked Lu Wei over with astonishment etched across her charming features. I am. And you are? I am Lu Zhenghai, Lu Wei replied with a gentle smile. You are Lu Zhenghai? My heavens, have you even reached adulthood? Sweet Potato exclaimed, her eyes nearly bulging in disbelief upon hearing this boy claim to be Lu Zhenghai. He appeared so youthful, his skin smooth and delicate, his features handsome. Had he not been weathered by the sea breeze for several days, he might have seemed even younger. He was undeniably an adorable young man. Yet, this seemingly newly matured youth possessed the world's greatest fortune. The most alarming aspect was his ruthless efficiency. Over 20 members of the Flying Dragon Gang had been dispatched with chilling ease. Had she not seen the news and videos in the chat channels, she would never have believed that this seemingly harmless and somewhat attractive young man could act with such ferocity. Lu Wei merely smiled, offering no further explanation. Indeed. That is me. He was aware of his transformation since the enhancement of his physical attributes. Not only has her physical fitness transformed, but her appearance has also rejuvenated significantly. Returning to the pinnacle of her 18-year-old self, with her large, expressive eyes twinkling, she smiled and extended her small hand, introducing herself. Hello, esteemed one, I am Jian Jia. Jian, as in simplicity, Jia, as in the reeds swaying in the wind. Lu Wei glanced at the petite hand before him and gently shook it, replying, hello. However, Jian Jia's cheeks flushed as she noticed Lu Wei's handshake, which elicited a chuckle from her. To her astonishment, the seemingly cold-blooded Lu Zhenghai appeared to be nothing more than a youthful lad of less than 20. When considering Lu Wei's vast wealth and formidable power, her profession in finance made her acutely aware of what that signified. Lu Wei, feeling somewhat exasperated under Jian Jia's gaze, mused whether this girl had mistaken him for her prey. Did she not realize that true hunters often present themselves in the guise of their quarry? By the way, where is the goblin tribe you mentioned? Let us proceed there. Jian Jia beamed, pointing in a direction. It's that way, about a half-hour walk. Allow me to lead you. As she spoke, she took the lead, her eagerness evident. This naive yet affluent young man was a prize she must secure. This might very well be her best chance at establishing herself in this world. Even if she could not capture him, becoming friends or demonstrating her worth alongside him would suffice. Such a splendid opportunity must not be squandered. Initially, she had harbored concerns regarding Lu Wei's ability to manage the 100 or so goblins. However, witnessing him single-handedly handle over 20 members of the Flying Dragon Gang dispelled all her fears. As a professional in the field of news and finance, she seized every opportunity to share her insights with Lu Wei, analyzing current circumstances through the lens of successful entrepreneurs and affluent figures from her original world. At first, Lu Wei paid little heed to her musings, but gradually he recognized that some of her ideas held considerable merit, aligning with his own thoughts. He began to engage her in discussions. What do you believe will be the next materials to experience a surge? Without hesitation, Jian Jia replied, first, cotton textiles, second, timber, hay and stone. Oh, could you elaborate on your reasoning? Lu Wei inquired, surprised at how aligned their thoughts seemed. Jian Jia sensed her moment had arrived. If she could persuade this man to stockpile cotton textiles, her significance in his eyes would surely rise. Observing the rapid ascension of Zhang Tong and Gao Ren, she knew that security was assured, and their worth soared at an impressive rate. Apart from Lu Wei and Zhang Ruo, the leaders of several major guilds, theirs was the quickest accumulation of wealth. If she could garner Lu Zhenghai's attention, her prospects would undoubtedly surpass theirs. Thus, she gathered her thoughts and spoke slowly. Do you recall the statement made during the first system update? It mentioned that weather would cycle through the 4 seasons, meaning we will experience spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Currently, it is summer, and what is most distressing are the fierce winds and torrential rains. However, as winter approaches, the frigid temperatures inevitably set in. I believe that day is not far off. Within a span of 10 days to half a month, or perhaps even a month, the weather is bound to change. At that time, materials suitable for warmth will undoubtedly see a surge in demand, with cotton fabrics being the foremost among them. Chapter 68. The Slaughter of Goblins. Lu Wei nodded in agreement, having observed the changing weather over the past few days. He noticed that the temperature had significantly dropped compared to the initial days. It was evident that autumn would soon arrive, prompting people to recognize the importance of winter supplies. Perhaps many had already taken notice of this issue. As the saying goes, one must never underestimate the intelligence of others. Only the foolish believe themselves to be exceptionally clever and capable. The shallower one's knowledge, the more absolute their beliefs become. However, recognizing an opportunity is one thing. Capitalizing on it for profit is another matter entirely. What do you think we should do to seize this opportunity? Lu Wei inquired with a smile. Jian Jia shrugged helplessly in response. My capital is limited. Knowing about the opportunity doesn't help much. I might make a small profit. But it won't be enough to alter my current status. However, you are different, possessing the greatest wealth in the world, along with a steady supply of food and water. Most importantly, you have the spear sales as a cash cow. With such vast resources at your disposal, you need not engage in elaborate maneuvers. A little ruthlessness would suffice, and all 30,000 of us in this district would be at your mercy. Lu Wei chuckled at her words but remained silent. Your capital is so thick that you can't even see your feet. How much more do you need? Seeing the young mogul's silence, Jian Jia understood that despite his youth, he was no fool to amass such wealth. She continued, of course, I know you wouldn't resort to such means. Oh, why is that? Lu Wei raised an eyebrow. Jian Jia smiled brightly, because when harvesting chives, one does not uproot them entirely. Lu Wei suddenly laughed, appreciating her cleverness. Would you like to join me? Absolutely, Jian Jia replied without hesitation. After much discussion, her tongue felt weary, and there was no way she could refuse at this moment. Very well, let us add each other as friends. Once we return, I will invite you to join our ranks. You will be part of our brigade, he declared. At your command, Commander, Jian Jia playfully saluted, her face alight with joy. As they spoke, they finally approached the vicinity of the goblin tribe. Lu Wei retrieved a bow and arrow from his spatial backpack and instructed Jian Jia to wait nearby while he stealthily crept closer. The goblin tribe was situated on a hillside, appearing defensible yet difficult to assault. A narrow path led to the tribe's entrance. Lu Wei climbed a large tree to gain a vantage point over the tribe. He observed that the entire settlement was encircled by stone walls towering over 2 meters, complemented by the elevation of the hill, making it at least 10 meters high. It would be quite challenging for an average person to scale it unnoticed. At the entrance of the tribe stood 2 watchtowers, where goblins patrolled diligently. Within the tribe, numerous thatched roof houses could be seen, none exceeding 2 meters in height, with goblins occasionally emerging from their dwellings. After gaining a preliminary understanding of the situation, Lu Wei furrowed his brow. It appeared that these goblins were not entirely devoid of intelligence. Given the terrain, a direct assault would indeed pose a formidable challenge for an ordinary individual. However, he was not an ordinary person, merely requiring a bit more ingenuity. Naturally, an evening ambush might render the task somewhat simpler. Yet, Lu Wei lacked the luxury of waiting for nightfall. His time was limited, and he had other matters to attend to after dealing with these goblins. Casting a glance at his iron armor, he mused that, given the goblin's strength, even if he stood there and allowed them to strike, they would likely be unable to penetrate his defenses. With this thought in mind, Lu Wei boldly approached the goblin tribe with bow and arrow in hand. It was not that he wished to avoid a sneak attack, rather, the conditions did not permit it. The goblins were not foolish. The area in front of their stronghold had been meticulously cleared, offering an unobstructed line of sight. Before Lu Wei could draw near, the goblins stationed in the watchtower spotted him, and soon commotion erupted within the tribe. In no time, a number of goblins began to take their positions atop the walls. One particularly robust goblin, upon noticing Lu Wei, turned and shouted something to his companions. Instantly, the other goblins erupted with fervor, rallying with wild cries. The burly goblin, seeing this, decisively gestured, and all the goblins dismounted from the perimeter walls. This scene left Lu Wei momentarily bewildered. What did the goblins mean by this? Were they retreating? Surrendering? However, within 2 minutes, Lu Wei realized he had misjudged the situation. The gates of the goblins' stronghold swung open, and a horde of goblins charged forth with raucous shouts. Some wielded metal weapons, while others carried stone or bone spears. Leading them was the exceptionally stout goblin. It dawned on Lu Wei that they perceived him as prey. With this revelation, he could hardly feign ignorance. The goblins had underestimated him, seeing him as a solitary figure unworthy of concern. Amused by this oversight, Lu Wei recognized the advantage. They had conveniently delivered themselves to him, thus sparing him the trouble of infiltrating their ranks. Consequently, he sheathed his longbow and drew forth his windbreaker spear, advancing towards the goblins. As the 2 sides drew near, without further ado, the combat commenced. In the distance, Jian Jia, concealed within the foliage, watched with bated breath, her hands clenched tightly, knuckles white. She had only just found such a formidable ally. She hoped the mountain would not crumble before she could lean upon it. Meanwhile, Lu Wei reached the front of the goblin ranks. With a sweeping motion, he swung his spear from right to left, the blade slicing through the goblin formation. In an instant, It cleaved through the first 10 or so goblins, some of whom, in their haste to flee, found their lower bodies still running while their upper halves remained behind. The scene turned gruesome, inducing a visceral reaction in onlookers. Before the remaining goblins could react, Lu Wei's spear twirled around, unleashing another devastating strike. In this manner, with a mere couple of strikes, nearly half of the 50 or 60 goblins that emerged were brought down. The remaining ones, witnessing this scene, were rendered utterly speechless, shrieking in a cacophony of panic as they turned to flee. However, at this juncture, escape was no longer an option. How could their short little legs possibly outrun Lu Wei? Chapter 69. A modest harvest in a swift motion, Lu Wei dashed ahead, blocking the goblins' retreat. With a crack of the gun, each flash of cold light heralded the fall of yet another goblin. Admittedly, Lu Wei's marksmanship was lacking. His triumph lay solely in his formidable strength and unparalleled speed. With each shot, a goblin fell, and soon the entire horde lay vanquished. The entire encounter, from the appearance of the goblins to their demise, lasted less than 5 minutes. One by one, they transformed into loot boxes. Among them, a particularly robust goblin yielded a bronze chest. Each goblin granted 3 experience points, culminating in over 100 points in this skirmish, bringing Lu Wei closer to level 10. After securing the loot, Lu Wei proceeded toward the goblin tribe atop the mountain. Within the tribe now remained only the young and the females. The old, infirm, and weak were absent, for they held no value in this society and inevitably met their end at the hands of their kin. The details of the ensuing battle need not be recounted. Upon clearing the entire tribe, Lu Wei noted he had amassed a total of 376 experience points. Checking his system interface, he found he now had 621 points, just over 300 points shy of leveling up. Determined to make progress today, he pondered if he could reach level 10. Scanning his surroundings, Lu Wei began collecting treasure chests, tidying the scene. From the more than 100 goblins, over 40 chests had emerged. With no time to spare, he stowed them all in his backpack. Next, Lu Wei commenced a thorough search of the goblin village. With dozens of huts to inspect, it would take too long for him alone, so he summoned Jian Jia to assist him. He himself ventured toward the largest dwelling in the village. This structure appeared far more opulent than the others. Upon entering, Lu Wei surmised it was a place of worship or ritual. A vast, empty hall stretched over 100 square meters, at the far end of which stood a grotesque statue. The only notable feature was its exaggerated male characteristics, almost reaching the knees. Lu Wei grimaced and shifted his gaze to a chest positioned beneath the statue. A silver chest. This was a prized find. Lu Wei hurried forward, scanning for traps and mechanisms. Satisfied there were none, he seized the chest and swiftly exited the building, feeling a sense of unease in the presence of the statue. In this world, where the laws of science held little sway, anything could transpire. Exiting the grand structure, Lu Wei encountered Jian Jia, who had just emerged from another room. Any luck? He inquired with a smile. Jian Jia shrugged in resignation. Just some jars and daily necessities, along with some food. I didn't dare to take anything. Let us keep looking. If there is nothing of value, we should make our exit. The village was permeated with a pungent, acrid odor, and Lu Wei had little desire to linger. Upon their arrival at the rear of the grand house, the two individuals discovered a locale reminiscent of a plaza. At its center stood a colossal bonfire, encircled by wooden stumps that served as makeshift dining tables, upon which lay remnants of uneaten meat. Adjacent to the fire, a skeletal structure, a human skeleton, was unveiled. Witnessing this ghastly sight, Lu Wei could no longer feign ignorance regarding the nature of the meat. Beside him, Jian Jia's complexion turned ashen, and with a sound of revulsion, she promptly retched. Even Lu Wei felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach, barely managing to suppress his own nausea. Supporting the heaving Jian Jia, he hastily departed from the scene. Such a sight was truly distressing to behold. As they descended the mountain, Jian Jia leaned against Lu Wei, and in that instant, he comprehended her intentions. Yet, he harbored no disdain for her thoughts. It was natural for a delicate young woman to seek the company of the strong in such a brutal world for the sake of survival. What mattered most was that he was the one being favored, which provided him with a sense of satisfaction. Those who stood atop their moral high ground to cast judgment could only be reminded that had the roles been reversed, they might have clung even more fervently to their benefactor. Upon reaching the forest, an unspoken understanding led them to part ways. Lu Wei retrieved the treasure chest and various miscellaneous jars and bottles he had acquired. You may take these items, place them on the trading platform at your leisure, he suggested. I'll provide you with 10 treasure chests. Does that sit well with you? He was wary of using the jars from the goblin tribe, uncertain of their prior contents. Had they not held some value, he would have foregone collecting them altogether. It seemed prudent to gift them to Jianjia, allowing her to sell them for resources rather than waste them. Hearing his words, Jianjia smiled sweetly. Of course, that's perfectly acceptable. I am merely your guide, and I am quite content with this bounty. However, I shall not be modest. You are my benefactor, and I shall accept whatever you offer. Straightforwardness is appreciated. I too dislike the back and forth, Lu Wei replied. Then, where shall we venture next, boss? Jianjia inquired after stowing away her belongings. Lu Wei glanced toward the tallest mountain in the distance. To that peak, to see if there are any treasures to be found. May I accompany you? Rest assured, I shall not hinder your progress. I have often scaled mountains before. Furthermore, as a lone girl, it would be perilous for me to remain here. You wouldn't want your newly acquired subordinate to meet an untimely end, would you? Jianjia pleaded with a pitiful gaze directed at Lu Wei. After contemplating her words, Lu Wei finally nodded. Very well, I shall take you along. However, should you lag behind, I shall leave you midway. Thank you, boss. You need not worry. I shall cling to you closely, never straying an inch. Chapter 70. Carrying on. Meanwhile, the leader of the Flying Dragon Gang, Fai Long, had also arrived on the island. Upon hearing that more than 20 of his subordinates had been slain by Lu Zhahai, a chill ran down his spine. Although he hailed from a background of thuggery and had committed numerous misdeeds, he had never taken a life, let alone that of 20 individuals. Indeed, the wicked fear the ruthless fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who are indifferent to their own mortality. Fai Long was essentially a petty hoodlum, engaging in minor skirmishes and occasionally enjoying tea with Uncle Mao. Now, confronted by such a formidable adversary, he found himself utterly unnerved. After all, each life is singular. Once extinguished, it is irrevocably lost. Talk of enjoying blessings in a next life was meaningless to him, as he had committed countless wrongs and had no merits to speak of. Moreover, should he perish, what value would there be in a better existence beyond this one that he could never witness? In the face of such profound terror regarding life and death, few can remain composed. After a considerable time, he regained his composure. The first order of business was to issue a directive within the gang, refrain from provoking Lu Zhahai for the time being. They would seek an opportunity for revenge later. However, this final statement was merely a formality. Everyone understood the implications. It signified that their leader had conceded. The members of the gang collectively breathed a sigh of relief, genuinely fearing that their leader might recklessly seek confrontation with Lu Zhahai, which would compel them to reconsider their allegiance to the gang. They were merely trying to get by, especially since they were not even receiving salaries. Who would be foolish enough to gamble with their lives? It was one thing to bully ordinary people, but when faced with a formidable opponent, only a fool would charge recklessly into danger. Upon receiving the news, other major factions promptly alerted their members to steer clear of Lu Zhahai, warning that if anyone inadvertently offended him, they would be left to bear the consequences alone, lest they implicate the rest of the gang. In a flash, Lu Zhahai's name instilled fear throughout the island. His previous notoriety stemmed from immense wealth, garnering admiration and envy, with some even plotting to take advantage of him. However, his current reputation was one that inspired dread, eliciting both respect and fear. Lu Wei, on the other hand, was largely unconcerned with these developments. Just moments ago, as they walked, Jianjia relayed the latest updates to him, much like a dedicated assistant providing him with essential information. At that moment, Lu Wei suddenly grasped the joys of having a powerful presence by his side. He had to admit, having such a beautiful secretary felt rather delightful. If you grow weary, please wait for me here. There is still some distance to cover. I will ascend first and return once I'm done, he suggested. Jianjia shook her head. I'm perfectly fine, boss. If you think I'm lagging, feel free to go ahead. I'll follow at my own pace. Lu Wei gazed at her, letting out a sigh. Alas, he was a tough individual in many aspects, yet his heart was exceedingly tender. Come, let me carry you. No, I cannot be a burden to you, boss. Jianjia quickly refused, discreetly observing Lu Wei's expression. However, Lu Wei, being an experienced individual, was not so easily discerned. Enough with the idle chatter. Prolonging this will only hinder me. I cannot leave you here alone, and I cannot move swiftly either, so hurry up and join me. Alas, the life of a rider is not easy. Survival is a challenge. In pursuit of a few coins, I must edit and revise. If the narrative lacks coherence, I ask for your understanding. Chapter 71. The Devious Man. Despite her initial reluctance, Jianjia climbed onto Lu Wei's back. To be honest, she had mentally prepared herself for this moment, Yet the proximity to a male figure left her feeling unexpectedly bashful. However, as time passed and she realized that Lu Wei was behaving appropriately, carrying her with sincerity, her confidence gradually grew. A sense of pride welled within her. After all, no matter how capable or affluent he might be, he was still just a young boy. "Boss, are you tired?" she inquired. "Not at all. Your weight is nothing to me," Lu Wei replied straightforwardly. With his attributes averaging in the 30s, carrying Jianjia's modest weight was hardly a challenge for him. "If you find it tiring, you may slow down. There's still plenty of time before nightfall," she suggested. "I'm fine. I'm not fatigued," he responded, leaving Jianjia somewhat speechless. Although he was young and easily swayed, he seemed oblivious to certain hints. What should she do? Continuing in this manner might lead to a blatant invitation, which could result in being looked down upon. It appeared she could only proceed gradually, awaiting opportunities that the evening might present. Consequently, Jianjia chose to remain unusually compliant during the subsequent journey. Inwardly, Lu Wei felt a hint of helplessness. While he had no objections to being with this woman, he approached the situation with the poise of a mature man, possessing a wealth of life experience and emotional insight. He appreciated the beauty of women yet was not easily swayed by mere appearances. He understood how to navigate emotional matters but refrained from hastily entering relationships, unlike the impetuous youths who, upon encountering a beautiful woman, were driven by a reckless desire to possess her. Lu Wei was not one to resort to unscrupulous means to satisfy his cravings. More importantly, he would not, in a moment of impulsiveness, fall blindly in love. Should a relationship ultimately falter, he would not react with the anguish typical of the young, struggling to accept reality. Instead, he would adopt a mature perspective, learning from the experience and moving forward, for life still held countless wonders awaiting his discovery and enjoyment. In matters of the heart, he possessed ample patience and wisdom. Akin to a seasoned hunter quietly awaiting his prey, he adeptly employed various strategies to gradually disarm a woman's defenses, leading her into the carefully laid traps of his design. This art of allure not only heightened mutual attraction but also deepened and solidified emotional connections. It is worth noting that although these mature men may appear indifferent, deep within them lies a yearning for genuine affection. However, due to past experiences or inherent traits, they choose to bury this longing, reluctant to reveal their vulnerability. Yet, sometimes, plans are swiftly upended, a reality that Lu Wei had not anticipated. Unbeknownst to them, they had approached the vicinity of the mountain summit. After surveying the surroundings, I found a secluded spot to set down Jianjia and instructed, "Wait here for me. I will ascend to the mountaintop to take a look. Conceal yourself well and do not let anyone discover you." "Understood, boss. Please exercise caution. If danger arises, flee without concern for me," she replied. Lu Wei nodded in acknowledgement. Thinking to himself, "Of course, I would prioritize my own safety. Did you expect me to risk my life to protect you?" Such naivety. With that, Lu Wei brandished his broken spear and made his way towards the summit. After approximately 10 minutes of trekking, he finally reached the peak. Upon arrival, he discovered that a considerable gathering had already formed around a structure, with people engaged in animated discussions about something. "I truly find myself in a desperate situation. I must fabricate some tales, or I shall surely meet my demise." Chapter 72. The temple before them stood an edifice reminiscent of a temple, constructed entirely of colossal stone. This sacred structure rose to a height of 3 stories and occupied merely over 100 square meters, its surface marred by the passage of time. At its center loomed a grand entrance, towering over 2 meters, flanked by 2 sentinels, strange creatures with fish tails and human torsos, brandishing tridents. They bore a resemblance to mermaids, yet were far more grotesque, their faces contorted and their bodies covered in scales. Despite being encircled by a multitude, these guardians refrained from launching an assault, merely observing the gathering with stoic vigilance. It was evident that something of significance lay within the temple, likely of great value. Human curiosity is an insatiable force, and the presence of such an enigmatic structure naturally ignited a desire to explore its depths. However, while many in the throng exhibited signs of restlessness, none dared approach. Who could ascertain whether these bizarre fishmen would strike? Given their formidable appearance, it was clear that few could contend with them. The thought of being attacked while advancing was enough to deter any reckless attempts, as it would merely allow others to reap the rewards. Modern individuals are astute and cunning, well aware of the potential pitfalls. Thus, the crowd remained in a state of stalemate. At that moment, a towering figure, a man exceeding 6 feet in height, broke the silence. Clad in leather armor and wielding a spear, he He stepped forward and addressed the assembly. Friends, our continued impasse serves no purpose. Rose and Lone Wolf, the leaders of our three factions, are present. Might we not collaborate to unlock the temple's grand entrance? A middle-aged man, his demeanor somber and his gaze sharp, slightly nodded in agreement. I have no objections. The two men then turned their attention to a woman standing nearby. She possessed flowing crimson hair, fair skin, and lips like blazing petals, her features exquisitely beautiful. Surrounding her were dozens of admirers, a mix of men and women, though the latter predominated. Rose regarded the two men and replied coolly, I am amenable to cooperation, yet I specialize in ranged attacks. The task of leading the charge falls to you two. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the robust man and the lone wolf soured considerably. It was common knowledge that the most perilous position was that of the frontline combatant, who bore the brunt of any incoming threats. Those providing support from the rear typically encountered little danger. Noticing their disquiet, Rose offered a subtle smile, and in an instant, a bow and arrow materialized in her hands. I assure you, I speak the truth. Behold, this is my bow. Rest assured. I was once a senior member of an archery club and possess a fair degree of accuracy. Pray tell, do you gentlemen wish to place a delicate girl like me at the forefront? The two men's faces darkened further. They were not fools. And it was evident that Rose intended to use them as mere instruments. To acquiesce would render them simpletons. Yet to refuse in front of so many would compromise their pride. A flicker of intrigue crossed the lone wolf's eyes as he responded coolly. We are indeed willing to take the lead, yet to demonstrate sincerity, the first arrow shall be yours to release. If those two guards emerge, we shall naturally confront them. What do you think? Upon hearing this, the burly man's eyes brightened instantly, and he eagerly concurred. The lone wolf's suggestion is splendid. I am in agreement. However, Rose coldly scoffed. You seem to have calculated quite well. What if I provoke the two guards, and they pursue me? Would you then seize the opportunity to slip through the main gate? What would happen to me then? This won't do, nor will that. It seems we must simply linger here. For a moment, silence enveloped the group as they resolved that, even if they abandoned the exploration of this temple, none would be the first to act. Just as the tension hung thick in the air, one individual stepped forward from the crowd. Slowly, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he approached the temple entrance. This action, undoubtedly, captured everyone's attention, and astonishment filled the air as they beheld him. Who is this? So audacious? A fool, perhaps, seeking to play the hero at such a time. One misstep could lead to a chilling encounter with those peculiar guards. Yet, this figure seemed familiar. Wait, I recognize him. No wonder he dares to advance. He's probably the only one who would. Who is he? Speak up. Lu Jinhai. The utterance of this name sent a ripple of shock through the crowd, raising the temperature of the atmosphere several degrees, as gasps of disbelief filled the air. The name held immense gravitas. Those who had just expressed skepticism now fell silent, resembling quails desperately seeking refuge at the back of the crowd. Fearful of being seen by Lu Wei, the leaders of the three major factions also recognized Lu Wei. After all, the image of him stepping over the bodies of more than 20 from the Flying Dragon gang was too vivid to forget. Those who had just boasted of their prowess now stood obediently, rendered mute in his presence. Lu Wei strolled through the center of the gathering, casting a detached glance at everyone. He discerned their trepidation but harbored no intention of justifying himself. It suited him well that they feared him, as it spared him from trivial inconveniences. The crowd, feeling the weight of Lu Wei's gaze, grew increasingly anxious, wondering if this harbinger of death might eliminate them as well. His gaze was terrifying. Perhaps it was wise to retreat? Yet, Lu Wei was not a mindless killer. He would not slay without cause. Addressing the crowd, he merely stated, I intend to enter now. It would be best if you do not disturb me. Until I emerge, I do not wish for anyone to approach this vicinity. With that, he paid no heed to their stares and turned towards the temple. Upon hearing Lu Wei's words, though some felt a twinge of defiance, none dared to voice their opposition. They all stood obediently in place, watching as Lu Wei advanced toward the temple. Their curiosity piqued. They wondered at the confidence of this formidable figure. Could he perhaps manage those two guards? Perhaps this was an opportunity to witness whether Lu Jinhai truly possessed the strength that the legends proclaimed. However, the subsequent scene rendered everyone speechless. As Lu Wei approached the temple, a radiant barrier suddenly materialized, obstructing his path. Immediately thereafter, they witnessed Lu Jinhai producing a token from his grasp. The moment the token emerged, the luminous barrier vanished, and with a resounding rumble of grinding stones, the great doors of the temple began to creak open. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Wei lifted his leg and stepped inside. Chapter 73. Challenge of the Gates. The gathered crowd observed the scene in astonishment, exchanging bewildered glances. What on earth? Was it truly that simple to gain entrance? Was there no need for a confrontation? Truly, the esteemed powerhouse of the world, impressive indeed. This is the epitome of masculinity, exuding an overwhelming presence. I believe I have fallen for him. I never expected the formidable Lu Zhahai to be so strikingly handsome. Oh, can you ladies refrain from your hysterics? Such a distinguished figure is beyond your wildest imaginings. Only our Rose can be worthy of such a dashing man. Rose shot a disapproving glare at her subordinate who spoke. I have no interest in men, though her words suggested indifference. The commanding aura of such a man undeniably stirred her heart. At that moment, Lu Wei had already entered the interior of the temple. His effortless entry was entirely due to the challenge token he possessed for this very temple. The token had been obtained from the colossal ogre he had slain with a single arrow the previous day, having been unaware of its purpose. He had casually tossed it into his backpack. Upon arriving at this location and recognizing the temple, a sense of familiarity washed over him. After a moment's contemplation, he recalled the challenge token. He retrieved it and noted that the emblem upon it bore an exact resemblance to the temple before him, with a pass token in hand. It was only natural to venture inside. Initially, he had intended to observe the unfolding drama, to witness the skirmish between these individuals and the guards, while also gauging the strength of the two sentinels. However, much to his surprise, the crowd hesitated, none daring to step forward. As time pressed on and Jian Jiao awaited him, Lu Wei decided to disregard them, proceeding directly into the temple using his token. Upon entering the inner sanctum, Lu Wei was taken aback by the scene before him. From the outside, the temple's architecture appeared modest in size. Yet, upon stepping inside, he discovered an expansive space. Estimating the dimensions, he noted that the space extended over 100 meters in both length and width, with a height reaching several dozen meters. The dome above was adorned with luminous stones, twinkling like stars in the night sky, casting a gentle glow that illuminated the entire area. The walls were decorated with an array of intricate murals. Additionally, 10 massive stone doors loomed around the perimeter, each standing 7 to 8 meters tall and 4 to 5 meters wide, all firmly shut at that moment. As Lu Wei pondered his next move, the starlight cascading from the dome suddenly coalesced, gradually transforming into lines of text. Temple Challenge Rules. 1. There is no limit to the number of challenges. As long as one possesses a token, any individual may enter to challenge at any time. 2. During the challenge, one may concede at any moment. Once a concession is declared, neither party may continue their assault. If death occurs during the challenge, resurrection is not permitted, resulting in an automatic failure. 3. Each successfully cleared level will yield corresponding treasure chest rewards. The 10 doors represent 10 distinct levels. A failed challenge necessitates a complete restart. Once all card-switching challenges have been successfully completed, one shall receive the heart control statue of the island, which will then be integrated into the victor's private domain. Lu Wei observed the preceding lines without much reaction. However, upon encountering the final line, he was utterly astounded. To amalgamate such a vast island into his own? How immense must this island be? Lu Wei estimated that excluding mountainous regions, the area alone spans several square kilometers. 1 square kilometer equates to 1 million square meters. Thus, this island's expanse is several times greater than that of his current domain. The pivotal factor is that this island harbors a plethora of species, featuring meadows, forests, fauna, and freshwater. It can be said that this small island possesses a complete miniature ecosystem. Such a vibrant island is vastly superior to his own barren expanse of yellow sand. Securing this island is imperative. It shall be his. Now, it remains to be seen what challenges await within these 10 levels. Without allowing Lu Wei further contemplation, the challenge commenced. Upon entering the challenge space, one implicitly accepted the trial. The colossal stone door on the wall gradually opened, and the first guardian species emerged from within. Clutching his wind-breaking spear, Lu Wei maintained a grave expression as he focused intently on the darkness behind the door. After several tense seconds, a figure slowly emerged from the stone portal. Initially, Lu Wei wore a solemn and anxious demeanor, but upon witnessing the guardian, he nearly twisted his waist in surprise. Before him stood a singular goblin, indeed, just one, not a single additional creature. The goblin appeared bewildered as it surveyed its surroundings, seemingly as if it were encountering this place for the first time. This sight prompted Lu Wei to ponder whether all the guardians were hastily summoned. Before he could fully grasp the situation, the goblin, as if receiving a command, brandished a small knife and charged at Lu Wei with reckless abandon, its short legs propelling it forward. Observing this spectacle, Lu Wei, undeterred by the goblin's diminutive stature, prepared for its approach. As the goblin closed the distance, Lu Wei thrust his spear forward. With a thud, the goblin collided directly with the sharp end of the spear. Indeed, it appeared as though the goblin had launched itself onto the weapon. Nonetheless, no one was concerned about whether it had struck first or if Lu Wei had thrust. In either case, the outcome was the same. The goblin, with a face full of defiance, closed its eyes in resignation. Lu Wei gently shook his spear, casting the now lifeless goblin aside. A notification chimed. 3 experience points acquired, 1 ordinary treasure chest obtained. The system's alert sparked a glimmer of excitement in Lu Wei's eyes. To his astonishment, there were experience points and treasure chests involved. This was fortuitous indeed. This implied that every subsequent guardian might yield treasure chests and experience as well. Furthermore, would the strength of the malevolent creatures correlate with the quality of the treasures? Lu Wei's eyes lit up at the thought, with a total of 10 levels. If the first level yielded an ordinary chest, did that mean the second would be bronze and the third silver? In the 4th challenge, gold, the 10th challenge. The thought is almost unbearable. In an instant, Lu Wei appeared invigorated, his excitement palpable as he fixated on the second door. Without making Lu Wei wait long, the first challenge concluded, and soon it was time for the second. As the grand doors of the second challenge swung open, a formidable figure emerged. This being was robust, wielding a hefty bone club, with a face adorned with a menacing grin and sharp fangs, strikingly familiar. Lu Wei scrutinized the creature, sensing a resemblance to the colossal ogre he had vanquished earlier. However, this one was evidently a size smaller. Upon spotting Lu Wei, the diminutive ogre instinctively charged forward, brandishing its club. Chapter 74. Breaking through, Lu Wei gazed intently at the approaching diminutive ogre, his expression grave. Although deemed small, it stood at least 6 feet tall, its corpulent form quivering with every movement, exuding a menacing aura that was palpable. This ogre, while significantly smaller than the previous one, was encountered in close quarters rather than at a distance, and the intimidation and ferocity it radiated stirred an unsettling tension within him. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself. If he lacked the courage to confront such a minor ogre, how would he fare against foes of greater might in the future? Lost in thought, the ogre closed the distance, brandishing a large, grayish bone club above its head, its visage twisted in a savage snarl as it charged at Lu Wei. With a steely focus, Lu Wei thrust his spear forward with the speed of lightning. The razor-sharp spear pierced the ogre's face as effortlessly as a needle through silk. Emerging from the back of its skull, the frenzied expression on the ogre's face froze in place. With a clatter, the bone club fell to the ground as blood mixed with brain matter gushed from the wound. Observing this, Lu Wei swiftly retreated a step to evade the spray, withdrawing his spear with a swift motion. With a thud, the ogre collapsed. A notification chimed. Ogre slain, gained 15 experience points, 2 ordinary treasure chests. Relieved by the system's announcement, Lu Wei acknowledged the encounter's simplicity. It was not as daunting as he had anticipated. Yet, the reward of merely 2 ordinary chests seemed rather meager. He had hoped for at least a bronze chest. He casually stored the 2 chests away, awaiting the commencement of the 3rd challenge. His wait was brief, as the doors to the 3rd challenge soon swung open, revealing a colossal figure stepping forth. Standing nearly 10 feet tall, this imposing silhouette dwarfed the previous ogre, rendering it akin to an infant in comparison. To Lu Wei's surprise, he recognized this formidable creature. It was none other than a giant ogre, wielding a massive spiked club that resembled the previous one. Upon seeing this behemoth, Lu Wei felt a surge of confidence. Though its presence was formidable, he perceived it as a mere novice, easily dispatched with a single arrow. However, this time he resolved to forego his arrows and test the limits of his own strength. With spear in hand, he braced himself for the encounter. The giant ogre charged towards Lu Wei, swinging its club with ferocious intent. The colossal weapon sliced through the air, creating a whistling sound as it aimed for Lu Wei's head, promising dire consequences if it struck true. Yet, in Lu Wei's eyes, the ogre's movements appeared sluggish, almost childlike in their lack of speed. Should he wish to evade, it would be a trivial endeavor. However, today he chose not to retreat. He was determined to ascertain whether this tank-like creature possessed greater strength or if his own 30-plus points of power would prevail. With resolute determination, Lu Wei thrust his spear upward, aiming to collide with the ogre's club with all his might. The impact echoed with a resounding crash. A visible ripple of sound seemed to emanate from the point where the 2 combatants' weapons clashed. The massive ogre-s spiked mace was sent flying backwards by Lu Wei's strike, causing its colossal form to stagger 4 or 5 steps before regaining its balance. The ogre gazed incredulously at the diminutive figure before it, astonished that such a small creature could overpower it with sheer strength. No, this cannot be true. How could my immense power be bested by such a tiny biped? You shall perish. Enraged, the ogre raised its mace high once more and swung it down with ferocity. The resounding crash echoed through the air as the mace was knocked from its grasp. Lu Wei, equally astonished at the ogre's bewilderment, was taken aback by the sheer potency of his 33 points in strength. Each of the ogre's blows must have possessed at least 1,000 pounds of force. Yet, to Lu Wei, it felt merely manageable. It would be inaccurate to say he felt no pressure. There was some, but not overwhelming. He surmised that the ogre's strength was slightly over 20, while its constitution remained a mystery. However, its speed was undoubtedly inferior to his own. As for its mental acuity, judging by its foolish expression, its mental prowess likely resided in the single digits. With the mace cast aside, the dim-witted ogre did not attempt to retrieve it. Instead, it swung its massive fist toward Lu Wei. The fists appeared larger than Lu Wei's head. Refusing to be outdone, Lu Wei countered with a punch of his own. The impact was explosive, blood and flesh splattering in all directions. The ogre let out a woeful cry as it stumbled back several paces, examining its now mangled fist. What was once a colossal hand was now shattered, bones splintered, and stark white shards piercing through the flesh, blood spraying everywhere. Fear replaced the earlier bravado in the ogre's gaze. The audacity it once possessed had evaporated, leaving only profound terror. Recognizing the ogre's waning courage, Lu Wei understood that further training from this foe was no longer viable. Sighing with regret, he unsheathed his spear and approached the ogre, ignoring its fearful eyes. He thrust the spear forward, piercing through its skull. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the giant ogre, earning 50 experience points and a bronze chest. This bounty was precisely as Lu Wei had anticipated, identical to his previous encounter. As the ogre's body gradually faded away, he patiently awaited the commencement of his next challenge. Moments later, the fourth door creaked open. Before he could see the creature that emerged, Lu Wei first noticed a pair of eerie, green eyes glowing with an unsettling light. Subsequently, a pitch-black, cold-eyed canine figure slowly stepped forth. Lu Wei realized it was an enormous black dog, and he was momentarily taken aback. This was no ordinary canine. Standing at a height of 1.5 meters, its sleek, glossy fur accentuated its muscular build. Upon spotting Lu Wei, the black dog immediately crouched low, baring its fangs and letting out a menacing growl. In response, Lu Wei tightened his grip on the spear, steeling himself for the confrontation. Given that this black dog had emerged after the giant ogre, it was undoubtedly more formidable. Roar! The black dog suddenly let out a fierce roar, its figure darting forth like a flash of lightning, swiftly lunging towards Lu Wei. Lu Wei was taken aback by the dog's astonishing speed. In mere moments, it traversed nearly 100 meters to appear before him. However, Lu Wei was not to be underestimated. With an agility score of 33, he was far from slow. Although the dog's speed appeared formidable, in Lu Wei's eyes, it was not much different from an ordinary household pet. As the black dog charged at him, Lu Wei steadied his spear and thrust it forward with all his might. In that moment, the spear moved with a swift and silent grace, resembling a streak of dark light gliding through the air. Chapter 75. The mighty Minotaur. With a sudden flash of crimson, a massive canine head soared into the air. The enormous headless corpse of the black dog, propelled by inertia, hurtled towards Lu Wei. Swiftly, Lu Wei sidestepped to evade the splatter of blood. Gazing at the fallen headless body in the distance, he shook his head. While others might find such a formidable beast troublesome, he found dispatching this swift, malevolent creature far simpler than the preceding giant ogre. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the evil creature, the black dog. You have gained 100 experience points. The experience points doubled, and if this continued, he would complete the 5th level challenge and ascend to level 10 by day's end. With this thought, Lu Wei felt a surge of impatience. He promptly collected the 2 bronze chests dropped by the black dog and awaited the opening of the 5th level. With a rumble, the great door to the 5th level gradually creaked open. Lu Wei focused intently, observing a towering figure, over 2 meters tall, emerging from within, wielding a massive axe. The newcomer, a minotaur, stood with horns jutting forward, muscles rippling with strength. Its eyes, the size of eggs, locked onto Lu Wei as it bellowed, "Human, prepare to meet your demise." Startled, Lu Wei thought, "Goodness, this creature can speak." The astonishing part was that he could comprehend its words. This marked his first encounter with a talking being from another world. Before he could gather his thoughts, the Minotaur charged at him, axe raised high. Lu Wei swallowed the words he had intended to speak. He had hoped to glean information about this world from the Minotaur, but it seemed that opportunity had vanished. Without hesitation, he raised his spear to meet the Minotaur's axe. A thunderous clash reverberated, ringing painfully in his ears. The Minotaur staggered back 5 or 6 steps, while Lu Wei also took a step back for the first time. Feeling a tingling sensation in his hand, Lu Wei's expression turned grave. This Minotaur was no ordinary foe. Its strength was at least 28, while his was 33, granting him only a slight advantage. Moreover, the Minotaur displayed a degree of combat skill, executing its axe strikes with cunning angles. Had it not been for his superior mental acuity, agility, and quick reflexes, he would have been at a disadvantage. The Minotaur, taken aback, regarded Lu Wei with surprise, not expecting this seemingly frail human to possess such strength. Nonetheless, the Minotaur, stubborn by nature, roared defiantly, "What does strength matter? I shall cleave you in two." With a fierce spin, it harnessed its tremendous momentum and swung the axe downwards. Hearing the menacing whistle of the descending axe, Lu Wei realized that a direct confrontation would spell disaster. In that critical moment, he nimbly retreated, evading the blow just in time. Simultaneously, he thrust his spear like a striking serpent towards the Minotaur's chest. The Minotaur, caught off guard by the human's rapid reaction, was struck by a wave of panic. If struck, it would surely mean the end for its entire village. At this close range, there was no time to evade, and Lu Wei's speed rendered escape nearly impossible. However, the Minotaur was no novice. A seasoned warrior, it possessed ample battlefield experience. Since evasion was futile, he decided to confront the challenge head-on. With a slight deviation from the vital areas, he swung his axe upward, aiming directly at Lu Wei's legs. If Lu Wei insisted on piercing him, he would undoubtedly sacrifice his own legs in the process. Lu Wei, of course, had no intention of exchanging wounds for a life. Yet he despised the thought of retreating empty-handed. With a subtle flick of his spear, he left a deep gash on the Minotaur's chest before swiftly dodging the axe and retreating. The Minotaur glanced down at the profusely bleeding wound, dipped his finger into the blood, and tasted it, revealing a sinister grin. "Cowardly human, today I shall crush you." Lu Wei panted heavily, his heart racing fiercely. It was not fatigue that overwhelmed him. With a physique score of 33, he was not yet worn out by such intensity of combat. Rather, the previous moment had been overwhelmingly exhilarating. As a former office worker, he had never encountered such perilous life-and-death struggles. Although his recent advantage stemmed from his physical attributes, he did not feel disheartened. After all, everyone starts as a novice. Today marked the beginning of his advancement. As he faced the grinning Minotaur, a surge of combat fervor ignited within him. "Today, I shall use you as a sharpening stone to enhance my battle experience." In an instant, Lu Wei raised his spear and charged at the Minotaur. With remarkable agility, he appeared before the Minotaur, thrusting his spear forward. The Minotaur, caught off guard by this sudden assault, hurriedly positioned his axe defensively across his chest. However, unbeknownst to him, the Windpiercer spear in Lu Wei's hand was no ordinary weapon. With a piercing screech of metal scraping against metal, the Windpiercer spear, propelled by Lu Wei's immense strength, pierced through the axe's surface. The Minotaur's eyes widened in shock as he internally lamented, "This is it. My life is over." Yet, to his astonishment, Lu Wei halted his thrust midway and withdrew his spear, retreating 2 steps back. The Minotaur stared blankly at the shallow wound that marred his chest, momentarily dazed. "Why did you stop?" the Minotaur inquired, puzzled, his voice deep and rumbling. Lu Wei replied coolly, "I have my reasons. Enough talk. Let us continue the battle. If I were to end you so easily, how would I gain any combat experience? Without any experience, facing a disparity in attributes is bearable. But encountering a near-equal opponent would be rather frustrating. There are still 5 more trials ahead. Even if I cannot conquer them all, I must at least surpass 2. Besides, such an exceptional opportunity to enhance my strength cannot be squandered. You cunning human, do not think that your restraint will spare you. Prepare to meet your end." The Minotaur raised his axe once more, completely ungrateful for Lu Wei's forbearance. Lu Wei had no intention of receiving gratitude. He simply wished to learn combat techniques from the Minotaur. Thus, the two resumed their clash, exchanging blows with fervor. As they fought, Lu Wei refined his martial skills, eventually mastering the ability to modulate both his power and speed, effortlessly countering the Minotaur's assaults. However, upon noticing that Lu Wei's strength had diminished and his speed had waned, The Minotaur mistakenly assumed that Lu Wei was on the verge of exhaustion. Instantly infused with a renewed vigor, it fought with even greater fervor. Thus, the two engaged in a relentless exchange for over an hour, yet the battle showed no signs of concluding. Fortunately, the temple's challenge rules did not impose any time constraints. They could duel for eternity without concern. While Lu Wei fought with unrestrained enthusiasm, those waiting outside grew increasingly anxious, particularly Jian Jia, who had been hidden nearby, had waited for nearly 2 hours. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, her worry deepened. Had she unwittingly followed a master who had vanished? Chapter 76. Jian Jia is discovered. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, Jian Jia could no longer wait in anticipation. The chat channel yielded no information regarding her employer, and her attempts to inquire about him were met with utter silence. It was as though her messages had vanished into the void, leaving her to ponder whether her employer might be in peril or if someone had laid a trap to ensnare him. After much contemplation, Jian Jia's anxiety drove her to action. Determined, she cautiously peered outside, only to be met with an impenetrable darkness. In such obscurity, it is unlikely anyone would notice my presence, she mused inwardly. After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to investigate. If her employer were indeed in danger, she wanted to seize the opportunity to offer assistance. With newfound resolve, she stealthily departed from her hiding place. Once outside, she grimaced, having squatted for too long. Her legs ached. As circulation returned, she prepared to ascend the mountain. Scanning her surroundings, she noted the pervasive blackness and, gritting her teeth, began her slow ascent. Fortunately, the summit was not far, and after half an hour of scrambling, she found herself nearing the top. Faintly, she discerned voices and flickering lights emanating from above. Cautiously, she peered over the ridge and beheld a vast clearing atop the mountain, where numerous individuals had gathered around bonfires, conversing and dining in small clusters. In the background, a structure loomed, its details obscured by the night. As Jian Jia contemplated how to gather information about her employer, a sudden voice pierced the stillness. "Who goes there?" "Step forward." Startled, she turned to find a figure standing a short distance away, brandishing a spear directed at her. Caught, Jian Jia's heart sank. She had not anticipated being discovered so swiftly. Yet, she reasoned, with her employer present, no one would dare act rashly. His reputation on this island was formidable enough to silence even the most audacious. Resigned, she stood and declared, "I am here searching for someone." Upon hearing her voice, the figure's eyes brightened at the realization that it was a girl speaking. A woman? Such a rarity on this island. In fact, within the entire 01438 regions, the number of women was alarmingly scarce. The demographic skewed heavily male, as fewer women entered this game, and many of those eliminated in recent days had been females. It was undeniable that this brutal survival scenario was particularly unkind to women, making the sight of one a rare and significant occurrence. In the realm of Sword and Rose, there exists a greater number of women, albeit they are often found congregating together. It is noteworthy that the Sword and Rose Guild boasts the largest membership among all guilds. Thus, encountering a woman in the wilderness is indeed a rare occurrence. The commotion attracted the attention of those atop the mountain, drawing their gazes towards the unfolding scene. Having awaited their entertainment and boredom, they naturally gravitated towards the excitement. Jian Jia furrowed her brows at the gathering crowd, her gaze landing on the individual brandishing a spear directed at her. In a cold tone, she asserted, "Kindly lower your spear and refrain from pointing it at me, lest I interpret it as a provocation against the Jiuzhou Brigade." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in laughter. "Ha ha ha, sister, you seem unaware of who we are. Allow me to enlighten you. All the major powers of the 01438 region are present here. Your Jiuzhou Brigade may have a resounding name, yet I have yet to hear of it. How many members does your brigade actually possess? Why not join our lone wolf mercenary corps instead?" Suddenly, one among them remarked, "Hey, this girl looks somewhat familiar. She resembles a certain internet celebrity from reality." Another chimed in, "Indeed, I thought I had mistaken her for someone else. She seems akin to a news anchor." In this lawless and morally bankrupt environment, the absence of restraint had emboldened them to act with increasing audacity. At that moment, a sharp voice interrupted their banter. "What do you intend to do? Step aside, or do not blame me for being impolite." With an air of authority, she continued, "Do you dare to bully a woman in my presence? You ought to consider whether my bow and arrows would permit it." The crowd turned to behold Rose. Her frosty demeanor fixated upon them. The bowstring was drawn taut, ready to unleash its potential. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the onlookers instinctively took a few steps back. It was then that the leader of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps, Lone Wolf, emerged, his gaze dark and cold as he addressed Rose. Rose, your interference is excessive. This woman is not a member of your guild. What right do you have to intervene? While your numbers are formidable, we of the Lone Wolf are not to be trifled with. We fear not Lu Jahai, nor are we intimidated by you, even if your guild is large. Most of your members lack combat prowess. As for the men, many are merely drawn by the women. How many truly possess the ability to fight? If you frighten them in front of so many, you might as well abandon your aspirations. Rose was acutely aware of her guild's circumstances, yet as a fellow woman, she could not stand idly by while another was bullied. Thus, she coldly retorted, it may not have been the case before, but it is now. Sister, would you care to join our Sword and Rose Guild? Rose's inquiry was imbued with confidence. She had considered every possible scenario, even the likelihood of Lone Wolf's obstinacy. However, she had never anticipated that this sister would refuse her offer. After all, it was clear that only by joining them could one secure protection. Even the onlookers shared this sentiment. However, to everyone's astonishment, Jianjia swiftly shook her head and said, I appreciate your kindness, but I have only recently joined the Jojo Legion with great difficulty, and I certainly will not take the initiative to withdraw. Chapter 77. My boss is Lu Zhenghai. Upon hearing this response, the crowd was utterly astonished. Was this woman out of her mind? Or could it be? Best not to dwell on such thoughts. Ha ha ha. Rose, did you hear that? She has no intention of joining your guild. Such matters cannot be forced, can they? The Lone Wolf chuckled triumphantly, reveling in the unfolding drama. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating how to snatch the person from Rose, even considering employing more forceful methods. Yet, unexpectedly, this woman had outright rejected Rose's invitation. Now, there was no need for theft. She had come to him willingly. Upon hearing Lone Wolf's words, Rose's face turned pale with anger, yet she found herself unable to articulate any counter-arguments. Had Jianjia accepted her proposal, she would have had a reasonable basis to protect her. However, Jianjia's refusal was entirely unforeseen, leaving her with no justification to intervene. Unless she were to declare war outright. But was it worth risking the lives of her comrades for a complete stranger? Rose hesitated, her heart entangled in conflict. Jianjia, aware of Rose's good intentions, offered a sincere apology. Thank you for your kindness, but I truly cannot leave our regiment. After all the effort it took to get close to the formidable Lu Zhahai, only a fool would let go. Dear lady, join our Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps. We have nothing but handsome, strong men here, guaranteed to suit your taste. You Lone Wolves are not the answer, beautiful. Instead, join our Alliance Mercenary Corps. We promise to pamper you like a princess. Nonsense. Your alliance is composed of brutes. A beauty like you would receive no care there. The Lone Wolves are far better, filled with warm-hearted gentlemen who will ensure you're well taken care of. Jianjia coldly regarded them, her voice icy. If you wish to avoid death, I advise you to leave promptly. Otherwise, when my boss arrives, escaping will no longer be an option. The surrounding crowd erupted in even more raucous laughter. Oh dear. I'm so terrified. You've truly frightened me, beautiful. By the way, where is your boss? Bring him out so we can see how he plans to prevent our departure. Indeed, this lady claims to hail from the Jojo regiment. Does anyone know who the leader of that regiment is? Who would bother knowing about such an obscure little regiment? Wait, I think I've heard of it, though I can't recall the details right now. I remember now. Lu Zhenghai established a regiment, and I believe it's called the Jojo Regiment. The moment those words were spoken, the laughter ceased abruptly, plunging the area into an eerie silence as everyone stood frozen in disbelief. Had Lu Zhenghai truly founded a regiment? Someone, unwilling to accept this, queried. It seems he indeed has, though aside from a few core followers, he hasn't recruited many. Are you sure it's called the Jojo Regiment? I believe so, yes. I'm fairly certain. The speaker appeared somewhat resigned, acknowledging Lu Zhenghai's notoriety. Initially, he was renowned solely for his wealth, drawing the gaze of many towards his vast expanse of land and an inexhaustible supply of weaponry. Who would pay heed to his inconspicuous troop, composed of only a handful of individuals, devoid of any notable presence? At that moment, the countenances of those present shifted to one of discomfort, with a few timid souls paling visibly. If this individual were indeed affiliated with Lu Zhenghai, they would not dare to provoke him, even with tenfold courage. Unbeknownst to them, a significant space had formed as the crowd surrounding Jianjia gradually retreated. Only Rose remained steadfast in her spot, her expression one of intrigue as she regarded Jianjia. You are Jianjia, aren't you? Rose inquired suddenly. Jianjia smiled and nodded. Indeed. Do you know me? Rose chuckled in response, of course. How could anyone not recognize such a prominent internet celebrity? Upon overhearing their exchange, the crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. Jian Jia? It truly is her. Why? Is she quite famous? Certainly. A news anchor, yet one renowned for her looks and physique. Alas, should I choose Jian Jia or Zhang Ruoro? It's quite the dilemma. Get lost. Zhang Ruoro is my goddess. If you dare to speak ill of her, I shall pierce you with my spear. Obsessed fan, utterly hopeless. Jian Jia, having listened to Rose's words, smiled and remarked, I am merely a small-time anchor, hardly of significance. Besides, in this world, even the biggest internet celebrity holds little sway. Rose glanced around before leaning closer to Jian Jia and whispering, Is it true that the leader of the Jiuzhou Legion is Lu Zhahai? Jian Jia, sensing the necessity of her employer's reputation for her own safety, did not hesitate to affirm, Indeed, Lu Zhahai is my boss. By the way, have you seen him? He arrived before us, yet we have not caught sight of him. At this juncture, those nearby, upon hearing Jian Jia's words, promptly turned and departed. Oh dear, I believe I left soup simmering at home. I must return to check. What a coincidence. I also have a fire going at home. I need to see if the sea has evaporated. Oh no, my house is on fire. I must rush back. My grandmother is postpartum. She cannot be left unattended. I must go. In an instant, those who had been most boisterous moments prior fled in haste, not daring to linger even for a moment longer. The remaining individuals, though also inclined to leave, hesitated, contemplating the temple. They gritted their teeth and chose to stay. For what if Lu Zhahai encountered danger inside and could not emerge? Rose then invited Jian Jia to their guild's resting area, where she recounted the events that transpired while Lu Zhahai was present. The situation is as follows. He has been inside for over 2 hours and has yet to emerge. Jian Jia's heart filled with apprehension upon hearing this. Having been inside for such a duration, could anything have gone awry? Just then, as if Providence were at play, the doors of the temple swung open unexpectedly. A figure, bloodied and dragging a long spear behind him, slowly emerged. The man was drenched in blood, an aura of lethal intent enveloping him, instilling a sense of dread in anyone who dared to glance his way. Upon witnessing his presence, the crowd felt an overwhelming and intangible pressure bearing down upon them. Instinctively, they held their breath, refraining from any unnecessary movements, fearing that he might suddenly lunge forward and rend them apart. The boss. Chapter 78. I feel a bit cold upon hearing Jian Jia's call. Lu Wei turned to see her bounding towards him with exuberance. Instinctively, he raised his fist to strike, but only halfway through did he realize his error. Boss, are you hurt? Jian Jia inquired, noticing the numerous bloodstains on Lu Wei's attire. Lu Wei shook his head. It's nothing. It's all from the enemies. Let us go. It's getting dark. We should find a place to rest for the night and leave tomorrow. Despite his robust constitution of 33 points, the continuous, high-intensity combat for over 2 hours had left him thoroughly exhausted. In truth, from the first to the fourth trial, Lu Wei had spent less than 10 minutes. Yet the battle against the Minotaur had stretched on for over 2 hours. Eventually, the creature succumbed to blood loss and exhaustion, collapsing to the ground, never to rise again. The grueling encounter had drained Lu Wei to the core. He stowed away the silver treasure chest and exited the temple space, recognizing that continuing would jeopardize his safe retreat. Having battled the Minotaur for such a duration, he had not only absorbed a wealth of combat experience, but had also made significant strides in his abilities. This was the advantage of possessing formidable mental fortitude, the capacity to maintain prolonged focus and swiftly assimilate knowledge. Lu Wei estimated that, under comparable attributes, he could now contend with 2 versions of his former self. As Lu Wei and Jian Jia made their way down the mountain, the onlookers noted his fatigue and were momentarily tempted by thoughts of his vast wealth. However, none dared to act on such impulses. Once they reached the valley where Jian Jia had previously hidden, the sheltered spot, shielded from the wind and complemented by a small pond, was perfect for resting. Satisfied with the surroundings, Lu Wei retrieved materials and blueprints from his space and proceeded to construct a modest dwelling. Given that he had already claimed the entire island as his own, building a house was hardly an extravagance. It was merely a matter of time before it would belong to him. However, Jian Jia was left astounded by Lu Wei's actions. Was he truly using so many materials just for a temporary shelter? Was this the mark of a billionaire? It seemed excessively lavish. A troubling thought crossed her mind. Was he planning something for her that night, hence the construction of this house? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Lu Wei suddenly interrupted her reverie, saying, I'm going to wash up. You can start the fire. Watching him walk away, Jianjia's heart raced with anxiety. What should she do? Lu Wei approached the water's edge to cleanse the blood from his body before donning his original attire once more. He submerged the blood-stained jacket in the stream, giving it a gentle rub before placing it into his spatial backpack. Upon returning, he found the house had been completed in a mere half hour. However, Jianjia had vanished without a trace. Lu Wei glanced around, hearing some commotion from within the house, and entered without hesitation. Upon stepping inside, he saw Jianjia tidying the bedding. "You brought a bed?" Lu Wei exclaimed in surprise. Jianjia blushed and replied softly, "I have no bedding, just a piece of fabric laid over it." Lu Wei nodded. "No worries, I have some here." He then retrieved a set of bedding from his space and placed it on the bed. Jianjia felt a flutter in her heart at the sudden appearance of the bedding. Indeed, he had prepared everything. She could only hope he would treat her better in the future. "What are you dawdling for? Make the bed. Are you waiting for me to do it for you?" "Oh, right." Jianjia quickly turned around to arrange the bedding, feeling a hint of grievance, just as she was lost in her thoughts. A loud clatter startled her from behind. Turning around, she saw Lu Wei had also brought out a bed, placing it on the opposite side of the room, followed by a blanket. Jianjia was momentarily stunned. What did this mean? Was he really going to sleep on the other side? She hastily dismissed the thought from her mind. Surely, he wouldn't. Was it perhaps due to his youth that he had the heart, but lacked the courage? With this realization, the timid girl who resembled a frightened quail suddenly brimmed with confidence. Soon, both had finished setting up their beds. Lu Wei, exhausted from the day's labor and the evening's battles, threw himself onto his bed, collapsing there with a long sigh. After defeating the Minotaur, he had accumulated enough experience to reach level 10. All that remained was to wait for midnight to arrive for his upgrade. As Lu Wei anticipated the stroke of midnight, he suddenly heard a sound. Chapter 79. Equitable distribution. The following morning, while the two were still together, they were abruptly transported back to their respective islands by the system. For Jianjia, it was a rather inconsequential matter, as she was alone on her little isle. However, for Lu Wei, the situation was quite different. He had arrived by the seaside, waving farewell to Xiaobai, and thus, he returned to the same location. Coincidentally, Xiaobai was eagerly awaiting his return. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Wei's expression turned pale, and he hurriedly retreated to his room. When he emerged once more, he was fully dressed and feigned nonchalance. Observing the naive Xiaobai, Lu Wei smiled and inquired, "So, how was it? Did you miss me after a day apart?" "Chirp, chirp, chirp," Xiaobai responded, clearly expressing a strong desire. "Haha, it seems my affection for you was not in vain. I'll treat you to something delicious shortly." Chirp, chirp, chirp. The urgency in Xiaobai's calls intensified, and she pointed at an empty bottle nearby. Upon noticing this, Lu Wei's smile faltered, and he retorted with mock annoyance. "You ungrateful little creature. Are you longing for me, or for the spirit spring water?" Chirp, chirp, chirp. All right, I shall fetch it for you," Lu Wei said, turning towards the room designated for storing the spirit spring water. After a day and night, he had collected nearly half a barrel, approximately 8 or 9 liters. He meticulously filled 17 bottles with the spring water. Lu Wei calculated in his mind that he needed to allocate 3 bottles to Zhang Ruo, 3 to Xiaobai, and now, with Jianjia included, 3 more for her. This accounted for half, leaving the remainder for himself, with a portion set aside for later. He first went to the seaside and offered Xiaobai a bottle. He knew that he could not give her too much at once, or else 3 bottles would not suffice for her needs. After finishing 1 bottle, Xiaobai continued to chirp insistently at Lu Wei, clearly craving another. However, Lu Wei was resolute. He could not afford to deplete his supply for the night and the following morning. After extricating himself from Xiaobai's demands, Lu Wei returned to his room and hastily contacted his official girlfriend, Zhang Ruo. As soon as he dialed, she picked up promptly. "Dai Hai, why did you take so long to return? You were nearly 10 minutes late. Are you all right? Did you get hurt?" Her anxious voice came through the line as soon as it connected. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Lu Wei quickly reassured her, "I'm fine, don't worry. I got delayed by some matters upon my return, but I took care of everything and called you as soon as I could." Hearing that he was unharmed, Zhang Ruo breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm glad to hear that. You had me worried sick. Next time, I'll accompany you. With my fireball technique, I can help you in case of danger." Lu Wei chuckled at her words. "All right, I'll take you with me next time. I've just returned and have quite a bit to attend to. Once I'm finished, I'll call you." "Okay, you go ahead and handle your tasks. I'll prepare a meal for you and let you know when it's ready. At last, I can savor the exquisite culinary creations of my dear Rora." A single day's absence from her delights has nearly driven me to distraction. With a playful yet feigned pout, Rua's heart brims with joy. Her smile threatening to bend her lips askew. Very well then, farewell for now. After concluding the call, Lu Wei took a moment to organize the materials he had gathered from selling spears over the past day and night. As for the newly forged spears, he refrained from collecting them, for his stroke of fortune had yet to be unleashed. Should he retrieve the spears now, he risked a fortuitous outcome resulting in 3 additional spears. Thus, he resolved to wait until his lucky strikes were exhausted before returning. Having dealt with the spears, Lu Wei proceeded to his vegetable garden. At that moment, the 5 pepper seedlings had flourished to nearly half a meter in height, adorned with delicate white blossoms. If they continued at this pace, he would be able to enjoy fresh peppers by the following morning. The tomato plants, too, had risen to a similar height. Lu Wei gathered some wooden sticks and twine to prop up the tomato seedlings, ensuring they would not be overwhelmed by their own fruit. He then diligently watered each plant. It was impractical to irrigate with the miraculous spring water, so he filled a large bucket with ordinary water and added a bottle of the spring water to dilute it for irrigation. Observing the promising growth of his crops, he could only hope that their fruits would not disappoint him. Having attended to all matters at home, Lu Wei returned to his room, lying quietly on his bed, eagerly anticipating the long-awaited upgrade. Chapter 80, Legendary System, Upgrade Me. Ding. Level up. Current level, 10. Earn 2 free attribute points. Ding. Congratulations on triggering a lucky critical hit. Attribute points critically hit 7 times, earning a total of 14 attribute points. Ding. Congratulations, player level has reached 10. Talent automatically upgraded to level 2. For detailed functions, please refer to the talent for further information. System, this seems incorrect. I still have opportunities for lucky critical hits. Why can't my talent upgrade critically as well? If the talent reaches level 2 and critically hits, wouldn't that result in multiple levels gained in one go? If luck is exceptionally favorable, I might ascend directly to level 10. That would be a remarkable leap. However, it remains uncertain whether the system has acknowledged this thought, or, if it has, chooses to disregard the whimsical musings of this hopeful individual. Lu Wei, feeling somewhat helpless, realizes that although the system remains silent, it is far from foolish and offers no room for exploitation. Never mind. I shall allocate the attribute points first. Although the critical hit this time was only 7 times. Leveling up granted him 2 attribute points, culminating in a total of 14 points. Currently, all 3 primary attributes stand at 33 points, while mental strength measures at 30 points. After some contemplation, Lu Wei determines that by adding 5 points to mental strength and distributing the remaining 3 points evenly, he can effectively utilize all 14 points. This adjustment would leave mental strength just 1 point shy of matching the other 3 attributes. Having finalized the allocation ratio, Lu Wei begins to gradually distribute the points. Before long, he has successfully allocated all the attribute points. Name: Lu Wei. Race: Human, Blue Star. Level: 10 Strength, 36 Constitution, 36 Agility, 36 Mental Strength, 35 Talent. Lucky critical hit level 2 skills. None free attributes. 0 pets. None territory. 100. 000 square meters experience points. 39,1500 upon examining the introduction to Lucky Critical Hit Level 2. Lu Wei comprehends the benefits bestowed by this upgrade. Firstly, the long-desired number of critical hits has finally increased, now amounting to 5. Secondly, he can now freely select which items to apply the critical hit to, no longer restricted to the first few items of the day. This revelation brings a sigh of relief to Lu Wei. Furthermore, a significant change has occurred. Previously, the maximum critical hit could only reach 10 times, but now there is a daily opportunity for a critical hit with a ceiling of 50 times. This 50 times does not guarantee a hit of that magnitude. It could yield 3 times, 5 times, or even a dozen times, with 50 being the highest possible outcome. The nature of this phenomenon is entirely dependent on fortune. After perusing the details regarding Lucky Critical Hit, Lu Wei nods in satisfaction. Although 5 opportunities a day may seem limited, it is still somewhat sufficient. The key aspect is the newfound ability to designate which items to apply the critical hits to, eliminating the need to reserve valuable items for the following day. Presently, he possesses a considerable array of items eager for critical hits. At the forefront of this queue is, naturally, the most precious treasure, the golden chest. Thus, without further ado, Lu Wei retrieves the golden chest. He happens to have one more opportunity for a critical hit, with a maximum of 50 times. Eager to discover what treasures lie within, He rubs his hands together and eagerly opens this golden chest. As the box opened, Lu Wei found himself momentarily dazzled by a burst of golden light emanating from within. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a diminutive square golden seal nestled inside. A chime echoed, announcing, "Congratulations, you have obtained the Lord's Golden Seal, Epic level. Would you like to activate Lucky Critical Hit?" In disbelief, Lu Wei's eyes widened as he processed the notification. Could it be that he had indulged in too many big white rabbits? Had he finally transitioned from adversity to fortune? A golden chest had bestowed upon him an epic level item? What exactly was the significance of an epic level? Regardless, he dismissed the question, certain it surpassed the extraordinary tier. With a broad grin plastered across his face, Lu Wei laughed heartily, reveling in his newfound luck. Indeed, fortunes shift like the tides, and one should never underestimate the potential of youth. Shaking off his distractions, he eagerly examined the epic treasure he had acquired. Cautiously, he lifted the resplendent seal from the box. It was modest in size, measuring approximately 10 centimeters on each side and about 3 centimeters thick, adorned with a tiger-shaped handle for ease of use. However, the base was conspicuously devoid of any inscriptions. This puzzled Lu Wei. Should there not be an inscription such as Seal of Lu Wei? As he pondered this anomaly, information materialized before his eyes. Lord's Golden Seal, a unique seal for lords. The imprint cannot be forged, imbued with the essence of the Lord and the will of the subjects, instilling fear in adversaries. In group combat, it slightly enhances the strength of personnel within the territory. When used in solo attacks, it transforms into a colossal golden seal, striking foes with unparalleled force. It can discern loyalty. When encountering subordinates with insufficient loyalty, the seal will automatically heat up. Upon reading the description, Lu Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement. This truly was a remarkable artifact. With this seal, once he possessed a territory, he would undoubtedly gain a significant advantage over others. However, merely possessing it was insufficient. He still had an unused opportunity for a critical upgrade. To squander it on this would indeed be a waste. Resolutely, Lu Wei commanded the system, activate the Lord's Golden Seal for a critical upgrade. A chime resounded, "Congratulations, player. The Lord's Golden Seal has triggered a 50-fold lucky critical hit, elevating its quality." A subsequent chime followed, "Congratulations, player. You have acquired the Jade Seal, Legendary level." Gasping in astonishment at the mention of Legendary level, Lu Wei found himself momentarily speechless. It took him a while to process the implications. What exactly was the hierarchy of these items? Though uncertain of the ranking, he was confident that the Legendary tier surpassed the previous epic level. With urgency, he turned his attention to the upgraded Jade Seal. Jade Seal, Legendary level, inactive, Skill 1, Detection. When worn, it allows the user to assess the loyalty, affection of any individual. Skill 2, Heavenly Might. The Jade Seal exudes magnificent celestial authority, instilling fear in malevolent entities. Any documents, decrees, or edicts stamped with the seal possess restraining effects on evil beings. Skill 3, Benevolence towards the people. The owner of the Imperial Seal significantly enhances the fortune of the populace within their domain, ensuring favorable weather and abundant resources. Skill 4, The Talented born of exceptional lands. The likelihood of geniuses emerging within the territory is increased, along with a greater quantity of rare treasures and spiritual resources. Skill 5, Magnanimous Grace. This skill greatly enhances the strength and loyalty of local officials and soldiers. The higher their loyalty, the more substantial the increase. In times of crisis, if loyalty is sufficiently high, a portion of the Imperial Seal's power can be temporarily borrowed to confront adversaries. Skill 6, Sealing Heaven and Earth. Transforming into a colossal golden mountain, it descends from the sky, filling seas, blocking rivers, and crushing mountains, rendering all obstacles powerless. Cooldown time, 10 days. Skill 7, Master of my domain. The Lord's power within the territory is augmented by 200%. While direct relatives experience a 100% increase, if loyalty or favorability falls below 60, the increase is nullified. Activation conditions, possession of a personal territory. Not less than 5 square kilometers in area, with a populace of no fewer than 10,000. Some individuals are truly despicable. Reporting the previous chapter has led to modifications that render it invisible to all. Chapter 81. The Body of Fire Spirit. Gazing upon the extensive introduction of skills, Lu Wei could only exclaim in awe. Incredible, truly remarkable. Beyond that, he found himself at a loss for words to express his astonishment. Undoubtedly, it was a legendary item. Overwhelmingly powerful. At this moment, a singular thought occupied his mind, to swiftly locate a base, establish his own power, cultivate for several years, and then vie for supremacy over the world. As for the activation conditions, they were not overly complex. Capturing an island and establishing a territory would suffice for the first requirement. Regarding the second, recruiting 10,000 individuals seemed even more manageable, as even gathering 100,000 posed no challenge for him. Previously, he had hesitated to recruit manpower, partly due to the perceived hassle and partly because even if he were to gather individuals, they might require his resources for training. The crucial concern was the risk of nurturing ingrates, which would lead to significant losses. Now, with the possession of this Jade Seal, such worries were rendered moot, and the recruitment process could finally be prioritized. After thoroughly appreciating the Jade Seal, Lu Wei reluctantly stored it in his spatial backpack. The luck from his promotion had been exhausted, leaving him with 5 instances of ordinary lucky strikes, although he had experienced a critical strike upon reaching level 10. That instance occurred prior to his talent upgrade. Thereafter, the count of lucky strikes reset. Without delay, Lu Wei retrieved several saved treasure chests along with the fire attribute tomato. During his expedition to the island, he had acquired 2 silver chests, one from the goblin tribe and the other from defeating a minotaur, and 4 bronze chests. Additionally, he had 1 fire attribute tomato in his backpack. Contemplating his next move, he decided to open one of the silver chests first. Congratulations! You have obtained the skill gun technique 33 styles. Would you like to use a lucky strike? Wait, a skill has appeared? Finally, a skill. Lu Wei's heart swelled with joy. Although the name of the skill sounded somewhat unimpressive, he was eager to utilize his critical strike. Use Lucky Strike. Congratulations. Gun Technique 33 Styles has achieved an 8-fold critical strike, evolving into the skill Blazing 100 Strikes. Blazing 100 Strikes, a fire attribute gun skill comprising 3 styles: Phantom Triple Shot, Sweeping the Legion, and Blazing 100 Strikes. Phantom Triple Shot instantly fires 3 shots, inflicting fire damage, with an attack speed increase of 100%. Sweeping the Legion, a sweeping shot that deals fire attribute damage, with an attack range increase of 100%. Blazing 100 Strikes, a powerful downward strike, dealing fire attribute damage, with an attack range increase of 200% and damage increase of 100%. Skill requirements: Level 10, mental strength above 10 points. Skill consumption: First style consumes 1 point of mental strength. Second style consumes 2 points. Third style consumes 3 points. After reviewing the skill requirements, Lu Wei breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that he met all the criteria. Without further ado, he proceeded to learn the skill. Taking out the skill book, the system automatically prompted him. Would you like to learn the skill Blazing 100 Strikes? Learn. In an instant, the skill book transformed into a stream of light, soaring into Lu Wei's body. In an instant, Lu Wei felt an influx of knowledge within his mind, as a stick figure repeatedly demonstrated the 3 techniques of the Raging Flame Slash. With the stick figure's continuous performance, Lu Wei's subconscious began to deepen its impression, until these techniques nearly became instinctual reactions before gradually fading away. Upon completing the skill acquisition, Lu Wei opened his eyes, as if a flash of fire had ignited within. With a mere thought, the wind-breaking spear materialized in his hand. He deftly shook the spear and unleashed 3 rapid thrusts. Shadows flickered, and trails of fire seemed to rush through the air, obscuring the line between reality and illusion. Following this, with a sweeping motion of the spear, a fiery crimson lance shot forth, vanishing several meters away. Stepping forward, Lu Wei stomped firmly, spinning in place. The spear in his hand emitted a dazzling glow, tracing a circle in the air before crashing down from above. A golden-red lance pierced the heavens and the earth, leaving a charred mark of 7 to 8 meters on the ground. The surrounding grains of sand melted under the intense heat, ultimately solidifying into vibrant glass. Witnessing such power, Lu Wei erupted into joyous laughter. At last, he had acquired a worthy skill, should he face the Minotaurs again. He was confident that this set of techniques would spell their doom. Little did he expect that a mere silver chest could yield such a formidable skill. His luck had finally turned. Continuing his endeavor, he hoped for more treasures from the next chest. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the magical skill, Water Arrow Technique. Would you like to use a luck critical hit? Magical skill. Lu Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Use it. Ding! Congratulations, the Water Arrow Technique has achieved a critical hit of 7, granting you 7 instances of Water Arrow Technique. Wait. What? How's it a quantity critical hit? Disappointment washed over Lu Wei. Had it been a quality critical hit, he might have obtained a remarkable skill instead of this. Sighing, he consoled himself that 7 instances of Water Arrow Technique were still commendable. one for himself, one for Zhang Ruoruo, one for Jiang Jia, leaving 2 as rewards for his subordinates, while the remainder could be exchanged for something useful. After securing the 7 instances of water arrow technique, Lu Wei glanced at the remaining bronze chests and the mutated tomato. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to take the mutated tomato. He swiftly consumed the whole tomato in a few bites. Ding! Consuming the earth-fire tomato grants a slight increase in fire affinity. Would you like to use a luck critical hit? It can actually be used. Without further hesitation, he opted to use it. Ding! Fire affinity has achieved a critical effect of 10. Congratulations on acquiring the fire spirit body. The name alone sounded impressive. Before Lu Wei could investigate what the fire spirit body entailed, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Huh, what is happening to me? Oh no, am I spontaneously combusting? He looked down to find his hands, feet, and entire body suddenly engulfed in flames. Strangely, he felt no heat or burning sensation. Instead, it was warm and quite comfortable. His clothing disintegrated into ashes at a visible pace. As Lu Wei contemplated whether to leap into the water to extinguish the flames, the fire on his body abruptly receded, gradually seeping into his form and vanishing entirely. Gazing at his nakedness, Lu Wei found himself momentarily at a loss. Was this the effect of the fire spirit body? It seemed rather eerie. Just then, a gust of wind swept by, and Lu Wei suddenly felt a chill. Looking down, he exclaimed in dismay, "Oh no, my clothes. I only have 2 sets, and now one is completely ruined." He contemplated retrieving his jacket to wear, but after a moment's reflection, he decided against it, reasoning that he was alone on this island. Should an unforeseen incident occur, and he ruined the last set, he would truly be without clothing. By the way, what exactly is the utility of this fire spirit body? With this thought, Lu Wei promptly accessed the system to investigate. Name, Lu Wei race, human. Fire spirit body, blue star. Level, 10 strength, 36 constitution, 36 agility, 36 spirit, 35 talent. Lucky critical hit level 2 skill. Wildfire/free attributes, 0 pets. None territory, 100. 000 square meters experience points. 1500 Lu Wei clicked on the fire spirit body to examine its details, finally grasping the formidable nature of this physique. Chapter 82. The appointment to meet the fire spirit body. Cultivating fire attribute techniques presents no bottleneck. Utilizing fire attribute skills and magic yields greater power with diminished consumption. And resistance to fire attribute damage is markedly enhanced. At first glance, this description appears unremarkable, yet after Lu Wei employed the blazing slash technique once more, he discovered that its potency had increased by at least more than double. The previous gun's radiance could only reach a distance of a few meters, but now, with a single shot, flames spread within a 10-meter radius. As for the fire resistance and the results of his cultivation, the outcomes remain uncertain. But they are undoubtedly far superior to before. Retrieving his spear, Lu Wei proceeded to open several remaining chests. Having already acquired such valuable items, he anticipated that the subsequent bronze chests might yield something equally impressive. To his astonishment, his fortune seemed particularly favorable. The first bronze chest revealed a temple challenge order, which, after a critical hit, transformed into a permanent challenge order. Henceforth, he would no longer fret about lacking challenge orders to enter the temple. Lu Wei had already resolved that even if he could conquer the final stage, he would refrain from rushing. He intended to thoroughly exploit the temple, accruing as much experience and treasure as possible. Such a bountiful source of experience could not be easily overlooked. The second bronze chest yielded an elven apple. In following a critical hit, he obtained 5 elven apples, although he felt a tinge of regret that it wasn't a quality critical hit. 5 elven apples were still commendable. Having previously consumed one, Lu Wei knew the effects would diminish somewhat. So he decided to keep 2 for himself, while giving 1 to Zhang Ruo and 2 to Jian Jia, who would only need 1 for her first taste. After finalizing the distribution plan, Lu Wei sent a portion of the items to Zhang Ruoruo, 2 elven apples and a skill book for water arrow technique. Upon receiving Lu Wei's call request, Zhang Ruoruo promptly answered, "I was just about to find you. My lunch is ready, and I'll trade it with you for some feedback." Lu Wei replied with a smile, "Sounds great. I just opened a few chests on the island and obtained some items to share with you." "What did you get?" Zhang Ruoruo inquired, her curiosity piqued. "You'll find out shortly." Soon, her astonished exclamation echoed through the line, "Wow, 2 elven apples? And a magic book? What are you giving these to me for? You should use them yourself." Anticipating her response, Lu Wei had already prepared an image and sent it over. "I have plenty more. Just take a look." "My goodness. So many magic books? All-water arrow technique. Zhang Ruruo exclaimed in disbelief. While it was normal to receive a magic book, acquiring such a multitude was an extraordinary stroke of luck. Yet, the fact that they were all of the same type left her both amused and exasperated. She was at a loss as to whether to consider him fortunate or unfortunate. Lu Wei, equally bemused, replied, "All right, enough about that. I'm off to have some noodles. By the way, don't worry about dinner. I'll handle it." "Okay, understood." With that, they concluded their conversation, and Lu Wei dialed Jian Jia next. "What's up?" As soon as the call connected, the playful voice of Jian Jia came through. "I have something for you. Please receive it." "Wow, a spellbook? Sprite apples? House blueprints? Along with 10,000 plots and so many materials? This. You are giving me so much. Do you have more?" Jian Jia was astonished by Lu Wei's generosity. Lu Wei chuckled. "Don't worry, I have plenty. Just buy whatever you find lacking, and let me know if you need more." "My dear, thank you. Meeting you is the greatest fortune of my life," Jian Jia said, touched. Lu Wei smiled. "This is nothing. Now, stop with the sentimentalities. I have many matters to attend to, so I can't chat for long. Don't cook dinner tonight. I'll prepare something delicious for you later." "Okay, I understand. By the way, when shall we visit the island again?" "I miss you," Jian Jia replied. Lu Wei pondered for a moment before responding, "Don't rush. I will arrange my schedule and let you know." "All right, I'll wait for you." After hanging up, Jian Jia stared blankly at the 10,000 plots for quite a while. Indeed, she did not immediately examine the magical skills or the sprite apples. Instead, her gaze was fixed firmly on those plots. At that moment, a singular thought occupied her mind: how to transform those 10,000 plots into 20,000, 50,000, or even 100,000. Despite her obedient demeanor towards Lu Wei, she was, in essence, a woman unwilling to be merely ornamental. Even while accompanying Lu Wei, she aspired to be a woman of significance in his eyes. She always remembered her mother's words: "A woman who relies solely on her beauty can only maintain temporary allure. True irreplaceability comes from possessing unique value." Thus, she had been diligently enriching herself. Before her journey into this realm, she had become a renowned internet celebrity, thriving independently without relying on any man. Even when fate played tricks and brought her to this perilous world, she was determined to showcase her worth and carve out her own path. After ending the call, Lu Wei began to eat the noodles that Zhang Ruoro had prepared for him. To his surprise, they were quite delicious. He soon polished off an entire bowl and returned the empty dish. Seeing this, Zhang Ruoro quickly sent him a message. "How is it? Did you enjoy the noodles I made?" Very tasty." Hearing that Lu Wei appreciated her cooking, Zhang Ruoro was instantly delighted. He, "I'm glad you liked it. I'll make them for you again in the future. By the way, how is your water arrow spell coming along?" Lu Wei casually inquired. "I can already cast it. Its power is quite formidable, especially at sea, where I can manipulate the water to form arrows. Its strength surpasses that of the fireball spell." Lu Wei was slightly surprised by how quickly Zhang Ruoro had mastered the water arrow spell, realizing her magical talent was indeed remarkable. After a moment's thought, he proposed, "How about we explore the island tomorrow?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruoro's eyes lit up. "Sure. I've been wanting to go." Lu Wei smiled knowingly and remarked, however, "This means we shall meet soon. Are you prepared?" "What is there to prepare for? I am naturally beautiful. It's not as if I am someone to be ashamed of." "You will surely be left drooling," she retorted. Yet, despite her confident words, Zhang Ruruo felt an undeniable flutter of anxiety within her. The mere thought of meeting Lu Wei made her heart race wildly. Chapter 83. Establishing the guild. Having resolved the matters concerning the two young ladies, Lu Wei finally found the time to attend to business affairs. The spears he had listed for sale the previous day had long since sold out, prompting him to place all the spears accumulated from the forge back on the market. The primary materials for trade remained parcels of land, cotton, fabric, plastic, and steel. As for timber and stone, Lu Wei deemed them unnecessary once he secured the public islands. He would have ample access to wood and stone. At this juncture, the inhabitants of Zone 01438 were engrossed in discussions regarding Lu Wei's recent act of slaying over 20 individuals from the Flying Dragon Gang. Today, someone released a video depicting Lu Wei's onslaught against the gang, a shocking spectacle that left those accustomed to peaceful times in utter disbelief. The chat channel erupted in fervent debate, with opinions both supporting and opposing Lu Wei's actions, while some covertly attempted to tarnish his reputation. Regardless of the gangsters' misdeeds, it was argued that their crimes did not warrant death. To brutally kill over 20 people was an act of sheer savagery and cold-bloodedness, bordering on the monstrous. Such a person, regardless of their wealth, was nothing more than a butcher. I urge everyone to unite in resisting him. We must resolutely refrain from purchasing his goods. For if we do, we would be furnishing the very arrows that may one day be aimed at our hearts. Oh, you may not know that the members of the Flying Dragon Gang hail from a region rife with criminals, none of whom are virtuous. Their demise is hardly lamentable. Are all prisoners inherently wicked? Do they not deserve a chance for redemption? Do they not possess the right to exist? Leaders of the formidable factions, it is time for you to step forward and assume responsibility. This murderer must be eradicated. Otherwise, we shall all find ourselves living under his blade. Those who wish to contend with the formidable Lu Jiahai, we, the denizens of Zone 01438, shall be the first to oppose. Without him, countless lives would have been lost. Ah, is he not saving you? He is exploiting you, fools. Why is it that your region, which does not exploit, has fewer survivors than we do? In the chat channel, some sought to profit from the chaos, while others stirred the pot, and a restless energy permeated the discourse. It was a veritable frenzy. Despite the heated exchanges within the chat, the sales of Lu Wei's spears remained unaffected. The spears he had listed were rapidly dwindling, and it seemed that he would soon be sold out once more. However, Lu Wei had no time to tend to these matters. He was preoccupied with constructing shelters for storing supplies. While other materials could withstand the elements, cotton and fabric must be protected from the rain. Once the houses were completed, Lu Wei glanced at the bustling chat area and, contemplating his next steps, summoned Zhang Ruoruo, Jianjia, Gao Ren, and Zhang Tong to a meeting within the military group. The primary objective of this gathering was to expand their influence and begin recruiting members. The four of them were still too few, and it was inevitable that certain matters would be overlooked. Lu Wei shared his thoughts with the group, and they all expressed their strong support. Subsequently, they deliberated on the structuring of positions within the military unit. More than an hour later, the meeting concluded, and the four individuals, Zhang Ruoruo, Jianjia, Zhang Tong, and Gao Ren, each sent out a public message. The content was straightforward. The Jiuzhou Legion is now recruiting. With the imperial seal and gold insignia in hand, Lu Wei no longer had to worry about the loyalty of his subordinates. Should any betray him, he would not only receive immediate notification but could also monitor the loyalty of his followers at any time. With such an extraordinary capability, what was there to fear? The only pressing issue at hand was that the Jiuzhou Legion required a designated base of operations. Only by resolving the matter of the base could the imperial seal and gold insignia be activated. However, this challenge would soon be surmountable. Once they conquered the temple level, the entire island would be theirs, and the space would be ample. As for the number of recruits, Lu Wei felt assured of accommodating 10,000 individuals. To facilitate this recruitment, Lu Wei personally announced the Jiuzhou Legion's call for new members in the chat channel. The message was simple. The Jiuzhou Legion was accepting recruits without any conditions or fees, urging interested parties to act swiftly, as the first batch would be limited to 10,000. Indeed, it was as straightforward as that. Join if you wish. Unlike others who resorted to persuasion and flattery to attract recruits, Lu Wei's approach conveyed an air of urgency. Those who hesitated risked missing out on the opportunity. Remarkably, this audacious recruitment strategy led to an overwhelming response, igniting a frenzy across the region. Zhang Ruoruo and her companions were soon overwhelmed with the influx of interest. Fortunately, thanks to Lu Wei's guidance, they were able to swiftly organize the new recruits, promoting some talents to assist in the recruitment efforts, which alleviated some of their burdens. As the number of recruits approached 10,000, Lu Wei remained unfazed. This was merely as he had anticipated. The true test would be how many would ultimately remain loyal. For those who joined, Lu Wei held no stringent demands. A moderate level of loyalty sufficed. He did not expect unwavering allegiance from everyone, as that would be unrealistic. However, those who did prove to be steadfast would certainly be rewarded with significant roles. With the growing numbers, Lu Wei began to outline the structure of the Legion. He would serve as the supreme commander and also take on the role of minister of the combat department. As his two female companions and two subordinates lacked notable combat prowess, even though Zhang Ruoruo had mastered 3 magical skills and possessed elven apples and spring water, Lu Wei did not intend for her to be on the front lines of battle. Initially, however, she could serve as the vice minister of the combat department, assisting in establishing its framework. Next, Jianjia would assume the role of logistics minister, as she demonstrated some talent in resource management and finance. With the support of Gao Ren and Zhang Tong as her deputies, the logistics and financial operations would run smoothly. Additionally, Lu Wei allocated some supplies and spearhead plots in the Legion's logistics warehouse as initial operating capital. These assets were deemed public property, and Lu Wei retained the right to reclaim and inspect them at any time, alleviating concerns about potential embezzlement. Zhang Ruoruo's primary responsibility is to assemble the magical battalion. In addition to the magical forces, there will eventually be archery units, melee divisions, reconnaissance teams, and more. However, at present, only the magical battalion is operational, while the others remain vacant. Personnel for these roles will be selected from newly recruited individuals. Yet, this will not occur until the activation of the Imperial Seal. At that time, a comprehensive framework will be established. Key positions will undoubtedly be filled by those with higher loyalty. Once the foundational structure is erected, Lu Wei begins to contemplate the regulations and protocols for the military corps. Chapter 84. The Guild's warehouse holds a grimoire. Firstly, it is imperative to adhere to commands, subsequently mirroring the established regulations of the original world as forces and integrating appropriate elements into our framework. This process cannot be rushed. It is a gradual endeavor that requires meticulous refinement. Ultimately, Lu Wei initiated a system of rewards and penalties. Within the guild, a point-based system was implemented, whereby members could earn points by completing guild commissions. These points could then be exchanged for items within the guild's warehouse. What treasures lie within the warehouse, one might wonder. It harbors not only various materials deposited by Lu Wei, but also a spear that can be acquired for a mere 10 points. Most astonishingly, the guild shop even offers grimoires for sale, and they are quite affordable, costing only 1,000 points. This revelation left the newly inducted members in awe, their mouths watering at the prospect of acquiring a tome of magic, a concept some had scarcely heard of, let alone imagine that the Legion would make such artifacts available. In a whirlwind of excitement, all members seemed invigorated, eagerly anticipating the issuance of new tasks to hasten their accumulation of points. The news that the public warehouse of the Jiuzhou Legion could exchange grimoires spread like wildfire, quickly reaching the entire region of 01438. The rapid dissemination of this information was undoubtedly propelled by the exuberant bragging of the recent recruits. Many had lamented their inability to secure a place within the guild, and now, upon discovering the availability of grimoires, their envy was palpable. Wow, there are magical skill books? Is it possible that this world truly possesses magic? Lu Zhihai had previously remarked on the complexity of this realm, suggesting that they were merely in a novice village, with more formidable powers yet to be unveiled. If Lu Zhihai had procured such grimoires, it was likely he had already mastered even greater ones. Alas, the world of the elite is beyond our comprehension. It is a feat for ordinary individuals merely to survive. I wish to join Jiuzhou. Who would relinquish their spot for me? I offer 10 plots in exchange. Keep your plots. Not even 20 would entice anyone to grant you their place. All they could do was hope that the next recruitment would come swiftly. Meanwhile, leaders of various factions observed this spectacle with palpable envy. They found themselves in a laborious pursuit of new recruits, often exhausting themselves with little success. Yet here was Jiuzhou, announcing a single message, and suddenly, individuals were clamoring to join. A sense of impending crisis brewed within their hearts. If Jiuzhou continued to flourish unchecked, they might soon find themselves without a foothold in the region. Should Jiuzhou expand its recruitment, their subordinates might defect en masse, leaving them with only two options, submission or annihilation. Thus, under the orchestration of astute individuals, the leaders of the major factions clandestinely convened to deliberate. Leading the meeting was the Lone Wolf of the Lone Wolf Mercenary Corps, who addressed the assembly. Esteemed colleagues, we gather here today with a shared understanding of our purpose. The matter at hand concerns our very survival, and I shall not mince words. Let us deliberate on the matter concerning Lu Zhihai from the 9 provinces. Feilong, the leader of the Feilong gang, spoke fiercely. What is there left to discuss? You have all witnessed Lu Zhihai's brutality. As long as the 9 provinces endure, it is we who shall face annihilation. Now is the opportune moment to strike, while their power remains unstable. Otherwise, we will inevitably be the ones to perish. I propose that we select a group of elite individuals to join forces and eliminate him. If we do not act, one day it will be our downfall. I concur with the leader of the Feilong gang, I added. I have had previous encounters with Lu Zhihai. He is nothing short of a despicable coward. Brother, you seem somewhat familiar. May I inquire your name? I am called Gigi Kuan. Oh, I recognize you as that prominent star. How unexpected that we have a celebrity among us. All right, everyone, let us continue to discuss how to confront Lu Zhihai. Here is what we will do. The Phylong gang shall contribute 50 men, and my lone wolf mercenary group will also provide 50, with 4 major factions present. The attention turned towards Rose and Zhao Xuanhu of the Alliance mercenary group, awaiting their contributions. With a glimmer in her beautiful eyes, Rose smiled and declared, "We may not have much, but we do have numbers. Thus, we shall provide 100 men." "Excellent. Rose is indeed a woman of valor," Phylong exclaimed, clapping his hands in admiration. Meanwhile, Lone Wolf appeared to be deep in thought, pondering something unknown. Zhao Xuanhu chuckled, "Our Alliance mercenary group cannot compete with Rose. So we shall contribute 50 as well. In that case, our Tiantian society will provide 20 men. Our Wushuang city will also contribute 20. In the end, the total count exceeded 500 individuals. Phylong laughed heartily, "With 500 of us against one, even if each of us throws a stone, we could surely bring him down." Lone Wolf waved his hand dismissively. "We must not be complacent. Lu Wei is no simple foe. It is wise to prepare thoroughly and discuss our strategy for this battle." Ultimately, after over 2 hours of heated debate, they named this operation the 18 Coalition Forces Campaign against the murderous tyrant Lu Zhenghai. Rose, having the largest contingent, was appointed as the leader, while Zhao Xuanhu, Lone Wolf, and Phylong were designated as deputy leaders. The preliminary plan was to find an opportunity when Lu Zhenghai was alone, and then to encircle him with all 500 men. However, unbeknownst to them, as their meeting concluded, Lu Wei had already received word of their gathering, including all their detailed plans. In the afternoon, after completing his tasks, Lu Wei began opening ordinary treasure chests. There was no need to wait for a critical hit opportunity with these chests, for the chances of obtaining valuable items were exceedingly low. He did not harbor expectations for anything remarkable. He would be content with mere necessities. Ideally, he hoped for some clothing, as he was left with only one set. Should anything happen to that outfit, he would be at a complete loss. Fortunately for Lu Wei, luck was on his side. Among the 50-odd ordinary treasure chests, aside from some materials and daily necessities, he discovered a few exceedingly valuable items. Among them were 2 pieces of clothing he had longed for, a set of sportswear and a winter coat designed for warmth. Additionally, he found a blueprint for a fishing hook. Though it may seem like a simple item, for Lu Wei, its significance was profound. This blueprint would enable the forge to continuously produce fishing hooks without interruption. Fishing hooks are the simplest means of procuring food through angling. And given the abundant marine resources in this area, he was assured of success every time he cast his line. One could say that with a fishing hook in hand, starvation would no longer be a concern. Furthermore, with an ample supply of fishing hooks, Lu Wei could employ longline fishing to acquire even more food for trade. As for selling fishing hooks, that was not on his agenda for the time being. After all, selling hooks would pale in comparison to selling fish, especially with a population of 10,000 in the brigade. Currently, the impact of the game's new version update remained uncertain, but he would certainly need to find them some tasks in the future. Chapter 85. Learning magic. Lu Wei replaced the spear in the forging machine and began crafting fishhooks. While the spears were currently selling well, Lu Wei estimated that it would not be long before sales stagnated. After all, as more and more players opened chests, basic weapons would gradually become commonplace. Moreover, with nearly 30,000 players having purchased what they needed, saturation was inevitable. However, Lu Wei was not concerned about this. He had upgraded designs in mind. And soon he could sell steel spears, which would far surpass the quality of the current ones, representing the pinnacle of mundane weaponry. Should the steel spears also fail to sell, he could always introduce extraordinary grade spears. As luck would have it, with future upgrades enhancing critical hit rates, there was a possibility of producing extraordinary weapons without limit someday. The production speed of fishhooks was remarkably swift. He could craft one in about a second. Lu Wei contemplated creating a substantial number of fish hooks, followed by some line fishing gear. Thus, even if the temple ceased to provide experience points, his leveling through fishing would remain efficient. Each fish yielded 1 experience point, and given the ocean's abundant resources in this area, with line fishing, catching a few thousand fish in a day would be entirely feasible. Just as Lu Wei was preparing to procure some fishing line for his line fishing, Jian Jiao unexpectedly initiated a voice call. "Boss, a stunning beauty is looking for you and wishes to communicate." Jian Jia spoke with a hint of jealousy in her tone. Lu Wei paused, puzzled. "What stunning beauty? Just take a look for yourself. She claims to have something important to discuss. Would you like to chat with her?" "Who is it?" "Rose, the president of the Rose and Sword Guild." Upon hearing this, Lu Wei realized that indeed, she was a remarkable beauty. "All right then. Have her add me as a friend," he replied. For quite some time, Lu Wei had kept his friend request settings on decline due to the overwhelming number of friend requests. He only changed this status when necessary. As soon as Lu Wei adjusted his settings, he received Rose's request and promptly accepted it. Shortly after, Rose sent a voice call request. Once connected, Rose initiated the conversation. "Hello, Mr. Liu. I am Rose." "Yes, I know. Jian Jia mentioned you had something to discuss." Lu Wei replied directly without beating around the bush. Rose paused momentarily before responding. "I indeed have a piece of information that is very important for you. However, before I proceed, I would like to propose a condition." Lu Wei chuckled lightly. "All right, go ahead and state your condition. I will see whether or not to agree." Sensing the indifference in Lu Wei's tone, Rose quickly interjected, "Mr. Liu, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. This matter is truly of great significance to you." "Very well, speak on," Lu Wei said, though he feigned nonchalance. His mind began to ponder what this important matter could be. Somewhere deep down, he sensed he might grasp a fragment of the truth. However, before he could fully comprehend it, Rose articulated her condition. "My conditions are few, merely two. Firstly, should I divulge this matter to you, both my guild and I would undoubtedly face certain security threats. I hope you can assure the safety of both myself and my guild." Upon hearing this, Lu Wei felt even more convinced of his suspicions. He replied, "Rest assured, should any security issues arise due to your revelation, I shall assist you." Now, what is the second condition? The second condition is that I wish to purchase some spears at a lower price, specifically 1 spear for every 20 plots. For a guild as numerous as ours, this price is exorbitant. Lu Wei nodded in agreement. "That is not an issue. If your information proves valuable, I can sell you 1 spear for 10 plots for a total of 10,000 spears. Does that sound acceptable?" Upon hearing this, Rose immediately offered a 50% discount, exclaiming, "That works perfectly. Thank you. I will relay the information to you right away." She then recounted the plans of the 18 lords who intended to attack him. Lu Wei listened attentively, his expression and tone remaining calm. "Understood. I have received your message, and I will honor my promise. You may inform me whenever you wish to acquire the spears." "Thank you. I shall gather the resources immediately and contact you once everything is ready." Rose felt relieved knowing that he would keep his word. She had feared that if she informed Lu Jinghai, he might renege on his promise, which would have put her in a precarious position. It appeared that Lu Jinghai was indeed a man of his word. However, acquiring the spears at this moment was not feasible. If she were to buy a large quantity of 10,000 spears at a discounted price, it would be obvious to anyone that she had betrayed the information regarding the impending assault on Lu Jinghai. Meanwhile, Lu Wei, after absorbing the information, seemed momentarily lost in thought. He then shook his head and muttered, Some individuals simply do not wish to live peacefully." With that, he resumed his tasks. As for the 500 individuals preparing to besiege him, Lu Wei paid them no mind. Unless every one of those 500 possessed magical abilities, they posed no significant threat. Even if they doubled in number, it would merely be a banquet for him. Moreover, humans are not like animals. They do not fight until the bitter end. When the time comes, he could effortlessly eliminate a dozen of them, and the remaining would collapse without further effort. Furthermore, he had an undercover agent on his side, and their very leader had betrayed them. What was there to fear? With this thought, Lu Wei smiled and continued his endeavors. He had yet to learn the magic water arrow technique and wondered if his fire spirit body could learn water attribute magic. Zhang Ruoruo and Jian Jia had already mastered it, which was not unexpected, as it is common for girls to be more adept at learning water magic. However, he possessed a system, which meant he did not need to learn at the same slow pace as others. Following the system's guidance, Lu Wei chose to learn directly. In an instant, a plethora of magical runes appeared in his mind. Moments later, Lu Wei opened his eyes, feeling as though he had fully grasped the knowledge. As he silently contemplated the casting technique of the water arrow, a sudden transformation occurred in the surrounding air. Moisture swiftly coalesced, and in an instant, a water arrow materialized before him. This arrow was slightly smaller than a traditional bow and arrow, measuring approximately 30 centimeters in length. Lu Wei sensed that he could further condense the water, enlarging the arrow. However, he chose not to pursue that path just yet, opting instead to test the potency of this diminutive water arrow. Fixing his gaze upon a distant stone, Lu Wei focused his thoughts, and with a swift motion, the water arrow shot forth. Its speed rivaled that of the arrows he had previously loosed from his bow. Chapter 86. The second landing with a resounding thud. A stone was pierced by a water arrow, creating a small hole several centimeters deep, causing the stone to crack perilously close to shattering. If such a projectile were to strike a person, it would likely result in utter dismemberment. Lu Wei's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The power of this water arrow was indeed formidable, although its penetration was not as powerful as that of his bow and arrow. Its destructive capacity far surpassed that of the latter. Moreover, it offered greater convenience, requiring only the expenditure of mental energy rather than preparation. It is no wonder that sorcerers are deemed powerful. Even a rudimentary water arrow spell possesses such might. How potent must advanced magic be? Moreover, he had just sensed that he could condense the water arrow into a larger form. Would that amplify its strength? With this thought, Lu Wei conjured another water arrow, steadily augmenting its size through concentrated mental effort. He continued until it reached nearly 2 meters in length and as thick as his arm, only halting when he felt a strain. With a mere thought, the colossal water arrow was launched forth. A thunderous explosion ensued as the stone was obliterated, fragments scattering in all directions. Lu Wei quickly dropped to the ground, shielding his face. Even at a distance, the impact of the debris was painfully perceptible against his skin. After a moment, as the dust settled, he lifted his gaze to the site of the explosion. The stone had vanished entirely, leaving behind a deep crater exceeding a meter in depth. The force was akin to that of a cannonball. However, such a technique proved impractical for conventional combat due to the protracted charging time. One would be dead 800 times over by then. It seemed that this method could only be employed in extraordinary circumstances. After tidying the chaotic scene, Lu Wei stood and checked the time. It was getting late, and dinner awaited. He retrieved the wild chicken and rabbit he had hunted yesterday and began his culinary preparations. Utilizing the system for immediate disassembly, he obtained pristine chicken and rabbit meat, along with feathers and pelts suitable for crafting arrows. After blanching the meat, he stir-fried it and then stewed it with water. Lu Wei, being quite particular about his food, had ensured that all necessary ingredients were ready. With the meat simmering, he used another room stove to prepare a pot of rice. An hour later, both the rice and the meat were ready. Upon opening the pot, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Having not tasted meat in over 10 days, Lu Wei found himself salivating involuntarily. He served each of Jian Jia and Zhang Ruorua a bowl of rice and a generous helping of meat, reserving the remainder for himself. Having feasted to his heart's content, he resumed preparing fishing hooks when he received a call from Zhang Tong. He relayed that Zhao Xuanhu of the Alliance Mercenary Corps wished to speak with him regarding an important matter. Lu Wei, upon hearing this, shook his head in resignation. He had already received 7 such messages that afternoon. Clearly, the hearts of men were far from sincere. He could not help but wonder if Fai Long and the others were aware that half of the 18 warlords they had organized had already betrayed them. You may inform him that I am already privy to the news. He is late, Lu Wei concluded before hanging up the call. Such audacity to seek favors. It's as if one is striving for a morsel of what is already cold. Meanwhile, upon learning that Lu Zhenghai had been privy to the news all along, Zhao Xuanhu could not help but lament, striking his thigh in regret. He had never anticipated that a mere hesitation of a few hours would result in another seizing the opportunity ahead of him. After a moment of contemplation, he surmised who it might be and hastily initiated a voice call. Even if the chance for a favor had slipped away, he could not afford to harbor enmity. After all, their future interactions would still depend on the other's goodwill. Though somewhat disheartened, he recognized that lacking in strength left him with little recourse. On Lu Wei's end, numerous tasks awaited him, particularly with the recruitment of the Legion just commencing, leaving him overwhelmed. By the time he attended to all matters, the hour had grown late into the night. Noticing the time, he saw that the opportunities for lucky strikes had refreshed. He chose not to rush into using them. As the following morning, he was to accompany Zhang Ruo to the island, where he could also visit the temple to amass some experience points. The experience gained there was plentiful and worthy of a critical strike, allowing for a swift elevation in levels. As for the remaining 2 bronze chests, there was no urgency. At the break of dawn the next day, Lu Wei arose early, not from slumber, but at the behest of Zhang Ruoruo. "My dear aunt, why rise so early? The sun has yet to break," he inquired. Zhang Ruoruo, brimming with excitement, replied, "Oh, I just wanted to tidy up. After breakfast, the sun will be up. Hurry and freshen up. I've prepared breakfast and sent it over to you. Eat quickly, and we shall set forth." Lu Wei, hearing this, sighed. "What time did you wake? Surely you didn't stay awake all night?" Not for long. I was simply too exhilarated, anxious, and expectant. Sleep eluded me as I pondered your appearance," she confessed. Lu Wei was left speechless. "I suggested we exchange photos beforehand to avoid any confusion upon meeting, yet you refused. How could I? Meeting in person today would be devoid of surprise if we saw each other now. She retorted, "Very well, as you wish. I shall go freshen up. Let us convene at the tallest mountain in the center of the island." After ending the call, Lu Wei hastily washed up and began his breakfast. Once his meal was completed, he gathered the necessary items, ensuring nothing was amiss. He exchanged a quick message with Zhang Ruoruo before embarking on their journey. In the blink of an eye, Lu Wei found himself on the island. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered he was amidst a forest. With agility, he climbed to the top of the tallest tree to survey his surroundings. He noted the proximity to the coastline, yet the distance to the central mountain was considerably greater. The island was elongated, and his current position was at one end. If he were to traverse to the mountain, it would likely take over an hour, especially since the terrain was steep and dense with foliage, making passage quite arduous. Just as Lu Wei contemplated calling Zhang Ruoruo to inquire about her whereabouts, her call came through first. "Lu Wei, where are you?" Upon hearing this, Lu Wei smiled wryly and remarked, "It seems that my journey to the destination may be rather lengthy, taking over an hour. How about you?" Upon realizing that it would take Lu Wei more than an hour to arrive, Zhang Ruo exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, that far? It appears I am right at the foot of this mountain, and there are quite a number of people coming and going here." Lu Wei furrowed his brow upon hearing this. "With so many people around, you must exercise caution. By the way, why not inquire in our core channel to see if anyone is nearby? They can gather with you." After a moment's thought, he added, "Never mind, I will handle it. Just wait for me." As he spoke, Lu Wei switched to the core channel and sent a message, "Dear brothers and sisters in the core, upon receiving this message, please gather at the foot of the central mountain on the island. Our Minister of Magic, Ruo, is there. Let us assemble with her and await my arrival." Ruoruo is the nickname for Zhang Ruoruo, and naturally, Lu Wei could not divulge her true name to the outside world. Fortunately, he kept this information concealed. Otherwise, Ruoruo's identity would no longer remain a secret. Once Lu Wei's message was dispatched, the members of the Jiuzhou Corps on the island became lively and engaged. Chapter 87. The Ogre Tribe. It is the esteemed leader. Greetings, esteemed leader. It is my first time seeing you in person, and I am utterly delighted. Do you really wish to provoke me? I could easily pierce you with a spear. Oh dear, it's my first time being so close to the world's wealthiest individual. The world's richest person is actually speaking to me. How amusing. Speaking is one thing, but soon I shall have the privilege of touching you as well. Leader, I am at the foot of the mountain. May I inquire about the whereabouts of the Minister of Magic? Leader, does the Minister of Magic truly possess magical abilities? Lu Wei glanced at their responses, feeling exasperated. Never mind, I shall leave this to Zhang Ruoruo. As for her safety, he did not harbor much concern. For Zhang Ruoruo had consumed numerous elven apples and imbibed from the spring of vitality, endowing her with a physique far superior to that of an ordinary person. In a real confrontation, even without magic, she would pose a considerable challenge to most. Moreover, having learned 3 magical skills, anyone daring to harm her would find themselves in dire straits. Closing the chat interface, Lu Wei hastened onward. Unbeknownst to him, excitement was brewing for Zhang Ruoruo. Following Lu Wei's assembly message, members of the Jiuzhou Legion began to gather at the mountain's base. Jiuzhou Legion, assemble here. I am part of the Jiuzhou Legion. Ha ha ha, comrades. I have arrived. By the way, has anyone seen Minister Ruoruo? From her name, it seems likely that our minister is a stunning beauty. At that moment, Zhang Ruoruo, stealthily observing from the sidelines, recognized the increasing number of people and understood it was her moment to step forward. While most individuals might feel intimidated by such a scene upon first encounter, for her, it was a familiar spectacle. As a star, she was accustomed to attention wherever she went. This gathering was merely a minor affair. With a smile, Zhang Ruoruo approached the crowd. Hello everyone, I am your Minister of Magic, Ruoruo. My full name is Zhang Ruoruo. Upon hearing this, they instinctively turned to look. In an instant, they were rendered speechless. What a beautiful lady. Wow, is this truly our Minister of Magic? I have decided, I must join the Ministry of Magic. Huh? Why does the minister seem so familiar? What did she say her name was? It seems to be Zhang Ruoruo. Zhang Ruoruo. It is indeed Zhang Ruoruo. Wow, is this for real? A throng of people quickly surrounded Zhang Ruoruo, their faces alight with excitement, chattering animatedly. Observing this, Zhang Ruoruo hastily calmed them, saying, All right, everyone, please settle down. From now on, we are all family, and we will have plenty of time to get to know one another. For now, let us keep my identity under wraps. Our leader is yet to be informed, so let us wait for his arrival before revealing it. Upon hearing this, the crowd instantly grew intrigued and eagerly promised to keep her secret. Ruah Ruah, how did you come to know our leader? He seems unaware of your identity. Could it be that he never browses the internet and is oblivious to the happenings in the entertainment industry? Ha ha ha, perhaps our leader is just an earnest man, truly uninformed about celebrities. To be in the same guild as Zhang Ruoruo is indeed a stroke of good fortune. If others were to discover this, they would certainly be envious. As a rising star in the entertainment realm, Zhang Ruoruo possesses remarkable talent, exceptional acting skills, ethereal beauty, and a charmingly vivacious personality, all while maintaining a pristine public image devoid of scandals, thus garnering immense popularity. She is certainly not a celebrity who has achieved fame solely through marketing tactics. At this moment, the foot of the mountain was not only populated by members of the Jiuzhou Legion, but also by many passers-by and onlookers, witnessing such a lively gathering. With laughter and shouts echoing as if in madness, some felt utterly bewildered. What were those people doing? Were they out of their minds? Alas, do not mention it. If you were there, you would be equally enthralled. The speaker wore an expression of envy, his eyes gleaming with desire. It was evident he yearned to join, but unfortunately, he was not a member of the Jiuzhou Legion. What's the deal? Are they offering money there? Someone scoffed. Those are all members of the Jiuzhou Legion. With this remark, the surroundings fell silent as everyone succumbed to envy. The Jiuzhou Legion, the armed force of the world's wealthiest man, Liu Zhihai, not only boasts wealth but also unparalleled strength. It is rumored that upon joining, one could acquire a spear weapon for virtually nothing, requiring only a meager amount of points for exchange. What is so special about the Jiuzhou Legion? Our lone wolves are not lacking either, muttered someone, clearly unimpressed. Yet, from the tone of his voice, it was apparent he lacked confidence in his own words. At that moment, another voice chimed in. The superstar Zhang Ruoruo is also part of their guild. Zhang Ruoruo? The enchanting actress whom one dreams of bringing home as a bride? The goddess of the entertainment industry who leaves even those indifferent to fandoms utterly captivated? This is truly maddeningly envious. Meanwhile, Lu Wei was merrily traversing the forest with a wild chicken in hand. Along the way, he meticulously observed the island's environment, discovering that it was far larger than he had anticipated. If he were to claim it all, it would be a meteoric rise to success. Just as he was delighting in the prospect of his future island, a sudden roar echoed through the air. The sound resembled that of a beast, filled with a primal ferocity yet lacking the penetrating quality of true wildlife. Lu Wei was all too familiar with such sounds, the voice of an ogre. His expression tightened, the smile fading from his face as he surveyed his surroundings. Finding a tree, he quietly climbed it, following the direction of the sound. He could faintly discern a small hill over 100 meters high. At the base of the hill was a cave, with ogres intermittently entering and exiting. It was evident that this was an ogre tribe, residing within that cavern. The exact number remains unknown, however, irrespective of the quantity. It is an unexpected and delightful boon for Lu Wei. The experience points from ogres far surpass those of goblins. 1 ogre equals 5 goblins. And if it is a giant ogre, the disparity is even greater. Moreover, aside from their considerable strength, they are relatively easy to slay, practically offering themselves as a source of experience. First, Lu Wei sent a message to Zhang Ruoruo to confirm her safety, assuring him that she had reunited with several members of her team, alleviating his concerns for her well-being. Descending from the tree, Lu Wei stealthily approached the vicinity of the cave. At this hour, the ogres should have just awakened. Outside the cave, only 2 or 3 were seen gnawing on some wild fruits. Despite their name, ogres do not exclusively feast on humans. In truth, there are not enough individuals to satiate their appetite. Wild fruits and beasts constitute their primary sustenance. However, they do not consume cooked food. Although they walk upright, they are fundamentally not much different from beasts. Chapter 88. Provocation in comparison to large beasts. Ogres possess formidable strength, albeit with a slightly reduced speed. However, they exhibit a modicum of intelligence, akin to that of a chimpanzee, demonstrating an understanding of utilizing traps for hunting. Nonetheless, their intellect pales in comparison to that of humans, allowing them only to rival chimpanzees in cunning. Lu Wei estimated that this tribe of ogres numbered no more than a dozen. Thus, he felt no need to devise any elaborate strategies. A direct assault would suffice. The ogres possessed keen hearing. As Lu Wei emerged from the forest, they detected his presence immediately. Upon recognizing him as a 2-legged intruder, they charged forth, brandishing their clubs and bellowing loudly. The distance between them was nearly 100 meters. And with 3 ogres approaching, Lu Wei opted not to use his bow, instead conjuring a water arrow. The speed of conjuring a water arrow matched that of a regular arrow, and it bore the advantage of significantly enhanced accuracy. At such a distance, he lacked confidence in hitting his target with a bow, but with magic, a direct hit was assured as long as the target did not evade. Of course, the water arrow had its drawbacks, primarily the consumption of mental energy. With Lu Wei's current reserves, he could only unleash 30 arrows before exhaustion set in. Nonetheless, this was more than sufficient to deal with the ogres. Whoosh! One water arrow was launched, and Lu Wei quickly summoned a second. In a mere 2 seconds, all 3 water arrows were released. Bang! 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 3 subtle sounds echoed as a crimson mist enveloped the air. The upper halves of the 3 ogres vanished, leaving only their legs crumpled on the ground. Witnessing this gruesome spectacle, Lu Wei grimaced, deeming it excessively brutal and distasteful. It seemed prudent to refrain from employing such methods in the future. Ding! Congratulations on gaining 15 experience points. Would you like to activate Lucky Critical Hit? Ding! Congratulations on gaining 15 experience points. Would you like to activate Lucky Critical Hit? Ding! Congratulations on gaining 15 experience points. Would you like to activate Lucky Critical Hit? Given the scanned experience points, Lu Wei resolutely declined the opportunity for a Lucky Critical Hit. The cries of the fallen ogres had attracted the attention of the remaining ogres within the cave. As the 3 fell, 4 more emerged from the shadows. Upon seeing Lu Wei, they disregarded their fallen comrades and charged forward with wild cries. Lu Wei promptly conjured 4 additional water arrows, dispatching these newcomers with ease. After neutralizing the 4, another quartet of ogres emerged from the cavern. Unlike their predecessors, these 4 bore heavy, bulging sacks. As they approached Lu Wei, the sacks swayed ominously. Yet, Lu Wei felt no compulsion to show mercy merely because of their additional burdens. Each was met with a swift water arrow, ensuring their demise. Following this encounter, no further ogres dared to emerge from the cave. The lifeless bodies of the fallen ogres gradually transformed into treasure chests. After collecting several ordinary chests, Lu Wei brandished a spear and cautiously approached the cave entrance. As he neared, an unbearable stench assaulted his senses. The scent was a foul amalgamation of fishy, rancid, and repugnant odors, far more unbearable than the stench of a 20-year-old latrine. Lu Wei held his breath and peered inside. The entire cavern was in disarray, filthy and chaotic, littered with rotting wild fruits and remnants of bones strewn everywhere. In one corner lay a mound of hay, presumably a resting place for the ogres. Not far off, one could even glimpse some excrement. After surveying the area and finding nothing of interest, Lu Wei hastily departed. Remaining there for even a second felt like torment. He ran a considerable distance before daring to take a deep breath. After a brief respite, Lu Wei continued on his journey. However, as he walked, a question suddenly struck him. There had been only 4 female ogres, yet 7 male ones. How did they divide their numbers? Dahai, where are you? Just as Lu Wei was feeling frustrated after having shot a wild rabbit, he received a message from Zhang Ruoruo. I might arrive in about half an hour. How about you? What's the situation? He. I'm doing splendidly here. Everyone is incredibly warm and has been treating me to delicious food. Lu Wei was momentarily speechless. Sister, are you here for an adventurous exploration or a spring outing? That's great. Enjoy yourself. I'll be there shortly. Just be careful. No need to worry about me. We'll head up the mountain together once you arrive. All right, goodbye. Farewell. Afterward, Lu Wei quickened his pace. Although Zhang Ruoruo claimed she was not in a hurry, he could discern her evident anxiety. Otherwise, she would not have sent him a message, clearly indicating her impatience or some unsettling matter on her mind. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, hundreds had gathered, with more arriving continuously. Among them, only about 30 were members of Jiuzhou. The rest were either from other guilds or ordinary solo players. Rumors of a celebrity being present had piqued the curiosity of many, drawing them to catch a glimpse. Initially, the atmosphere was manageable, but as the crowd swelled, an unsettling tension began to permeate the air. As the throng increased, disorder ensued, and in the absence of moral law, human nature was unleashed more fully. Some individuals, inherently ill-intentioned, became restless, incited by the provocations of a few. Despite Lu Wei's earlier display of power by slaying over 20 individuals, the sheer number of people present made it implausible for him to eliminate them all. Adhering to the principle of collective impunity, some grew bolder. Hey, big star, put on a show for us. Yeah, it's not every day we see a celebrity. Entertain us. As the crowd clamored for entertainment, they quickly concealed themselves within the throng, fearful of drawing the attention of Jiuzhou members, for should Lu Jahai arrive, it could spell danger. What's the matter? Still pretending to be a big star? With the number of hecklers increasing, the expressions of Gyozho members grew increasingly grim. Finally, a young man appearing to be in his early 20s could no longer contain himself. Desiring to witness the performance, one might as well seek out your mother. Who dares to instigate? Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. With a leader emerging, the other members of the Gyozho tribe grew emboldened. They encircled Zhang Ruoruo, creating a clear space, and brandished their spears, vigilantly surveying the surrounding crowd. Those with no business here should hastily depart. Otherwise, when our captain arrives, you shall find it impossible to leave. Upon hearing that Lu Zhihai was on his way, the onlookers instinctively recoiled. The mere mention of Lu Zhihai's name still held considerable sway, particularly given the events of recent days. Many felt a tremor of apprehension at the sound of his name. Suddenly, from the back of the crowd, someone shouted, "What if Lu Zhihai arrives? There are hundreds of us here. Are we to fear just one man? I refuse to believe he can slay us all." Chapter 89. Zhang Ruoruo displays her might who dares to stir up trouble from behind? If you possess the courage, step forward instead of lurking in the shadows like a coward. Do you perceive our Gyozho Legion as a bunch of soft persimmons? I advise you all to leave promptly. Otherwise, your actions will be regarded as a provocation against us, and you shall bear the consequences. Upon hearing these words, the crowd realized that offending someone from Gyozho was far from a trivial matter, especially those at the front who had merely come to witness the spectacle. They had no intentions of causing trouble. Although they had been incited and their tempers flared, the sight of the Gyozho warriors brandishing their spears quickly sobered them, prompting a gradual retreat. While those in front attempted to withdraw, the individuals at the back remained unperturbed, confident that the Gyozho soldiers could not discern their identities. Hidden amongst the crowd, they felt invincible. As one individual had remarked, could Lu Zhihai truly kill the hundreds present? What a joke. Who do you think you're intimidating? We are a multitude, and we fear not the Gyozho Legion. What could Lu Zhihai possibly do? A mere spit from each of us could drown him. If you wish for us to leave, then entertain us with a dance, dear star. Preferably one involving some disrobing, ha ha ha. Zhang Ruoruo, upon hearing this, felt her cheeks flush with anger. She recognized that these individuals would not relent without a stern warning. Consequently, she raised her small hand, a spark igniting within her grasp. As her mental energy surged, the spark expanded, transforming into a fireball the size of a cantaloupe. This scene left everyone present in stunned silence. Although they had heard tales of magic, witnessing it in action was an entirely different experience. My goodness, is this truly magic? How cool. Wow, that is so impressive. I wish to learn magic too. Is this the fireball spell? Such a size, what would happen if it struck a person? They would undoubtedly become a roasted pig. I refuse to believe that a mere fireball could possess much power. In films, the fireball spell seems to be one of the weakest, lacking the ability to even kill a person. While many were astonished that Zhang Ruoruo could indeed wield magic, numerous onlookers doubted the potency of such a rudimentary fireball spell. After all, in various entertainment forms, the fireball spell was not particularly formidable. However, the next moment sent chills down everyone's spine. With a swift motion, Zhang Ruoruo unleashed the fireball, which shot forth with incredible speed, covering over 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Such velocity was beyond the capability of ordinary individuals to evade. As the crowd marveled at the rapidity of the fireball, they soon grasped the stark contrast between reality and the depictions in film and television. The fireball soared over 100 meters before crashing down with a resounding boom against the mountainside. Instantly, the ground trembled, and a cloud of dust erupted into the air, flames illuminating the scene as if a missile had struck, with the resulting smoke soaring dozens of meters high. The stones, propelled by the explosion, flew wildly in all directions, even striking the crowd and eliciting cries of alarm. This scene left everyone utterly astonished. Was this the fireball technique? Its power was truly terrifying. If unleashed amidst such a dense crowd, it could easily decimate more than half of the several hundred present. Once calm returned, Zhang Ruoruo surveyed the surroundings before speaking slowly. I appreciate your admiration, and I am genuinely pleased that you have come to see me. However, the number of people here has become excessive, severely jeopardizing everyone's safety. Therefore, for the safety of all and to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, I kindly urge you to leave promptly. That fireball technique was merely a performance for you all. Furthermore, to those with ill intentions, I advise you to reconsider your actions, lest you find me unyielding. As her words settled in, the crowd exchanged glances, swallowing hard. If that had struck them directly, they would likely have been reduced to nothing. Better to avoid any further chaos. Life was far too precious. Thus, after weighing the risks, everyone began to depart. After all, while joining the spectacle was enticing, preserving one's life took precedence. No one had anticipated that this seemingly delicate star possessed such formidable strength. Witnessing her fireball technique had effectively extinguished any lingering, inappropriate fantasies some may have held. With the onlookers gone, those who thrived on incitement and provocation dared not linger. Soon, only members of the Gyojou remained. At this point, all eyes were wide with astonishment. Disbelief etched across their faces. Minister, so you are this powerful? How impressive. Is this truly the fireball technique? Amazing. Minister Ruruo, I wish to follow you from now on. Please take me under your wing. Zhang Ruruo smiled at their admiration and replied, although I have yet to meet our leader. I am fully aware that they are far more powerful than I, as much of what I possess has been bestowed upon me by them. When our leader arrives, I shall surely cling to their leg and not let go. Rest assured, as long as you all work diligently within the brigade, our leader will not neglect you. Let me share a secret. Our leader possesses an abundance of valuable resources. It all depends on your ability to seize them. Her tone carried a teasing allure, imbued with jest, yet inadvertently revealing the formidable backing of the brigade. The intention was clear. She hoped to inspire them to contribute meaningfully to the brigade. The crowd, captivated, began to ponder how they might distinguish themselves and attract the leader's attention. At that moment, Zhang Ruoruo suddenly turned to the young man who had first defended her and firmly reprimanded the others, asking, "What is your name?" The young man was taken aback, astonished that his idol would inquire about his name. His face flushed with nervous excitement. I am Chen Kai. Zhang Ruoruo smiled and nodded, saying, Chen Kai, very well. I shall remember you. Thank you for standing up for me just now. Upon hearing his idol's praise, Chen Kai immediately felt a surge of excitement and replied, It was nothing, Minister. You are my idol. I have admired you for a long time. Seeing those people bully you, I simply could not stand by. Zhang Ruoruo chuckled softly and said, When the leader arrives shortly, I will mention this matter to him and seek a reward for you. Keep up the good work. Chen Kai hurriedly waved his hands, saying, No, it is merely my duty. The onlookers nearby gazed at this scene with envy, their hearts filled with longing. To be remembered by the minister and potentially receive a reward from the leader was akin to ascending to great heights, promising a bright future ahead. At that moment, a handsome young man suddenly approached from a distance. Chapter 90. An encounter and a mistaken identity. Oh, what a handsome young man! Exclaimed a slightly plump girl from the team, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the dashing young man approaching. Oh, he is coming towards us. Could he be one of our troop members? Yuan, it seems he is looking at you, remarked several girls, chattering amongst themselves while observing Lu Wei. It was no surprise they did not recognize him, although a video of Lu Wei defeating over 20 opponents had been uploaded 2 days prior. It had only captured his back as the fight concluded. Additionally, Lu Wei had changed his attire today, making it entirely reasonable for him to go unrecognized. However, as Zhang Ruoruo watched the charming young man stride over, her heart skipped a beat. She felt an inexplicable sense that this young man might very well be her big C. Yet, she found it hard to believe that he appeared so youthful. This thought led her to a rather peculiar notion, an old cow grazing on tender grass. Indeed, the young man was Lu Wei. Noticing a gathering of people, he surmised they might belong to his troop and approached them directly. Are you all from the Gyojou troop? Lu Wei inquired as he stood before them. After scanning the crowd, his gaze fell upon Zhang Ruoruo, leaving him momentarily awestruck. What a beautiful girl, he mused, reminded of a star from his previous life. Despite his admiration, he refrained from lingering on her, lest he be perceived as a lecher, and instead focused on a rather ordinary, slightly chubby girl. After surveying the group, he concluded that only this girl matched his mental image of Zhang Ruoruo. He offered her a gentle smile, radiating warmth. The plump girl felt her heart race at Lu Wei's smile, her cheeks flushing crimson. Beside her, Zhang Ruo observed this interaction with a trace of perplexity. She seemed to realize that this fellow must have mistaken her identity. Yes, we are all from the Gyojou troop. Are you as well? Upon confirming their affiliation, Lu Wei smiled and nodded. I am your captain, Lu Junhai. The moment those words escaped his lips, astonished gasps echoed among the group, their eyes widening in disbelief. Captain? Captain? You truly are the captain? Lu Wei chuckled. Absolutely, I assure you, no one would dare impersonate me. As he spoke, the Gale Spear materialized in his hand, and with a slight pause, he planted it firmly into the ground. Zhang Ruoruo was equally astounded, although she had mentally prepared herself. Hearing the young man claim to be Lu Junhai still took her by surprise. To verify his identity, she discreetly initiated a voice call to Lu Wei. The system interface was visible only to her, and unless permissions were granted, others could not see it. The ringing of the voice call resonated directly in her mind, inaudible to anyone else. Upon hearing the notification sound, Lu Wei paused for a moment, glancing at the screen to find it was a call from Zhang Ruo. Suddenly, it dawned upon him that this girl must be hiding nearby, quietly validating her own existence. After connecting the call, he directly inquired, "What's the matter?" "I have arrived. Will you continue to linger in the shadows?" As Lu Wei spoke, his gaze was directed towards the plump girl. At that moment, everyone instinctively turned their attention to Zhang Ruo, for she was undoubtedly the most familiar with the group leader. Realizing the situation, Zhang Ruo understood that she could no longer remain concealed, silently cursing the fool Hai for mistaking her identity. She had completely forgotten that it was she who had claimed to be 150 centimeters tall and weighing 200 pounds. Consequently, with a slight blush on her cheeks, Zhang Ruo stepped out from the crowd. Approaching Lu Wei, she shot him a glare and whispered, "You fool. Why are you looking at her?" "I am your girlfriend." Lu Wei blinked, uncertainly asking, "You mean you are Zhang Ruo? How can you prove it?" "This face is proof enough," Zhang Ruo retorted, exasperated. "Does this guy not even recognize himself? Is he living in a primitive society?" Lu Wei pouted. "What is the matter? Is your face printed on money? Does everyone know you?" The onlookers, thoroughly entertained, were taken aback by the revelation that the group leader and Zhang Ruo were actually in a romantic relationship, and that they had yet to meet in person. Was this considered an online romance? Suddenly, upon hearing Lu Wei's remark, they could no longer contain themselves and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. With the laughter, Zhang Ruo felt overwhelmed, her face flushed with embarrassment. She pinched Lu Wei's arm lightly and indignantly exclaimed, "You idiot. Do you not remember the noodles I made you yesterday? Surely that proves something." Upon hearing this, Lu Wei couldn't help but chuckle. All right, that proves it." He quickly pulled Zhang Ruo aside, away from the crowd. "Please wait here for a moment. I need to discuss something with your leader." Feeling shy as Lu Wei led her away in front of so many people, Zhang Ruo followed closely behind, her face still tinged with red. "Now, tell me, what should we do about the deception?" Lu Wei smiled brightly at Zhang Ruo, feeling quite satisfied. Initially, he had imagined his girlfriend to be an ordinary-looking chubby girl, but to his surprise, she was an enchanting beauty. Though he did not overly concern himself with Zhang Ruo's appearance, he certainly appreciated her beauty. Upon hearing Lu Wei mention the matter, Zhang Ruo's expression turned anxious. She lifted her head and gazed at him with pleading eyes, pouting, "Please don't be angry. I was merely joking. I didn't expect you to actually believe it. I thought you would guess my identity." Zhang Ruo genuinely believed that Lu Wei would uncover her true identity, as she had provided some hints. Little did she know that this fellow before her resided in an entirely different world, and thus had no knowledge of the stars from her realm. "Your identity? What identity?" Lu Wei inquired curiously. He was genuinely intrigued, with no ulterior motives. However, in the eyes of Zhang Ruo, this was nothing short of ridicule. Zhang Ruo found herself at a loss for words when questioned, her heart brimming with indignation. Surely she could not confess to being a star. That would be utterly shameless. "It's nothing," Zhang Ruo replied, her mood visibly dampened. Lu Wei, noticing her demeanor, chuckled and gently patted her head. "All right, I shall not pursue the matter of you deceiving me. Coincidentally, I too have something to conceal from you, so we are even now." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruo perked up immediately. "Oh, you have something to hide from me. Hurry and tell me, what is it?" Chapter 91. The 1,000-Mile Horse's Bone. Lu Wei smiled and said, "There is nothing much to it. My real name is Lu Wei, and Lu Zhihai is merely a nickname." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruo was immediately incensed. "You scoundrel! You have deceived me for so long. How do you intend to compensate me?" Lu Wei shrugged with a helpless expression. "I thought you would deduce my identity. Who would have guessed you were oblivious?" "Your identity? Are you also a celebrity?" Zhang Ruo surveyed Lu Wei with a puzzled expression, racking her brain, wondering if there was a Lu Wei in the entertainment industry, but she simply couldn't recall. "Not at all," Lu Wei replied, shaking his head with an odd expression. "Then you. How audacious of you." Zhang Ruo fumed, realizing with irritation that Lu Wei was teasing her. Enraged, she lunged at him to settle the score. Though they often bantered during their conversations, the reality of their first meeting left Zhang Ruo feeling quite bashful. Lu Wei turned his gaze to the distant teammates, who were watching them with wide-eyed excitement. When they noticed Lu Wei looking over, they quickly averted their eyes and pretended to examine their surroundings. After all, it was their first encounter, and Lu Wei felt it prudent to afford Zhang Ruo a moment of respite. Zhang Ruoruo was unlike Jinjia, who approached him with evident ulterior motives. And thus Lu Wei felt no need to hold back. Very well, I shall let you off the hook today. Come, let us ascend the mountain. I shall take you to hunt for treasure chests. Zhang Ruoruo could easily navigate the initial challenges before the temple on the mountain. But facing the Black Hound posed a considerable risk for her. Hunt for treasure chests? How does one do that? I will explain on the way. After reuniting with the group, Lu Wei led them up the mountain while briefing them about the temple's conditions. Such matters could not be concealed, with the temple present. It was only a matter of time before someone obtained the challenge token. However, Lu Wei remained unconcerned. Those capable of overcoming the first 3 challenges were few, let alone those who could conquer 10. Even he himself lacked the strength to surpass 10 challenges at present. On the way, Zhang Ruoruo recounted the events that had transpired earlier. Although Lu Wei remained mostly silent, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, betraying his inner fury. He surmised the identity of those instigators. Turning to Zhang Ruoruo, he said, "You handled yourself splendidly. If those individuals dare to offend you again, simply cast a fireball at them." Without the constraints of morality and law, one can never truly fathom the depths of human wickedness. Your mercy towards them is but cruelty towards yourself. Zhang Ruo nodded quietly. Indeed, I understand. I owe much to Chen Kai. She recounted how Chen Kai had actively defended her. Lu Wei nodded thoughtfully and then asked, "Are you Chen Kai?" Suddenly singled out by Lu Wei, Chen Kai quickly replied, "Yes, it's me, Captain." For reasons unknown, despite Lu Wei's youthful appearance, there was an indescribable aura of authority and pressure that emanated from him. Lu Wei smiled and said, "I just heard Minister Zhang Ruoruo commend your performance. You have done remarkably well. Please continue to strive forward." Chen Kai quickly replied, "Thank you for your praise, Captain. This is merely my duty." Yet, he felt a surge of excitement within. Having caught the captain's attention surely boded well for his future. Lu Wei nodded, stating, "I may lack in some areas, but I am resolute in matters of reward and punishment. It is commendable that you stepped forward when Minister Zhang was under threat." He then produced a book on water arrow techniques and handed it to Chen Kai. His generosity was not merely a display of his skills. Rather, he sought to establish a precedent. He wished to convey to all within the brigade that as long as one acts with the brigade's interests in mind, they shall be duly rewarded. Chen Kai was momentarily taken aback by Lu Wei's grand gesture, stunned as he held the magical skill book. This, Captain, He hesitated to decline, yet the temptation was too great. This was a magical skill, a rarity known to few. In the entire region 01438. Aside from Zhang Ruoruo, no one else was reputed to possess such abilities. For ordinary players still struggling for basic sustenance, acquiring a magical skill would elevate them above 999 of their peers. The envious glances from those around him underscored the rarity of this opportunity. Many lamented their mischance, wishing they could have been the first to step forward. However, to be the first to act required not only courage but also a sense of belonging and honor towards the brigade, a degree of loyalty that Chen Kai evidently possessed. This was one of the reasons Lu Wei was inclined to reward him handsomely. Observing Chen Kai's astonished demeanor, Lu Wei chuckled, "Take it, once you have mastered it. Serve the brigade well, and further rewards will surely follow." "Thank you, Captain. I understand. I will strive to do my best," Chen Kai promised earnestly. Lu Wei nodded. Then turned to Zhang Ruoruo, leading her onward as they continued their ascent. Behind them, a crowd filled with envy and admiration watched, alongside an elated Chen Kai. Though this mountain was the highest on the island, its elevation was only 300 to 400 meters. Within about an hour, the group reached the summit. The number of people atop the mountain was sparse compared to their previous visit, with only a few resting there. It seemed most had ceased coming upon realizing that they could not challenge the temple. Upon their arrival, Lu Wei and his companions immediately attracted the attention of those present. Ignoring the onlookers, Lu Wei turned to Zhang Ruoruo and inquired, "What do you think? Would you like to go in first?" After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Ruoruo replied, "Perhaps you should go first. I'll wait until you return." Understanding her apprehension, Lu Wei did not press her, smiling as he said, "Very well, I shall go first. You all wait for me here." "All right, be careful," she responded. Lu Wei smiled and waved his hand reassuringly, saying, "Rest assured, you can wait for me outside without worry." With that, Lu Wei turned and stepped into the temple. Chapter 92. Bitter struggle with an unlimited number of challenge tokens, Lu Wei effortlessly entered the temple. The interior remained unchanged from his previous visit. Soon, the first wave of goblins emerged, and with a swift thrust, he dispatched them. As he watched the goblin's form gradually dissipate, Lu Wei furrowed his brow. Not only was there no treasure chest, but he also received no experience points. It seemed his initial plan to grind for experience had been utterly thwarted. The subsequent ogres, including the giant ogre, similarly yielded nothing. It became evident that the levels he had already surpassed would bear no rewards. Upon encountering the Minotaurs, Lu Wei could distinctly sense that, with his enhanced attributes, the Minotaurs were no longer formidable opponents. Even without skills or magic, he could easily defeat them. As he observed the fallen Minotaur fade away, Lu Wei slowly conjured a water arrow, preparing for the 6th level's onset, uncertain of what awaited him. He intended to take the initiative and bestow a fortuitous greeting upon his adversary. As the water arrow coalesced to over a meter in length, the door to the 6th level gradually opened. Before he could discern its occupant, a frenzied roar erupted from within. Without hesitation, Lu Wei unleashed his water arrow with a swift motion. Whatever emerged would first taste his arrow. In the 6th level, he remained oblivious to the strength of the forthcoming foe. If it proved too powerful, this was hardly a moment for martial decorum, a principle he had never adhered to. As the water arrow approached the threshold, a massive, corpulent figure staggered forth, colliding directly with the projectile. The impact was explosive, sending flesh and gore flying. Lu Wei even witnessed a severed intestine hurtling towards him, prompting a hasty dodge. Such a fierce strike should have surely felled the creature, and the water arrow's potency warranted a 5-star rating. At last, Lu Wei clearly discerned the nature of his opponent. Before him stood a giant over 3 meters tall. Or rather, it was not a person at all, but a grotesque amalgamation of various body parts stitched together. The colossal abomination, struck by Lu Wei's water arrow, sustained a gaping wound the size of a watermelon in its abdomen, allowing him to glimpse the scenery beyond. Yet, remarkably, this grievous injury did not hinder the creature's advance. It continued charging at Lu Wei, brandishing a massive cleaver. In response, Lu Wei's hand trembled as the windbreaker spear materialized. He executed a sweeping strike at the approaching monster, unleashing a 2-meter-long crimson lance that sliced through the creature's midsection as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. However, Lu Wei did not relent, pivoting on the spot. He summoned another fiery lance that descended from above, cleaving the abomination into 4 distinct pieces. As he gazed at the dismembered creature, Lu Wei let out a sigh of relief. Surely, this time it was dead? Ding. You have slain the stitched monstrosity. Congratulations, you have gained 500 experience points. Would you like to activate a lucky critical hit? Level 2 lucky critical hit 1-1. Level 1 lucky critical hit 5-5. Revised. The level 2 lucky critical hit is changed from once every 7 days to once daily. 500 experience points? Utilizing level 1 lucky critical hit. Ding. The lucky critical hit is activated, resulting in an experience multiplier of 8 times, granting 4,000 experience points. The conditions for leveling up have been met. Would you like to level up? No. Excellent. Lu Wei excitedly punched the air. A sudden influx of 4,000 experience points surely allows for 2 levels of advancement. However, Lu Wei was not in a rush to level up. He intended to assess the difficulty of the next challenge first. With the level 2 lucky critical hit available only once a day, maximizing the benefit was imperative. As the stitched monster's body disintegrated, 2 silver treasure chests remained on the ground. Lu Wei hastily collected the chests and resumed forming his water arrow technique. As his water arrow condensed to about 1 meter in length, the door to level 7 slowly opened. A roar erupted, causing Lu Wei's lips to twitch. These monsters truly shared a singular temperament. Without hesitation, Lu Wei launched his water arrow towards the door. Unexpectedly, just as the water arrow approached, a transparent blade of wind abruptly shot out from within the door, colliding directly with the water arrow. Boom! A deafening sound echoed. Water splashed everywhere, and a fierce wind surged. Lu Wei squinted against the gust, feeling a jolt of concern. This monster could wield magic, signaling trouble ahead. At that moment, a colossal lion, towering nearly 2 meters and extending close to 3 meters in length, emerged from the doorway. Its body was covered in grayish-blue scales, and its tail arched high, culminating in a curved, venomous stinger. Roar! Before Lu Wei could discern what manner of creature it was, the giant lion let out a roar, revealing its razor-sharp fangs. And a blade of wind began to form and shoot toward him. With no time to ponder, Lu Wei thrust his spear upward with force. Bang! The wind blade was sent soaring into the air. Sensing the strength behind the attack, Lu Wei's expression hardened. This beast was formidable. Not only did it possess magical abilities, but judging by the scales adorning its body, its defensive capabilities were likely considerable. Furthermore, its robust physique and venomous tail suggested a proficiency in melee combat. Faced with such a versatile adversary, Lu Wei found himself in a challenging predicament. Roar! The lion, enraged by the ineffectiveness of its wind blade, leapt forward with astonishing speed, exuding an overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain descending. However, Lu Wei was not slow to respond. The brilliance of his spear flashed as he advanced, delivering a rapid succession of 3 thrusts against the charging lion. Phantom triple strike. The lion, evidently seasoned in combat, unsheathed its claws, striking the spear with a force akin to a dagger's edge. Clang, clang, clang. The resounding echoes reverberated through Lu Wei's arms, causing them to tingle, while simultaneously diverting the lion's lethal leap. Just then, a faint sound of something slicing through the air reached his ears from behind. Lu Wei quickly ducked, evading an impending strike. A shadow flitted before his eyes, the dark and sharp poison needle nearly piercing the back of his head, sending tremors through his scalp. With a resounding thud, the great lion fell to the ground. Amidst the intertwining figures, a fierce exchange unfolded between a man and a lion, culminating in Lu Wei gaining a slight advantage due to the superior grade of his extraordinary weapon. The lion's 3 formidable claws had been severed at the roots, lying discarded on the ground. However, this confrontation made Lu Wei acutely aware of the lion's formidable nature. Not only was its strength comparable to his own, but its speed was also remarkably swift. Engaging with an adversary of this caliber meant that a moment's carelessness could spell disaster. With a thunderous roar, the lion offered Lu Wei no respite, signaling the commencement of its assault. Lu Wei responded with unwavering determination, wielding his spear in an upward diagonal slash. In the instant the lion drew near, the spearhead erupted in a blaze of crimson light, slicing towards the charging beast. To sweep away an army is not merely a matter of breadth. At such a close range, the lion had no time to evade and could only charge headlong into the oncoming attack. Its powerful claws descended violently upon the crimson radiance. A tremendous explosion reverberated through the air. Chapter 93. Acquiring abundant attribute points. The mighty lion never anticipated that this bipedal creature would suddenly unleash a formidable attack upon its approach. Realizing evasion was futile, it summoned every ounce of its strength for a desperate confrontation. The 2 massive claws collided fiercely with the gleaming gunfire. With a thunderous boom, flames erupted, and a wave of force radiated outward. Lu Wei was propelled backward several steps, ultimately falling to the ground. As the dust settled, the colossal lion lay defeated, its flesh unable to withstand the combination of extraordinary weaponry and skills, despite its scaled armor. Both of its claws were severed, and a gaping wound split its head in 2. Ding! The magical beast, the lion scorpion, has been slain, rewarding 1,000 experience points. Would you like to utilize a lucky critical hit? Level 2 lucky critical hit 1-1. Level 1 lucky critical hit 4-5. Lu Wei quickly replied. Activate level 1 lucky critical hit. Ding! Lucky critical hit activated. Experience points multiplied by 8, granting 8,000 experience points. The conditions for leveling up have been met. Would you like to level up? Not yet, although the experience points were sufficient for a level increase. Lu Wei chose to delay allocating points and instead opted to exit the temple. The next challenge was imminent, and given the difficulty of this encounter, the subsequent one would likely be even more daunting. To ensure success, it was prudent to level up and allocate points first before re-entering to continue the battle. After all, with an infinite token, there was no concern about wasting opportunities. As the lion scorpion's corpse vanished, it left behind a golden treasure chest. Lu Wei quickly collected it and turned to exit the temple. Outside, the atmosphere was equally lively. Upon learning of Lu Wei's presence on the island, the 18 lords plotting to ambush him, under the coordination of Fei Long and Gao Wolf, were preparing to mobilize their forces to the island to eliminate Lu Wei in one fell swoop. Are your men ready? Gao Wolf inquired softly to Fei Long at the foot of the mountain. Fei Long nodded with a menacing expression. Rest assured, preparations have long been made. We are merely awaiting their arrival. You are indeed clever, Brother Fei Long, devising such a brilliant plan. Not only will we eliminate Lu Zhenghai, but we will also take care of Zhao Xuanhu and Rose. The 01438 region shall belong to us brothers from now on. Gao Wolf chuckled, a glint of ambition flashing in his eyes. It is merely a trivial skill. They are too foolish to realize I am aware of their intentions. They wish to ally with Lu Zhenghai. Let them perish together. It would be a fitting end for them. Ha ha ha, these fools believe they have us at their mercy. Yet they remain oblivious to the fact that we have already discerned their thoughts. This time, we shall ensure they come and do not return. Meanwhile, Upon receiving the news, Rose hurried to the island, intending to contact Lu Wei, only to discover she could not reach him. She speculated that the temple might be the cause of their communication failure. With no other option, she dispatched someone to inform the other members of the Jiuzhou Legion, urging them to prepare to notify Lu Zhenghai the moment he emerged. In the blink of an eye, various factions were in motion, and dark currents surged beneath the surface of the island. The news swiftly reached Zhang Ruo's side. Upon learning that someone intended to harm Lu Wei, Zhang Ruo immediately became alarmed. She promptly stationed guards at the entrance to the mountaintop, preventing anyone from approaching. Simultaneously, she contacted all members of the Jiuzhou Legion on the island to come to their aid. However, the Jiuzhou Legion was not numerous, and due to the time constraints, it was impossible to evacuate the island. Fortunately, both she and Chun Kai possessed magical skills, and with the advantageous terrain and the assistance of a few dozen individuals, holding the mountain path seemed feasible. Although they learned that there were 500 adversaries, nearly half had secretly allied with their side. The remaining 200 or so should not pose a significant threat. Just as Zhang Ruoruo anxiously awaited Lu Wei's emergence, the doors of the temple swung open. Lu Wei, why did you take so long? I was worried sick. Upon seeing Lu Wei, Zhang Ruoruo finally breathed a sigh of relief. With Lu Wei present, she felt reassured. She continued to address Lu Wei as Dahai, a name born out of habit, and to keep Lu Wei's true identity concealed. Noticing Zhang Ruoruo's worried demeanor, Lu Wei chuckled. I was only inside for half an hour. Did you miss me that much? Without time for banter, Zhang Ruoruo hurriedly relayed the news of an impending attack. What should we do now? Should we retreat and find a place to hide? Lu Wei, unfazed, smiled. Don't worry. Even if they send 1,000 men, they won't be able to harm us. Are you really sure? Zhang Ruo asked, still feeling a twinge of unease. Rest assured, everything is under control. I was aware of this situation beforehand and see it as an opportunity to eliminate some of the more restless individuals. As Lu Wei spoke, a fleeting glint of ferocity illuminated her gaze, which Zhang Ruoruo noticed distinctly. Although she was reluctant to resort to violence, she fully supported Lu Wei's decision. All right. I will follow your lead. What shall we do now? Just ensure the base of the mountain is secure. If anyone approaches, inform me immediately. I have some matters to attend to. Understood. You handle your business. Lu Wei nodded, moved to his side, and settled down. She activated the system interface and began allocating her upgrade points. System upgrade. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up by 4 levels and gained 8 free attribute points. Would you like to use Lucky Critical Hit? Level 2 Lucky Critical Hit 1-1. Level 1 Lucky Critical Hit 3-5. Use Level 2 Lucky Critical Hit. Ding. Lucky Critical Hit activated. Free attribute points multiplied by 36, gaining a total of 288 free attribute points. Wow. Lu Wei's eyes widened in astonishment. Despite her prior anticipation, the enormity of the figure overwhelmed her excitement. A staggering 288 free attribute points, surpassing the total of all her previous attributes. If she allocated them all, clearing the 10th level would surely be within reach. One could not help but marvel at the extraordinary nature of the Lucky Critical Hit ability. Beside Lu Wei, Zhang Ruoruo observed the unmistakable excitement etched upon his face, and her curiosity became insatiable. What is it? Has something wonderful happened? Have you stumbled upon a treasure? In response, Lu Wei chuckled, affectionately ruffling Zhang Ruo's hair, and exclaimed with hearty laughter, Indeed, I have found a treasure, and it is an extraordinarily remarkable one. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruoruo's curiosity intensified, and she eagerly pressed on, What kind of treasure is it? Do enlighten me. Chapter 94. Allow me to show you a treasure. Come here. I shall discreetly reveal something to you, but it must remain a secret, Lu Wei whispered, his demeanor shrouded in secrecy. Zhang Ruoruo cast a cautious glance at him and resolutely shook her head. No, I shall not look. Keep it to yourself. Lu Wei discerned from her expression that she had misconstrued his intentions. In a bid to clear the air, he hastily clarified, Indeed, it is a treasure, I assure you. Absolutely not. Zhang Ruoruo's face contorted in disdain. The more Lu Wei insisted, the more she suspected it was something dubious. Lu Wei, both amused and exasperated, promptly retrieved a golden treasure chest from his backpack. Behold, is this not a treasure? A golden chest. Where did you acquire this? Zhang Ruoruo exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. Lu Wei gestured towards the temple behind him. I obtained it from within the temple. After defeating the 7th level, a golden chest was awarded. Upon learning it originated from the temple, Zhang Ruoruo understood that treasure chests could indeed be acquired there, a detail Lu Wei had previously mentioned. Nevertheless, she was astonished to learn that one could attain a golden chest, which felt somewhat surreal. Is the 7th level difficult to conquer? Zhang Ruoro inquired with curiosity. Lu Wei nodded affirmatively. Yes, it is quite challenging. I plan to take a brief respite before attempting it again. By the way, would you like to give it a try? I might just clear the 10th level on my next visit. Once the 10th level is completed, it is likely that this temple will cease to exist. Lu Wei was uncertain whether the temple would vanish after clearing the 10th level, yet he surmised that it probably would not remain, considering it was a place where golden and even higher-tier treasure chests could be obtained. If everyone could acquire them, it would lead to an overflow of treasures. Based on his experience from the second visit, where previous levels no longer yielded treasure chests, he speculated that only those who conquered a level for the first time were entitled to the treasures. Zhang Ruo hesitated for a moment before responding. Then I shall enter and give it a try. Lu Wei smiled encouragingly. Go ahead, the first level features goblins. If no treasure chest appears, you can simply exit. Zhang Ruo steeled herself. Very well, I shall give it a shot. Here is the token. Remember to conjure a fireball or water arrow before the first gate opens, and throw it as soon as it appears, Lu Wei instructed, handing her the token. Zhang Ruo nodded solemnly. This was her first proactive venture into battle, and naturally, she felt a twinge of anxiety. However, she recognized that such encounters would only increase in frequency, and she must learn to adapt. Otherwise, even a moment of hesitation or an unforeseen event could lead to dire consequences. Then I shall proceed. Wait. Lu Wei called out to Zhang Ruo as she was about to enter, swiftly removing his iron armor and draping it over her. Wear this. It will offer you better protection. Zhang Ruo beamed sweetly, her large eyes sparkling with affection. If she found no reward in the first level, she would at most attempt the second before retreating. Understood. As she vanished at the temple's entrance, Lu Wei exhaled deeply, suppressing his concerns. He turned to the raucous crowd that had been jeering moments before and scolded them with irritation. What are you staring at? Everyone maintained a vigilant watch, driving away anyone who approached. Upon seeing the commotion, the crowd quickly dispersed, for they dared not provoke Lu Wei. At last, tranquility enveloped the surroundings, granting Lu Wei the opportunity to enhance his abilities. With 288 free attribute points at his disposal, he distributed them evenly, augmenting each attribute by 72 points. Such a significant increase was double his previous capacity. However, Lu Wei was cautious and chose to allocate the points gradually. He incremented his strength alongside his constitution, followed by agility and mental fortitude, cycling through these enhancements continuously. As the points accumulated, Lu Wei could distinctly sense profound transformations occurring within his body, accompanied by a steady rise in his core temperature. Sensing this change, he paused to allow his body to acclimatize, feeling an inexhaustible wellspring of strength coursing through him. Lu Wei could not suppress the urge to unleash a punch. The forceful strike sliced through the air with a resounding crack. The surge of power within him ignited a fervent passion, evoking a sensation of boundless freedom. Unable to contain his impulses, Lu Wei brandished his wind-piercing spear and swept it through the air, producing a sharp, tearing sound. With a flurry of movements, he executed the Phantom 3 stabs. A cascade of fiery red spear images darted through the sky, reminiscent of a meteor shower. At this moment, Lu Wei's agility and strength had reached unprecedented heights, transforming the Phantom 3 stabs from a mere trio of thrusts into a barrage that could unleash dozens of strikes within the blink of an eye. Should he invest all his points, the potential could easily escalate to hundreds of thrusts. As the spear images lingered in the air, tiny sparks ignited unexpectedly, swiftly trailing to form a lengthy line of fire. With a whoosh, this fiery line expanded, culminating in a colossal flame blade over a meter wide and 4 to 5 meters long. This massive blade soared through the air, scorching the atmosphere and leaving faint singe marks in its wake. Ultimately, the flame blade detonated with a resounding bang over 20 meters away, dispersing into a shower of embers. Next, he prepared for his final move, the most potent technique he currently possessed, the Inferno 100 Slashes. Unlike the singular flame blade of the previous attack, the Inferno 100 Slashes, when mastered, could unleash hundreds of fiery blades with a single thrust. A tremendous red spear beam descended from the heavens like a blazing sword, crashing down with thunderous force. Boom, boom, boom. 7 consecutive explosions reverberated as the attack struck the ground, cleaving a profound scar measuring over 10 meters in length. The Inferno 100 Slashes allowed for a relentless barrage of strikes against his foes. While Lu Wei was not yet capable of delivering 100 consecutive blows with a single thrust, he could manage 7 or 8. If he were to allocate all his attribute points, he might achieve dozens of strikes. At that moment, Lu Wei felt a burgeoning confidence in his ability to challenge the 10th level. Chapter 95. When will you strike me? The tremendous commotion here could not escape the notice of the crowd. In fact, from the moment Lu Wei unleashed his sweeping attack, some had already taken heed. The sight of that colossal crimson lance left everyone momentarily speechless, their astonishment rendering them incapable of uttering a sound. When the blazing wildfire slashes was executed, it was enough to make their eyes nearly pop out in disbelief. They were aware of their captain's formidable strength. After all, he had single-handedly challenged more than 20 opponents. Yet, they could hardly fathom that his prowess could reach such absurd heights. For those who had grown up in a mundane and peaceful world, witnessing such an extraordinary skill was akin to stepping into a cinematic realm. Now that it unfolded before their very eyes, they couldn't help but question their existence. Were we truly inhabiting the same world? Initially, they thought that Zhang Ruo's fireball technique was astonishing, but the captain's marksmanship surpassed all their expectations. Goodness, this is utterly outrageous. Is it real? Our captain is simply incredible. Is he even human? Keep your mouth shut if you can't speak sensibly. Do you believe our captain could reduce you to ashes with a single shot? I've made up my mind. I shall strive to perform well in hopes of mastering skills akin to our captain's one day. Wow, the captain is just too dashing. It's a pity he is with Minister Ruruo. Otherwise, I'd surely try to win him over. Round, just dream on. Don't deceive yourself. Now, I eagerly anticipate the expressions of those who dare to assault our captain when they witness this scene. I hear they plan to send 500 individuals. I wonder how many swings that will take from our captain. Unperturbed by the murmurs of his team, Lu Wei, after demonstrating the wildfire slashes, finally expended the excess energy coursing through him. Gazing at the enormous chasm he had created, he felt a twinge of disbelief, struggling to accept that he was the architect of such destruction. Nevertheless, the still searing spear of wind served as a stark reminder that it was all very real. After observing for a while, Lu Wei returned to the entrance of the temple to continue allocating points. Minutes later, he had completed all his point distributions. Feeling the immense power surging within him, he resisted the urge to unleash another attack and directly access the system. Name, Lu Wei race, human. Fire spirit body, blue star, level, 14 strength, 108 constitution, 108 agility, 108 spirit, 107 talent, lucky critical hit level 2 skills, wildfire slashes. Water arrow technique free attributes, 0 pet. None territory, 100,000 square meters experience points, 765,10,000. These attributes were enough to drive a perfectionist to distraction. Only his mental power was slightly lacking. The experience required to ascend to level 15 had already reached 10,000. With such a substantial amount of experience, leveling up without the lucky critical hit would be quite challenging. However, with the lucky critical hit in play, the process became significantly easier. Today, he had 3 ordinary lucky critical hits remaining, perfectly coinciding with the 3 challenges left in the temple. If time permitted, Lu Wei truly wished to utilize the experience obtained from the remaining 3 challenges with his level 2 lucky critical hit. Such experience points are undoubtedly a lucrative opportunity. However, time is of the essence. If he wishes to seize this island and activate the seal of the jade and gold, he cannot afford to delay until the daily level 2 lucky critical strike refreshes. The choice before Lu Wei is rather perplexing. After all, experience points differ from other items in that they cannot be stored and must be utilized immediately. If one does not employ a lucky critical strike upon acquiring experience points, the calculation will revert to the basic value, leading to a significant loss. Considering the experience points for the 6th level are 500, the 7th level yields 1,000, and the 8th level may very well provide 1,500 or even 2,000 experience points. Lu Wei mentally calculated that 2,000 experience points, when multiplied by 50, would amount to an astonishing 100,000 experience points, potentially sufficient for ascending to level 20. Even in the absence of the 50-fold multiplier, a 30-fold increase would still yield 60,000 experience points. In contrast, a standard critical strike would yield a mere 20,000 experience points. The disparity is indeed vast. After much contemplation, Lu Wei resolved to wait. Even if it meant a delay of 3 days, he would hold off until the daily level 2 lucky critical strike refreshes, ensuring maximum experience gains. The experience points garnered from the last 3 levels, if all applied with the level 2 lucky critical strike, could conservatively amount to several 100,000. possibly elevating him to level 30. A mere 3-day delay for such substantial rewards seemed to Lu Wei a prudent choice. The only potential drawback is that the development of his legion might be postponed by 3 days. Nonetheless, this is of little concern. Everyone's power is still in its infancy, and no one has gained a significant advantage, so there is no need for haste. What does trouble Lu Wei, however, is the inability to assess the loyalty of his subordinates, which has delayed the selection of mid to high-ranking leaders within the legion. Yet, all of this can be resolved after 3 days when he conquers the 10th level and secures ownership of the entire island, thus activating the Seal of the Jade and Gold. At that point, the Jiuzhou Legion will soar to new heights and flourish rapidly. With a plan firmly established, Lu Wei found no reason to linger in indecision. He accessed the system interface to check his messages. His circle of friends was limited to just a few: Zhang Rou, Jian Jia, Rose, Zhang Tong, and Gao Ren. Upon noticing a message from Rose, Lu Wei promptly replied, "I am currently on the mountain. When will you launch the attack?" Rose responded, "We may still need to wait a few hours. Not everyone has gathered yet." Sigh, managing people these days is extraordinarily challenging. They simply refuse to follow orders. When pushed, they might even leave the group without a second thought. Lu Wei could only chuckle in response. Modern individuals are not as easily directed as those in ancient times. Cunning and guile are rampant among them. Expecting them to fight with fervor is wishful thinking. In this current environment, it is not only Rose who feels the strain. Lu Wei himself finds it equally daunting. Even though the Jiuzhou Legion offers generous benefits, when it comes to the crunch, Lu Wei estimates that few would remain steadfast. After all, no amount of welfare can surpass the value of one's life. Such a force may thrive in favorable circumstances, yet when confronted with arduous battles, it is likely to collapse almost instantaneously. Such a notion is simply inconceivable. Thus, Lu Wei did not hasten to recruit personnel. Even if they were brought on board, it would merely entail engaging them in menial labor, as relying on them for combat was utterly implausible. Of course, this situation is not beyond alteration. It necessitates prolonged training and a robust, stringent set of regulations. Much like a modern army, it is indeed possible to cultivate a unit capable of enduring fierce engagements. Very well, inform me when the time for the offensive arrives. I shall prepare lunch in the meantime. After concluding the call, Lu Wei sought a suitable spot atop the mountain, unfurled his blueprints, and began constructing a dwelling. In the future, this location will be frequented, and having a shelter will certainly prove advantageous.